Chapter 1, The Beginning. Elemental Countries. The land of shinobi and kunoichi. These countries are ruled by the ninjas and daimyos of the 5 great countries. Hai no Kuni or Land of Fire, said to be the strongest of the 5 and winner of all 3 great ninja wars. Led by the Hokage or Fire Shadow, who resides within Konohagakure, village hidden in the leaves. Kaminari no Kuni or Land of Lightning is led by the Raikage or Lightning Shadow, ruled from Kumogakure, village hidden in the clouds. Kaze no Kuni or Land of Wind led by the Kazekage and ruled from Sunagakure, village hidden in the sand. Mizu no Kuni or Land of Water led by the Mizukage and ruled from Kirigakure, village hidden in the mist. Finally, Tsuchi no Kuni or Land of Earth led by the Tsuchikage and ruled from Iwagakure, village hidden in the stone. Each of these are complemented by their own daimyos. Konohagakure is seen as the most peaceful of the villages despite its bloody past. The Sandaime Hokage was an old man nearing his second retirement. He fought in 2 of the 3 ninja wars and came out of them named the Professor for his ingenuity and knowledge of ninjutsu. His predecessor and successor the Yondaime Hokage gave his life to defeat the greatest enemy Konoha had ever faced. The Yondaime was hailed as one of the strongest shinobi to ever grace the elemental countries. He was nicknamed Yellow Flash for the telltale yellow light of his signature move the Hiraishin. He gave his life to stop the Kyubi no Kitsune. The Kyubi was destruction incarnate. It would level cities and mountains with single swipes of its tails. This brings us to the start of the life of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Time skip, 7 years later. October 10th. Konoha is enjoying great weather. The sun is shining with some clouds to provide cover for the lovers resting in the parks. Merchants are covering the streets with merchandise they have acquired to sell. Overall, a very pretty day for everyone except one boy, though he is only 7 years old. Naruto Uzumaki is scrounging in the garbage cans behind the Akamaki barbecue restaurant. He stands at a mere 3, despite his age. He wears rags with hints of what appears to have been an orange jumpsuit. His dirty hair looks almost black with the filth he has been forced to live in. His face is adorned with 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek, which would give him a cute look should any woman look twice in his direction. Underneath his rags the sight of a malnourished and underfed body can be seen, along with numerous scars. The thing that would capture any traveler, for any native, would not look long at this boy. The very sight of this boy's eyes can cause the soaring of a person's soul or the flinching of a person's heart. When the boy is happy, his bright blue eyes would bring joy to all who would care to look. When he is sad, the people would flinch away from the hurt, the sorrow, the loneliness reflected within the boy's eyes. Naruto always scrounges around here on his birthday because they have the best food in town. He thinks of it as treating himself on his most miserable day of the year. He giggled when he thought of his treat. Most other stores would run him off even if it was the trash cans, but the Akamakis would leave him alone most of the time. Naruto was hurrying through the food to eat so he could go to his hiding spot before night fell. For some reason, whenever night fell on his birthday, the mobs would come and look for Naruto to hurt him worse than they did every other month. During his birthday month he received beatings almost daily, whereas in other months it would be more like once every 1 to 2 weeks. This had happened since he was thrown out of the orphanage when he was 3 years old. So for 4 years he has been living on the streets. He has become quite attentive and very resourceful and has almost thrived, if one could thrive while living on the streets, but now he has to hurry. Naruto was wandering about in a section of the city he was not in often when he smelled something wonderful. That smells delicious, Naruto thought, so he walked around until he could determine the source of the smell. He came upon a ramen stand with a sign reading Ichiraku's, and he immediately went to the trash cans to see if he could salvage anything. Naruto was so absorbed in his rummaging that he did not notice the sun, and when Naruto finally realized there was none thrown away, he looked up to see the sun setting. Naruto immediately began to make his way as stealthily as he could to the forest where he would hide in the night of his birthday. He was almost to the Hokage monument when the mobs found him. "It's the demon brat, get him," yelled a random mobster. The shinobi within the group grabbed Naruto and tied him up so he wouldn't escape, and the crowd began to exact their vengeance on the poor 7-year-old. "I haven't done anything to you." "Why?" Naruto yelled through his pain. Haven't done anything. You killed my father. Now we are gonna finish what the fourth started," salivated the villagers. Naruto took the beatings, each blow more painful than the last, each adding on to the already numerous scars on his frail body. They poured salt on his wounds to make the scars inflame and left him to die. Their final act was to crucify his hands and legs before walking off, hoping he would bleed to death. No one would finish the poor boy off, thinking he was too evil to allow a swift death. Naruto managed to trick him into thinking they had crucified his left hand, but he had not been. Even through the pain, Naruto's cunning mind managed to keep him alive as it had these past 4 years. Naruto plucked the kunai from his legs and arm, not a whimper being heard from him, and proceeded to limp off in extreme pain so as to hide from the next mob. Naruto limped into his cave. He considered it his own since he found it when he was 5 and has used it the past 2 years as a sort of safe house for when he needed a place to recover from his occasional beatings. Although he claimed that he never explored it fully because it gets so dark further in that, Naruto was not inclined to go further. Once Naruto entered the cave, he collapsed upon the makeshift bed of leaves he has made. Naruto awoke hours later feeling better but sore. It was raining outside, he saw, and moved further into the cave to get away from the lashing of the fierce wind accompanying the storm. Deciding it would be better to sleep the storm out, he fell asleep again in a dry spot. Awakening once again, Naruto had full mobility and hurt very little. He had always healed fast, but Naruto never questioned it after seeing the Sandime lie whenever he was in the orphanage about it whenever he asked. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside and Naruto heard a cracking sound from further in the cave. Deciding to finally search the cave since he did not have anything else to do, Naruto dusted himself off and began his trek further inside. Naruto had been wandering around in the dark for quite some time. He always had superb night vision, so he had not tripped and hurt himself yet, but he was wondering how deep this cavern went. So Naruto continued on but started to notice little things different from regular caves. How the floor evened out, the walls and ceilings became smoother and more defined. Soon enough Naruto came upon a door with a weird symbol upon it. Naruto was not very good at reading or writing, but he was certain this was not kanji and wondered what he had found. Being the curious 7-year-old he attempted to push upon the door. Once Naruto's hands touched the door, the sigil on the door began glowing a bluish-white aura and flashed. Naruto's hand remained stuck to the door as the sigil flashed repeatedly. Naruto was reviewing his entire life up until this point. The ignorance of the villagers, the matrons at the orphanage not feeding him, seeing the old man, living in squalor and filth for 4 years. All the way up until today's beating which had surpassed the others. Suddenly, a voice bellowed. Never has one as pure been born. To hold such a burden yet remain so pure. You may pass. The doors swung wide and Naruto's eyes widened in their sockets at the blast of air that blew past him. Not at the strength of the blast but of the smell. It smelled of fresh rain, of the springtime flowers and of honey. Not of musk and death as one would expect of such an old cavern. Naruto stepped into the massive cavern to see stone pillars reaching the ceiling many stories higher. Lighted orbs lighting the pathway all the way to a raised dais. Naruto began his walk through the underground cavern, not noticing the wind pick up around him and shooting gusts into the dark. When Naruto reached the dais he could feel the ancient entity standing guard over the stairs leading to the top. The figure spoke in that same calming yet yelling voice. What brings you here, young one? I was simply looking for a place to sleep away from the villagers. I did not want to be hurt any longer and decided to explore the rest of this cave since the storm is too fierce for me to return to the village anyways. Naruto responded in wide-eyed fascination. The figure looked at Naruto and spoke, if you had power what would you do with it? Naruto's eyebrow furrowed. He thought long before trying to answer the entity. While the blue-eyed person thought the entity was impressed. He showed wisdom well beyond his years even considering his lifestyle and was not brash like many before him. Finally, Naruto spoke. I would make it so no one could hurt me. Only to protect yourself would you seek power. The spectre spoke again seemingly frowning. And so that when others recognize me I could protect them. Of course. Naruto spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The entity chuckled. Haha, even though some persecute you you would still protect them. Ludicrous. But I can see you speak the truth, you pass my test. Wield kamikaze well, young one. With that the entity faded away but not before speaking his final warning. All is not as it seems, look deeply and your blade will never fail you. Naruto pondered the final warning before beginning his short trek up the stairs to the dais. When he crested above the final step he could see a depression further within the circular dais. When he finally reached the edge of the depression he gasped. Sitting within the depression was a ring of stairs leading to a stone table. Upon the stone table a blade sat with its sheath nearby. It sat humming. Naruto was dumbstruck at the beauty of the blade. As simplistic as it was a sight to behold. The kanji on the sheath read kamikaze or divine wind. Naruto slowly made his way down the short flight of steps to the sword and made to grasp the handle. Before touching this blade beware your heart. A voice spoke. Only those strong of heart and sure of their strength may wield me. Be careful lest you fail like countless others before you. Naruto faltered but for a moment and spoke. I have never failed in anything I have set myself to. I have lived a life of hunger and sadness. I am worthy of wielding you kamikaze. And grasped the blade's hilt. The entire area flashed before dimming back down. Congratulations. I accept you as my master Naruto-sama. Please use me as you will. Kamikaze spoke. Naruto was surprised. The voice sounded in his head instead of outside. Please do not be frightened. I have simply integrated myself into you by accepting you. No one else may wield me unless both you and I deem them worthy. However, only you will be able to wield my full potential. You are the first to ever gain my power. I am honored to be in your service, Naruto-sama. Naruto was stunned. He just gained a beautiful blade but he did not know how to use it. He could finally defend himself against his enemies when they would attack. Naruto began to wonder why this sword was hidden away and what sort of powers it might possess. Naruto-sama, my powers will awaken as you grow more powerful. I regret to inform you that you cannot use me to protect yourself or anyone else until you have trained with me. But do not worry, I am, as you can see, sentient, so I will train you in the ancient and lost art of the wind style that comes along with myself to complement my powers. Sweet. So what can we do now, kamikaze? Naruto almost yelled. We will have to train you physically so you can handle my techniques. Your natural affinity is wind, so we together will make you a wind lord. Are you left-handed or right-handed, Naruto-sama? Questioned Kamikaze. I write with my left hand and can throw stuff with it more accurately, but my right arm is stronger. Answered Naruto. Ambidextrous. Amazing, you really can pull out my full potential. That, however, is a long way off. As a side note, please think your answers to me so that people do not think you are crazy, Naruto-sama. We will need to get you some better clothes, a well-balanced diet and some training weights. A nice place to sleep would do better than what you have now. For now, let's see if we can't find that old man who was nice to you. Stated Kamikaze. Time warp. Earlier that same day, Kurenai Yuhi, Shuunin of Konoha, was returning from a horrible mission. She had been sent on a simple high C-rank mission with another Chuunin to transport a package from Kaze no Kuni to Konoha. The trip to the sand village was uneventful. It wasn't until they were only a day away from Konoha on their return trip that things went to shit. First, the team had come across some bandits that decided Kurenai would be good fun and attempted to subdue them. They were no match for the Chuunin's superior skills, but with their number they managed to wound her partner. She managed to dress the wound and keep her companion from dying, but then a missing nin from Iwa, which still had a high grudge from their last war, decided that two weakened Chuunin would be easy pickings and engaged them in combat. The missing nin managed to kill Kurenai's teammate and assumed it was easy street to subdue Kurenai. However, Kurenai is known as the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha even at her young age of 14. She was the foremost Genjutsu expert and would not be taken down easily. She defeated the, as she later found out, B-rank nin and sealed his head into a sealing scroll. Deciding that she needed to rest before continuing her journey, Kurenai found a secure place to sleep and fell into a sleep full of the nightmares or kunoiki being captured. Luck was not on Kurenai's side, however. She woke up 1 hour later tired and cranky from an unrestful sleep and hearing voices of bandits near her. Knowing she was weakened from all her fighting, she waited until she saw an opening to the treetops. Once she had a clear shot, she took off in the treetops running from the bandits. Unfortunately, one of the bandits saw her and the group of 3 genins started chasing her. In her tired state, Kurenai only got to the outskirts of the forests of Konoha before her chakra gave out and she was forced to the floor and running on adrenaline. The genin quickly caught her, and after a brief taijutsu fight, in which Kurenai broke one of the genin's noses, the genins had captured Kurenai and were getting ready to enjoy their spoils. One of the genin said, "So the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, what a ice queen indeed, look at those eyes. I have never seen anything like it." Indeed, Kurenai's eyes were a curious shade. Red eyes marked her with her flowing black hair that reached to her mid-back and budding C-cup breasts which would only get fuller. Following her dress of bandages down to her toned ass and legs that seemed to go on forever. Kurenai was one of the most sought-after women within the village, however she had turned down advances for the exact reason that she is about to be raped for. They only wanted her body. Kurenai thought, shit, of course I have to come across perverts left and right today. This is the 3rd time for Kami's sake. Can't there be any decent men left in the world? If you're gonna do it, just get it over with. Kurenai then spat in the genin's face. All of the genins gained a malicious smirk on their face. Don't worry, you're gonna enjoy this by the time we are done. I doubt it, retorted Kurenai. Shit, to think I lose my virginity to these assholes then I die. Fuck. And with that the genin began their advance. Naruto was walking out in the forest after having taken an alternate route when finding his original way blocked. He had kamikaze slung over his back because it was currently too big to be tied to his waist. Naruto was heading north to Konoha when he began hearing strange grunting noises. Naruto-sama, I suggest we see what is going on over there and quickly. Kamikaze stated, knowing what those sounds probably meant. Marking how urgently Kamikaze said it, he drew Kamikaze slowly so as not to make too much noise and gripped it tightly before moving forward. After walking a few steps the noises became louder and then he heard a loud feminine scream. Immediately, rushing forward, he pushed aside a part of a bush to look into the clearing ahead but not be seen himself, and was shocked at what he saw. There in the clearing was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Being manhandled by 3 butt-naked men. They were in the process of ripping her clothes off. He saw the fear in her eyes and immediately knew if he did not do something he was going to regret it. So he started to formulate a plan when Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto-sama, I can help you take out these vile beings if you allow, but this will drain me and I will not be able to do it again for some time. Do you wish to do it? Asked Kamikaze. Naruto replied without any hesitation, do your thing, Kamikaze. If I cannot help her, then how can I help myself? Kamikaze hummed in response and told Naruto, indeed you are the correct wielder for me. You know nothing of the other person, yet you are willing to sacrifice your power for her. Astounding. I shall grant your wish. She will be saved. With that being said, Naruto's eyes changed. Naruto's blue eyes changed to a menacing red with slits for pupils. However, these slits were not normal, they were in the form of an curve similar to an S but not quite. Instantly Naruto's vision improved and Naruto could feel his body moving more fluidly than he ever thought possible. Naruto charged into the clearing right as the genin managed to grab the rest of Kurenai's dress off. They were stunned that this little kid moved on them. Before they could blink, Naruto had the one who was stroking himself in preparation castrated and decapitated. While his head fell off, the other 2 genins took their stances and one yelled, "You little twerp. You killed our friend. We are gonna beat you dead." And with that they charged. Naruto waited their charge out and ducked easily under the first's fist and rolled to the left, putting the first attacker between himself and the second while thrusting his sword forward much faster than a 7-year-old should and impaling the first attacker. As the first slumped down, the second was contemplating what kind of monster Naruto must be to move like that while being so young. Kurenai was shocked. She could not believe this young boy had come out of nowhere and managed to kill not one but two genins and has almost saved her from being raped by them. Her belongings and the package are still in her pouch, so she was just staring in awe at this dirty boy handling 3 genin like he is a junin and they are greenhorns. Naruto was getting tired and he knew it. Moving at speeds his body shouldn't be able to and using as much energy as he had on his malnourished body took a toll on him. He knew that he needed kamikaze to finish soon so he didn't pass out. The third genin was just trying to figure out how to beat this kid. He eventually decided that a long-range attack was best against a sword user, so backed up and started doing hand signs as fast as he could to activate his jutsu. Seeing this, kamikaze smirked after recognizing the jutsu and said to Naruto, "Would you like to try my most basic power, Naruto-sama? It would be most effective against the current jutsu being employed." "Sure," Naruto answered and closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy source kamikaze told him to activate. Kurenai's eyes widened as he watched the young boy's eyes close as the enemy finished his hand signs and put his hands up to his mouth. "Run!" she screamed. The third genin smirked as he fired his fireball straight at the young boy, sure that he could not dodge or block this jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball no Jutsu. Naruto concentrated solely on the energy source, barely heard the goddess call or the enemy's jutsu. He finally found it and pushed it into kamikaze. Kamikaze smirked, if such a thing was possible, and said, "Release the energy, Naruto-sama, and call out your attack." "Benny," Naruto said as the fireball bared down on him and the goddess stared in shock as Naruto's eyes snapped open and a red aura surrounded him. "Kaze." The genin's smirk faded as he watched the red aura gather around the raised blade of the boy, and with a single downward swing of the blade he sent a crescent of red energy through the fireball and straight at him. With his surprise he was too slow to move out of the way and was sliced clean in two. Kurenai, seeing the threat terminated, stared at the smiling boy holding his sword and had to ask herself, maybe there is hope for men after all. Still, where did he come from and where did he get such a powerful blade? She could feel herself giving out. The stress of almost being raped 3 times and the long run were taking a toll, and now that the adrenaline was leaving she could feel herself falling asleep. "Hey, are you alright, Megami-chan?" Kurenai blushed at the nickname given her by this young boy who saved her life and virtue. "Hey, you're a Konoha ninja, do you need help getting back?" Naruto asked. "My name is Kurenai Yuhi Shuunin. I am returning from a mission but I can feel myself going out. Please take me to the Hokage and don't forget my belongings," she said as she pointed towards her pack. Then she fell forward unconscious. The last thing she remembers is 6 whisker marks on the boy's cheeks and him managing to appear right next to her as she fell forward. Naruto saw Kurenai fall forward and rushed to grab her. He was tired but he would persevere for her sake. He laid her down and took the rags off his chest, which was still pretty tied together, and managed to cover her breasts and downstairs, as Naruto would say. He wondered how he was going to get to Konoha without hurting her. He could not just leave her here. So using his cunning mind again he lashed together some big branches with strips from the dead guy's clothes. He took all their weapons and scrolls and loaded them up with Kurenai and started to drag Kurenai on the sled to Konoha. Time skip, 3 hours, edge of Konoha. The Hokage had finally gotten out of that damn office. His only reprieve from there had been when he checked in on Naruto when he would be brought into the hospital, but he never had the time to stay until the boy woke. He got regular reports from ANBU watching him at the orphanage, but something had been fishy of late. Naruto was looking skinnier and unhealthy. He was considering getting Naruto an apartment to live by himself while he was enrolled within the Ninja Academy. The Hokage sighed. Ever since that damn law 4 years ago in which the Hokage had 3 times the paperwork, he has not been able to keep as close an eye on Naruto. Yes, the reports do say he has been doing okay, but that is only from reports, no actual interaction. He finally got that damn law revoked and he would be damned if he let Naruto be by himself any longer. He was walking around the edge of the forest to calm his nerves when he heard a rustling in the bushes. Hiding his kunai under his robe he waited while watching the bush. Waiting, out from the bush came a boy around Naruto's age with black hair and blue eyes. Wait a moment, yes, there they were, the whisker marks on his cheeks. "Naruto," the old man exclaimed. Then he took in the rest of what he carried, a sword slung across his back. A sled carrying a exhausted but otherwise unharmed Kurenai, packs from what appeared to be other shinobi, and rags covering his body. The Hokage's eyes narrowed seeing all of this together. "I believe we need to have a talk, Naruto." "Hyoji-san," Naruto said as he fainted weak from 3 hours of pulling a teenager and being underfed. This is only the beginning. Chapter 2: Explanations and Reparations. The Hokage rushed to stop Naruto's fall and managed to catch the black-haired boy before he hit the ground. The Hokage sighed. "What happened to you, my boy?" The Hokage decided he could question Naruto later and checked his and Kurenai's vital signs. Satisfied they were only unconscious, he gathered up little Naruto in his arms and made a whistle with his teeth. Immediately 4 ANBU appeared. These are the best of the best. The Hokage's personal guard that leaves him at no time and switch off with 4 others. Kneeling in front of the Hokage they await their orders. They answer to no one but the Hokage himself. "Take Miss Yuhi to the hospital for an exam and see to it she gets the rest she deserves." "Hi, Hokage-sama." 2 ANBU grabbed Kurenai and shunshin her to the hospital while the Hokage walks with Naruto to the Hokage Tower. Upon arrival he is swamped with aides and ninja asking what Naruto had done and claiming he had done something to the festival this night. The Hokage, having had enough of these ludicrous proceedings, spikes his killer intent will be key from now on and speaks. The next person to speak a lie about little Naruto tonight will be on the executioner's block tomorrow morning. Do I make myself clear? Bellowed the old man. The crowd dispersed faster than Naruto running for food. The Hokage sighs, he is doing that a lot more lately, and proceeds to his office where he can continue watching the fireworks celebrating the Yondaim's sacrifice and wait for Naruto to wake up. While he is waiting, he looks through the pouches he found on the sled. He sees the package that Kurenai had been sent to get. He had honestly thought that to be an easy mission and was hoping to get Kurenai some more missions to get her to Junin so he could have some genjutsu classes with her. Noticing the pouches seem a little heavy, he searches through them and comes to the conclusion it was 3 genins and that Kurenai had a sealing scroll for heads in hers. Quickly unsealing the head, he went about locating if the Iwa nin had been in the bingo book, the book for missing nins and their capture reward. Recording Kurenai down for the B rank nin and the C rank completed, he turned his attention to Naruto and the sword laying on his back. Looking closely, he noticed the sword was actually a ninjato. It was slightly curved but was double-bladed, sharp on both edges. The tsuba, or guard, was the weirdest the Sandaime had ever seen. The connection between blade and hilt seemed to be a whirlpool of sorts, but not of water but of wind. The cloth wrapped around the hilt ensured a firm and easy grip. Attempting to get a better look at the blade, the Sandaime attempted to pull the blade but had to remove his hand when the wind picked up and almost cut his hand off. Frowning slightly, the Sandaime sat back in his seat to contemplate this new development. Seeing Naruto's face in sleep made him soften, and he looked over Naruto. His hair looked blackened with dried mud, dirt, leaves and what appeared to be something else. His arms and legs sported numerous scars and scratches, no doubt from his trek within the woods. However, it was his chest area that made the Sandaime seethe and start to radiate ki. You could see Naruto's ribs, each were clear as day. The scars here were much worse than his arms, and his breath rattled within his lungs as if taking a breath caused him pain. The Sandaime wondered what else he had missed if his own ANBU had not ensured he get fed properly. Time skipped 3 hours. Naruto began to stir, and the first thing he noticed was that he was on a comfortable sofa. He froze, trying to figure out what house he was in this time. However, before he could do anything drastic, Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto-sama, you were picked up by the old man, remember? Hi, Naruto answered. Naruto cracked his eyes open and saw the old man silently smoking on his pipe. His eyes holding a smoldering fury Naruto had rarely seen in him, and he noticed the old man had not seen he was awake yet. Naruto sat up and put his biggest smile on and looked at the old man. He hadn't changed a bit in 4 years. Hello, Ji-san. The Sandaime chuckled, seeing nothing could keep the poor boy down, and favored him with a small smile. Hello, Naruto-kun. Ji-san, where is Kurenai-chan? Naruto questioned curiously. He was genuinely concerned for the young woman's life whom he had saved. Kurenai-chan, is it? The Hokage thought. I had her taken to the hospital once you have arrived. You have been out for 3 hours, Naruto. I need you to be serious and tell me what happened. Should I tell him that you can talk, Kamikaze? Naruto thought to the sword. Perhaps it would be best to keep me out of this conversation. Tell him you found a sword within the cave, but do not tell of your trials. No one else will be allowed in, so there is no harm done. Answered Kamikaze. Giving a mental nod, Naruto turned to the Sandaime and began his tale. 1 hour later. Then I saw Kurenai-chan collapse and I made the sled and dragged her all the way home. The Sandaime was gobsmacked. This boy took out 3 genin with this new sword, which only he seemed capable of wielding, but was obviously not a QB trick, for its power was bluish-white, not red, and wine, not fire. Not only that, he had been beaten today and shrugged off such severe wounds in hours. Yes, the Sandaime was speechless for about 5 minutes afterwards and decided he would have to talk to Kurenai to get her version. Well, Naruto, we should get you to the orphanage. Even though you were so late, they should still have your bed for you. Naruto cocked his head to the left a little bit with a confused expression on his face. Oh, Ji-san, I have not been to the orphanage for almost 4 of my birthdays now, stated Naruto with a serious expression. Once again, the Sandaime was speechless. Naruto had not been in the orphanage for 4 years. Where had all those orphanage reports come from then? The ANBU only really made reports when they found him beaten so badly they took him to the hospital, otherwise they ignored him. The Sandaime knew this, but figured with the matrons Naruto would be fine for first aid and a place to live. Naruto, where do you live right now? How do you get food? Dreading the answer. Oh, Ji-san, I have a nice corner of an alley about 3 blocks from the wall and a cardboard box that keeps the rain out. As for food, the restaurants and all groceries kicked me out, so I scrounge around the dumpsters when I get hungry, and on my birthdays I manage to get some barbecue from the big people's trash can. Naruto explained. A single tear fell from the Hokage's eye as he heard of the horrible life his adopted grandson had been living. He should have been in a loving, caring environment. Instead, the council and villagers, even some of his own shinobi, had ruined his childhood. Steel came to the Hokage's eyes as he contemplated what he would do in the coming days. His will of fire rekindled at the injustice of Naruto. He was going to ensure Naruto got what he deserved. The Hokage turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, is there anything you want? Naruto thought for a moment, and after conversing again with Kamikaze, he stated, some money for food and clothes and some training weights so I could train to be a ninja. A place to sleep would be nice too, Oji-san. The Hokage blinked, then blinked again, and his eyes softened. Very well, Naruto, I will have a new apartment set up for you. You will get a monthly stipend from me every first Tuesday of the month. Come see me and I will give you money. In a few days we will go buy you food and groceries for the new apartment. Until then I want you to stay with me while I take care of things. Okay. Naruto thought for 1 second, then nodded his agreement and spoke. One last thing, Oji-san. Anything else, Naruto? The Hokage asked. Yes, please do not tell Kurenai-chan who saved her. Inform her that it was a random swordsman who simply wanted to help. Naruto said. The Hokage's eyes widened at the request and at the thought-out excuse, and then narrowed. Why? The Hokage asked. Naruto responded. I see how the villagers and shinobi look at me. I know not why they hate me so, but a beautiful woman such as Kurenai does not need to have such hate thrown on her for simply trying to thank the one who saved her. I do not need her thanks and I do not want her pity. Please tell her this excuse for me so she may go on with her life and not have to be lumped with me. Another tear fell from the Hokage's eye yet again at the maturity shown by the blonde in the past few hours. Alright Naruto-kun, I agree, the Hokage sighed with a heavy heart. Let's get you to a hot spring to clean you up, then we can go to bed now. It took 2 hours of scrubbing to get Naruto's hair back to its golden blonde color, and Naruto managed to clean his wounds. After crawling into the first bed in 4 years, Naruto fell into the most peaceful rest of his entire life. Safe under the Sandaim's watchful eye. Time skip next morning. Kurenai woke within the hospital. What happened? I feel horrible. As she began reviewing her memories, she recalled the horrible mission and became depressed for allowing her comrade's death, but then came upon the awkward young boy who had saved her. What was that weird weapon he carried with him? That strong ferocious aura that exuded from him as he was enraged from those bastards' actions. She wondered where he went. He was an interesting person and he obviously got her home. Finally, she shot up wondering where he might be. Seeing her heart rate increase and all the beeping on the machines went crazy, Kurenai managed to calm herself down so as not to have doctors rushing to her. She relaxed as a nurse came in and decided to get some information. What time is it and when did I get here? Questioned Kurenai. The nurse softened her gaze upon Kurenai's questions and answered, You were brought here late last night. You must have been quite exhausted to have slept through the night and well into the morning. It is my understanding that you ninja are up early and sleeping till almost 10 in the morning is a little late for you. Kurenai was a little shocked at how long she slept, but guessed after everything that had happened in the past few days she was a little more exhausted than she thought. After coming to this realization, she questioned, Who brought me here and when can I be released? I must make a report to Hokage-sama. The nurse expressed some surprise at the first question and answered, You were brought here by the Hokage's personal guard ANBU and you should be able to check out around lunchtime once the doctors have cleared you. You weren't really hurt, just a few scratches and some chakra depletion. Satisfied with the answer, Kurenai laid back to wait for the doctors to release her. 2 hours later. Kurenai was on her way to the Hokage Tower to deliver her report and inquire as to where her savior had run off to. She felt a need to at the very least thank him and find out his name. After a short time of talking to the secretary, she presented herself before her commander and saluted him. Noticing the room surrounding her, she noticed the 4 pictures of the previous and current Hokages as well as the sofa with accompanying table for drinks or leisure. The big wooden desk with its back to the most impressive view of the village besides the top of the Hokage monument. The Hokage watched as Kurenai went through the motions of greeting him as according to their stations. He was curious what her story would reveal. Hello Kurenai, how are you feeling after such a rough night? Kurenai answered, I am fine Hokage-sama. Thank you for your concern. Should I start my report now? With a simple wave of his hand, the Hokage motioned for her to continue. About 40 minutes later, then I introduced myself to the young man and asked him to please get me to you and that I was going to pass out. Now here I am. Do you by any chance know where the young boy is so I can thank him for his efforts? The Hokage's eyes flashed sorrowfully before responding. He was a wandering swordsman who left town this morning saying that he expected no thanks for saving such a woman as you. Saying that rapists are the lowest of the low and that the only worst beings are child beaters. Kurenai was stunned and it showed on her face for a full 5 seconds before she regained her sense and stopped her thoughts. She was sure the boy would want something in return, but he just helped out of what appeared to be the kindness of his heart. He then left before even seeing if she would do anything. She felt a pang of sadness at not being able to thank the boy. Then she started to think about him and became suspicious. There couldn't be that many swordsmen with whisker marks on their cheeks, and she resolved to find this boy and find out more about him. The Hokage, sensing the direction of Kurenai's thoughts, said, He asked that you not seek him out to thank him and simply to move on with your life and try to forget such a traumatic experience. He did check on you before he left the village and wished you well in your life. Kurenai hid her shock this time well, but still had steel in her red eyes as she replied, Very well Hokage-sama, thank you for relaying his message. The Hokage nodded as he continued on his work. Kurenai, the missing nin you brought in was a B-rank nin and you will be compensated for the mission as well as the nin because your swordsman brought the package along with you. Kurenai responded. Thank you Hokage-sama, if that is it, I must be going. I have a prior engagement that I hope I can still make. With a final wave of his hand and a dismissed, Kurenai left the Hokage's office. Was that good enough? Sarutobi asked. Hi Oji-san, she will not recognize me when we go get my new clothes and with my hair clean. Arigato, Naruto answered as he moved out from the secret room he had been hiding in when they were informed of Kurenai's approach. I have one more appointment before we can go get your new outfit and apartment. Would you like to stay or would you like to go back in the room? Questioned Sarutobi. I am going to sit on the sofa. Naruto answered and sat on the sofa swinging his little feet with his sword on his back, acting as the 7-year-old he really is. The Hokage smiled briefly before asking the secretary to bring in his last appointment of the day. In walked a teenager about Kurenai's age. She was just as beautiful as Kurenai and was hailed as the leader of the resistance within Kirigakure to fight the bloodline wars. She had red hair down to her knees in the back and a bang that covered her left eye, leaving on the right to actually be seen. Her dress fell around her in folds, leaving little to the imagination yet seemingly at the same time hiding much more. Her green eyes sparkled with a sharp intellect. She greeted the Hokage, "Hello Hokage-sama, and thank you for seeing me," she said with a smile. She noticed Naruto and went a little starry-eyed over his cuteness, but remembered her purpose here and returned her attention to the leader of this village. "Hokage-sama, I am here on a diplomatic mission to request aid for our forces in combating the bloodline wars that have started up within Kiri so that we may keep the bloodlines safe." As Mai Terumi, as Naruto found out by listening in, was speaking with the old man pleading her case, he took the time to note her posture and the aura surrounding her. He noticed she had the same posture as many of the masked people who would occasionally help him when he was hurt. He assumed she was powerful, and going by the smell of burnt rock and moisture surrounding her, she was deadly. He had always been able to smell things pretty well and had written it off as a regular thing considering he had no one else to compare himself to. The Hokage sighed and responded to the latest of Mei's points. "I am sorry, but we cannot afford to help you with your war at the current time. Please accept my dearest apologies and I hope all goes well with you." Mei was downcast but became angry and said, "For a village that flaunts its bloodlines, you don't want to help others with their problems, I see," and proceeded to walk out of the office. However, something blocked her path. Naruto, sensing her anger and her intention of leaving, stood in the doorway and spoke to her when she almost knocked him over. "I hope you live, Mei-chan. You are a strong and deadly woman. Please take my hope that you will win such an awful thing within your home and come out safe and sound. Please do not be mad at Oji-san, he is just keeping his home safe just as you are doing." Naruto smiled up at her. Mei's eyes softened and she spoke, "Don't worry, I am just frustrated." "What is your name, little one?" "Naruto, Mei-chan, that is my name." Mei chuckled at her newfound suffix and said, "Well, Naruto-kun, live long and I hope to see you again as well." With that, Mei left the village. The Hokage smiled, seeing Naruto's unnatural skill to bring even the worst of enemies together at work. "Come on Naruto-kun, let us get you some new clothes and find out how much money is owed to you." The Hokage's eyes grew steel when he mentioned money. He had sent money every month to the orphanage for Naruto and had been doing so automatically for the past 4 years. It was time to learn where Naruto's inheritance money had been spent. Sarutobi grabbed the deed for the apartment complex he bought specifically for Naruto and motioned for the little boy to follow him. The Hokage took Naruto to a shinobi-only store to meet an old friend of his that he was sure would not discriminate against him for the burden Naruto carried. As they walked, they entered a shinobi-only district, which coincidentally is where Naruto's new apartment was located, so the Sandaime could have a closer eye on Naruto. While they were walking, the Hokage decided to question Naruto. "Naruto, have you considered what you want to do in life?" Naruto pondered for a few seconds and answered, "I want to become a shinobi, Oji-san. One so powerful I can protect all my precious ones and all the ones precious to them as well." The Hokage's eyes softened and he replied, "Then I shall have to send you to the academy, Naruto. It is not easy and you will be a year younger than the other applicants. We will be extending the curriculum a full year once this year starts as well, so you will not graduate until you are 12, Naruto. It is a hard life filled with misery and death. Do you still want to attend?" It hurt to be so brutally honest, but the Hokage had to be sure Naruto wanted this, because even though he could do many things should the council wish it, Naruto attending the academy could prove to be hard to negotiate. The council has gained too much power as of recently, and it would take years for the Sandaime to revoke some laws and get the Hokage's power back in the correct hands. Naruto responded without hesitation, "I will become the most powerful shinobi to protect the people I consider precious." "Then let us get you what you will need for school. It will start in a few months and you need some supplies to go." The Hokage replied. They arrived at the store and Naruto was not impressed. It looked like a shack. The Hokage chuckled at Naruto's look. "All is not as it seems," but before he could say anything Naruto's eyes narrowed. Naruto spoke up, "Oji-san, is there a genjutsu somewhere near here?" The Hokage's eyes widened and he decided he would have to have Naruto's sense tested to see if he was developing extra sense for some reason. "Hi Naruto-kun. The store is under a genjutsu so that only ANBU operatives may enter. It is a rule only those who can break the genjutsu may shop here, but I am going to allow you to shop here because you managed to detect the genjutsu at such a young age." Naruto was ecstatic to be able to shop where the elite of the Hokage could and ran to the door before walking inside along with the Sandaime. Once inside, Naruto was stunned at the cleanliness of the store and how modern it looked compared to the outside. He saw row upon row of kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, explosive tags, and even different swords to be used. He finally came full circle to see the counter and the older man residing behind it looking at Naruto with a critical eye. Naruto flinched back seeing this and after gathering his courage glared back at the man as if daring him to try something. The older man suddenly laughed and spoke up, "So, Naruto Uzumaki finally decides to grace my humble abode. Nice to meet ya, young man. My name is Karasu. I was wondering when you would get around to scoping my shop out for some pranks on our favorite ANBU." Naruto beamed at the praise given by Karasu and was glad to have someone who did not outright glare at him for some reason unknown to him. Well, I had to work my way up. Wouldn't want me getting caught now, would I? Karasu chuckled at Naruto and said, "You my boy are going to be great, I can see it. Especially with the sandime behind ya. Pick up whatever clothes you need. I will get your academy package ready as I can guess you are attending the academy and we will work out what will need to be paid for. One last thing though, what are you doing with such a blade?" Naruto responded with complete awe and respect, "Well Karasu Ni-san, I found this blade named Kamikaze in a cave not far from town. He is very helpful. I like this one. Naruto-sama, please return here and converse with him some more, perhaps he can help with your training." Kamikaze spoke. "Hi Kamikaze." Karasu smirked and said, "Off with you now and pick out some true shinobi clothing. I have your weapons ready with your return and some new books." Naruto walked off within the store and browsed around. After a little time figuring out what he wanted, he finally picked out some basic ANBU style clothing to last his training and figured he would buy another set of clothes when he graduated. So garbed in regular ANBU issue clothing, he emerged from the clothing room no longer in rags. With his hair hanging longer than normal making its way down his back. He made his way back to the counter after throwing away the rags. When he stood before the counter, the Hokage and Karasu both were very pleased with his choices and Karasu spoke up, "Very good. Most your age would go for flashy colors but you chose practical stuff. Here's your academy set, but I have real kunai and shuriken that will be ready to use when you reach the appropriate skill level. The books are standard academy issue with some notes scribbled on the side by real shinobi. I keep very few books here but the ones I do are more educational than anywhere but the Hokage vault. Now for payment, let me see." Naruto waited with bated breath while Karasu started ringing things up with his register. "Tell me boy, where will you go to shop after you have finished here for your shinobi needs even while in the academy?" Naruto was a little taken aback but replied, "I would like to shop here Karasu Ni-san, if you don't mind, that is." Karasu pondered for a moment and said, "Then think of this as an investment. Should you shop here for the rest of your life, I will give you all this equipment and will only sell you the best equipment from now on. What say you Naruto?" Naruto responded with tears in his eyes. "Hi Karasu Ni-san, could I get some more sets of these clothes?" Naruto asked. "Of course Ototo." Naruto's eyes widened before hugging the older man and being sent on his way. The Sandime knew he had picked the right place to bring Naruto and knew that Karasu would keep an eye on him. Should his ANBU fail, the Sandime decided to show Naruto his apartment and let him get settled while he would go track down the orphanage to gather his money. So while he led Naruto to his apartment, he was taken by surprise when he noticed Naruto now wore a mask similar to Kakashi Hitaki. Now the Sandime was known as the Professor, for a reason, and instantly deduced that this was to serve two purposes. One, keep the villagers from recognizing him so fast without his whisker marks Naruto stood out far less. Two, keep Kurenai from learning his identity and being persecuted. He smiled at Naruto's ingenuity and came upon his apartment. "Here we are Naruto. This apartment is yours. Here is your key and don't lose it, okay?" Naruto's eyes widened as he took in the spacious living room that he now owned. It contained a built-in sofa depression area, one with a flat-screen TV and a fireplace for cold nights. A king's chair too, as well. Across from the entrance another doorway led to a small kitchen with a stove, oven, microwave and refrigerator. The pantry and fridge were stacked with healthy foods for Naruto to recover on. On the opposite wall of the TV a small hallway led to two bedrooms, one slightly larger than the other with adjoining bathroom and a hallway bathroom for guests. Naruto's eyes watered yet again as he took the sight in and hugged his Oji-san before he tested the rug within the bedrooms and sofa depression. "Naruto, I need to take a short trip and when I get back we can go get dinner, okay?" Sarutobi said. "Hi Oji-san," Naruto yelled as he enjoyed bouncing on his new queen-sized bed that was like a lake for Naruto's little body. "Naruto-sama, I suggest we take another bath to finish the process from yesterday and get ready for dinner. We will have to check that book you took for training." Naruto remembered that he took a book of seals written by his hero, the Yondaime, to help him while hiding as Oji-san talked to Kurenai. Naruto smirked, "Hi Kamikaze." The Hokage shunshin to the road leading to the orphanage that Naruto stayed at previously. He could feel his anger increasing in waves but he held it down so as to get what Naruto was owed. He walked into the orphanage and asked to speak to all the matrons since the little ones are eating dinner. All of the senior staff, the younger staff were hired after Naruto was kicked out, were assembled. The Hokage spoke, "Where is Naruto Uzumaki? I did not see him with the other children." The matrons paled. They had been told the Hokage would not have time to see Naruto until he was 8 and could be thrown out of the orphanage for being too old as he would be attending a school and not the orphanage's problem anymore, but now here the Hokage was a year early and none of them knew where the boy of 4 years missing had gone. "Hokage-sama, that boy is sleeping upstairs. He needs his rest after all. He is tired from his long day." The Hokage could feel the ire rising and said, "Then one of you take me to him. I have an important matter to discuss with him." Trying to stop a disaster, the eldest of them there said, "Hokage-sama, could it not wait for a few days so that the boy could sleep? Surely it is not so important as to awaken the boy." The Hokage finally had enough. "Why can I not see Naruto? Is it that you do not know where he is?" The matrons flinched. The Hokage spoke in a calm, deadly voice, "No, you know not where he is because none of you have seen him in 4 years, have you not? For 4 years you have neglected to tell me you have lost the boy I had placed in your care. 4 years you took his money without giving it to him and have used it to buy others things he would need to survive. You will find all of his money and return it to me by the end of the day. I do not care if you must sell your personal belongings or your bodies to accomplish this task, it will be done, or I will have you executed in the village square for child abuse. You owe me a total of 15,000 root 3. You will have it by the time I return, or you will suffer the consequences. Do I make myself clear? The matrons shivered at the key being exuded and simply nodded before rushing off to their bank accounts to scrounge up the money they had been stealing for 4 years. The Hokage shunshin to Naruto's apartment and, finding him cleaned up, took him to eat at the Akamaki restaurant Naruto had told him he treated himself to on his birthdays. Naruto ate as ravenously as he did the night before and was content. Returning Naruto to his home after having walked around the village for a few hours, he shunshin to the orphanage for his final act of the night. The matrons were waiting for him with the money in an envelope. He checked the money and said, "Very well, you will keep your lives." The collection let out a sigh and smiled, thinking that was the extent of their punishment. However, you are all fired and will be sentenced to life in prison for no less than 15 years. Snapping his fingers, the matrons were all escorted away with looks of shock on their faces by Anbu. Sarutobi found the newer matrons and informed them of their promotions and shunshin to the bank to deposit the money in the account for Naruto. Having finished his reparations, the Hokage finally made his way to his bed and fell asleep. Across town, Kurenai was sitting in a bar with her fellow friends. Yuga Uzuki, a Chuunin Anbu with a heavy fascination for the sword arts or kenjutsu, and Anko Matarashi, a Chuunin, who was the ex-apprentice to the snake Sanin Orochimaru, hated for being associated with him and supposedly being a spy despite the way he left her. Kurenai had related the tale of her mission and was gauging her friends' reactions. Yuga was looking starry-eyed at the thought of such an attack that could cut through jutsu, and Anko was thinking of the boy who saved her. "So, what are you gonna do, Nai-chan?" Anko asked. Kurenai sighed and responded, "I want to find this boy. He is obviously very skilled and a good person. I would like to ask you guys to keep your eyes and ears peeled for such a person while on your missions, and I will do the same." Yuga immediately answered, "Didn't he ask you not to look for him?" Kurenai answered, "I don't want to apologize to him, I just want to find out if he really helped only out of the goodness of his heart." Yuga said, "Well, count me in, I want to find out what attack he used." "It sounds amazing." Anko replied, "Me too, I want to see what kind of person would do such a thing." Kurenai sighed and said, "Thank you guys. I am getting tired of all these perverts going after us just for looks. We will find this guy, and who knows, maybe he will stay here in Konoha if he turns out to be good." Unfortunately, none of the women would hear anything about this mystery boy for almost 6 years. Back to Naruto. "So what do you think, Kamikaze? That will be most beneficial to the style I will be teaching you. You will have to work on your handwriting, but if you can apply the seal, it will make you exponentially more powerful without hindering your growth." Naruto smirked, looking at the seal the Yondaime used to train his body to handle the Hiraishin technique, and could feel himself getting stronger already. Naruto was ready for training. Chapter 3: Training and Academy Times. Time skip 5 years. Naruto cracked his eyes open and beheld his apartment. 5 years it had been since he acquired Kamikaze, and he began his training under the Sword Master. "Good morning, Kamikaze." "Good morning, Naruto-sama. How are you feeling after last night?" Kamikaze replied. Last night he had stepped up his training to figure out why he could not do that blasted Bunshin no Jutsu. Kamikaze had said that it was because he held too much chakra and could not fine-tune it enough yet to make the clones. It was like putting your finger in front of a fire hose. "I am fine, thank you, Kamikaze." Naruto responded as he reviewed his training exercises. He knew the leaf floating, tree climbing, and water walking exercises and could do them all while combing the leaf floating with the other two, but just could not seem to control his vast chakra reserves enough. Deciding to ponder it later, Naruto got up, stretched and made his way to the kitchen to eat breakfast before going out in the dark, since it was only 5 o'clock, and running his usual laps around Konoha before the populace gets up and sneers at him. He had used the same morning routine after getting settled within his new apartment. He would wake up each morning around 5 o'clock, do physical training, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and stretching while winding down. He had learned the exercises from Kurisu. Kamikaze had been right. Kurisu was a retired S-rank ANBU. He was feared in many small countries but kept a low profile so as not to attract attention. Kurisu gave him the control exercises, stating that, with your chakra reserves, you were going to need them. Naruto was a little surprised but accepted Kurisu's help yet again. He had bought all his clothes and supplies from Kurisu and was surprised when the ANBU just accepted that he was a fixture there. When one customer sneered at him, Kurisu threw him out and told him to inform the rest of the ANBU to stay away if they cannot act civil. Needless to say, because Kurisu's store was the best, rivaled only by the Higarashis, none of the ANBU complained, and some actually came to like the blonde when he wasn't pranking. After training himself into the ground for about 5 hours, he would sit down and review some of the chakra theories and history taught in the academy until lunchtime around noon. He would eat lunch made by himself, after learning how to cook again from Kurisu, although Kurisu's foods would always be spicy. He would train with Kamikaze in the wind style. The style was not so much a style as it was a way of moving. Being one with the wind was the theme of the style. A few set stances, but it was a style meant to be flowing and erratic. You would react to your enemy's moves and expound upon the basic stances. It required a heavily agile body, unmatched reflexes and speed. Power was not necessary, but the training Naruto went through increased his strength to a respectable level for his age. Naruto's creative mind would, as Kamikaze put it, within battle cause a strategist to cream his pants with one glimpse of his thoughts. After training with Kamikaze, he would wind down with a look through the book of seals he had borrowed from the Hokage, whom had not seemed to notice the book was gone. The most ingenious seal that Naruto thought had ever been created, the resistance seal. The resistance seal, when applied correctly, would make it seem as if walking through air was as if walking through water. It would apply resistance opposite from the way you were moving to build up muscles and reflexes, making it the perfect seal to use for Naruto's styles. Naruto made sure not to overmake muscles so that he could remain agile and fast, not being weighed down by bulky muscles. The seal seemed to almost know this, and Naruto's body was streamlined like a runner. Not bulky but hard muscles lying underneath the skin. Recently he had realized he was probably the fastest person within the village when he removed the levels of his resistance seal. This seal surpassed the gravity seal because it did not weigh down on the body, thus it did not prevent growth, which Naruto had already been lacking. Naruto now stood at a proud 4 feet 10 inches, one of the tallest of his age group. Even within his current class he was taller than almost everyone else. In his class few had what it took to be ninja, and even of those only 3 stood out as actually making it. Tenten Higurashi, one of the only non-fangirls within the academy. She could hit a moving target from across the training field. It was easy to see she would become a weapons mistress. Naruto took an interest in her for her love of sharp pointy things, but she had never seen his sword. He was not allowed to bring it to school. Rock Lee, although being dead last, definitely had the guts and determination to be the Taijutsu specialist he was training to become. Just looking at his hands proved his dedication. Finally, Rookie of the Year, or as Naruto called it, stick up my ass, Neji Hyuga, acclaimed prodigy that was able to master the Juuken, the Hyuga's fighting style. Naruto had stumbled across the modified caged bird seal that the Yondaime had been trying to make, and after gathering some materials started to expand upon it. Once he became a genin, he was rather sure it would only take a few months to make a seal that would allow that rift to be bridged. Naruto made his way to school for the genin test that he was to take today. It was finally the day he would be able to make genin and get further training in the ninja arts. Karasu had given him some low-level jutsus to learn, but nothing with kick enough to do anything besides causing some minor discomfort to other shinobi. He had mastered many of the wind jutsus fast, just as Kamikaze said he would, and could not seem to get really anything above AD rank fire jutsu. Fire seemed to be out of his grasp, though wind and surprisingly lightning seemed rather fond of him. Unfortunately for him, both of those types of jutsus were in short supply in the land of fire, and he wound up with only 3 C rank jutsus and nothing above it. Although 2 of the jutsu could be upgraded to AB rank if he pumped more chakra into them, though he wasted a lot of chakra doing so. Naruto arrived at the academy and took his normal seat as the rest of his class filed in. He ignored the opening speech from the teacher and took his test when it was handed to him. He scoffed at the questions they were asking. Honestly, could anyone really fail this test? Turning his test over and closing his eyes, he took a nap while waiting the 45 minutes for the test to end. After that he went to the target practice and waited in line to be called up. He reached for his kunai and shuriken and flung them all one by one towards the targets, hitting the targets each time. Next he went to the Taijutsu sparring mats and stood in front of a Chuunin that scowled at him. Naruto smirked in his head, if only I could show my actual Taijutsu. Yes, Naruto had come up with a bastardized version of the hummingbird style used by the Yondaime in conjunction with the Hiraishin. The book he stole seemed almost like a journal of Yondaimes. It had clues to the actual katas but not a comprehensible amount of data, so Naruto used what he could. His mind came up with a style based upon it, and it was as deadly as the hummingbird style if he did say so himself. Although every time he would try to use it in his spars, the teachers would beat him and tell him that he was using the wrong style and make him use the academy style. So he gave up trying to use his own style and decided to hide it along with some of his other abilities. After all, deception is a ninja's best weapon, right? After losing to the Chuunin, who had not been holding back, he made his way to the ninjutsu portion of the test. Hoping that he would not have to do the clone jutsu, he walked in and saw a Chuunin with a large scar across his face. He recalled this was Iruka-sensei. He was a nice person who only disliked Naruto when he pranked, and not that seemingly blind hatred the rest of the village held. Okay Naruto, I need you to do the Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin no jutsus. Crap, so much for not having to do the clone. Or well, might as well give it a shot. Naruto had been able to do the clone jutsu once every 100 times or so and not come out with a totally dead clone, but one that could pass for a few seconds. He just had to hope he could pull it off this time. He did a seerless replacement and finished the henge beautifully. He concentrated his chakra and put as little as possible into it, and with a muttered Bunshin no jutsu, the smoke revealed 2 dead-looking clones. Naruto hung his head and walked out of the door. I am sorry Naruto, but there is always next year, Iruka said as he left. Naruto left the academy seeing no reason now that he had failed and had to wait another year to try the test. He headed to the Hokage monument to think he was always calmest there. Naruto-sama, you mustn't let this get you down. There are other types of Bunshin, are there not? Kamikaze questioned once he had arrived in his usual spot on the Yondaime's head. Hi Kamikaze, but I cannot gain access to the jutsu library because of the librarians. Ji-san said he could not help because he cannot show favoritism, and Karasu has helped so much I do not want to rely on him. Naruto thought back. How about those ANBU who always chase you after a prank? Wouldn't they know the techniques? Questioned Kamikaze, pulling Naruto out of his depression. Ah, the pranks, he had kept doing them to test his stealth and speed. He could honestly say he was nigh undetectable when he wanted to be. Only 4 ANBU seemed capable of catching him. One was a dolphin mask that he could swear seemed familiar. He still couldn't figure out how they did it. Indeed, they would know the techniques. In fact, they would know the strongest of them. Kamikaze, my dear sword, what do you say we plan 2 more pranks? One for the ANBU and one for my graduation in a year. Naruto chuckled evilly as he gained that mysterious glint in his eye that made everyone in the village shiver from the wrath of the prankster king. Naruto had already infiltrated the ANBU headquarters when he was younger just to see if he could do it. He had played pranks on everyone in the village to point out weak spots in the village's defense. He had a folder for the Hokage to use as leverage should he ever need it to keep himself safe and be viewed as worthy to the village. When he makes genin, he plans on giving it to the old man to improve the village. He came up with this plan about a year ago after he had infiltrated the Hyugas and one of them threatened him afterwards, but they couldn't prove it was him. He decided to be cautious after all, he had not gotten this far being careless. Right now he needed to survive the village itself. After planning and acquiring his supplies, Naruto stole from the stores for what he needed. It helped his stealth and he could not eat if he did not. However, he would only steal from the stores that threw him out. The ones that even overcharged him he would leave alone in respect for them. With this policy he had plenty of money for his shinobi equipment. He had already replaced his original outfit many times when he hit his growth spurt. Even with this spending, Naruto had about 12,000 Ru saved up from what he originally got in his monthly stipend. He was also in the process of making an anti-rape seal. After hearing Kurenai's account, he had immediately decided if he could he would stop rape. He was curious on why his henges were real. He had wondered about it, but once he realized that, he found this would be the best way to save kunoichi from their fate worse than death. He had 2 problems with it currently: where to get the chakra for the technique for and how to make his process into the seal. He almost had the seal done, but the chakra was proving a hard thing to find. He figured once he could figure this out he could market it and gain money in an honest and very good way. Naruto snuck along the rooftops in his prankster outfit. He wore his usual ANBU attire, but he had a few additions and a better mask. The mask covered most of his face and changed his hair back to the black color. He carried his kunai and shuriken, blunted just to make the chasers, if there were any, try to dodge, and if they failed it did nothing more than bruise. Naruto never threw it at a person's face, so the only danger was a male. He never had to use these unless those 4 ANBU found him. He also carried Kamikaze with him strapped across his back, with his left hand being the one to pull the blade because he added another sensor on top of Naruto's already enhanced sensors. He had been tested by the Hokage for enhanced sensors and had found out he owned sensors rivaling the nin dogs of the Inazukas. That's better than the Inazukas themselves. He was about a block from the ANBU headquarters when Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto-sama, there is a team returning to your left. Naruto nodded, having sensed them almost the moment Kamikaze spoke up. He hid in the shadows and watched as they entered the compound. Naruto had stumbled across this place a year ago and had located the 2 guards always posted there rather easily. One guard was across the street drinking from a bottle of whiskey that was expired about 10 years ago. The other was always sitting in the all-night cafe eating the same dango and reading the book that went out of style about 3 years ago. Naruto snuck past the guard's watchful eyes and reached the roof of the compound. Naruto had managed to steal some basic blueprints from the records office while he had been visiting the old man. So he knew the library with the jutsu was located somewhere near the baths, oddly enough. The exhaust system to keep the scrolls fresh and the baths were connected. Naruto found the vent leading into the compound and slid himself into the tight space. He had hanged himself smaller than normal so he would not make that much noise. It was risky to use even this little amount, but he would make way too much noise if he was his usual size. He managed to crawl all the way to the hallway leading to the library. He avoided a few traps but did not want to risk going in through the ducts to the library for fear of advanced traps he might not be ready for. So after checking that the coast was clear, he dropped down and released his henge to stop his chakra output. He made his way to the library and opened the door. Wow, not much security, eh? What Naruto didn't know was that the ANBU were getting a new commander tonight and most were at the naming of said commander. He quickly located the Bunshin section of the jutsu. Ah, here we are. Naruto looked at the collection and wondered why he hadn't thought of this earlier. Quickly grabbing the last scroll titled Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he copied it down with a jutsu he had learned from Karasu. Karasu did this for any popular scroll. It copied the scroll from your original to the blank scroll. Rolling the scroll back up, Naruto decided to take a few seconds to check the lightning section and the wind section if he could. He found a few B-rank lightning and 2 B-rank wind. Deciding he had overstayed his rather generous welcome, he snuck back to the hallway and made his way to the changing rooms. He put sneezing powder in all of the masks there, first the males then the females, and turned to leave when the door opened to the shower. He rolled into the changing room as Naruto turned around to face the person who had caught him. His breath caught in his throat as he beheld the beauty standing in front of him. She had purple hair down to her mid-back, her D-cup breast sticking out from the cold compared to her shower. Her chest and groin were covered by a single towel, her thighs and legs well toned as all ANBU were. Stopping his ogling, he finally looked into the woman's eyes and noticing her amber eyes narrowing in anger decided to beat a hasty retreat. He quickly said, "Kai," and disappeared in a flash. Gamen na Murasaki Heim. Purple princess. He hit her in the back of the neck with the butt of his sword and knocked her out. As she fell, the towel she had been holding fell loose and Naruto was treated to her, flashing him. Quickly bashing down his forming inner pervert, he covered the beauty again and hanged himself back into his smaller form and re-entered the air ducts. He climbed his way out and headed home for a good night's rest. Time skip. Next morning. Yugao woke up with a headache. She quickly put her guard up when she then realized she was in the ANBU infirmary. She started to wonder why she was here before she realized what had happened. She shot up and checked for her clothes. She noticed she was garbed in the regular infirmary gown and looked around for her clothes. Noticing them on the chair next to her bed, she put them on and walked off to find her captain to report the disturbance. As much as she wanted to keep the embarrassment hidden, if an unknown managed to infiltrate the headquarters, it needed to be known. Finding her captain and quickly explaining the situation, she was taken to the commander's office. Standing in front of the commander, she was confused as to why she would be taken to the commander for this. Sure, it was important, but something else must have gone down for her to be involved. "So Miss Uzuki, you had a run-in with the unknown assailant last night within the ANBU changing rooms and were knocked out almost as soon as you noticed he was there." Hi. The assailant had black hair, blue eyes, was about 13 to 15 years of age. Carried a shuriken and kunai pouch on his left leg and had a sword resting along his back. Yugao answered swiftly and respectfully. "Interesting. I assume he is the one for all the ruckus this morning." "He a worthy prank if I do say so myself," the commander mused. "Prank, sir?" Yugao asked. "Yes, prank. You see, after my inauguration last night, every ANBU who put their masks back on immediately started a sneezing fit that would not let up for several hours. It seems this assailant only knocked you out because you caught him in the act, so to speak." The commander replied. "You were dismissed, but if you ever catch this young man, please give him my thanks for brightening up the ANBU's days. It has been many a year since I have had such a good laugh." Yugao saluted and left the room, getting her cleaned mask back, and was wondering how she could catch such a worthy person. That sword was no toy, it was radiating power, and he radiated skill that should not be found in one so young. She was excited in finding this guy. Now that she thought about it, that sword seemed familiar for some reason. After pondering it for a bit as she walked back to her apartment, she came across the hilt of the blade. Wait a minute, black hair, a sword with a swirl on the hilt. This was Kurenai's swordsman, but why would he be pranking the ANBU? He was supposed to be a wandering swordsman. Putting that out of her mind, now that she thought about it, his eyes did flash red when he disappeared. She was sure this was that boy. Now she had to tell Kurenai that he lived here now and that he had gotten better. She was to meet Kurenai and Anko tonight anyways. Perhaps she could spar with him. Time skipped that night. Kurenai was in good spirits. She was due to take the Junin exams in 2 months and her genjutsu had never been better. She kept finding these random notes that would give her good ideas to come up with good genjutsus. She was now ranked a high B ranked ninja. Her body had filled out and she could tell she still had some more growing to do. Her breasts were C-cup bordering D-cup. She had grown taller, but only really in the legs, so her breasts seemed a bit bigger than they actually were. She was still the ice queen of Konoha. Only one person had she found decent enough to date, and that had been Asuma Sarutobi. She was still seeing him on and off, but she could not see doing anything past being friends at this point. She walked into the bar she and her friends always met at. She was looking forward to seeing Yugao. She had been so busy with ANBU lately they had rarely any time to hang out. Anko was still her exuberant self and had managed to get into the TNI division of the ANBU. She was a Tokubutsu Junin 1. She had taken to wearing a mesh shirt with a tan overcoat that did little to hide her body. She flaunted it to say, "Fuck you," to all the villagers that scorned her. Kurenai was sad for her friend, but Anko would never want pity. So she was the best friend Anko could want. She was hoping to become a Junin sensei for Hinata Hugasake. She had met her when she was still a Chunin and knew she had confidence issues. She also wished to impart her knowledge onto the younger generation to get some genjutsu into their heads. If she passed the Junin exams in 2 months, she was going to request a team. Turning her attention back to the present, she noticed her 2 friends waiting in the same booth they always had and made her way over. "Good evening, Yugao-chan." "Anko-chan." "Good evening, Nai-chan." Anko responded as exuberant as ever. "Good evening, Kurenai," Yugao said with a smile. They were all wearing civis, drawing the attention of almost every male within the bar. Kurenai sat down and ordered her food along with Yugao and Anko. All ordered sake. Kurenai got some yakitori, Yugao some tempura, and Anko some dango. After their food had been delivered, they sipped their sake, making some small talk until Yugao spoke up. "I believe I have something that might interest you, Kurenai." Kurenai's eyebrow rose as a signal to show she was interested, and Yugao complied. "Last night I was taking a shower after returning from my most recent mission. I finished my shower and walked into the changing room. The rest of the ANBU were welcoming our new commander." Pausing to take a sip of sake, she saw she had their full attention and continued, "I opened the door and I see a boy about 13 to 15 years of age snooping around within the changing rooms. At this their visages go to hatred. They do not like perverts, as all women have a normal radar against them. I observed him for a second before he turned around. He had a sword strapped to his back with a swirl for the tsuba. This had Kurenai's full attention. He had black hair that fell to his mid-back tied together to form a kind of mane. When he turned around I caught a flash of his eyes that were blue. Kurenai's eyes fell. Another dead end. She had looked for years. She no longer looked actively but still occasionally asked around. As did her friends. However, upon noticing me he said, "Kai," and his eyes flashed red before he disappeared and knocked me out. At this their eyes widened. The swordsman seemed to be back within Konoha. But what would he be doing within ANBU headquarters? Was he a pervert? Yugao saw their thought process and said, "I do not think he is a pervert." When I awoke this morning I heard of a prank that had been played upon all the ANBU operatives, that all of them had sneezing powder put within their masks. At this Kurenai's face turned to mirth and started to chuckle at Anko's face. She had been caught by the prank and swore whoever it was would pay. Yugao chuckled as well at her friend's face. "So Kurenai, it seems your swordsman is no longer wandering. If you manage to find him, I would like a match." He came across as one with skills far beyond his years. Kurenai nodded and the night continued. Kurenai went to bed that night thinking of the noble boy who had rescued her so many years ago. Time skip 2 weeks. Naruto had been trying to find some time to train in the last 2 weeks. He had always hidden his jutsu training from the old man. Deception. It hurt, but Naruto knew if something happened and he was alone he would need people to either underestimate him or not have the correct information. In the past 2 weeks the old man had been here almost daily, and if not him Karasu would stop by. He finally allayed their fears. He was depressed and assured them that he was going to graduate the next time. Finally, a day to myself. Now let's check out that Bunshin jutsu. You know they only do it because they care. Kamikaze said. So Naruto unsealed the Cage Bunshin and began reading the jutsu. Cage Bunshin. A-ranked Kinjutsu. This jutsu was deemed forbidden by the Nidaime Hokage for the extensive use of chakra it uses. This clone takes half of the original's chakra and makes a solid clone that can fight and recon in place of the original. However, the clone is very fragile, requiring very little actual force to dispel, unlike the water or earth clones. Everything learned within the life of the clone is transmitted back to the original and all remaining chakra is returned. Then it listed the single hand sign need for the jutsu. Naruto was stunned. This was the perfect jutsu for him. He had extra reserves according to Chris and Kamikaze. This would also help on his control. He could study at the library at the same time. Amazing, the possibilities were endless. He quickly got to work on using the jutsu. About 4 hours later, at about 5 in the afternoon. "I got it," Naruto shouted as he looked at his fully formed clone. "Congratulations Naruto-sama, now we can definitely pass next year," Kamikaze stated. Naruto gave a mental nod and decided to train until sundown. He was in the forests behind the Hokage monument. No one ever came near here. So with a cry of "Cage Bunshin no Jutsu," 150 Narutos appeared. "Okay, I want Group 1 of 50 working on tree climbing while combining the leaf floating exercise. Group 2 of 50 working on water walking while combining with the leaf floating. Group 3 of 20 working with cutting those leaves for wind chakra. Group 4 of 20 work on lighting these light bulbs I had. Group 5 of 10 take Kamikaze 5 using your left hand, 5 using your right, give me stances, thrusts and slashes upward and downward." Muscle memory worked with the clones also. Naruto summoned 5 more clones. "Henj into someone else and go red in the library. 1 take anatomy, we need to finish that seal. 1 find cookbooks. Another elemental theory. Another look up clan laws. Another read the most current laws to date." The 5 clones dispersed and Naruto began physical conditioning after upping his resistance seal to level 4. The Yondaime had been on level 8 when his body could handle the Haraishin. With Naruto's hyper recovery his body was fixing itself faster and thus his progress with the seal surpassed the Yondaime's. A few hours later Naruto had decided to head in for the night with all of these clones training. He told them to dispel, and unfortunately for him he had not specified to dispel themselves in groups and they all dispelled at once. Naruto was immediately knocked unconscious. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to a sewer. The water was only about ankle level. There were 3 types of pipes along the walls. One was glowing bluish white, this was the smallest. The largest was reddish orange. Finally, one that was slightly larger than the bluish white glowed a healthy crimson with streaks of gold. Confused as to where he was, he spoke out. "Hello, Naruto-sama. You are alright," Kamikaze responded. Naruto felt his back for his sword and felt him there as a comforting presence. "Where are we, Kamikaze?" Naruto asked. "We are in your mind, Naruto-sama. I occupy a space within your mind as the wind, free and flowing upon a meadow of grass stretching as far as the eye can see, but there is this corner of your mind that I dare not venture. There is an ancient entity that I cannot face without you," Kamikaze replied. Naruto was officially spooked already. If Kamikaze was unsure of himself, then this entity was powerful. "Well," Naruto said, "might as well find out what that seal on my stomach holds, Kamikaze." That's right, Naruto was almost a seal's master himself. He knew that the seal held something, but the only clue he had to go on was demon. He had his theories, but Naruto was never one to make wild guesses, so he kept it to himself and figured the old man would tell him when he thought he was ready. However, if he had made genin and not been told, Naruto might have demanded the answer. Naruto started his trek towards the ancient entity. As he continued he noticed a heavy air. It swirled around with a maliciousness Naruto had not ever felt. The key was getting insufferable, yet Naruto went on and finally came to a room with no ceiling inside and huge bars kept shut with what appeared to be a single piece of paper with the kanji for seal on it. So my container has finally decided to visit me after all these years. A malicious chuckle filled the air. Naruto asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Surely they have told you who you carry, worthless ninja." The voice bellowed, ki choking Naruto before he regained his senses. Without showing it, the Kyuubi was impressed. Not many could withstand its ki without debilitating consequences. "If I knew who you were, I would have called you your name. Do not insult me. It seems we are stuck together. Let us act civil for now until we can resolve whether we will be friends or not." Naruto responded. "Friends?" The Kyuubi scoffed. "Who would make friends with a demon?" Naruto flinched, memories from his childhood flashing before his eyes. "Peace, Naruto, I am here. I am your friend. A sentient sword and a powerful one at that. Very impressive ninja." "Very well, Naruto Uzumaki, my name is the Demon Lord of the Foxes, the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Naruto nodded, his suspicions confirmed before asking, "Is there a reason for attacking my village?" "Need a demon a reason to cause death and destruction?" The Kyuubi said, a grin hanging on its lips as it revealed itself in all its glory, its 9 tails swinging wildly with its reddish-orange fur. "No, but I can see through your mask. I wore one for most of my life before making my few friends. Please tell me the real reason," Naruto said, immediately knowing a fake answer from a lie told to prevent pain. The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed. "Very good, ninja, but you have not earned the right to know of the truth. But I would ask a boon of you if you will. Put your hand upon the cage. I wish to see the life my pampered container has lived." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Why would you think I led a pampered life?" The Kyuubi responded, "That was the last thing your yondaime, I believe it was, said before he sealed me. See him as the hero he is." Naruto's eyes widened before going to their usual apathetic state. "Very well, Kyuubi, but know this, try anything and I will lock you up in a tighter cage than this and you will never see the light of day again." Kyuubi was impressed he had the balls to threaten it. Kyuubi chuckled. "Very well, ninja, I will not try anything on word of my demon self. That is something no demon is willing to lose." Naruto nodded, satisfied with the Kyuubi, before starting toward the bars. Kamikaze spoke up, "Be careful, Naruto-sama, what Kyuubi may not consider harmful could actually be harmful to you." Naruto continued his trek, confident and sure. He laid his hand on the bars and said, "Come Kyuubi, see the life I have lived and see if you respect me after this." Kyuubi laid its paw along the bars and viewed Naruto's life. When the transfer was finished, Kyuubi roared, its 9 tails lashing the bars, trying to get out the cage. "Let me out, those child beaters. They will pay. What rubbish, humans can be more demonic than the worst demon." The Kyuubi continued on its tirade of the villagers before Naruto spoke. "Stop, please." The Kyuubi's eyes softened and spoke, "Nin no Kit, calling you a part of the human race is too high an honor for them. Your life has been the worst I have ever seen. Within Makai it is considered taboo to harm a child, and these villagers have deliberately harmed you. State one request and I will grant it if it is within my power." Naruto thought long and hard for a request and decided, "Kyuubi, could I hold on to the request for a later date? I am content within my life right now." The Kyuubi was a little surprised but nodded. "Very well, Kyuubi, I have seen what I had hoped. Most stories do not show you as overly bloodthirsty, and your yokai has healed me many times when I was young." With that being said, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. The seal flashed, causing the Kyuubi to cover its eyes, and when it opened them it saw a beautiful meadow with oversized game for it to hunt and a miniature Konoha for it to destroy. The Konoha has a one-time only policy. Once it is destroyed it will stay for a little bit but will disappear. Your one chance on revenge, because I doubt I will let you out. Kyuubi was overjoyed it would finally get some sunshine and it was not stuck within sewage water. Also, I have given you access to my senses. So you can feel the outside world again. When you are ready, please tell me what really happened the night of your attack. The Kyuubi noticed that trees now represented the seal and they acted as bars to separate it from him. The Kyuubi nodded and Naruto sat down to wait until he woke up. As Naruto faded away some time later, Kamikaze returned to the wind and spoke to Kyuubi without Naruto hearing. "We have an amazing master, do we not, Kyuubi-sama?" Kyuubi simply looked at the wind before curling up and catching the first sunshine it could in 12 years. Time skip 1 year. Naruto thought about all that had happened in the past year. He had mastered the Kage Bunshin and used it to increase his control. He had learned about weapon balancing and was currently in the process of learning to use kunai, after which the final was senbon balancing. His chakra control was still shot, which he learned that was due to Kyuubi's chakra being inserted into him. Kyuubi could do nothing about this, but in return for this knowledge of why the Kyuubi was feeling a bit weaker, it taught Naruto a small demonic genjutsu which hid Kamikaze's notable feature and kept it so that not many villagers would look twice at Naruto, making it seem as if Naruto was unimportant. Naruto had been relieved when it worked because he was scared that the ANBU operative might be friends with Kurenai, if only you knew, and wind up putting Naruto in a mess. Naruto was a little suspicious at first because of the Kyuubi actually offering to help, but Kyuubi had made it a point to say not to expect this often and that having access to his sense more than made up for it. Naruto also noticed a sharpening of his senses even further than before, and when questioning Kyuubi it simply replied, "It must be a side effect of me having access to yours." He had gotten put into Iruka-sensei's class. It was filled with clan heirs. He had read all the most recent laws of Konoha, so he could not be blindsided by the council for their blind hatred. Kyuubi had asked if Naruto held any resentment at all and he replied, A bit. I am not sure how to completely forgive them for being simply idiots, but that is also why I can almost not blame them. They are simply too ignorant to see past their hurt. Naruto was mainly angry at the villagers for denying the last wish of a Hokage. Such a thing would be disgraceful to any of the past Hokages, but these people hailed the Yondaime as a hero but did not take his last words to heart. The clan heirs were actually a good batch of shinobi with a couple of regulars that could make the cut, unlike his last class. First was Choji Akamaki, the clan he had always scrounged his treats from. He found out later, he was a jovial soul who would always be seen with a bag of chips within his hands. He was a laid-back fellow who would only really get going if someone called him a fattest. Next was Shikamaru Nara, the clan of geniuses. He was the epitome of lazy genius with an IQ over 200 and the only one within the class to have seen Naruto as something beyond dead last. He was a formidable opponent and the only one who could play Naruto to a standstill or beat him in shogi. Something Chris had taught him the basics of. Next was Shino Aburame, clan of bugs. He was much like Naruto. Actually, his clan was not well liked for something within his body, so he quickly befriended the quiet logical child and built a camaraderie. He had yet to tell him of his burden, but he was sure Shino suspected something, for his bugs would be wary of Naruto if he would be in a bad mood. Next was Kiba and Izuka, clan of nin dogs, trackers and all-around decent shinobi. These led the hunter nin division in conjunction with the Aburames. Kiba was loud, brash, obnoxious, and ignorant to a fault. However, he was loyal and courageous, everything a dog would be. You could say he was the nin dog and Akamaru. His nin dog was the human, but he was a good person overall, if a bit of a pervert. Next was Sakura Haruno, no clan, just a councilwoman on the civilian council. She was a fangirl through and through but had a smart head on her shoulders that would lead her far into the med nin field if she put her mind to it. Naruto nicknamed her Howler Monkey. Whenever someone mentioned Sasuke, she would go off on how great he is. TCH fangirls. Another was Ino Yamanaka's, clan of Mindwalkers, another fangirl, though not as bad as Sakura. She was nowhere near where she could be within her own training. Another was Hinata Hyuga, clan of nobility and Byakugan within Konoha. She was a weird one. She was shy, timid, and nice. Almost everything Hyugas are not, she was. She was the only one Naruto would not consider a fangirl, but she was nowhere near her actual level of strength because of her kindness and crush on himself. She had only known him a year, but Naruto knew if he was on her team he would have to break her heart so she could function properly. Finally, the emo king himself, the council's golden boy, Sasuke Uchiha, clan of the Sharingan. It allows the user to copy any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu it sees and use it as your own. When Sasuke was 5, his older brother had murdered the rest of his family except him and left him as a self-acclaimed avenger. Naruto felt sorry for the boy for losing his family but was pissed on how he ignored the adoration of his fangirls, expected everything to be handed to him on a silver platter, and was only gaining power to kill. All in all, Naruto did not like Sasuke Uchiha one bit. Iruka-sensei walked into class and after using his demon head no jutsu, got the class to quiet down. He passed out the written test and Naruto answered it as easily as he did the last year. Laying his paper face down, he drifted off to sleep as he saw Shikamaru doing the same. He woke up to Iruka's yelling and headed out to the target practice. He got in line for the practice and waited for his turn. When Sasuke's turn came up, he grabbed all of them with his hands, 5 shuriken in one and 5 kunai in the other, and flung them all at the same time. He hit every bullseye. Naruto, sure he was going to pass, walked up right during the applause, grabbed all of them with his hands and without looking at the targets flung them at the targets. Ha, you can't even hit the bullseye. Sasuke smirked. Iruka-sensei, could you check where the kunai and shuriken landed please? Naruto said in a calm voice. Iruka rechecked the weapons and gasped, you were not aiming for the bullseye, were you? No, Iruka-sensei. Naruto passes this with extra marks. After getting yelled at by fangirls, Iruka explained. Naruto did not hit the bullseye. That is true, however, each of his hits would be deadly to the enemy and your enemy will not always allow you a free shot. Sasuke ground his teeth. Lucky shot. Naruto failed the taijutsu yet again because of Mizuki-sensei, the same from last year, not allowing his own personal style and not holding back. Naruto was nonplussed. He was sure he was going to graduate. Naruto walked into the ninjutsu portion of the test and listened to his instructions. I need you to use Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto, to pass you must show each. Hi Iruka-sensei, can it be any Bunshin? Naruto asked. Iruka just nodded but narrowed his eyes at the question. Naruto replaced himself with Mizuki-sensei. He hanged himself into a perfect example of the Sandaime pipe and all. He hanged into Sasuke brutal look and all. Finally, with a soft cry of Kage Bunshin, 5 Kage Bunshin appeared next to Naruto. You passed, Naruto, congratulations. Iruka said, sincerely surprised about the Kage Bunshins. Naruto placed his headband upon his head and walked back to sit in the classroom. Iruka walked back into the room and said, okay everyone, please report back here in 2 days' time for team placements and to find out who is Rookie of the Year. Dismissed, the young ninja dispersed into the crowds of waiting parents and Naruto went home with a smile on his face at finally being a ninja and take that first step to his dream. Chapter 4: The Unmasking. The Hokage sighed looking at the team placements. This flawed system seemed to hurt more than help. Indeed, because Naruto had come in at the last year instead of being mid-class as he had been trying to do, instead of excelling he had wound up tied with Kiba and Izuka for the dead last position of the class. No doubt due to tampering by the academy, but the Hokage had no proof so he had to accept it. He did not expect more than 3 teams to pass the final test, but the question was who would get those teams. Kakashi Hatake was one. Sarutobi was considering his son for the Inashikacho second generation. That left one spot to fill. The Hokage went and looked at the list for the Junin sensei and chuckled. Oh, this will be interesting. A drop of blood fell from the Hokage's nose before he wiped it and decided on the teams. He would let people plead their case later, but he was rather happy with the way he had the teams, and only someone with a very good argument would change them. The Hokage mused as he waited for more of his damn paperwork to arrive. The past 6 years had been good to Konoha. He had managed to wrest most of his power back at this point, though the council still held too much power. He had an iron grip when it came to enforcing the laws now. He chuckled as he thought of the pranks Naruto had played and hoped the boy realized that it was twofold. He was pretty sure he did, but Naruto was one of the people the Hokage had a hard time reading since he acquired his blade and began living on his own. Oh, he could get a beat on what Naruto was thinking, but he always managed to surprise him. That ANBU prank was hilarious. He sighed as he looked out at the Hokage monument when it shimmered. Wait a minute, shimmered. All of a sudden the Hokage monument was covered in paint for the Hokages. A tree painted on the first's face, a sweet drop on the second, a nosebleed for the third and for the fourth. A yellow streak across his nose. Sarutobi was amused and angry at the same time. Funny for his grandson's skill and angry for showing him as a pervert and nothing more. Then a primate shimmered onto the third's face. Sarutobi nodded his head as if that settled the issue and started to laugh. Time skip that evening. All of the Junin sensei had arrived -1. The Hokage was waiting for this person and had told him to be here 3 hours earlier, so when he arrived 1 hour late the Hokage sighed and said, "Welcome Kakashi." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "You told me to come earlier than the actual time, didn't you?" The Hokage chuckled. "Now why would I do something like that?" Whistling innocently, before sporting a grin that had some of the former ANBU flinching. "Now then, let us get on with the team placements, shall we? Please, if you have any preferences, state them now." Kakashi spoke up. "I would like Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki." Many were surprised who would want the demon boy. The Hokage narrowed his eyes. "Why Naruto?" "Because they have a form of rivalry and it will spur them both on, but Sasuke must remain stronger for it to work." Kakashi stated. "So you would intentionally weaken a potential ninja just for the betterment of another?" Pathetic Kakashi. "Sasuke is granted and Naruto. I will see." Kakashi seemed taken aback by the venom in the Hokage's voice before nodding and sitting down to read his favorite little book. Only to cry out, "My eye." Someone had changed out his precious smut with yaoi. There was a chibi Naruto with AV sign. All the females chuckled when they noticed it and made notes to treat the boy nicer next time they saw him. Asuma spoke up. "I would like to request the next generation Inashikacho." "Very well, any objections?" None of the Junins spoke up, so the Hokage nodded and jotted it down. "Granted." The Hokage looked up and noticed someone he was hoping for. Kurenai had made it to her Junin rank and she was willing to take on a team. She stepped forward and said, "I would like Hinata Hyuga. The rest of my team I would prefer a tracker team." The Hokage nodded, then a small smile graced his face. "Any objections?" Kurenai was a little worried when the Hokage smiled. That usually meant he planned something, and with him being the guiding force for the strongest ninja village in the land, that was something to be wary about. No one spoke up and the Hokage smiled a bit wider. "Granted," he said with some enthusiasm. He chuckled pervertedly in his head. Oh, did he have the best prank? The rest of the pickings went by fast with no one of particular interest until they were finally done. The Hokage was pleased with all of his Junin except Kakashi. That remark about Naruto reminded him too much of what Naruto had already gone through in life and said, "Okay, the decisions have been made and the teams are." Time skip next morning. Naruto awoke from his peaceful slumbers with Kyubi and Kamikaze. "Morning Kyubi, Kamikaze," he thought. The fox replied fastest, "Kid," and Kamikaze right after, "Good morning Naruto-sama." He was in a good mood. Today was when he would find out what his team was. But this was a bad omen to Naruto. Whenever he was in a good mood, something always happened to send it down the toilet. Now Naruto was by no means a pessimist, but he believed that very good mornings were really only okay when you had someone to share it with. Somewhere within the city and in Mizu no Kuni 4 women sneezed. Deciding to just enjoy it while it lasted, he started on his usual morning ritual but did not do as much training as normal so as to get that new outfit he had promised himself and to be ready for whatever his team training may entail. After breakfast, Naruto made his way to Chris' shop yet again. He had told Chris pretty much everything about himself. He was his closest confidant and he could count on Chris to help him should he need it. As such, he knew about all his pranks and honestly roared with laughter at what he did a year ago. Walking into the store and greeting Chris, "Ohio Chris Niai-san, Ohio Odoto." Chris replied back, "Coming to get your new wardrobe." "Hi," Naruto responded. Chris pulled out a long black box and set it on the counter. "Consider this a present from me to you for graduating. It has repair seals and growth seals, so it should be nigh indestructible." Naruto took the box and opened it. Inside lay a beautiful coat. It was black with some streaks of crimson on it. Upon its back rested a Kyubi surrounding a sword with wind whipping it up, seeming almost as if the Kyubi was protecting the sword while at the same time riding the wind. Naruto was stunned with the intricacy of the needlework and hoped he never broke this. That is ninja silk made from nin spiders, so only the hottest fires will burn the cloak. Wear it with pride. I have set aside some of the money you paid when you came here and have saved up to make this for you, with you paying half. Arigato ni-san, Naruto said. Naruto ventured further into the store to pick out compliments to his new coat. Choosing a mesh shirt to go underneath the crimson shirt made with lightweight metal links within the shirt. Black cargo pants with a place for his kunai and shuriken and a hidden pocket for some senbon. He grabbed some sturdy sneakers to house his feet. He always wondered why a ninja would wear sandals when he would be attacking with his feet. Unfortunately, boots were too heavy, but these lightweight sneakers with a steel woven tip made him a bit toe heavy, but it would have to work for now. So wearing his new outfit, he stepped out of the changing booth and donned his new cloak. It reached down to about mid-calf and did not obstruct mobility. All in all, he was very pleased with his new outfit. He paid for his outfit and ordered about 5 more like it and headed off to school. As he walked, he received weird looks, but few were of hatred. They were wondering who would wear the 9 tails on his back, but he was proud of it. Damn straight you're proud, QB remarked. Naruto smirked behind his face mask. He had finished the anti-rape seal and got the old man to test it, and he had some punk named Jiraiya to look over the seal. It had been accepted as a revelation, but he had not announced when it would hit stores or even that he was going to sell it. None of the women had been told of it yet to avoid a riot because Naruto refused to sell it yet. He had finished its testing days ago and was finally cleared to get it start selling. He found chakra holding seals within the Shiki FUNN and modified them to hold chakra so the henge transformation would last up to a month. It may not save all of the women, but it would save a good amount. It worked by storing chakra in it when it was applied and had a one-time usage. Once activated, it would remain active until the kunoiki decided to cut it off. Because of the small amount of chakra a henge takes, the small henge could last a month before dispelling. Once the technique was stopped or dispelled, you had to reapply the seal to have access to it again. As a side note, it was able to be turned off. It activated when a person tried to invade the kunoiki's pussy or ass, or if the kunoiki activated it. The seal would sense the intrusion and automatically activate should the kunoiki have it turned on. This kept them from being raped while knocked out. It would knock the person back with a small burst of chakra and engage the henge. No side effects have surfaced, and it was hailed as genius even by Jiraiya. The caged bird seal was next on his list after that. Naruto liked seals, but too many could become a problem within the world. He would make some for his family home and the like, but that field was too dangerous to tamper with. Naruto arrived at the academy. He made quite the imposing figure. He had grown a few inches in the last year, making him a flat 5 feet with his cloak billowing in the wind, his face mask covering his mouth and cheeks, and the hilt of his sword. The swirl is hidden by that demonic genjutsu sticking up from his right shoulder. Some of the students avoided him outright, and he smirked underneath his face mask as he made his way to the classroom for what was, hopefully, the final time. When he walked in, all of the class froze, stunned at the new appearance. He had never come in so blatantly obvious. Trying to look more like Mie-do, Sasuke said, trying to bring some of the attention back to him. No, if I were, I would cut my hair to look like a duck's ass. Naruto responded quickly. Now that he was a genin, he could let loose a little because the council could not touch him. The rest of the class snickered after looking at Sasuke's hair. Sasuke hud and turned around to continue his brooding, satisfied his fangirls had returned their attention. Naruto sat down next to Shikamaru and Shino. Morning, Shino, Shika. Shino and Shikamaru looked at Naruto and responded, morning, before going back to their usual quiet selves. Naruto looked around and waited for Iruka to get here for the team placements. He hoped he would not get the Uchiha or any of his fangirls. God, they were annoying. He noticed Hinata's blush and really hoped he would not be on her team either. He would break her heart to make sure she stayed alive, but he did not relish the idea of hurting a woman. It is for the best, Naruto-sama. She cannot remain the way she is if she is to survive. Kamikaze remarked. Kill or be killed, Kyuubi simply said. While Naruto had been musing, Iruka had entered and started his speech on what it means to be a ninja and all the responsibilities it entails, and he finally came to the team placements. So I wish you luck in your new careers. Now, Team 1 will be. Naruto tuned him out and felt sorry for the ones who were going to fail the next test for genins. He was sure the Junins were to test him because the academy test did not make a ninja ready for the rigorous life of ninja. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka. Ignoring the cries of "True Love Prevails" and 2 head smacks against the wood, Iruka continued. Team 8 will be Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's head picked up. Shino Aburame. Naruto nodded at his new teammate and comrade, happy so far, and Hinata Hyuga, THUMP. Everyone turned to see Hinata passed out on the floor. Naruto groaned and looked at Shino. Shino seemed amused at the turn of events with a hidden sadness at what Naruto was going to have to do. Shino was one of Naruto's only friends, them being the old man, Chris, Shika, and Shino. Naruto was close to Choji, but he was more of an affiliate than a friend. So he knew what Naruto planned for their new teammate. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamaki, and Shikamaru Nara. Your Junin senseis will be here shortly. Good luck once again. With that, Iruka exited. Kurenai was walking to go pick up her team when she thought back to the team placements. Author Yami style flashback no jutsu. The teams will be. They were shocked when they heard Kakashi was not getting who he wanted. It was the first time he had actually requested somebody and he was being turned down. Kurenai was quite happy. The way he talked about Naruto showed he did not care at all. Kakashi spoke up. Why is Kurenai getting him? She did not even request him. The Hokage narrowed his eyes angry. He had been questioned as to his methods after his earlier outburst. Because she will treat him fairly, not merely as a stepping stone for another. What is your ultimate rule, Kakashi? Kakashi bowed his head in shame when he thought about that and said, Hi Hokage-sama. Kurenai spoke up then, I am happy, however, what does Uzumaki-san bring to a tracker team? The Hokage chuckled, I see none of you read the report I sent out, eh? I had hoped one would notice. He has sense advanced further than a nin dog. This set the Junin ablaze with jealousy at such high sense that they had to train for years to reach. He will be the perfect addition and Kiba will balance out Team 7 while giving them what they need, a tracker and close combat expert. Naruto will become your ninjutsu expert, and with Hinata's Juuken and Shino's bugs combined with your genjutsu, it is an all-around perfect team setup. After the Hokage's explanation, no one had a comeback for why she should not have him. You are all dismissed. Kurenai, please stay a moment. Kurenai nodded her assent and waited while the others filed out. The Hokage put up a privacy seal and said, now that no one can hear us, let me hear your opinion of Naruto. Kurenai responded almost immediately. I see no wrong in him, Hokage-sama. His pranks brighten our day, and if he were the fox, why would he do such things? He is simply a misunderstood boy who is yearning for attention and guidance. The Hokage stared at her a full 3 minutes before sighing and saying, I am glad you feel that way. I am aware you are friends with Anbu Neko, correct? Kurenai nodded. Please bring her with you when you test your teams. She will not have any missions for a few days. Naruto is much stronger than he appears. He has a sword that I think Neko might find interesting. That mischievous glint back in his eye. The Hokage said, you are dismissed. Kurenai turned around and walked out, wondering about the enigma that is Naruto. Author Tenchi style, flashback no Jutsu Kai. She continued on her way with Yugao in regular Junin attire next to her carrying her sword. After explaining to Yugao the Hokage's suggestion, she immediately agreed, happy to see someone so young interested in swordplay. They walked up to the door with the rest of the Junin sensei and proceeded to enter. Naruto watched as the door swung open and in walked 11 people. His eyes widened as he took in the last 4 though. Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja, son of the White Fang, and so-called prodigy or Konoha. Asuma Sarutobi, son of the Old Man, wielder of trench knives and the only other wind user within Konoha, part of the 12 ninja guardians who protect the Fire Lord. But it was the final 2 who had him sweating bullets. Murasaki Haim, who he had found out from Chris was Yugao Uzuki, and his own Megami-chan, Kurenai Yuhi. He caught like a deer in the crosshairs. Kyubi was amused by the predicament. He was not expecting to have both of them here as Junin sensei. He watched as they scanned the room and waited with bated breath as their eyes passed over him. He had removed his own genjutsu, but his sword's hilt remained hidden. They did not linger on him and he let out a sigh of relief, which quickly turned into curses to the old man, for he was sure to have set this up. Teammate, please follow us. Kurenai said and motioned for them to follow her and Yugao. Damn, now I can't use kamikaze. Do you not think it would be okay? Perhaps she has done as you asked and put it behind her. Kamikaze remarked. Naruto responded, perhaps, but I will still try to refrain from using you if that is okay, Kamikaze. I am not happy, Naruto-sama, but you do it for the right reasons. I will accept this for now, but should you put yourself in danger, I will not hesitate to take control of your arm and pull myself. Consequences be damned. Naruto was a little surprised at Kamikaze but accepted nonetheless. He got up with Shino and Hinata and headed out to their senseis. Once they were outside, Kurenai turned and said, meet us at training ground 8 in about 20 minutes. And both she and Yugao shunshined away. Naruto made a pointed look at Shino. Keep Hinata busy for the 20 minutes, was the silent message Naruto sent, and Shino nodded as Naruto shunshined to the 2 women to inform them of Hinata's crush and how he was going to break it. Kurenai and Yugao appeared in the training grounds area. It was an all-around training area with some rocky places, a forest, a small waterfall and a meadow. Not 1 minute later, Naruto shunshined in as well with a little burst of air. Both Junin were stunned that he could do such a high-level technique already, but hid their surprise well. He turned to them and smiled, or it appeared he did, and spoke, unfortunately we are probably going to get off on the wrong foot. I am about to do something that must be done to allow this team to succeed. Shino is taking care of the preparations, but you must not interfere until I give the signal. The Junin were surprised here was a genin telling them what to do. Kurenai spoke up, what are you going to do? Naruto smiled sadly and said, break a girl's heart. At that moment Hinata walked into the training ground, followed closely by Shino. The Junin were stunned at his declaration and he spoke up saying, well, maybe we should introduce ourselves. That snapped them out of their stupor and they started the introductions. Yes, well, I am Kurenai Yuhi. I like genjutsu, Anko-chan, Yugao-chan, and romance novels. I dislike perverts and that orange book that shall remain nameless. My dream is to be the foremost genjutsu master in the world and to see you get to Junin. Kurenai said. I am Yugao Uzuki. I like kenjutsu, Anko-chan, Kurenai-chan, and mystery novels. My dislikes are the same as Kurenai. And my dream is to become a kenjutsu master and pass it on to my kids. Said Yugao. You will call us Kurenai-sensei and Yugao-sensei. Now Shino, you're up. I am Shino Aburame. I like Naruto, bugs, and learning about different types of bugs. I dislike those who kill bugs for no reason. My dream is to become clan head and help Naruto achieve his. Shino said. I am Hinata Hyuga. I like lavender and She glanced at Naruto. I dislike perverts and the caged bird seal. My dream is to abolish the caged bird seal and become clan head. Imagine her stuttering, Hinata stuttered out and Kurenai smiled at the shy young girl. Naruto sighed as he caught her glance. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I like foxes, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and seals. My dislikes are perverts, rapists, and child beaters. My dream for the future is to become the strongest shinobi in the land to protect all my precious peoples. Kurenai blinked and smiled softly at her team. She got a good bunch. Now it was time to test them. But before Kurenai could speak, Naruto beat her to it again. Hinata, if there were another test for genin to become genin besides what was taught in the academy, what would it be based on? Shino. After a few seconds, Hinata's eyes widened at her answer and Shino nodded. They said in unison, teamwork. He smart kids, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai was flabbergasted. He deduced there was another part of the test and completed it all without even being given the test. Who is this kid? Definitely not the dead last of the academy. Now Hinata, what would you say would be the best teamwork a team could come up with? Naruto questioned. This put Kurenai on edge. She knew of Hinata's crush and was hoping Naruto would not crush her. Shino put himself in the way and shook his head at Kurenai, a clear indication not to interfere. Ano, I am not sure, Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered again. Naruto steeled himself and said, being able to kill one another. Hinata seemed confused until Naruto took a taijutsu stance that had Yugao gasping. Yugao recognized that style even if it wasn't the true style. It was the fourth style. Where did he get information on that it should be locked up in the Hokage vault? Naruto lunged forward as fast as his seals would allow and started to fight Hinata. He went for a right hook. She blocked and spun away to get some distance and took her stance and hesitantly activated her Byakugan. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Hinata stuttered. I am breaking you of your naive ways, Hinata, and allowing you to fight to your full potential by killing you. With that he put his deadly taijutsu to actual work for the first time. Accurately dodging her Juuken strikes because she would not attack any vitals and delivering debilitating strikes on his own. Kurenai and Yugao watched transfixed and horrified. Naruto was actually hurting his teammate. Nothing too hurtful, but she was clearly going to be hurting in the morning. Finally, after a nasty roundhouse kick, Naruto stood looking down on Hinata. You are weak, Hinata. You allow others to walk all over you and will not fight back. This team will not continue with you as you are. You must be willing to attack and kill. A ninja is destined to kill. It is our lot in life. If you are afraid to take a life, then you do not belong within the shinobi ranks. He then leaned down and cupped her chin and pulled her eyes to his. That is what makes you weak and what makes you strong. Your kindness is rarely found within a human. Draw strength from it. Allow yourself to be kind to those around you. Use the kindness that makes you want to protect someone to kill your nice side within battle, Hinata. You must be able to strike me in the heart with a Juuken strike for sparring with me while ignoring my vitals means you will ignore the vitals on a bandit. What happens when that bandit you are fighting turns around and kills me because I trusted you to have my back but you held back not wanting to kill? Do not relish in killing. Simply do it because you must. Your crush for me is built out of adoration. Adore yourself. Climb to your peak and become the serious kunoichi you are destined to be. Hinata stood with tears in her eyes and said, Hi Naruto. She would not call him Naruto-kun, not after that. Kurenai was angry that he had been so brutal, but what he said seemed to have worked and Shino lowered his bugs. I am sorry for resorting to such extreme measures, Hinata, but for this to work, I need you to focus. Do not love me. I am incapable of loving you. I will not allow myself to. I have noticed the hatred of my village just as you have, and you know your father would never allow it. Try Kiba, he is a bit of a pervert, but if you make him yours he will be loyal to a fault. Hinata nodded, still crying but with determination shining in her lavender orbs. Satisfied he had accomplished what needed to be done, he walked up to Shino and said, Arigato. Shino punched him in the jaw. Don't ever hit your comrades again and I will consider it thanks enough. Shino was not happy he went further than he had planned, but he accepted it. His logical side said it was for the best, but he needed to get that out of his system. Hi Shino. Naruto was not angry, he knew what Shino was thinking. Kurenai just shook her head. It seems she got the crazy bunch. But they will be great, she was sure of that. Already showing a camaraderie that was rarely seen even within Konoha. Alright, since I have seen Hinata's fight and Naruto's taijutsu. Shino, come spar with me. Taijutsu only. I wish to see where you stand. About 40 minutes later, Kurenai was breathing slightly fatigued while Shino was sweating bullets. Stamina was not their strong suit. Enough. Yugao, would you like to test Naruto's blade? Yugao nodded, her eyes shining. Naruto thought, so much for not using you kamikaze. You ready? Hi Naruto-sama. You have only used me to kill some worthless bandits since those genins. This will be a true test of your skills progress. Naruto walked to the edge of one training ground and asked, so what are the rules, Yugao-sensei? Yugao pondered for a moment. Kenjutsu only, no jutsu. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the little limitations and said, very well, let us begin. He got into his stance, his body completely relaxed and unsheathed his sword with a slight shing sound mirrored by his opponent. His sword point facing towards the ground. He whispered Kai and released the level 5 resistance seal down to level 3 so he could survive the coming ordeal. He said, whenever you are ready, sensei. Yugao took in his stance. It seemed to be full of holes in defense. Obviously an amateur swordsman. She watched him careful. He remained still, only really moving when the wind would blow across the training ground. They stood there for 2 minutes before Yugao moved dashing across the meadow at low Chuunin speeds. Naruto saw her coming a mile away. He had already moved his weapon into the block before she swung. She came from high and stroked down to come across his chest in an arcing pattern. Their blades collided with a resounding clang, 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 clang. Every attack she tried on him, every skill was blocked. She decided to step it up. Moving to low Junin speeds, he seemed to be slowing down and managed to block most of the cuts, but he would always avoid the hits. A downward slash blocked, a thrust parried and thrown away. A horizontal slash backstepped and stepped up into her guard. He was showing skills of a kenjutsu master. Indeed, according to Kamikaze, Naruto has almost completed his own style of wind style. Once mastered, it would be unable to be copied for the erratic movements required, and should someone try to copy without the proper training, it would result in horrible muscle pains and possible tearing. Finally, after 20 minutes of straight kenjutsu, Yugao stepped back. She was breathing slightly heavy but could see Naruto was only slightly winded, that legendary stamina of his holding out. She admired the blade and could say it seemed familiar. All of a sudden Naruto's eyes turned red and he looked into the trees to his right. Yugao-sensei, protect Hinata, Shino, get with Kurenai-sensei. As soon as he shouted, 2 nins came out of the forest. One wearing a scratched headband from Iwa, looking to be a Junin by his attire. The other was wearing a scratched headband from Kumo, looking to be a Chuunin. Well, look who we have here. The Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi. Swords mistress Yugao Uzuki. And some frightened genin. The Iwa nin scowled. You killed my brother, you bitch of a mistress. Looking fiercely at Kurenai. I will bring the Byakugan back to my village and I will be hailed as a hero. Perhaps I will be allowed to father the first of the new Byakugan. He finished with a perverted leer at Hinata, who shrunk back. How the hell did these guys get within the city walls? Naruto thought was he gauged his opponents. Naruto spoke up and said, well, you have about 5 minutes before the ANBU get here, so let's get started now. I will take a Kumo nin. Yugao-sensei, stay next to Hinata till this is finished. Shino, assist Kurenai in her battle. They all nodded and went to their respective jobs as they faced off. The Chuunin sneered. You think you can take me, little boy? I was fighting battles before you were sucking bottles. Naruto shook his head. Enough banter, let's get this started. Fuuten, Daitopa, great breakthrough. Blowing out of his mouth, he sent a large wind at the Chuunin, who just stuck to the ground and retaliated. Raiden, Kaminari Saji, lightning surge. The lightning spread across the ground, going after Naruto. Naruto jumped back and avoided the attack. He sent another jutsu at him. Fuuten, Rinkuden, spiraling fist. The ball of compressed air went flying at the enemy and Naruto came charging right after it with his sword drawn. The enemy nin jumped and dodged the jutsu but came down to Naruto, attempting to slash him on his downward arc. He quickly put his hand guard up and blocked the strike, starting a fierce close combat fight. Naruto sent another slash his way. The enemy nin, using lightning manipulation, put some electricity in his hands and went to grab the blade, expecting his chakra-enhanced gloves to catch it. He screamed a few seconds later when he noticed how the blade dispelled his lightning and cut right through his hand. Nice work, Kamikaze. You have advanced well to defeat a Chuunin at this point, Naruto-sama. Once he realized the nin was still screaming, he promptly took advantage of the situation and beheaded him. Confident he has dispatched his enemy, he turned around to look at the other fight going on. He cursed in his head and disappeared with a kai and a burst of speed. A few moments earlier, the fight had been going well, with Kurenai stopping the Junin with her genjutsu and Shino sucking him dry of chakra with his bugs, when it all changed. They heard a scream from the other ninja and their opponent seemed to sense the genjutsu at the same time. He broke the genjutsu and after spewing a fire dragon jutsu on all the surrounding bugs, proceeded to make hand signs. Kurenai tried to catch him in another genjutsu, but he finished his jutsu right as she did and it did not catch in time. So now Kurenai and Shino were staring down a fast-moving spike of earth with fire rolling around it, making it seem like a flaming bullet. Kurenai knew she did not have the speed to dodge or pull off a kawarimi and stood there looking in abject horror at how she was going to die on her first day as a sensei. I wonder what that swordsman is doing now. That's when someone showed up in the path of the bullet holding a sword high. Naruto cursed as he had wanted to keep this a secret. His crimson aura flowing around him, unknowingly dispelling the demonic genjutsu. He swung his sword down like he did so many years ago and spoke the name of the attack, Benekas. It sent a wave cutting through the bullet and saving his sensei and friend, and because of the genjutsu cast by Kurenai, slicing the opposing Junin's arm and leg off. He screamed and fell down to his knee. Naruto ignored the 3 gasps behind him, 2 from recognition, 1 from the brutality, and walking over to the enemy, beheaded him as he did his comrade. Sighing once more, looks like the fox is out of the bag, kid. Though I have to say you have quite the devious mind to account for every interaction but a fight here. Kyubi said before laying down for a fox nap. He pulled down his face mask. No reason trying to deny it now. Damn you, old man, I am sure you set this up. He turned around to face the music. Kurenai couldn't believe it. Here was the swordsman who had saved her so many years ago, living right under her nose. It was the pariah of the village. Then another thought occurred to her. The Hokage lied to her. He knew he was here and told her otherwise. Oh, she was pissed. Yugao was transfixed on the blade. It had appeared in her dreams a few nights in the past year. She would always wonder who it was who could prank Anbu with a sword. She had suspected Naruto, but he never had a sword with him, so she could never verify it. That swell and that attack, such grace and definition. Oh, she had to know more. Hinata and Shino were just in awe of the attack and seeing their teammate kill two higher-ranking ninja. Hinata was wondering if she could get as powerful. Shino was wondering if he had always been this powerful and if this was the reason for his bug skittishness. Naruto turned around and Kurenai and Yugao gasped yet again at the red eyes shown by their young charge. Hello again Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, been a while has it not? Naruto spoke having a deeper voice than normal with his battle mode activated. Whenever Naruto had activated this state before he would gain speed and strength as well as better eyesight. After contacting Kyubi he asked if it was its chakra he was tapping into but Kyubi said it wasn't so he just chalked it up to a bloodline or something since he could not accurately account for another power source. Shino and Hinata were a little confused as to the names until they saw the looks of shock on their sensei's face. Naruto, I believe an explanation is in order, Shino stated. Naruto sighed and said, Hi, follow me, we will go to the Hokage's office. What I have to say should not be heard by the wrong ears. All of them just nodded as Naruto deactivated his battle mode and his features returned to normal. He sheathed kamikaze and they all shunshined to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Naruto and his team shunshined into the office and Naruto glared at the Hokage. I know you had something to do with this you old geezer. Damn it, I had a reason for that request. The Hokage blinked and then took in the state of the team and said, What happened? Yes, I put you with Yugao and Kurenai but nothing else should have happened. After explaining the stuff on the team training ground and handing in the two heads which gained them AC rank and A rank missing nin bounty. The Hokage shook his head. I had hoped you would have built a little bit of your relationship before having to discard with your pretenses though I think this will be good for you. Kurenai spoke up before anyone else though and asked, Why did you lie to me about him Hokage-sama? Me too, Yugao pitched in. The Hokage turned his eyes to Naruto with a questioning glance. Naruto sighed and scratched his head. Because I told him to. Kurenai turned a hurtful gaze on him and Yugao was just shocked he wouldn't want recognition for what he had done. I suppose I should start at the beginning. Let's get some food and get comfortable. This is going to be a long story. Are you going to tell them everything Naruto-sama? Kamikaze spoke up. Hi, if it is okay with you. I must trust these people and they have proven trustworthy so far. Just be careful mentioning you can speak with me. These people, even the Hokage, are fearful of what they don't understand. Kyubi informed. I will leave out talking to you and just say I met you and you threw me out the mindscape. Keeps with your demon persona right, he said with a little bit of sarcasm and returned his attention to the people sitting around the Hokage's office with some food on the table. Sighing one last time he began his tale. Gigi put up a silencing barrier. Please, after pausing for the glow of the barrier. It all started on my 7th birthday, Then I passed the exam and am now assigned to your team. Should you not wish to work with me anymore I will understand. The Hokage waited in bated silence to see what his teammates would do. Shino spoke up rather fast and said, So you are hated for what you carry as well. It makes no difference what you hold. You have saved the village every day you draw breath. You will always be my first and best friend. Having said that he bumped fists with Naruto and he waited patiently for Hinata's decision. Hinata finally spoke up after about 2 minutes of silence. Naruto, that is a lot to take in. Though it is amazing what happened to you when you were younger. I would be proud to call such a brave person as you as my friend. Surprising even herself by not stuttering. Naruto laughed happy for his first few friends' acceptance and said, Well Hinata, it seems my lesson is working rather fast eh? He turned to the two elder women within the room and his eyes saddened for having hurt them. They had been looking for him but he was trying to save them pain. Gomen Megami-chan Murasaki Haim. I had tried to hide from you in an attempt to keep you from pain but it seems all I did was compound on it. Yugao spoke up, Damn right you little blonde swordsman. Well we will have to have an all-out kenjutsu battle to the end of time to figure out whether I should forgive you. She turned away from him with a small smile on her face. Kurenai was still trying to digest everything he had said. Well I guess I could forgive you but can we talk after this? Naruto nodded and said that he would take her to his apartment later. The Hokage then spoke up. So Naruto, you did not think it prudent to tell me you had a sentient sword eh? Naruto smiled sheepishly. That you had also taken the Book of Seals written by the Yondaime. That you had made contact with the Kyubi. Naruto flinched at each accusation but turned to his Hokage and said, I was not a ninja at the time and I was not required to inform you. I needed an edge should the civilian council find a way to go around you Gigi. I am sorry. He hung his head. The Hokage sighed. All of that is true and stealing the Book of Seals is a serious offense. However, I think we can overlook it in light of recent events. Good job Naruto in protecting your team from those missing nins. I would like to see your taijutsu and if I can I will get you the actual hummingbird style since you are obviously the only person within the village who can use it. Naruto's eyes lit up and he said, Hi Ji-san. Naruto paused remembering something. So Ji-san, my seal is ready to be sold correct? Hi Naruto. Good Kurenai-sensei, Yugao-sensei, Hinata come here a moment. Naruto reached into his pouch and took out 15 anti-rape seals. Kurenai-sensei, after hearing your account of how you were almost raped 3 times in a single day and looking over the seals of the Yondaime, I decided to make what I call an anti-rape seal. I had made my sexy jutsu off of it but no one knows the true purpose of that jutsu. It is an actual transformation. All of the women were hanging off his words at this point. This seal I have created, tested, and perfected will be sold in Konoha soon but I want you 3 to have 5 each. He handed them to them and after explaining how they worked, Kurenai and Yugao immediately slapped theirs on their necks under their hair. I ask you keep this a secret so people do not come banging on my door. I just finished this recently and I will get it in stores as fast as possible. They all nodded amazed at such a thing. I believe that is it for today, and judging by the sun it has been a long day. We should all head home. Be at the training ground tomorrow at 8 AM. You all passed, Kurenai said. All of them nodded and the Hokage disengaged the privacy seals. Yugao gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek for the anti-rape seal and headed off home with a spring in her step. Kurenai chuckled at Naruto's stunned face. Shino and Hinata headed off to the clan district while Naruto walked to the ninja district. Naruto led Kurenai to his apartment and they entered. Naruto asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Kurenai nodded to his offer and took a seat on the sofa. She liked how his living room was set with a few pictures here and there. Could use a woman's touch but it was homey enough. Naruto set the drinks down and wondered what it was she wanted to talk about. "So, was that everything from when you saved me to now?" Kurenai asked. "Hi, though I might have changed my words around from in front of Hinata." Naruto answered. "Oh really? How so?" Kurenai teased. "I believe the exact words I used were, a beautiful woman such as Kurenai does not need to have such hate thrown on her." Kurenai blushed at his compassion even from such a young age. "You know I wasn't searching to thank you. Not many people would do what you did. Many would have killed the others just to take me for themselves, or would have left me there without risking their own necks." Naruto nodded and responded, "What did Ji-san tell you I said when I saved you?" Kurenai thought for a moment before it dawned on her that rapists were the worst beings aside from child beaters. Naruto nodded again. Kurenai thought to herself a little bit, he is so young yet he acts so mature. What must he have gone through at the village's hands? He is so compassionate it rolls off him in waves. Even with the fox's presence he is not tainted. Naruto spoke up. "I act mature for my age, yes. I noticed you pondering that. Let me say that my childhood was one that necessitated me be very careful. As such I have read many things and learned as much as I can to survive. Some things I know nothing of compared to others. I only hope what I know is enough to keep me afloat." Kurenai was struck by his words yet again and decided to call it a night before her mind took her to a place she was pretty sure it would lead to eventually anyways. So she bid Naruto good night and stood up to leave. As she was leaving she leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek opposite Yugao. "Thank you my little blonde swordsman." Naruto stood there stunned for a second before replying, "Good night Megami-chan." Naruto closed his door when Kurenai was out of sight and they both went to bed thinking of each other and what the future might hold. Chapter 5 D-Rank Missions and Feelings. It had been almost 2 months since the formation of Team 8 and the revealing of Naruto's secrets to his teammates. They had been doing more D ranks than the other teams because they were already perfectly situated into their roles. They even took the D ranks as a training exercise and as a result finished them much faster than should be possible. Naruto would do extra D ranks so they would have them on the record. They would only take the hardest ones and leave stuff like painting fences to the KB's cage bunshin. He would give the extra money to his teammates since his anti-rape seal had literally been sold out since it hit the shelves. His identity behind the seal had been a closely guarded secret. Only the Sandaime and his team knew it was Naruto, Yugao also, but he considered Yugao part of his team. She would always come by when she had time. None of the females around Naruto paid for the seals since he gave them another batch when he finished them. He was planning on buying himself a plot of land and building a house when he got the money he wanted. There was tension building within the team though. Shino and Hinata were the best comrades Naruto could ask for. He worked on a seal for Shino's stamina and Hinata's chakra capacity. He managed to finish him easily and put him on his teammates. Shino could now last in a fight against Hinata and Hinata's chakra capacity shot up from Genin to almost low Junin. The tension however was between Naruto and Kurenai, especially when Yugao would visit. Shino observed this and saw that Naruto knew about it, but he assumed Naruto had a plan because Naruto did not seem clueless as to what to do. He would somehow be able to break the tension until the next meeting. Shino knew however, there was going to be a breaking point and it was fast approaching. Hinata was too focused on regaining her skills from being too nice and could feel the tension just did not pinpoint the course. Hinata had reformed rather quickly after Naruto's killing of her. She started showing more confidence within the spars and managed to land a few hits on Naruto, surprising Naruto himself. She beat Hanabi, her younger sister, in a clan spar and managed to fight longer against Neji, the branch house prodigy, surprising the clan elders and bringing her father's notice to her. Her father had been so hard on her hoping to push her, but it resulted in the opposite effect until Naruto broke her. She had not seen Kiba yet but resolved to herself to at least give the boy a chance. He had been chasing her for years and he deserved it. Fox in position. Angel in position. Kikai in position. Team 8 commence capture. Naruto burst out of the foliage sending a very light gust through the clearing, leading the target to the left of the clearing until a wall of Kikaichu bugs sprung up. The target turned around and looked at its attackers. Hinata and Shino appeared near Naruto. The target looked at him then jumped at Naruto. Naruto caught Tora easily and the cat started cuddling up to him purring. Capture confirmed. Ribbon states it is Tora. Naruto said through his radio. This was the 12th time in the last week they had caught Tora. She seemed to like Naruto so they always took it when they could. Good work everyone, let's head back to the tower. Kurenai replied over the radio. The team walked through Konoha with smiles on their faces. They were content with their usual routine. They would meet early in the morning and train. As soon as the Hokage's tower would open, they would go grab their missions for the day. Do the missions till lunch and then finish up the missions. Teamwork exercises and finish the day off with some good old spars. Each of them could do the water walking exercise, and Naruto was working on senbon balancing while incorporating kunai balancing into his other known exercises to his KBs. At this point Naruto had about Chuunin level chakra control. He was shooting for Junin level for him, in which case he would be able to outlast Jiraiya in his Sage mode in pure terms of chakra. This was the only downside to his massive chakra. It was so damn hard to control. Naruto's smile, upon seeing the glares of the populace, slowly lost its way until he schooled his expression into neutrality. They still could not track his home down, but the glares did enough damage without him having to find his house. Kurenai frowned seeing Naruto's mask and started glaring at the villagers. How dare they glare at him? He is putting his life on the line as a shinobi. Not to even mention holding back Kyuubi. She was planning out all these evil genjutsus and smirked. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto said. Ha, what is it Naruto-kun? Naruto's eyebrow raised at the new honorific. She had never really called him that. He dismissed it and said, I had been telling you we are here now and your smirk is scaring everyone. She looked around and did indeed see how most of the men were straying far away from her. She smirked again. Hey, must have picked up some things from Naruto. Naruto unwittingly thought, damn. She has picked some stuff up from me. Let's head inside sensei. With that they all entered the tower. There was a catch board for the Catch the Tora mission. The cat had been tormenting Genins since the start of the Sandimes rule, and the leader board had been put up after the Sannin managed to catch her in 2 hours. To this day only one team had managed to beat that record. The top 10 catches were all under 2 hours. As a matter of fact some of them was under 10 minutes. Naruto had set up places to meet Tora so he could pet her when she was out. As such he had a little bit of a schedule he could follow to catch her. All of the top 10 catches had been made by Naruto's team. They walked into the Hokage's office and Naruto immediately relinquished hold of Tora to the Fire Daimyo's wife. She is going to kill that cat, Naruto thought. The Hokage sighed and said, good work teammate, now for the next mission. A light bulb seemed to light up above Naruto's head. Kurenai noticed the light in Naruto's eyes, tried to stop him. No Naru, excuse me miss. Naruto shouted, you're hurting her. The Fire Daimyo's wife turned to find Naruto pointing at Tora. She raised an eyebrow and said, I think I know how to handle my pets. Naruto scowled and said, oh yeah. Put Tora down and let's see who she goes to. If she comes to me you let me show you how she likes to be petted. If you win I will catch your cat for free for the rest of the month. The Fire Daimyo's wife smirked. Okay, Kurenai-sensei, could you please take Tora and put her in the middle of the room? Kurenai and the Hokage sighed. Hi. Kurenai placed Tora in the middle of the room and the Fire Daimyo's wife immediately said, Tora, come here and there is some fish in it for you. Tora looked her owner and took a step. Naruto spoke up, Tora-chan here girl. Making sounds with his teeth. Tora immediately turned around and leapt into the Genin's arms. The Fire Daimyo was stunned. Like this man, Naruto showed the Fire Daimyo's wife. Gently petting Tora's head and scratching her ears, making her purr. Now you try. The Fire Daimyo almost crushed Tora when Naruto held her arm. Softly, he led the Fire Daimyo's wife's hand gently down Tora's spine and Tora started purring. Amazing, the entire room minus Naruto said. Naruto smirked and said, if you treat Tora like that I doubt she will run again. Thank you mister. Naruto chuckled. I am Uzumaki Naruto man. Please treat Tora nicely, as much as I love petting her she needs a good home. The Fire Daimyo's wife nodded and made a note to tell the Fire Lord about this Genin. The Hokage chuckled seeing Naruto's legendary politician skills at work. He would be a force to rival in a few years. If that is all ma'am, I believe teammate has earned the rest of the day off. Dismissed, the Hokage said. Everyone filed out of the office. Outside, so should we do teamwork exercises or? Naruto started. I have a clan mission that is starting and I will be gone for a few days. Shino said while he walked to his compound. Anno, father wants to train me in some advanced moves so I must get going. Gomen na Naruto. With that Hinata walked off. Just like that the tension was in the air again. Well Kurenai-sensei, seems we are being left to fend for ourselves, what would you like to do? Kurenai thought about it for a while. I think I am going to go meet Anko for lunch then relax the rest of the day. What about you Naruto-kun? Naruto again quirked an eyebrow at the honorific. Naruto responded while thinking, it's now or never. I was considering asking you to join me for dinner. Kurenai was taken aback. Really, now what would the occasion be for? Kurenai's mind immediately went to the place she tried so hard over the past 2 months to avoid. A date. She immediately slapped herself in her head, but the words were already out. If you don't mind going on a date with someone as young as me, I most certainly would welcome you as my date. Naruto said. Naruto hated to throw such a point into the conversation, but it must be clear before they start anything that could lead to disaster areas for Naruto's mind. If he allows himself to connect to someone but they would never allow it past a certain point. Well, Naruto has so little friends it becomes devastating to lose even one. Kurenai blinked and replied almost without thinking, a man's age has nothing to do with his maturity Naruto-kun. You are much more mature than most of the men in this village. Naruto took the compliment and said, then shall I pick you up at 7 o'clock? Kurenai nodded her head and took her leave, heading for Anko, eager to share her news with Naruto. He headed home thinking to Kyuubi and Kamikaze, that was unexpected. But welcome, Kamikaze chimed in. Hey, all I know is kid, you need some clothes for tonight. This ANBU stuff isn't cutting it. Kyuubi informed her container. Naruto nodded his assent to the demon. He had arrived at his house and decided to tidy up his small apartment. He set about to work and let his mind wander as he did the menial chores that allowed him to work his finger muscles. Over the past month he could feel the sexual tension between himself and Kurenai. It was part of the reason he did not want his identity revealed, but he could not say he was not enjoying the attention. He had been attracted to the woman even when he was young. He was by no means a pervert, but for some reason he had noticed her even at his young age and pegged her as someone he wanted to know more about. He had thought about her over the years and kept an eye on her, helping her out with little notes for genjutsu ideas, though she didn't know that. He knew that now that she knew about him. He was falling for her. Thought there were two things that held him back. One was the age difference. He was not sure she would be able to hold a relationship with someone 7 years younger than her. Another was Yugao. He knew he held feelings for the purple-haired ANBU as well. This confused him as he was sure that he should only be able to love one of them. Yugao had inadvertently led to the creation of his inner pervert a year ago when he had been flashed. She still did not know this, but he had dreams of her and Kurenai doing things with him he knew 13-year-olds shouldn't be keen on doing. Yes, there were 13-year-olds who did that, but they were perverts, right? And wanting more than one girl did that not make him perverse? He could not ask the girls these questions and he hesitated to ask Karasu. He felt it would not be proper to discuss this with others, therefore kept it squashed down where only Kamikaze was able to see it occasionally when it would flash across his mind in training. Kamikaze knew that it was natural but did not want to encourage him. He decided to let his user figure it out on his own and he would help where he could. Trying to explain it to someone like Naruto might only exacerbate it. Naruto, though, for the life of him he could not seem to figure out why he could not have both of them. It was supposed to feel wrong to love multiple women. It showed in society how men were only allowed one woman to become their wife. Naruto was sure that because of this you were only supposed to love one woman. He had more interaction with Kurenai, so he decided to go on a date with her since she brought it up. But he was feeling a little guilty at not taking Yugao out as well. Still musing over why he could not have multiple loves. He missed the thoughtful expression and slight muttering of the Kyuubi as Naruto continued his cleaning. With Kurenai. I can't believe I actually asked him that. She was still in a bit of shock over the fact she just asked out a boy who was 7 years her junior. She could not deny her feelings about the boy. Ever since he had been shown as the swordsman who saved her all those years ago, and that he remained so pure even now was utterly astonishing. His childhood had been horrible. He had not explained much before he got his sword, but just the parts that he did made Kurenai cringe. He asked so mature she felt as if she was talking to her father again. She was walking to the dango shop she was sure Anko was going to be at and continued her musings. He was kind, courageous, cute, powerful, and definitely not a pervert because she had yet to see him trying to sneak a peek at her or hinata during practice. Basically everything she wanted in a man was packed into that little man 7 years her junior. The things he could do with seals were amazing. He managed to bring her stamina up so high that she could actually outlast Kakashi. That had always been her weakest point, and now she could stand long fights. When she first realized she was falling for the blonde after giving him that little kiss on the night she had been assigned him as a genin, she tried to stop her mind from going there, but as she spent time around him and noticed how his aura radiated peace and security, she began to grow more and more attracted to him. She noticed how Yugao was hanging around him too. That did not sit well with her for some reason. Now she stopped denying herself and actually took that step to see what would happen if she went further. She felt a little sorry for Yugao. She had been as deprived of love as she had because of all the perverts honing in on her as well, and decided that she would help Yugao find a guy if things worked out with Naruto tonight. With Yugao. She could not get that little man out of her head. Damn it, she growled in her head. Why is it all the guys her age have to be perverts? There was that Hayate guy, but ever since she met Naruto he was all she could think about. His aura of peace yet deadliness was only exuded by the strongest of shinobi. He could bring you at ease with his very presence. The fact he had one kick-ass sword that he could talk to did not have any indication as to why she had initially taken her interest in him. She could feel the power rolling off him when she saw him that night in the ANBU headquarters. She could feel the skill he held hidden when he shunshined onto the training ground the day she had helped Kurenai. She tried as hard as she could to keep herself from him, but it only seemed to push her along faster. She knew she fell for the blonde. When she kissed him on the cheek she had known, but she tried to deny it. Tried as hard as she could to say someone 8 years younger could never want to be with someone like her, but her mind would not accept it. So she spent some time away from him that first week doing ANBU missions, but as soon as she got back she felt compelled to seek him out. So she had, and as soon as she walked into his presence she was at peace. More calm than she had ever felt before. His aura was just so damn comforting. Like a blanket that just dulled your senses. She was a little annoyed that Kurenai got to spend so much time with him. She almost wished she were his sensei just to spend some time with him. She had finally worked up the courage to make it seem like a casual date. The next time she saw him she was gonna ask him out. If things worked out with Naruto she was going to have to help Kurenai in finding another decent guy. She felt a little bad taking Kurenai's swordsman away, but he was too much of a catch for anyone to let go. Besides, with his life, the sooner he gets some love and the more he gets the better. Dango shop. Anko was eating her dango peacefully when Yugao walked up and joined her. Wonder what's got her in such a good mood. Shrugging it off as she didn't care and continued to eat her blessed dango. A few minutes later, Kurenai walked up in a similarly good mood. Wow, they are both in a good mood. Something must have happened. Deciding to get the news. She was a professional interrogator. So what happened that got you girls in such high spirits? Yugao and Kurenai both shared wistful sighs as if they were little girls thinking of a fond crush, and Anko smirked. Oh, this is gonna be good, must be about that blonde gaki. Kurenai and Yugao had informed Anko of all that had happened with Naruto. They felt that since she had been helping him out the most with their search, that they owed her that much. She had almost blew a gasket at how horrible the villagers had been, but calmed down when Yugao and Kurenai told her that no one was to know, so the council could not try to hurt Naruto. Anko had yet to meet the boy, but she swore if he hurt either of her friends, some heads were going to roll. Yugao and Kurenai looked at each other before turning away with guilty expressions. Yep, definitely about the blonde gaki. Okay, spill. The only reason for you two to act that this is that little blonde-headed man that somehow lives in your apartment complex. Yugao and Kurenai shared a look, and Kurenai nodded to show Yugao should go first. Yugao steeled herself and started her story. She spoke of how she had come to love the blonde little swordsman, how she was initially attracted to his aura, and after spending some time with him she began to see him as something more, even though it had only been 2 months. She tried to deny her feelings, but it didn't work, and he had opened up quite a bit with her, and she was planning on asking him out for a date tonight. So there you have it. Sorry Kurenai, but I really do like the guy, probably even love him. Yugao ended. Anko motioned for Kurenai to speak her piece. Kurenai started her side as well, starting how she just wanted to know more about the blonde swordsman who saved her life not once but twice. She got him to explain his reasoning behind his actions and came to show his compassionate side. She mimicked Yugao in saying his aura calmed her down to the point she almost didn't even have her guard up when she was around him for extended periods. Finally, how she tried to deny herself, but he asked her to dinner as friends and she sort of pushed for something more. Sorry Yugao, but I have the date with him tonight and I am going to take it. He is too good to pass up. Yugao's face fell. I want to try to help you find a good person for you two though. Kurenai said, though she realized Yugao would probably not want her help, not after this. Anko watched all this with a passive face and felt for her purple-haired comrade. There were very few good people within Konoha. Even less decent males around, and with her getting older the pickings were slim, especially because of her ANBU career. It was amazing that they had found this diamond in the rough. Now most thought Anko was a sex fiend that was just a mask to hide her true nature of being scared of others trying to take advantage of her because of her past. So using this mask she actually had a light bulb go off in her head, and before Yugao could make a hasty exit spoke up, why don't you just share him? Anko spoke her ingenious idea. What? Both Yugao and Kurenai all but shouted. They immediately calmed down when most of the store stared at them. Kurenai spoke up first, why would we share him? He is not some prize for us to have. Yugao then spoke up, yeah. Besides, what if he didn't like me? He did ask Kurenai out first. Anko sighed, getting through to these numbskulls will take some maneuvering. First off, I never said he was a prize, he is a person, but with the shit he has been through, don't you think he deserves a little extra lovin'? Second, he opened up to you Yugao. According to Kurenai here, he has not told as much as he told to you to anybody but Kurenai. What other proof do you need? He has had a life more horrible than mine, and if I had 2 beautiful women say they both want to date me, I would most definitely jump at it. Anko sat back and watched her friend's emotions. There were 2 ways this could end. Both happy and satisfied, literally that demonic stamina would be put to good use with these girls, or one heartbroken and the other happy. She hoped it was the former. Yugao thought about it from Anko's suggestion. Does he love me? She asked herself first. If he didn't, then this was a moot point, but if he loved her and Kurenai, then well, it was a win-win in her case. She was great friends with Kurenai. She could tolerate having to share with her best friend. In fact, it might even prove fun. She had always enjoyed Kurenai's company. She had a sharp wit that showed itself around her friends. They enjoyed many of the same things. She had come to the decision she could share with Kurenai. After all, she had promised to help her find a guy too, and she loved Kurenai almost like a sister. If this provided them both happiness, then it was fine with her. Kurenai was thinking at the same time as Yugao. He likes me, I know that, but does he like Yugao too? She thought about it for a moment and decided that Naruto had to at least like her as a friend, if nothing else, with all he had told her. Then came the ultimate question. Can I share him? It was true what Anko said about his life. He had led an awful life. She was sure she could provide a loving, caring environment to his life. She loved Yugao like a sister. They both wanted the same guy and enjoyed many of the same views. She decided Anko was right. Sharing would bring happiness to all of the people. Naruto most of all, who deserved it. She turned to Yugao. Anko watched as they finished their internal debates and turned to each other. I don't mind if you want to try to share him, Yugao. Kurenai said. Yugao teared up with happiness and hugged her sister in all but blood. Thank you. Well, I think we should get ready for tonight, Kurenai blinked. She had almost forgotten her date tonight. You want to break it to him tonight? Hi, I don't get much time off from ANBU, but the Sandime has said he wants me to spend some more time with your team, so I will be getting a little more vacation time within the city. Kurenai nodded and said, well, we need to go pick out what we want so we can rock him tonight. Anko finally spoke up, I am happy for you two, just don't break him. He is going to be naive in some points, try to be a bit more understanding and don't blow up at him. I heard he had a pink banshee from his last year at the academy and he hated her for it. The trio stood up and after paying for their meal exited the store. They walked for a little bit before getting ready to separate, and right before they did they ran into Naruto, who looked a little tired from what smelled like cleaning supplies. Kurenai and Yugao both waved and said, hello Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up from his trek and smiled, hello Kurenai-chan, Yugao-chan, Anko-chan. Anko looked confused before saying, how do you know about me? Naruto answered, Yugao-kan and Kurenai-chan always talk about you. I hear you have had a rough life. I was on my way to get some formal clothes done since all I have is training clothes. Would you ladies accompany me? I have something I want to show you. Anko immediately threw a kunai at Naruto, but Naruto saw her action and immediately plucked the kunai out the air and turned around, handing it back to her with the handle pointing at her as she shunshin behind him. Do not attack me, I just might kill you, he said while staring at her with red eyes. I believe this is yours, he said, returning to his previous persona. Kurenai and Yugao just stood there chuckling at Anko's gobsmacked expression. They had warned her and had been worried when she threw the kunai, but Naruto's actions were funny. Anko finally grinned before reaching down and plucking the kunai from his hand and whispered in his ear, you heard my sisters and I will castrate you. Naruto simply nodded and whispered back, I would kill myself before allowing me to harm them. Anko looked in his blue eyes and nodded before turning to Yugao and Kurenai. Let's go then. Naruto led them to Karasu's shop. He stopped in front of it, but the three kunoichi looked around and said, what are we looking for? Extend your senses a bit. Naruto replied. Each of them looked at the store and muttered, Genjutsu. Naruto nodded and led them inside. He greeted his brother. Ohio Karasu Niai-san, Ohio Ototo, Karasu answered back. All three kunoichi now had their mouths on the floor. Here was the legendary Karasu and his shop, and Naruto called him Niai-san. Karasu chuckled, please pick your mouths off the floor. They promptly shut their mouths and Naruto said, Niai-san, this is Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, and Hebi Haim. Pointing to Kurenai, Yugao, and Anko respectively. Earning blushes from the first two and a glare from the last. Using his names for them so Karasu could get a feel for them. He was particularly interested in Anko. He had heard of her treatment within the village and was interested in who she was. He could not stand for bigots who attacked their own defenders. Oh heyo everyone, pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard so much from little Naruto here. Especially you, Miss Anko. Anko growled and putting on her mask said, yeah, what did the little bugger tell ya about how good I am with a snake? Karasu took her bad temper in stride and said, no, he actually told me you were a beautiful woman who was looked down upon for no fault of your own. Anko's eyes widened before looking at Naruto, who smiled sadly. Anko-chan, I want you to promise me something. Anko asked, what? That you will go on a date with Karasu tonight. Anko growled, why would I do that? Naruto said, because if you do I will remove your curse seal. Anko immediately tried to catch Naruto, but he had removed his seals before saying it and avoided her. Damn it Yugaki, get here and remove this seal. You better respect me. Naruto's eyes turned red. Respect is earned, not given. Even the Hokage had to earn my respect. Don't expect me to somehow respect you just because of your position. I had said I would remove the seal for little, but I don't think I should now with your little outburst. It took me years of studying to reach the level 1 and many months to devise a counter seal for your particular seal. Anko was stunned. The Gaki growled at her, but not only that, Yugao and Kurenai were shaking their heads. I will give you one last chance. Karasu is a fine man, he simply wants to know you better. I only had that stipulation because he will never ask you out and I know you two would work together. Anko considered it for all of 5 seconds and said, fine. Naruto nodded his head. If you don't keep your promise you will wish you had kept this compared to what I will do to you. He quickly pulled out a piece of paper and walked to Anko. Naruto slapped the paper on Anko's neck and yelled, Fuan Kai. After a brief moment in which markings spread all over Anko's body, she blinked and everyone saw a wisp of something that looked like a soul's head screaming in agony before disappearing. Now enjoy your night, that is what I wanted to show you. Be ready to be picked up at 7 YNE. With that Naruto shoved them out the door and into the street. Naruto sighed and said, let's get to work Karasu, you need an outfit too. Karasu sighed, since you went through the trouble I will go. The girls went their separate ways to get ready for their respective dates. That night 7 o'clock. Naruto rang the doorbell at Kurenai's apartment. Curiously enough, Kurenai, Naruto and Yugao were the only ones within this whole apartment. Kurenai's voice came from within the apartment, come in. Naruto walked into the apartment and noticed it was sparsely furnished, but the predominant theme was a red color set almost matching her eyes. She had a sofa and a TV. A few pictures of past times, but otherwise a plain apartment. He heard someone moving from the hallway and stood near the door, so when she came around the corner he could get a decent look at her. Kurenai came around the corner and his jaw dropped. She was wearing a red dress that reached down to her ankles. It stretched from right below her breasts to her ankles in a full wraparound, however, it was backless on the top with the straps holding her breasts to her body. He managed to pick his jaw off the ground just to have it drop again as Yugao walked into the room. She was wearing a golden dress with a back that supported her breasts quite nicely that ended about mid-thigh. He looked between the two women trying to figure out why both of them were here. Yugao and Kurenai were licking their lips and thinking, jackpot. Naruto had gotten a kimono made for himself. It was black with crimson crescents on it. It showed very little of his body, but with his hair tidied up and combed, even with its spiky appearance, he was showing every bit of the correct atmosphere. Finally noticing his questioning glance, Kurenai spoke up. "Take a seat, Naruto, we wish to discuss something with you before this date." Naruto looked like a deer caught in the headlights when she spoke, and she was a little pleased they had guessed right. Naruto sat on the sofa while they sat on either side. "Now Naruto," Yuga spoke up, "we already know you like Kurenai, but what about me?" Naruto flushed a little before responding. "You are amazing as well, Murasaki Haim. I really don't think I could live without both of you." Both of them flashed a smile before leaning in. "That's good, Naruto," started Kurenai, "because we decided we would share you." Yuga finished as they each took a kiss on the lips. Naruto was stunned for a few seconds before recovering. I thought it was against the law for that." The women sighed. "We don't care about being married, Naruto, although it would be nice, it is not necessary. We are ninja, our lives are short compared to others. Whether we share the same name or not makes no difference to us." Naruto looked contemplative for a moment before responding. "So you both are going to be my girlfriends?" A slight hope in his voice. Both of them chuckled before saying in unison, "Hi." They giggled again. Naruto sighed happily before turning to both of them and saying, "I am glad for you solving my internal dilemma. I have been struggling recently to express that I like both of you. Now I am glad you both like me too." He kissed them both again before standing. "Now I believe you two ladies are in need of a date." He took Kurenai on his right arm and Yuga on his left, and they left Kurenai's apartment. He started walking around the city. He led them to the rich sector of the city. They stopped in front of the Leaf Dragon, the highest place in town. It had sprung up a few years ago and immediately became the place for clan heads and the council to eat at. Naruto walked up to the door and ignored the muttering of the crowd. Naruto-kun, are you sure this is the place?" Yuga asked, not sure about it. Naruto chuckled as they looked at the bouncer and said, "Hi Yuga-chan, now may we pass Sukun?" "Sukun." The bouncer looked at Naruto for a second and then bowed, letting him through. Yuga and Kurenai were stunned. Naruto walked right up to the maid and said, "Table for 3 Uzumaki." The maid looked up and scowled. "Get out of here, boy, before I call the police and have you arrested for trespassing." Naruto looked at the man and said, "How long have you been working here?" The man seemed surprised before responding, "This is my 3rd week here." That would explain it. Please call the manager." The maid did as was told, sure the demon was going to be thrown out. "Naruto-kun, let's just go somewhere where there aren't any stuck-up pricks." Kurenai said, Now, Megami-chan, this is all gonna be resolved in a moment." As Naruto spoke, the manager walked up and upon noticing Naruto looked at the maid scowling. He immediately went up to Naruto and bowed. "My apologies, Naruto Dono. Please allow me to take you to your seat." Both the girls and the maid were stunned. He just addressed him as if he were a visiting dignitary. "Don't worry about it, Takeshi-san, simply make sure your maids are more hospitable next time." With that they walked off to the table. As he sat after the girls had gotten settled on the balcony scene overlooking the entire city, he spoke up. "A few years ago, while I was still training, I began to sneak out and kill bandit camps for some experience. The waiter took their drink orders and entrees and went to place the order. While I was out there, I came across a woman trapped in a cage being held hostage by about 50 bandits. I made my plan, and when most of them slept, I killed them to release the captives. Noticing the woman I saw earlier, she stopped and asked my name. I responded, and a few years later I am walking down the street when that same woman walks up to me. At this point their drinks are there and they are munching on snacks. She introduces herself and says that she wants to thank me for my contribution to her store. She took all the money the bandits had and made a restaurant. Can you guess who this is?" Kurenai and Yuga were stunned for the 5th time tonight. He saved the owner of the most popular restaurant in Konoha. "So I gained instant access here and a reserved table for whenever I want to come with free food, though I pay because of the investment. My payout stays with the restaurant and more than covers my food costs." They had finished eating and were just enjoying each other's presence, making small talk. They turned to the city view and they each sat on the edge of the roof, Naruto in between the two girls. Naruto had an idea on how to end the day. "How would you girls like to see where I go just to think or get away?" Yuga and Kurenai both nodded. Naruto shunshined them all to the 4th's head and sat down. Kurenai laid on his right and Yuga on his left. He stroked their hair as they all watched the sunset from the mountaintop. They did not keep track of time until all of a sudden Naruto said, "Fuck. Goddamn villagers." Both Yuga and Kurenai were worried. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" they asked. Naruto quickly said, "Girls, do you have anything hidden within your rooms under a strong genjutsu or in a safe?" Both shook a negative and Naruto sighed. "I regret to inform you that our apartments have burned down. The villagers finally found out where I live and burned it down about 5 minutes ago. I just got a KB memory of it." Both Yuga and Kurenai were in tears, thinking they lost everything. "The KBs I had in my apartment saved all of your belongings and brought them somewhere safe. That's why I asked if you had anything hidden. I apologize for going through your drawers, but it was necessary." He hung his head ashamed, until he felt both their lips pressing against his. "Thanks," they both said. Naruto coughed and cleared his throat. "Yes, well, I had not planned this so soon, but since our complex burned down and I do not think you two have a place to stay." They both shook a negative again. Naruto cleared his throat and blushed a deep crimson. "I would be honored to have you come live with me." They both blinked before asking, Naruto, didn't your apartment get burnt down too? Naruto replied, I had been saving up for a plot of land and building supplies for a while now. I just finished my home and I have 2 bedrooms with your names on it if you want. His blush creeping back, Yuga and Kurenai spoke to each other before turning around with a mischievous glint in their eyes and saying, okay, we would like to take you up on that, Naruto-kun. Naruto gulped before nodding and leading them to his new house. He had made rooms suited to their individual tastes in hopes they would one day live with him. Kind of a lost dream to him, but he was overjoyed to finally share his living space with someone. Especially 2 women he loved. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Yuga were making plans to murder the poor boy. They arrived at the house and Kurenai and Yuga gasped. It was a large size, easily big enough to fit a nice family of 12 to 15. Naruto led them on a house tour. The living room was spacious with the same type of sofa of Naruto's apartment. A big screen TV. A small fridge for snacks and drinks. The kitchen was state-of-the-art and had every gadget a person could ever want. There were about 10 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. The master bedroom and bath. A hot spring, a dojo, and a library which held the base for the matrix of seals that protected his house. He added their signatures so they could enter the house. They were surprised when he showed the 4 custom rooms, 2 of which were theirs. One of them was pure yellow. When they asked him why yellow, he said, I am not sure, it seems I was just pushed to make it that way. Another was adorned with a small pond and a mist machine. They asked, but he said he was just compelled to make it that way. Naruto then showed their rooms. Yuga was first. Hers was a pure gold color that matched her eyes. Stands for her sword and a desk with scrolls of kenjutsu. It had a queen-sized bed with golden bed covers. Naruto led Kurenai to her room. It was red-colored like her eyes. The bed covers copying that color scheme. Scrolls on genjutsu theory and some small plants for her to take care of. Both hugged him and took off to explore and unpack, having handed them their scrolls with their items sealed inside. He wandered off to his master bedroom. He was sad the complex burned down but happy he got the girls. He decided to take a shower and hit the bed. It had been a long day. Once he was finished with his shower, just wearing his boxers, he stepped out of his bathroom to look at his king-sized bed. He saw a sight most men would dream of. Kurenai in a red teddy barely holding her breasts in and leaving nothing to the imagination with a red pair of panties. Yuga wearing the same, only golden. He wondered where they had gotten them for a second, then decided he didn't care. They both giggled at his expression and said, you wouldn't want us to be lonely in this big empty house, would you, Naruto-kun? Kurenai said suggestively, drawing out his name. You wouldn't want us all cold at night because of you, Naruto-kun? Yuga said, following the pattern. Naruto sighed. Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, would you do this poor soul a favor and sleep with me tonight? They replied without hesitation. They threw him onto the bed. Kurenai taking her traditional right hand place, snuggling up with him and pressing her body flush against him as Yuga mimicked her on the left. They both murmured, night, Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed, content to go to sleep in the embrace of someone who loves him for the first time in his life. Good night, my little Megami, my little Haim. With that, Naruto drifted to his most peaceful sleep of his life. Chapter 6 Missions, Dates, and What? Naruto woke groggily as his internal clock rang at 4 o'clock that morning. He wriggled his hands and feet. Feeling a weight on his body, he assumed it was his seals. Strange they shouldn't feel this heavy. Naruto thought to himself as he tried to bring his hand up to form the seal to release a level of his resistance seal. He could hear grumbling in his head. Shaking off the grumbling as QB, he again tried to move his hand. Only for last night to hit him with full force. Oh, that's what that is. Naruto realized, quickly, making some cage bunshin to make breakfast. He looked down and smiled. On each side of Naruto lay a woman. The one on the right had hair as black as night. A body many women and kunoichi would kill for. His own little slice of heaven on earth, Kurenai Yuhi. To his left, hair as royal as the purple it was. His own little kingdom of paradise, Yuga Uzuki. Both had admitted only yesterday they held feelings for the little blonde currently snuggled in between both of their expansive chests. Upon finding their apartments burnt down, Naruto had invited them to join him in his lonely house. Imagine his joy when not one, but both accepted without hesitation, and so on their first night here, they had slept in the same bed together. Now, Naruto believes the only way a good day can start and stay that way was if you woke up next to the person you loved. Currently, he was deciding this was the best day of his short 13-year-old life. Nothing could bring him down today. He felt the two moving and blushed as their legs moved in unison up his legs, resting in a very special place that all males have trouble with in the morning. He managed to stifle his groan as they brushed him. He hoped with all his heart that Kami would save him from his first good morning being embarrassing. He was disappointed. Oh, Naruto-kun, Kurenai said sweetly, what is that steak I feel poking at my thigh? Yes, Naruto-kun, Yuga chimed in, I wonder what that could possibly be. Naruto started to sweat bullets and stammered out, I'm sorry, please don't hit me for being a pervert. He covered his head and waited for the rain of blows he would always get from girls who thought he was doing something perverted, especially Sakura. Yuga and Kurenai blinked, a playful atmosphere destroyed by Naruto's declaration. Kurenai spoke up softly so as not to upset him further. Naruto-kun, that is a normal problem men have when they wake up. There is nothing perverted with that. Who told you that? And why would you expect us to hit you? Yuga asked. Naruto peeked through his protective arms and replied, whenever Sakura would think I was doing something perverted I would be hit by her. She would always hit my head. I wouldn't dodge it thinking that I deserved it because I couldn't tell what I did wrong, but she was always so enraged that I must have. Faulty logic here, trying to show a little bit of immaturity and naivete because of his upbringing. It seems a little OOC for him, but trust me, this will work out. I have a few surprises. Kurenai and Yugao frowned. Neither liked that this Sakura would hit Naruto. Women in general don't like perverts, but to hit a kid just because you think he did something perverted was crossing the line. Yugao spoke up. Naruto, morning wood is a natural reaction. I am sure you read the anatomy for your anti-rape seals. Didn't you come across this? Naruto thought for a moment before responding. I had heard of it, but this was the first time I have had it. I just had a natural reaction to Sakura's hitting. Sorry, Haim, Megami. Kurenai and Yugao smiled but were musing in their heads. Just so you know, Naruto-kun, women do not like perverts, that is true. However, women who have men they like. To see them get like this, Kurenai said and rubbed him again, only makes the women feel, I suppose I should say, proud. At least it does to me, and I believe Yugao. Yugao nodded her assent. Do not make this a habit and do not show anyone this, but if it does happen while you are admiring your girlfriends, it is okay to feel aroused. Kurenai tried to explain to her new boyfriend. She did not want him to shy away from him because of some conditioning this Sakura seemed to be doing. Naruto nodded his head and said, so I should only feel like this around my girlfriends. Kyuubi spoke up from the seal. No, kid, that is a natural reaction to any female body you might find attractive. You will have that reaction to many women, but should it be a woman not interested in you, then they will likely call you a pervert. What Kurenai is explaining is that only those whom you are involved with would take it as a compliment. Others would see it as you simply cannot control yourself. Kurenai and Yugao noticed his far-off look and waited for a bit, knowing he was either talking to Kamikaze or Kyuubi. Yugao and Kurenai both took a minute to concentrate on the feel of Naruto's manhood that was poking them. They both thought the same thing, big. He was not huge, but he was big for his age and he still had some time to grow. No, Naruto is not going to be some huge monster of a third leg. That would hurt almost anyone he tried to have sex with, but he will be a decent size even if he is young. When I write a lemon. They both blushed and turned away from each other, a little embarrassed at the thoughts running through their heads. Naruto was brought out of his musings by a slight honey scent that permeated the area. He sniffed the area slightly, trying to get a bead on it. He sniffed again and heard Kyuubi growl. This put Naruto on edge. Kyuubi hadn't growled since they first met. He sniffed again and managed to locate the honey scent from Kurenai and Yugao. He opened his mouth to speak, but something stopped him. He looked at them and noticed their blush and the way they were looking away from each other and him. If Naruto was one thing, he was observant. He would notice details most would not, even if they held no relevance to him. So it was no surprise he noticed their slight movements on his manhood, and somehow, even being as dense as he was, recognized the scent. They were aroused. Naruto chuckled. This brought Kurenai and Yugao back to his face, which was covered in a blush, and he said, okay, I think Kyuubi explained it. Basically only do this with you girls, but it will happen with others I find physically attractive. Yugao and Kurenai nodded, both rather eager to end such an embarrassing talk. Naruto then clapped his hands and said, well then, we have spent about 2 hours of this morning in bed, what's another 30 minutes, eh? Yugao and Kurenai looked confused until a caged Bunshin walked in with a bed tray filled to the brim with eggs, bacon, toast, and some broth for them. I do not know what a traditional breakfast for them is. I will try to make lunches and dinners with Japanese foods. Yugao and Kurenai were a bit shocked but sat and ate in some light chatter. Kurenai spoke up as the caged Bunshin returned the tray to the kitchen. Well, as much as this was refreshing, I believe we need to freshen up. Yugao nodded and they both went to their own rooms to clean up and get ready for the team meeting in a few hours. Though not before kissing Naruto almost senseless. Naruto regained his senses about 5 minutes later and decided to take a quick shower before relaxing, since he could not do a morning workout and it had been a while since he relaxed. He released all of his seals as he had been doing once a week to get used to his difference in speed and reflexes. He relaxed his body as he ran around the compound for a few minutes, getting his body used to the feeling and the speed. He was mildly satisfied before he returned and took a shower. He sat upon his bed and thought about all that had happened, just reminiscing the good and the bad. When all of a sudden Kyuubi came across his thoughts. Its actions of late have been awkward. A little more helpful and definitely less hostile. Kyuubi spoke up, oh really kid? So I don't seem as malicious as usual? She chuckled deeply. Naruto responded, no actually. Kyuubi stopped chuckling, oh. So I haven't, eh? Well, maybe I should just return to being that big fox in your head that just gives you a headache. Naruto responded quickly, oh, you don't give me headaches. I quite enjoy your presence if you do not scream at me to get out. Kyuubi was quiet a few moments. Naruto was getting a little worried, but before he did anything Kyuubi's voice boomed out from his head, thank you kid. No one has ever said such a thing. Naruto pondered how quiet the voice of Kyuubi sounded when it was being sincere. Wait a minute, Naruto's mind kicked into overdrive. Why would a demon care about others' feelings? The way it had been acting of late was against all the stories the village told, and for the second time in 1 hour a stroke of brilliance went through Naruto's mind and he gasped. Mindscape. He entered his mindscape a little angry he had overlooked such an important detail. He marched across the plain, showing a pale moon on one side and a library being shone upon by the moon. He was a little too angry at himself to notice. He marched right up to the trees, now showing a plain with a forest, some game, and a small thunderstorm in a corner. He growled out, "Show yourself to me." Naruto took in Kyubi with a single gaze. She was her usual 50-story high self. Still the reddish-orange tint to her coat. Wasn't she more red before? Naruto mused. Kyubi raised one of her massive eyebrows and smirked after reading Naruto's findings. So my container finally decides to question this. Amused by this turn of events, she said, "Why should I show you? What is in it for me?" Naruto growled, "I did many things for you in good faith. One thing in return is not much to ask." Kyubi grumbled, not happy, but what he said was true. "Very well. I am surprised you figured this out though." Kyubi immediately began changing size, shrinking and shrinking until it was higher than Naruto and about Yugaro's height. Once the light had cleared, Naruto beheld her beauty. Kyubi was standing in all her glory, about 5 feet 6 inches, with full round lips, a heart-shaped face framed by 2 bangs. Hair as blonde as the sun. An hourglass figure with large D-cup breasts, wide hips, and legs that seemingly go on forever. All in all, perfection. A demoness in her own right, but what drew Naruto were her eyes. Her eyes were not the menacing red that he had come to see. No, they were still slitted, however they were a color of yellow filled with power but seemingly benevolent. Her eyes seemed to dance with lightning sparks. He quickly tore his gaze from her and noticed her clothing. She was wearing a white kimono with yellow flashes of lightning. "Like what you see." Kyubi smirked as she took in her container's expression. Naruto quickly schooled his face. "Why did you not tell me you were a woman? Why are your eyes yellow and not red?" He almost shouted. He was frustrated he had not considered this possibility. It changed little but seemed a big deal to him for some reason. Kyubi smiled her fox smile and said, "Don't demand stuff from me just because you did not consider I was female. I know you do not look down on females and have saved them, hence I will assume you ask out of your own irritation and not out of incomprehensibility that a woman might be the strongest being alive. As for my eyes, that is a story for another time." Naruto was not happy. He felt like he was duped. He had been going on an assumption. He does not do that. It did not sit well with him, this revelation. How were Kurenai and Yugao going to take this? Kyubi frowned with the way his thoughts turned. "Do not mistake me when I say this, Naruto. You are mine, my container. You are bound to my life and bound to my soul. We are stuck together so much even I doubt we could separate anymore. Demons are attracted to power. Your potential is limitless. You are the only one capable of attaining the power to rival or even defeat me." Naruto was a little scared at that concept. He worried he might have to give up the only happiness he had outside because a possessive demon inside him claimed him. He totally overlooked she called him by his name. Kyubi saw his dilemma and said, "Do not worry about your other mates, Kit. You are not ready to try and mate me. There will come a time when you realize most of your potential. When you start on that path, I will be there, as I have been through your entire life. We shall see what happens. I do not love you. I am attracted to your power. None have been close to you in power. Likely I would have to wait thousands of years for someone again. You are simply convenient for me. Even if we are stuck together, I could easily drag you wherever I wish when the seal weakens. That is all." With that being said, Kyubi kicked him out of his mindscape. Real world. Naruto woke in his room and looked at the time only to notice he had about a half hour before team practice. He quickly went and splashed some water on his face, calming himself down. It wouldn't do to alert the girls to some problems. He figured he could gain power until he was strong enough to take Kyubi down and keep his girls. "Not in this lifetime." Kyubi spoke up. "Naruto-sama, please do not listen to Kyubi-san. She only seeks to weaken your resolve. Stand firm and you shall always prevail." Kamikaze spoke up for the first time since his talk with the Hokage. "Kamikaze, where have you been?" Naruto thought. "I have been reviewing some things for you, Naruto-sama, and got carried away. I am sorry for having been absent almost 2 months. I have everything remembered, so I should not need to leave you again." Kamikaze answered. "Ah," Naruto answered. When Naruto was younger, Kamikaze would go to the realm of the ancients who created him and look up some advanced stances or techniques because he had not been used. He did not remember them all. Seems even as a sword he was able to look information up. Although only on himself. Naruto pondered Kyubi but decided he would ignore her threat and deal with it when he came to that crossroad. Yes, he would eventually cross it, but he was gaining power each day by training and he rarely ever had a day off as it was. Pushing any further would lead to exhaustion, which would lead to counterproductiveness. So decided he pushed the matter to his corner of solve later folders in his mind and headed downstairs. Yugao and Kurenai were waiting for him. He spoke up before they left. "Yugao-chan, Kurenai-chan, would it be a good idea to not be openly public about our relationship until after the Chunin exams?" They shared a look. Yugao spoke up, "Yes, it probably would. But how would we hide the living with you?" Naruto answered, "Well, we don't really have to go on popular areas as dates, and if we act normally it shouldn't be an issue. As for the house, well, with the seals no one will notice it is you entering. It will seem as if it was a plain person entered here if you have the key." Both were surprised at the seal but saw the necessity of it given who he was. They nodded agreeing, and Yugao went to the ANBU headquarters as Kurenai and Naruto headed to their training ground. They had lived in the same apartment complex, so no big deal for them to arrive together. Kurenai and Naruto arrived to find Shino and Hinata waiting for them. "Hey guys," Naruto said happily. Well, I think we should get our first C rank today. What do you think, guys? Hinata nodded. I think we have the skills necessary for it. Shino added, yes, we seem to be at an appropriate level for it. Kurenai nodded and said, well, let's head to the tower and see what they have. The whole team jogged to the tower for a light warm-up and walked into the door. They were greeted warmly by the Hokage, who seemed to be giving missions out. Our teammate, so good of you to come here today. Let's see what D ranks we have available, he said as he reached for a scroll in the big D pile. Kurenai spoke up, actually Hokage-sama, I feel my team is ready for a C rank mission. The Hokage chuckled as if expecting such a response. I was wondering when you would ask for one. Your team has done exceptional. I have a C rank ready. You must simply go to Tanzakugai and wait for a man with a package. Retrieve it from him and bring it back here. Kurenai looked at her team, who seemed excited for such a mission, and said, we accept, Hokage-sama. The Hokage took a puff of smoke and said, very well, you leave in an hour, dismissed. Naruto, Kurenai, stay a moment please. Shino and Hinata left, casting glances back at their sensei and teammate. The Hokage watched as they squirmed, but he did not have time to wait them out. As of last night, you two have no homes. I regret to inform you that your apartments burned down, and I am sure you're aware. The Hokage said with clear sadness. Naruto brightened at the Hokage's news. He was sad to lose the apartment, but nothing was damaged, and it resulted in him not being as lonely. Also, he did not want the Hokage to know of their relationship just yet. Don't worry about it, Gigi. I managed to save Yugao-chan's and Kurenai-chan's stuff and offered for them to stay with me. My house was big enough to fit them, and I didn't want them to be out on the street. They can stay as long as they like. The Hokage looked owlishly. Naruto, I only bought you that land a month ago. How did you get it up and running? Kurenai nearly choked at hearing Naruto had built his house in a month. That was amazing. Naruto chuckled at both their faces. It's the same answer to your paperwork problem, Gigi. All at once the Hokage was on his knees in front of Naruto. Please tell me how to beat paperwork. Please, I will give you anything. Anything, Sarutobi pleaded. Sannin traveling rights for now. 2 more reasonable requests later, and not telling the next Hokage so I can laugh a little before telling them. Naruto said after thinking about it a little. Sarutobi blinked at the last request but pulled a pass out of nowhere and handed it to Naruto with a puppy dog eye jutsu in effect. Kurenai's sweat dropped in the background as Naruto said, 2 words, Gigi, Kage Bunshin. The Hokage looked at Naruto, walked back to his desk and opened a drawer. He pulled out a folder with some dust and blew it off. Naruto and Kurenai looked at the folder, reading its contents. To Sarutobi, please open this when you realize the answer to paperwork. Signed, Yondaime Hokage. P.S. This is not the secret, so do not open prematurely. Complete with a chibi Yondaime with a V sign. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the chibi. Sandaime opened the folder with a small burst of chakra and out popped a piece of paper. It floated to the middle of the desk and Naruto leaned in to read the writing. It contained a circle in the middle of the paper with the words, place head here. The Sandaime looked at it and started to bang his head, muttering, stupid, stupid, stupid. Kurenai sweet dropped at seeing her leader hurting himself and decided it was time to leave. Naruto and Kurenai headed home to pack for the mission. At home. It had taken minimal time to get ready, and even with the Hokage holding them up, they had about 40 minutes before they had to meet the rest of the team. Naruto decided to get to know Kurenai a bit more. He knew she liked the color crimson, but that was about it for her more personal life. Obviously she hated perverts, liked genjutsu, seemed to enjoy the fragrance of vanilla, and had friends in Anko, Yugao, and the rest of the Junin senseis. So Kurenai-chan, I would like to know a bit more about you. Naruto started as they lounged on the sofa. Well, what would you like to know, Naruto-kun? Kurenai replied with a mischievous smirk. How about some hobbies? Naruto said after pondering a bit. Well, I like to read folk tales. It gives me ideas for genjutsu. The different things some writers come up with are astounding. Kurenai said with enthusiasm. How about a favorite food? Favorite accessory? Naruto questioned, trying for more information. Well, I like yakitori especially. My favorite accessory would have to be some earrings, though I cannot wear them on any missions. So lipstick is always good. But what about you? Kurenai said, turning it around. Well, I like to collect scrolls that people throw away actually. You would be surprised at the useful things people throw away. As for a favorite food, I don't really have one, though if I were pressed I would say ramen. My favorite accessory is a haori. Naruto responded, but I think we are done for now. We need to meet the team in about 10 minutes. Kurenai nodded and they headed out to their meeting place, leaving a note to Yugao that they would be gone about a week. Kurenai and Naruto arrived at the gates and waited for Shino and Hinata to arrive. They had been enjoying the silence for about 5 minutes before Shino and Hinata came up and Kurenai spoke. Okay, this is our first mission outside the city walls. Be careful, just because this is AC rank does not mean it isn't dangerous. Naruto will take point. He is our hard hitter and with his enhanced senses will be able to tell if there are traps. Shino next, watching the left side and keeping Naruto covered should he engage. I am next covering the right side. I will fall back and use my genjutsu or assist Hinata. Hinata is watching our backs with the Byakugan. Everyone ready? She looked at their determined faces and said, move out. Time skip 3 days. They arrived in Tanzakugai a little behind schedule. They had run into some bandits that assumed they could take on a team. Naruto and Kurenai had made short work of them. Shino and Hinata were still not sure of killing, so Naruto took the initiative and killed 3 of the 5 before they could blink, and Kurenai had the other 2 down in the same time frame. They had spent the rest of the trip in uncomfortable silence. Naruto was hoping they would ask their questions before it interfered with their teamwork. They had seen him kill before, but with all the information loaded to them afterwards, it seemed to have fled their minds. This was fresh. "Anno, Naruto-kun, how can you be some comfortable killing?" Hinata finally spoke up as they were nearing the village. Kurenai was about to respond when Naruto spoke. "Hinata-chan, what would happen if I simply knocked them out and released them afterwards?" "They would continue on their rampage, Naruto." Shino spoke up in his monotone voice, finally understanding Naruto's calmness. "Exactly, Shino, when I was younger I would go kill bandits to enhance my skills. I was doing a service. Bandits are some of the worst of the worst. They rape, pillage, and kill without mercy. Tell me, why should I allow someone like that to live when he attacks me?" Naruto questioned. "I do not relish killing him, Hinata-chan, but it is a necessary part of my life. I have said it before, I will say it again. Do not relish it, but do it because it is necessary. I will kill because I have found my peace in doing what I do. Now you must do the same. For the next time I may not be able to kill them before they reach you." Kurenai nodded when Hinata looked at her for confirmation. "Now let's get settled in our rooms. It has been a long day and we all need our rest. Tomorrow we are to receive the package," Kurenai said, and led them to their hotel. The girls shared a room while the boys had their own room, and each went to sleep thinking about what Naruto had said. It had been 3 days since they arrived in Tanzaku. They had decided to wait a minimum of 3 days before returning and stating the mission a failure. Currently, Shino and Hinata were roaming the streets looking for the client under guise of a young couple in henges. Kurenai and Naruto were sitting in the cafe they were supposed to meet the client, sipping on some tea. "Well, Kurenai-chan, since we have some time, let's finish our discussion from before," Naruto said. Kurenai looked confused before remembrance shone in her eyes. They were on a little date, so Naruto decided to treat it as such. "What else would you like to know?" Naruto responded almost instantly. "Since you read books, do you collect anything to do with them?" He had thought about what he wanted to ask and had about 3 things he wanted confirmed before they finished this mission. Of course, even with them relaxing, they still kept their eyes open. Kurenai blushed and responded in a quiet voice, I collect bookmarks." It was one of the more awkward things a shinobi might collect, but she liked reading and bookmarks were very useful. She had grown a liking to ones with smart quotes on them. Naruto nodded. His first question confirmed he had run across some interesting details after having meditated from sealing their rooms. "A favorite color or colors?" Kurenai responded, "I like crimson because it reminds me of your attack. Lately I seem to have developed a liking to golden yellow," she said, admitting her liking of his hair. Naruto smirked. "Like my hair, eh?" He chuckled at the blush that spread across his sensei's face. "Anything you like to collect besides bookmarks, perhaps something that might be seen as a weakness?" Staring at her in a, "I know something you probably didn't want me to know yet" type of way. Kurenai started sweating. No." Naruto grinned his fox grin. "So that crimson dog plushie that was on your bed is just a decoration?" Kurenai cursed. She had forgotten he sealed her entire room. She sighed, deciding to give up. Okay, I like to collect plushie toys. For some reason it placates my need for soft things in a hard world." Naruto smiled. "Thank you for telling me. Now I know a little more about you." He was genuinely happy that he managed to get her to admit it. They went back to enjoying themselves, making a little small talk while waiting for the client. About a half hour later, the client stumbled up to them and handed the package, which looked ripped. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and questioned the man, but he just said to get it to the hockage without delay and left. "That was weird," Kurenai said. "Hinata, Shino, we are leaving. Go pack, meet us at the exit to the village in 20 minutes. Kurenai said through the radio, and Kurenai and Naruto headed to the meeting point with the package. 18 minutes later they were on their way home. Time skip. The trip home was uneventful despite the appearance of the package. They were not attacked, and arrived at Konoha 3 days later. They immediately went through the gates and proceeded to the Hokage Tower. Upon arrival they were ushered into a briefing with the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, teammate reporting from a successful C-rank mission," Kurenai said with authority. "Very good, Kurenai," Sandaime said. "Report." After hearing the breakdown of the mission, leaving out the mini-dates Kurenai and Naruto had, and hearing the alarming state of the messenger, he said, "Excellent work for your first C-rank. Your pay will be available and you will have a few days off for reward of your first C-rank." Dismissed. Teammate filed out of the room and everyone went to their separate homes. Kurenai and Naruto arrived home and Naruto spoke up. "Well, I am going to head to take a shower and head to bed. You should relax, Kurenai-chan, and take it easy. Good night." With that he kissed her full on the lips before hurrying to his room. Kurenai stood there a little while, amused at his shyness after kissing her. She decided she was going to soak in the hot springs before heading to bed. She entered her room and made her preparations and then headed to the hot springs. Kurenai entered the hot springs only to hear the splash of another using the hot spring. She came around the changing partition and saw Yugao soaking in the water. "Oh hey, oh Yugao," Kurenai said. Yugao jumped before replying. A little miffed she had been caught off guard. "Oh hey, oh Kurenai, how was the mission?" "It was fine, Naruto, and I got in some interesting little dates." Kurenai responded and continued to regale her fellow Naruto lover on their little talks and some of his personal info. You should go sleep with him tonight. I got some dates in, I am sure he would appreciate it. Yugao nodded, having been thinking the same thing, and took her leave. Naruto climbed into bed fresh from his shower. He was happy with his first C rank. It had been relatively easy and he got to spend some more time with Kurenai. He only wished Yugao could have accompanied them. Once that thought crossed his mind, he heard his door open. He looked up to see Yugao in her overlarge shirt barely hiding her, and she spoke. Could I sleep with you tonight, Naruto-kun? Naruto was more than happy to let the girls sleep with him and responded instantly, of course Murasaki Haim. Yugao smiled and climbed into bed on his left side, pressing herself into his side once again as she had 1 week ago. How was the house while we were gone, Haim? Naruto asked. Lonely, was Yugao's wistful sigh. I heard your mission was a success. Yes, and I learned a bit more about Kurenai, but now it's your turn. Naruto said. Oh, so you want to know the same things about me, eh? Well, since you searched my room, I guess there is no point in hiding it. Just know what I say has never been told to anyone else. Yugao said. Naruto chuckled. What, no fight? I had to wrestle some of it out of Kurenai, but whatever you want to tell me, I am all ears. I will always listen to you girls. Yugao kissed him and started. I like swords, as you can tell. What everyone doesn't know is I like collecting bracelets. Ankles and the ones for your wrists. I also like collecting mugs or antique cups. Especially ones with funny sayings on it. Naruto nodded. After each of these he had noticed this about her trinkets when he sealed her things. Now one thing even you may not know is that I love looking at the moon. Naruto's eyes widened a little. He had not known that or deduced it. It pleases me and sets me at ease almost as much as you do. Naruto smiled. That's it for tonight though, Naruto-kun, get some rest. I will be here in the morning. Naruto kissed Yugao one last time. Arigato, Murasaki Haim. He laid his head down and went to sleep. Time skipped 2 months. Naruto and the girls had taken to leaving the village and going to little towns about a half a day's travel to take little dates on their days off. No one had seemed to take notice and they were leaving it that way. Naruto's team had taken a couple more C ranks but remained doing D ranks for now. Naruto was off training in the training grounds while Kurenai and Yugao enjoyed a rare mutual day off. Naruto had revamped their wardrobe and he had bought them whatever they wanted. He was spoiling them and they knew it. He knew it too. He just wanted them to live like he thought they should, and if he could provide it for them he was going to give it to them. Naruto's resistance seal was up to 6. He was almost ready for 7. You know, Naruto-sama, the first difficult kenjutsu master you face in battle will probably unlock my true form for you. Kamikaze spoke up. He had mentioned this a few times but it never came to anything. He would have to fight missing nins for someone to be powerful enough to awaken Kamikaze. Spars would not do. Yes, I cannot wait until the higher missions. The thrill of the battle. The feeling as you kill a worthy opponent. Kyubi spoke. Yes, fighting a worthy opponent will definitely be worthwhile, though not for what you think of it, Kyubi. Naruto responded. I cannot wait either, Naruto-sama. Fighting against a worthy blade will be amazing. Kamikaze spoke up, completing the feelings of want for battle between the trio as Naruto sheathed Kamikaze and made his way home. With Kurenai and Yugao. They were both lounging in the living room. They had on some mindless sitcom as they enjoyed their day off. Naruto had plans to take him to a festival tonight. All of a sudden the doorbell rang. Yugao said, I'll get it. Yugao got up and padded to the door and pulled it open. She was met by an ANBU with a NE symbol on its head, and the ANBU spoke up. The council would like to see you and Yugi-san in the council chambers now. With a monotone voice. Yugao was sure this was something bad. So she responded while keeping her ANBU face on, I need to get presentable. We will be there shortly. Yugao closed the door and headed to Kurenai and informed her of the predicament. They got ready and left Naruto a note to bring the Hokage to the council chambers once he got back. He should be arriving soon. They opened the door to the same ANBU unit and shunshed him directly outside the chambers. Wait here, the ANBU operative said, and entered the chambers. Kurenai and Yugao waited patiently until they were called in and entered the chambers. They were met by the civilian council with Danzo, an ex-ANBU commander with a penchant for stirring up trouble and being a warmonger. Do you know why you are here, Yugi-san, Uzuki-san? A pink-haired councilwoman said. No, they replied. We are here to discuss the young boy currently on your team, Yugi-san. She replied. Yugao and Kurenai's eyebrows rose. This was not going to be pretty. It has come to our attention that the two of you have been seen entering and exiting Konoha, seemingly going on personal excursions into the nearby towns. What business is it of yours what we do with Uzumaki-san? Yugao questioned, more privy to the council's working than Kurenai. Danzo spoke up. It is our business because young Uzumaki should not be cavorting with women. The boy should not be given the chance to create demo, continue his line. Yugao and Kurenai bristled. What we do with Naruto-kun is none of your business. Kurenai finally said. It seems our conditioning did not work, Haruno-san. Danzo said. Kurenai narrowed her eyes. What conditioning? Naruto said. The council was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Naruto within the room. What conditioning, Haruno-san? Danzo-san. Naruto questioned. The conditioning to make you dislike women. Did you ever wonder why my daughter constantly beat you? The council gave her a mission to beat you in the head, hoping for some brain damage and to keep you from creating demon spawn. The Haruno councilwoman screeched, Danzo, have your root ANBU take these women and remove their, how shall we say, what makes them women so that there is no chance for them to bear children. Yugao and Kurenai sent death glares at the council. Root, Danzo said. All of a sudden 4 root ANBU appeared holding each of the girls' arms and attempted to shunshin away. Naruto muttered, Kai, the counter on his seal dropped to 0. He disappeared in a burst of speed, and before any of the ANBU could move they were beheaded, and Kurenai and Yugao were by the doors leading outside. Danzo's eyes widened. I barely saw him move. He must be close to the Yondaime speed. But before he could do anything, things went to hell. Naruto had his head down with his sword dripping blood. His eyes were being shadowed by his bangs. You dare to hurt someone just because they are close to me? He asked in a deadly silent voice. Haruno screeched, they are demon lovers, of course we who irk. She was stopped as she choked on the ki exuding from Naruto. Oh, this is going to be good. Kill them, kid. They dared attack your mates. Kyubi smirked from his mindscape. She was not lending anything to the impressive display of power coming from Naruto. For once I must agree with Kyubi-san, protect those precious to you, Naruto-sama. Kamikaze said. Crimson and gold started swirling around Naruto. None of the maliciousness of Kyubi, simply an overwhelming sense of certain death. The council members were choking in their seats, and even Danzo had a bead of sweat coming down his face. The council chamber's door flew open and there stood the Sandaime with the ninja council heads. There were 5 council heads with 3 open seats. The 5 council seats taken up were Hyuga Hayashi, Aburame Shibi, and Izuka Sume, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoki, and Akamaki Chuzo, each for their respective clans. The ones not being represented were the Namikas, Uchiha, and Senju. The Hokage held his own council seat, bringing the total ninja council seats to 9. The Hokage was impressed by the show of Naruto. Even he had not known he was this powerful. Naruto-kun, please calm down. They will be punished for their actions. Thank you for sending me that cage bunshin and gathering the other council heads in the same manner. Kurenai and Yugao, seeing Naruto not calming down, put their hands on his shoulders, and Naruto looked into their eyes with his crimson eyes with the S pattern. He sighed and flicked his blade, cleaning it of the blood. Very good, Naruto-sama. Kamikaze spoke up. TCH should have killed them. Kyubi said. Naruto calmed down and his eyes bled back to the usual sapphire blue. He looked at the Hokage and bowed. Hokage-sama, Hayashi-sama, Shibi-sama, Sume-sama, Shikaku-sama, Inoki-sama, Shuza-sama. I thank you for coming on such short notice. Each of the council heads nodded in response and went to take their seats. The Hokage snapped his fingers and ANBU came in and removed the 4 dead root members. What is the council doing, questioning 2 of my shinobi? The Hokage asked, fire in his eyes. Danzo's eyes sparkled. The god of shinobi was in session. He had seen Sarutobi get this light back ever since a few years ago. Now it was in full flame. Kurenai spoke up. Hokage-sama, they admitted to trying to get Naruto to not be able to have kids by conditioning him to not like girls and think natural reactions will look down upon as perverted. Also, they threatened to. At this, Kurenai choked up. Naruto wrapped his arms around both of them and held them close, his sword hanging in front of his 2 girls with his seals still released, ready to fight should the need arise, as they bawled. They threatened to remove Yugao-chan's and Kurenai-chan's ovaries. Naruto spat out. The Hokage's eyes widened. What gave you the right to do such a thing to 2 respected members of the shinobi force? Cold steel in his voice. Haruno screeched yet again. Man, can't she be quiet? They are seeing the dem, I mean boy. He should not be allowed to create little spawn. The Hokage fixed her with a stare and said, listen here, this is a shinobi village. As such it is not a democracy, what I say goes. I am the Hokage and you will not be threatening one of my shinobi with such a thing again. If I hear a hint of such a thing you will be charged with treason and executed. Do I make myself clear? The Hokage bellowed. The civilian council shivered in their seats and nodded. The Hokage fixed Danzo with a stare. Danzo reluctantly nodded, knowing he was caught and that Sarutobi could execute him for keeping Root alive. Now get out of these chambers, we have shinobi business to discuss. The civilian council filed out of the chambers and Danzo reluctantly left. Homura and Koharu walked in. They were the village elders and were present at most council meetings. Naruto inclined his head again. Homura-san, Koharu-san. Some of the council heads were a bit shocked at the lack of respect, but all they saw was Homura and Koharu shrug it off with some minor tightening of their lips. Now that is out of the way, the Hokage started. I had planned to wait to reveal this to you, Naruto, but it seems this is as good a time as any. Naruto's eyebrows rose and he unsealed a sofa for him and the girls. He laid Kurenai down on his lap and Naruto started to stroke her hair, and Yugao leant on his arm as he made little circles on her hands, making a motion to proceed since he was comfortable. The council suite dropped at his actions, but taking into account the traumatic experience they just went through allowed it. The Hokage cleared his throat and started, Naruto-kun, you have exceptionally high senses, even higher than our own Onizuka clans. Sume snorted but could not deny the tests. As such, the council has been debating on allowing you to make your own clan within the village so as to continue such great abilities. The Hokage finished. Naruto's eyebrows rested back to their normal state and he responded, you are not even sure if my abilities will be passed on or if it is a perk of my Jinchuriki status. Kyubi spoke up, it will be passed on, kid. I made sure of it once I noticed your senses. Naruto came back to the world of the living and said, "Ah, never mind. I heard Kamikaze confirm it." He shared a knowing look with the Hokage. The council had been informed of the sword Naruto had. Some of the civilians had attempted to get him to give it to Sasuke, but once the Hokage had explained the defense mechanism they left it alone. "So Naruto-kun, what would you say to starting your own clan? It would require you to marry multiple women, which you seem to have a start on already." The Hokage wiped his nose discreetly. "You would gain a seat on the council once you gain Chunin status, and you can claim any newly made jutsu as clan techniques." Naruto looked down at his Megami and whispered to his girls, "What do you think?" Kurenai whispered, "Well, this is the only way to marry us both. Though I am not sure if it will go that far, it seems it will at this point. I had always wanted a large family. The thought of claiming my techniques as my own and not being forced to give them up sounds nice. I think all in all it's a win-win. Just not too many wives, Naruto-kun." Yugao whispered straight in his ear and down at Kurenai, "I agree with Kurenai. I do not want my personal sword techniques to be used just by anyone, and I would love to marry you in the future if everything works out." Naruto nodded and said, "How many wives by what time, and do I get my own place or will I have to buy another plot of land?" The Hokage was overjoyed. This set his grandson on a path to happiness. He could see what the three had and hoped it would endure. "I believe the minimum we had said was 3 by the end of your 15th year." All of the clan heads nodded. Naruto spoke up, "I pick my brides, no one picks for me. I will not marry if not for love." The council did not seem too worried but agreed, and the Hokage said, "Very well, Naruto-kun. That gives you about a year and a month to find another woman. We will expect the name of your clan by then." Naruto nodded and the Hokage dismissed the meeting. Naruto uttered one last advice. "Do not send your daughters to me looking to wed. I will sniff them out and they will be rebuffed. If they seek my friendship and turn it into love, they will be given their fair attempt." With that, Naruto, Kurenai, Yugao, and the sofa disappeared. Kamikaze spoke up once they got home. "Naruto-sama, any ideas for your clan name?" Kyubi spoke up, "Something foxy-like." Naruto responded, "I have no idea. I will think on it later. I have 2 women to tend to." Naruto took Kurenai and Yugao to his room and sent KB to their room to get their nightclothes. They both seemed to wear little over large shirts that would show off their brass and panties when they would move around. Kurenai's was crimson and Yugao was amber. He asked the girls, "Would you two like me to wash you in the hot springs tonight, then we can go to sleep with my high-level security seals?" Yugao and Kurenai nodded. Naruto took them to the changing room and they all got their towels on. Naruto washed their backs and they sat in a comfortable silence while soaking within the spring. He was not going to leave them alone, not after that threat. They finished their bath and headed for the bed. Kurenai took her right side and Yugao took the left. He spoke up once he was sure they were settled. "Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, you will never have to worry about such a thing. I will protect you from everything. Nothing will harm you so long as I draw breath." Kurenai and Yugao teared up and kissed Naruto with such passion he was dazed. "Arigato," they both said and fell asleep peaceful that Naruto would protect them. "Sleep well, my little slice of heaven, sleep easy, my little kingdom of paradise." With that, Naruto closed his eyes and drew his loves closer to him. Chapter 7: Mizukage and Allies. Naruto woke to the most enjoyable feeling in the world. Love. He was smothered in his 2 girls' loves. He seemed to be waking up like this more and more often. Over the past few months the girls had taken a certain liking to sneaking in some nights and asking on the others if they could sleep with him. He would never deny them. He enjoyed finally being able to have physical attraction and attention. The girls picked up on this and would hug or kiss him whenever they could, almost as if to make up for the years he had been deprived. He was never really lonely with Kyubi and Kamikaze, but the physical interaction was indescribable. Their favorite night seemed to be when they would just cuddle in bed after a long day and just chat. They had become especially clingy since that council meeting a week ago. No one had been stupid enough to try to hurt the girls, but someone had tried to infiltrate the house. The Route NBU was found staked outside the front door the next morning, a warning to any and all that they should not mess with anyone Naruto considered precious. The civilians had been a bit rowdy about it, but the Hokage had come down and said in no uncertain terms that no one had the authority to infiltrate the premises of another. To prove his point, he knocked on the door to show that there was no foul play and the ANBU had just been trying to visit, as the civilians put it. Other than that one incident, Naruto tried to stay out of the public eye and live a quiet ninja life. He figured it would be through actions that he could win some people over. Indeed, after his stunt with the civilian council and how he put them in his place, many of the shinobi saw him in a different light. The ninja did not like the civilian council, and as such when Naruto pushed them and came out on top they were appreciative by at least no longer glaring at him. He figured it was a start. The Hokage sighed. "I'm getting too old for this shit," he thought. He was happy for Naruto. He wished he would take his father's seat, but Sarutobi was sure he would at least incorporate the Namika's seat within his new clan. He turned from his clones doing paperwork and looked out over his beloved city. He was planning on sending for Jiraiya to track down Tsunade and bring her back. He was getting too old for this job and it needed new blood. He could feel something was going to happen in the upcoming Chunin exams. However, on to more immediate matters, the tension between the council and Naruto was affecting the village. Only the one incident so far, but if Naruto stayed within the village for much longer he was worried more drastic measures might have to be taken. He was wondering what to do when one of his clones walked up to him with a mission and a request. The Hokage's eyes lit up. Ah, perfect, and if this is who I think it is, Naruto would be the most ideal person to send. Hinata needs the practice. The only problem is Shino is out on a mission with his father yet again. Who else can I send? Oh, Yuguro's team is off assignment. Yes, that will work in a perfect protection. The Hokage stamped his seal of approval and pressed his intercom button for his secretary. Please send a request for teammate and ANBU Neko. The Hokage sat back in his chair and chuckled. This was going to be interesting. Naruto was watching his love sleep on one of those days off they all had together. Whenever they all had a day off they would sleep together and lay in bed till late morning, which for them was 7, and enjoy each other's company. Nothing beyond kissing had been done, but they enjoyed it nonetheless. He shook his loves awake, whispering to them. Wake up, Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim. Yugao moved first. He kissed her awake. I could get used to that, she said after grabbing another kiss. Naruto turned to find a pouting Kurenai. He immediately moved to rectify the situation. He kissed her full on the lips and for the first time asked permission to add tongue by running his tongue along her bottom lip, and she quickly granted him access. They battled for dominance while Kyuubi held her internal commentary. And he goes in for the kill. Damn straight, Naruto wins. Naruto and Kurenai broke apart, each panting, and Kurenai said, yes, I could definitely wake up to that every morning. Naruto smiled before attempting to get out of bed. He was roughly pulled back and engaged in a tongue battle with Yugao. After winning that battle as well, he had plenty of practice since they had decided to up their kisses and had been teaching him through practice. Until today he had never initiated it though. Naruto got out of bed and the three of them headed down to the kitchen to eat breakfast. The girls hanging on Naruto's arms. Naruto had grown to about the girls' heights now. He could look them straight in the eye. He was the tallest of his age group. The trio ate their breakfast, making small talk and making small plans for excursions today since they were off. So Kurenai-chan, Yugao-chan, what do you have planned for today? Naruto asked. I wanted to go check out that new bookstore that opened on Central Street. Kurenai said. I was going to go visit Kurasu's shop and check out this new shipment of kunai he was supposed to get. Yugao said. Naruto nodded. Well, why don't I? Just then the doorbell rang. I'll get it. Naruto said. He got up and dumped his dishes in the sink and went to get the door. He pulled it open just enough to stick his head out and saw an ANBU standing outside. Hokage-sama wishes to see you, Yuhi-san and Uzuki-san. Immediately, having said his piece, the ANBU shunshined away. Naruto stood looking for a few seconds more, then promptly closed the door and grumbled about old men and running his fun day off. He walked into the kitchen and said, Gigi wants to see us. Kurenai and Yugao nodded and walked off to their own rooms to get ready as Naruto took to his room. About 10 minutes later they were all ready and the trio walked out of the house and continued to the Hokage's office. The Hokage was waiting for Naruto, Kurenai, and Yugao. Hinata was sitting in here sipping a teacup, politely waiting for her teammates. She had not been informed of the mission, but she was fairly certain it was not a normal mission considering the Hokage had pulled them off leave. Hinata had gained quite a bit of confidence in the last few months. She grew at an incredible pace once her shy exterior was, for lack of a better term, killed. She was still very kind to all those around her, but she could be vicious should the situation call for it. A true kunoichi if the Hokage ever saw one. Those training seals Naruto had come up with were amazing. Unfortunately the seals were made with his teammates specifically in mind, so no one else could use them. Hinata's chakra seal was incredible. It took all that excess chakra the body just naturally exuded, and at night when she was tired from training would reapply the chakra to her coils to expand them while she rested. Should anyone else try to use it, the carefully calibrated chakra amount, which changed depending on Hinata's body weight, etc., it would either expand the chakra coils too much or do so little it would not affect the coils at all. Shino's stamina seal was complex. It targeted certain areas for Shino to allow him to move around without using so much chakra and therefore feed more chakra into little kawarimis and the like. An Aberame was different from most because of the bugs inhabiting their bodies, and to make a seal to increase Shino specifically was a bit rough on Naruto, but he pulled through and managed to do it. Kurenai's seal, however, was one of the most complex the Hokage had ever seen. It was almost a resistance seal. It would take every action and enhance the muscle it needed to do it and cause more work to be done by said muscle. Once the muscle broke down, it would allow the muscle to hyper-regenerate using healing chakra. The downside to this was that if the seal was on for too long or Kurenai used it too much, then it might cause more damage than help and shorten her lifespan. Naruto monitored his team carefully and made sure to remove the seals when they got to a certain point and told his team to continue training without them. They agreed because of the seals they had reached levels far faster than normal and they all wanted to work for their skills. The Hokage was wary of letting him use the seals, but Naruto explained the risks and they accepted, so he had little choice. Just as the Hokage finished his musing on the training seals, Kurenai, Naruto, and Yugao walked into the room and presented themselves. Our teammate and Yugao, glad you could make it. The attending ninja sweet dropped. Well, seeing as Shino is out again on another mission with his father collecting rare insects, Yugao shall be joining teammate for this mission in co-leadership with Kurenai. The Hokage continued. Mission GG. Naruto questioned. We are supposed to be off. Angry at losing time with his girls but happy at the same time for Yuga joining in on the mission. This is a diplomatic mission, Naruto-kun, and yes. I got this mission from Mr. week ago and need to send an emissary to meet with the new Mizukage and invite him to the Chunin exams in about a month and a half. The Hokage said with a smirk. Kurenai and Yugao's eyebrows rose. Not to be rude, but why is Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked. You were requested, the Hokage said simply. How? None of us know someone in Kirigakure. Kurenai looked around to make sure she hadn't lied, and it appeared she hadn't, as they all shook their heads. You were requested by Hayashi-san. The Hokage supplied. Otu-san, Hinata said. Hi, he believes you need some diplomatic experience, and because Kiri is so new he believes it would be a good test for you. He hopes you will do well, the Hokage said with a comforting smile. Hinata smiled and nodded. Kurenai looked around and said, very well, we accept Hokage-sama. Gotcha, the Hokage thought. If the new Mizukage is who I think it is, Naruto is in for a surprise. God, I love getting him back for all those times he switched my Ika. Oh shit, Gigi has that look in his eye, Naruto thought. Indeed, Naruto-sama, it seems this mission is as much for the Hokage's enjoyment and for his village. Kamikaze answered back. Either way it should be interesting, just hope he isn't trying to pull the same thing he did with your team and set you up again. Kyuubi said. That clicked a light bulb in Naruto's head. Hey, wasn't there? He was caught off from his musings by the Hokage. The Hokage had seen Naruto thinking about it and ran interference. Very well, you leave within the day, dismissed. As they were filing out, the Hokage smirked in a very Naruto-ish manner. He wiped a bit of blood from his nose and pulled out his Ika. Damn you, Naruto. Naruto smirked as he made his way out the tower, twirling a familiar orange book. Mess with the best, drown like the rest, Naruto thought as he made his way home to pack. About 20 minutes later the team was situated at the gate leading to the port that was going to take him to Mizuno-Kuni. Okay everyone, this is a diplomatic mission, but there is no reason to treat it carelessly. This is to another hidden village. Diamond formation, Naruto take point. I am west, you go east. Hinata watched the rear with the Byakugan. Any questions? Kurenai said. The entire team shook a negative and Kurenai said, move out. Time skip 1 week. The team was making their way through the morning fog. It was about 8 in the morning. It had taken them a week to get to Kiri. They had seen the poverty of the outlying lands, but the living conditions improved closer in, though not by much. Evidence of the bloodline wars pocketed the landscape. Nothing had happened during the travel. They had made good time and had been in town a day early for their boat. Now they were steeling themselves to meet this new and mysterious Mizukage, hoping to create an alliance with the newly remade village. They had attempted to gain some insight, but the only real information was the previous Mizukage was killed by the current one, whom held not one but 2 bloodlines. Apparently, she was also the first female Kage in the history of the elemental countries. Kyuubi had a few positive things to say about that. About damn time men started to see us as equals, she had stated. Naruto wisely did not comment when the man insisted it was not to be and that she would not be in office long. Needless to say, the man had not remained in their presence for long when Kurenai, Yugao and Hinata heard this. Kurenai was wearing her trademark bandage dress with a bit of a flair to it. She had on crimson earrings and some lipstick. Yugao had on a NBU dress but with some silver moon earrings and her sword hanging across her back. Hinata was wearing a kimono she had changed in the village before they left this morning to be more presentable. It was white with blue flowers. She had her hair left down in a shimmering fold that fell to her shoulder blades. The person who looked the most mysterious though was Naruto. Naruto had on black pants with his kunai and shuriken pouches, one on each leg. His shirt was crimson silk, simple yet elegant. He wore around his neck a chain with the kanji for Haim and Megami hanging from it, a present from Kurenai and Yugao. He had an earring on his left ear, a single black sphere hanging from it. Quite the clever little thing. It was a bomb full of sneezing powder used for escapes. The thing that caught people's eyes though was his haori. He was wearing the same one Kurisu had given him on his graduation day months ago. Kamikaze swirled around by the Kyuubi being blown back. He had put his face mask back on to hide his whisker marks. He did not want to be too conspicuous. Naruto was brought out of his musing when he heard, halt. State your business in Kiri. Hinata raised her voice and said, emissaries from Konoha here to meet with the Mizukage to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams and a possible alliance. The guard was silent for a moment before mist appeared from their sides and the captain said, we will escort you to the Mizukage and be your guards within the village. Which translated into, don't do anything funny or we will cut your head off. Hinata nodded and Naruto faded to the back, allowing the girls to lead the way so he had time to assess any threat and act accordingly. He had recently upped his seal to 7, so he was moving a bit slow compared to normal. Naruto kept an eye on the mist troops while they marched through the village, catching things on the sides of his vision. It seemed the life here was peaceful. They had been hidden by their borders for so long that once the war had ended nothing was left here to disturb them. The children played in the streets as their mothers watched them. They greeted the Konoha shinobi warmly once seeing them escorted by mist. The mist herded them to the Mizukage Tower, easily seen once you entered the city as it was the tallest structure. They were herded to the waiting area and sat there for about 10 minutes before the secretary spoke. The Mizukage will see you now. With that the team filed into the Mizukage's office hoping to establish relations. May Terumi was not having a good day. Not a good day at all. She had woken up and her favorite coffee mug had a crack in it. Then she had come to the office to find piles of paperwork which she was sure she did not have the night before, and now Chojuro had done something stupid and now had said something about marriage which she was always worried about for some reason. She could never seem to find a decent man. She had beaten the previous Mizukage and restored order enough to enter the upcoming Chuunin exams with the Hokage's approval. However, she had never seemed to find a man worthy enough for her. All of the men she met were either weak or perverts. She was only 22, but it still weighed heavily on her mind. She needed a man strong enough to hold off any enemies she might make in her cage position. He had to be kind and considerate too though. Definitely not a pervert. She would boil his manly parts before allowing that to happen. Is that too much to ask? She asked herself. Mizukage-sama, the Konoha delegates are here to see you. Her aide informed her. Very well, send them in. Ow, Chojuro, behave yourselves, she said with a deathly smile. She watched as the 4 people filed in. The first 3 surprised her. It was a team of almost all women. The leading one was young, but she had the eyes of a Hyuga, obviously their delegate and here for some practice since a simple letter would have sufficed. The next 2 were women she was familiar with. The first, Kurenai Yuhi, Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, ranked low A in the bingo books. She was a woman world-renowned as being second in Genjutsu only to Itachi Uchiha. Mei was glad the Hokage had sent a strong woman to her in the team and not some weak fangirl. The second, Yuga Uzuki, sword mistress of Konoha, ranked mid-A in the bingo books for her mastery of the sword and slide Genjutsu usage. She was one of the foremost women sword users in the world. Again the Hokage had sent a strong woman. Mei was pleased at the Hokage's choices. However, the last one eluded her. He stayed at the back, obviously a protective position, his haori keeping him slightly covered. The hilt of a sword peeked from his back and his blonde hair spiked in all ways. A face mask blocked the lower half of his face, but his blue eyes seemed to draw her in. She noticed how his aura calmed the entire room down. Oh yes, this person interested her greatly. Perhaps she had found a man worthy. If he wasn't a pervert, she would have to get to know him better. The Hyuga brought her out of her musings. Mizukage-sama, I am Hinata, Hyuga heiress to the Hyuga clan. To my right is. The Mizukage was a bit stunned at the heiress of the Hyuga clan coming out here, but finished her introductions without letting any of her emotions show. Kurenai Yuhi, Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, and Yuga Uzuki, sword mistress of Konoha. I do not recognize your companion, however. Hinata frowned as Naruto spoke up. Oh, you will recognize me in time. Naruto had noticed the woman immediately as the same one he had met directly after the Hokage's meeting with Kurenai all those years ago. Mei frowned at not getting his name but smirked soon after. Perhaps we should meet after this so you could help me remember you. Continuing her flirting game. Naruto chuckled as Kurenai and Yuga sent blank stares between Naruto and Mei. We shall see, but first I believe we have terms to discuss about upcoming events. Kurenai and Yuga were obviously not happy. They knew he would have to marry another, but it still invoked feelings of jealousy. So they schooled their faces and bottled it up so they could speak to him later. Hinata began the real reason for the visit. Mizukage-sama, we are here to inform you that you would be most welcome within the upcoming Chuunin exams in Konoha and that you are welcome to come and watch at any point within the exams. Mei looked excited for the first time their visit. Thank you. When should my teams arrive within the village? Hinata answered swiftly. They are allowed within the city walls 1 week before the start of the first exam. Mei responded, very well, as her eyes wandered back to Naruto, hopeful to end this meeting soon. Hinata cleared her throat and said, the Hokage had wanted me to ask you if Kiri would be interested in creating an alliance with us. Mei blinked and said, I would have to consult with the council and discuss terms with him. Hinata nodded and said, then please contact the Hokage at your earliest convenience and he will see a more appropriate emissary be dispatched to negotiate a treaty. Mei nodded, happy to gain such a strong ally. Very well, now I believe our business is concluded. Hinata nodded. Then my mist will show you to the hotel you will be staying at. Mr. Mysterious-san, would you stay a moment? I would like to get to know you better for the sake of the villagers. Mei said. Kurenai and Yuga turned to Naruto, who nodded and said, indeed, it will be good to catch up. I will see you girls in the hotel. Yuga and Kurenai did not want to go until he turned his back on the Mizukage and kissed them both. Mei frowned at the show of affection. If he is a pervert. She started to think of boiling his manly parts. Teammate filed out, leaving Naruto alone with the Mizukage. No miss, just the 2 of them. You know, I am surprised you have not melted or boiled my balls off by now. I always wondered why you smelled of lava and steam, Naruto said, indicating his knowledge of her bloodlines and her dislike of perverts. I am considering it, she growled out. Naruto chuckled, not just for my loving 2 women but for what I called you all those years ago in Konoha. I had heard that anyone who called you that got their balls melted off. Mei blinked before asking, what are you talking about? I never met you. Of course you did, Mei-chan, Naruto said while pulling his mask down, showing his whisker marks as he watched the Mizukage's eyes widen. Called it, Kyubi said in a bored voice at another girl in the running. Mei sat there stunned. This guy was that same little blonde-haired boy from the Hokage's office. Mei chuckled before bursting out in laughter. Oh, I needed that, Naruto-kun. How have you been? You seem to be doing well for yourself with 2 girls, and your aura and that weapon seem to scream to me. Naruto smoked before sitting down, being awful chummy with me, but I will take it. Yes, I love them. As it turns out the council liked my enhanced senses. Naruto saw Mei's eyebrows raise. Seems I have enhanced senses past a nin dogs. At this Mei's eyes widened just slightly, and some big chakra reserves, so I got accepted for clan status and am marrying 3 women by my 15th birthday in about a year and a month. I am hoping those 2 will be 2 of the 3. Mei digested all this and smiled. She had a shot and this man exuded power to the maximum. Must not be a pervert or so good in bed, those 2 don't care. And he calmed everyone down. So far he was matching up pretty good. Now she just needed to see him in action. So what have you been up to? Naruto asked as he relaxed, effectively dodging her last 2 questions. Besides stabilizing this village after the war and coming out of it alive and well. Seems your blessing seemed to work. I am looking to settle down, Mei said. Her eyes widened. Why the hell did I just say that this guy is a potential enemy? Why am I being so nice? Naruto chuckled before saying, any man who would be lucky enough to acquire your affections would be a kami among men. His natural flirt kicking in without him noticing. Mei blinked before they continued on about menial things in their lives. How Mei was trying to rebuild the 7 swordsmen of the mist. How Naruto was dealing with the council's power play. How Mei was improving the medical facilities and reforming the academy. How Naruto was treating and living with Kurenai and Yugao. This seemed to be Mei's favorite subject. Naruto also talked of his pranks. So I managed to keep the secret, the paperwork from Gigi, till I really got the full affect of it. He cut off in mid-sentence to see Mei puppy dog eyes him. Must resist puppy dog eyes. Give it up, Naruto. Only girls can ignore it. Men are prey to the ultimate female technique, puppy dog eye, or in my case kid eye, no jutsu. Kyubi said. Naruto eventually gave in. Seeing his defeat, Mei asked sweetly, Naruto-kun, what is the way to defeat paperwork? Naruto answered, Mei-chan, 1 word. Bunshin. Mei blinked, then blinked again and jumped over the desk and kissed Naruto on the lips. He was so stunned he didn't even respond until she pulled away. That is for being the genius you are, she said. She immediately made 3 Mizu Bunshin, who set to work. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, well, I better get back to my team, they probably think I am being interrogated. Mei smirked, I hope to see you around, Naruto-kun, she said suggestively. Naruto quickly left the room as Mei chuckled. Mei pondered to herself, maybe I need to see what is needed for a political marriage. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. Oh, you know what that means. Another girl just fell in love with you, Kyubi said, taunting her container. Why not? I like her. I am sure I could come to love her given the chance. The same to you if you did not try to claim me just for your own power play. From your personality that you have shown, you show just as much in a woman as any of the ones I might potentially look at. Naruto replied. That shut Kyubi up. She did not talk again for the rest of the evening. When Naruto walked into his room, he felt a slight kick coming from his living room area. He sighed, deciding to get it over with. Hello Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, Naruto said. Kurenai and Yugao simply continued to glare. Naruto-kun, where do you know the Mizukichi from? Yugao asked sweetly. Yes, and why did you not tell us you knew her? Kurenai asked just as sweetly. Naruto sighed yet again and began his tale of how he met Mei. I met her in Gigi's office right after Kurenai left, when she had woken the day after I saved her. She was requesting reinforcements for the bloodline wars and I had said some things to her to get her to stop being mad at Gigi. Kurenai and Yugao blinked. Okay, but why didn't you tell us you knew her? Naruto responded, I had only met her the one time. I didn't even know she was the Mizukichi. The only reason I recognized her was because of her scent. She is the only one to smell like lava and steam. Gigi did the same thing when he assigned you to train me as a genin. I didn't know you were my senseis until that day. Kurenai and Yugao slowly looked at each other, then looked down. Gamen, Naruto-kun, they both said. Naruto frowned. For what? Doing what comes natural. It is okay to be jealous, it will keep the posers away if I can't sniff them out. I love you two first, you will decide if the other girl joins us or not. Besides, you two looked cute when you were jealous of Mei-chan. Yugao and Kurenai looked at him owlishly before kissing him and engaging in tongue battle. They had expected Naruto to just fall in love with someone else and they would have to accept them, but to give him a choice in who he would consider to marry was huge to them. So Naruto told them of what they talked about, and after a couple more hours they all headed to bed in their own rooms. The next morning Naruto woke up. They had 3 days scheduled to stay in Kiri before returning. He intended to take full advantage of this. That is until Kurenai came in and said, team meeting 5 minutes my room. Naruto cursed at losing his precious time with Yugao and Kurenai. He was up and dressed almost instantly, and after taking care of hygiene he walked to Kurenai's room. Naruto walked into the room to see Kurenai reading a note with a monkey near her. He recognized it as one of the old man's summons and waved to it. It waved back. He had been watched by them when he would go to the Hokage's office when he was younger, so he was well known in the monkey realm. He noted the frown on Kurenai's face and noticing he was the last one here spoke up. What's wrong Kurenai-chan? Kurenai reread the note before looking at Naruto. It seems Team 7 with Kakashi has embarked on a mission to wave when they had run into the Demon Brothers. They decided to continue despite the fact they should have returned and sent a higher team and ran into Zabuza Momoki and a fake hunter Nin from here. They are now requesting backup and we are the closest team. If we are already finished, we are requested to move to Wave and assist Team 7 while taking control of the mission because of Kakashi's odd decision to continue. Kurenai explained. Naruto frowned and thought about it. Zabuza is an A-rank Nukenin. This unknown could possibly be as strong as Zabuza. This was 2 A-ranked shinobi. But Wave was owned by Gato of Gato Industries and he was known to hire missing nins to do his dirty work. Naruto thought quickly and spoke up. Well, we could take out the current enemies, but if we come across any more ninja of the same caliber we could get into some serious trouble. I have an idea to even the playing field. Naruto shared his plan with the rest of the team and they agreed and sent a message to the Hokage, so they went to see the Mizukage. Naruto led his team into the Mizukage office and greeted Mei with a warm smile. Good morning Mei-chan, how are you today? Mei chuckled at the glares given her by 2 other kunoiki and responded. Good Naruto-kun, but what brings you back here? I thought our business was concluded. Though maybe you wanted to see me again. Well Mei-chan, I remember you saying you wanted to reform the 7 swordsmen from the mist, right? Naruto asked. That's right. Mei turned on the Mizukage mode. Well, I have information on where Zabuza Momoki is currently and was wondering if you would like to do something mutually beneficial, Naruto offered. I'm listening, Mei said. Well, one of our genin teams is under attack by Sedek swordsman and a cohort who is masquerading as a hunter nin. We were requested to go back this team up since we are in close proximity to this team. We were wondering if you would allow us to escort you to the location and you could attempt to negotiate with Zabuza to stop the bloodshed between the teams and offer him a home again. Naruto explained. Mei pondered for a moment before responding, that is an awful big risk for a caged Naruto-kun, nevertheless I feel I can trust you as I felt I could all those years ago. Give the information to my aide and I will accompany you. If I acquire Zabuza, I will see you are paid for an A-rank protection mission. If I do not, I will send a recommendation to your Hokage along with a B-rank commission for your quick thinking of helping your potential allies. Naruto smiled before bowing deeply, thank you Mizukage-sama, we won't let you down. Mei smiled down at him, no formalities Naruto-kun, I hate them. Let's get a move on, we don't want them jumping the kunai, do we? About 2 hours later, Mei had the village running steadily without her and was surrounded by the Konoha nins. We will take a diamond formation with the same positions as on our way coming here with Mizukage-sama in the middle. Everyone ready? Kurenai asked. Everyone nodded. Move out. They all took to the trees hoping to get there in time. Time skipped 2 days. The trip had been uneventful. They had managed to avoid bandits using Naruto's and Hinata's abilities. They were closing in on the town in Wave that Kakashi and his team was supposed to be staying at with a bridge builder named Tazuna. When Naruto walked into the town, he got flashbacks of his childhood when he saw the amount of kids living in the streets. The women had watery eyes at the sad state of the village. Naruto gave all the money in his current wallet to a grocer and said let the kids eat what they want even though most of it was past its fresh date, it was still edible. He handed the man over 20,000 ru. He said, give whatever you can spare after paying for your wares to the children or use it to feed them again later. Do not cheat me on this or I will hunt you down and make you suffer worse than Gato has made this village. The grocer quickly nodded and thanked Naruto for his kindness. Naruto spoke to the girls. When I find Gato, his head will be served on a silver platter to these people. He spoke it with such vehemence that the girls flinched back from the malice rolling off him. I agree Naruto-sama, no one deserves to live like this. Kamikaze spoke agreeing with his wielder. Let's find Tazuna-san's house. If we stay out here for too long I might go a bit crazy. Naruto said and continued his trek through the town. Naruto questioned an elderly couple near the edge of the village if they knew where Tazuna was located, but they just pointed them down the path towards the sea. The group decided to go to the sea and figured they would find a bridge builder near the bridge. They walked for about 20 minutes before coming into view of the bridge and its workers. Naruto saw Sakura sitting on the side watching an elderly man directing the rest of his workers. Naruto was about to speak up when a worker walked up to who he assumed was Tazuna. I can't continue Tazuna, it's getting to be too much. I can't continue. Tazuna tried to argue with the man but he just walked off and Tazuna just sighed. Naruto walked up to Tazuna, his haori whipping from the wind coming off the sea. How many workers do you need Tazuna-san? Tazuna looked up surprised before responding, who are you? Naruto ignored the question and said again, how many workers do you need? Tazuna said, oh about 200 more would be more than enough. Why? Naruto said, Kage Bunshin. In an instant 200 Narutos appeared on the bridge. Startling Sakura, she was supposed to be watching Tazuna right. You heard the man, get to work. Naruto shouted to his clones. Each of the clones started to pick up the discarded tools and got to work on fixing the bridge. He had read a lot of books. Tazuna's jaw dropped. Mei was gaping like a fish. Kage Bunshin, how can he make so many? Kurenai and Yugao giggled while Hinata tried to hold it in. Naruto-kun is special, they all said at once. Mei simply blinked before smoking. Oh, he was good. Naruto oversaw the clones with Tazuna. Zuna didn't bother to ask who this savior was now. Sakura walked up to one of the clones. Naruto Baka stopped trying to show off and attempted to bop him on the head but he dodged. Haruno-san, please do not attempt to do that again, you might hurt yourself. Sakura got furious and attempted to bop him on the head again. Once the clone dispersed, Naruto heard a scream, then a clang, then someone whining about a bruised toe. He sweat dropped getting the memories from the clone. Kurenai, Yugao, Hinata, and Mei all thought at the same time, TCH, fangirl. Haruno-san, where is Kakashi-san? Kurenai asked. Sakura answered with tears in her eyes, teaching Sasuke-kun and Kiba-san tree walking. Kurenai and Yugao raised their eyebrows. You are just now learning tree walking. Hi, was Sakura's reply. The rest of the day went by swiftly with the girls watching Naruto help Tazuna, speeding up the process so that it could be finished tomorrow. They were sending the workers home when Tazuna finally revisited Naruto. So who are you? Naruto looked at Tazuna and said, Tazuna-san, I am someone who does not like what has been done to your land and am here to help you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I swear to you that Gato's head will be served to this village. I am reinforcements for the current ninja guarding you. My team is over there. He motioned to his team sitting on the guardrail. Tazuna was overjoyed. So you're here to help Cyclops, Dog Boy, that Sakura girl and the Bug Boy. Naruto was confused. Bug Boy. Tazuna replied, yeah, his father dropped him off on their way back to the village stating something about meeting up with his team. Said his name was Shino. Yeah, that's it, Shino. Naruto was a little taken aback. Well, let's get you home, Tazuna-san, before Kakashi-san comes looking for you. With that they gathered themselves and headed for Tazuna's home. Naruto informed his team of Shino's presence and they were all happy for another talented person on this mission. They arrived at the modest two-story house. They were greeted by a black-haired woman about Kurenai's height with brown eyes which spoke warmness. Please come in, she said, seeing the new arrivals. Who are you? She asked as they filed past her. We are escorts to the Mizukage, reinforcements to the ninja already stationed here, Ms. Kurenai trailed off. Sanami dear, well, dinner will be ready in a few. Please sit wherever you like, she said, motioning to the sofa. She walked into the kitchen. So Tazuna-san, can you fill us in on what has happened here? Mei said. She was curious as this was a neighboring country. So Tazuna told of how Gato had came in with his company and monopolized the shipping. How Gato starves the island and how his son had tried to stand up to him only to die. How he sneaked to Konoha and tricked it into helping him and how he was finishing the bridge to fix the problems. By the end Naruto was livid. He could not stand people like Gato, but the presences of his lady's distress calmed him and he wrapped Kurenai and Yugao in a loving hug as they all three sat on the loveseat. This was the scene that Team 7 plus Shino came in on. Shino, Naruto said, good to see you, man. Kakashi spoke up, what are you doing here, Kurenai-san? We are here to take over this mission. Your leadership has been called into question by letting Genin decide whether to continue a mission or not regardless of procedure. Kurenai said while handing the letter to Kakashi. Kakashi read the letter while Sasuke spoke up. I will not take orders from the dobe. Yugao said, you will take what orders are given, Genin. Putting emphasis on Genin. Naruto is team leader when we are out on mission and that is the way it is going to stay. Should myself, Kurenai, or Kakashi not be there, Naruto is in charge. Kakashi stopped the Uchiha's tirade. She is right, Sasuke, drop it. Just then Kakashi seemed to notice Mei. Who is this lovely lady? Kakashi said with a bit of a perverted leer. This is the Mizukage who will melt your balls off if you read that normal book of yours in front of her. Naruto supplied as Mei smiled and Kakashi back away. She is here to stop this fight before it begins by offering Zabuza and his cohort asylum within Kiri. Naruto noticed how Shino fidgeted when he mentioned the cohort. Yes, they will be offered asylum and freedom from all past crimes if they come back with me. Mei confirmed. Everyone settled down to eat when Naruto noticed the little boy who was mentioned before, Inari, walk in. Inari sat down and began to eat in silence as the rest of the table ate and talked. Why? Inari said quietly. Everyone seemed to hear him though. Why? It's pointless. There is no way you can win. Gato will beat you. Inari almost shouted. Naruto scoffed. There is no way a spineless coward like Gato could ever beat a shinobi, much less me. Stop whining. Honor your father's sacrifice. Inari looked at Naruto with hatred. What do you know, huh? You probably never had a hard day in your life. Everyone who knew Naruto flinched. You know nothing of our pain or our suffering. Inari shouted. Naruto's bangs came down and blocked his eyes from view. I don't know pain. I don't know suffering. Ha! Tell me, kid, have you ever lived out on the street scrapping from garbage cans for food? Have you ever once longed for someone to hug you only to see others being hugged by their mothers and being told you don't deserve the same? I know more about suffering than you do, I can assure you that. You have a family that loves you. Food on the table and a bed to sleep in. You know nothing of suffering. Someone always has a worse life than yours, remember that. Naruto stood up and walked out of the room, but not without signaling Shino to follow him. He is right. He understands you better than anyone else can, Shino said in his monotone voice before leaving. Kurenai and Yugao were almost crying from the pain being exuded by Naruto, while Mei was thinking, what happened to you, Naruto? I think that's enough for tonight, Hinata said, and everyone filed upstairs to their rooms. The girls shared one, the boys another, and the regular occupants got their own. Naruto was in his battle mode. Naruto-sama, you must calm down. The little boy did not know the meaning of his statements. Kamikaze thought. Kyubi was unnaturally quiet, but if you could see into Naruto's mindscape, her tails were flailing around while a lightning storm engulfed her. Naruto sensed Shino behind him and stopped his rampage. Shino, how long have you been here? Shino responded, about a week. Naruto nodded, you know Zabuza's cohort, don't you? Shino flinched, or Naruto thought he flinched hard to read him through that coat. Hi, he said. Naruto could almost always read him. Very little to lie about Naruto would help him, he was sure of it. Naruto thought for a moment, so what's she like, this girl that has managed to capture your heart? Shino looked taken aback before actually chuckling. She is incredible, she has a bloodline, that's why she was driven out of Kiri. Zabuza saved her so she serves him, but it sounds like he likes her like a daughter but treats her like a tool. She is kind, compassionate, hated for something she holds. Very like you almost. Oddly enough, Naruto just stood there and let Shino talk. This girl must be amazing to get Shino to talk so much. Even Naruto only managed to get a few sentences if he was lucky. Enough Shino, I got it, you love her. But what if she goes to Kiri? Naruto questioned. Shino frowned, then she will go. I will not hold her back. Have you told her of your feelings? Naruto asked. Shino shook his head. In my limited experience, it would do better to let her know than to try to hide it from her and let her leave not knowing you love her. If she loves you back, I will give her asylum, as will your clan, and we could probably get the Hokage as well. No one will touch her, or that you have my promise. Naruto said and patted his friend on the shoulder. Tell her on the bridge tomorrow when Zabuza and the Mizukage negotiate. I will back you up. Do not let her go if she returns your feelings. Such things are rare, and when you have them, do not let them go. Shino nodded, touched by his friend's compassion. Neither noticed the shadow watching their moment. Time skip at the bridge. Kurenai, Mei, Naruto, Hinata, Shino, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Tazuna showed up on the bridge. They were greeted with the sight of a deserted bridge with all of the workers knocked out. The rest of the teams were back at the house protecting the family. Mei stepped forward. Zabuza Momoki, missing Nin from Kirigakure, come out so we may negotiate. Zabuza appeared before Mei from the mist and said, we have no negotiations, I need the bridge builder and you are going to hand him over. Mei held up her Mizukage ring. I am the Mizukage. I am looking to rebuild the 7 swordsmen of the mist and wish you to return to be one of them. In return I will give you asylum, recall all of your crimes, and reinstate you and your accomplices in Kiri. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. Oh really? He made a hand sign and his hunter Nin accomplice, whom Naruto had learned was Haku, and the demon brothers walked out of the mist. Well, we can't just follow anybody. Can we? Zabuza smirked. Truthfully, he liked this deal, but appearances must be maintained. Yogen Baru, lava release, lava balls, Mei said. She shot the balls of molten rock over the edge of the bridge. Zabuza looked at the boiling water that was ice cold a moment ago. I accept, he said with a smile. Now he could stop running, and this girl was packing some serious firepower. Shino had taken this time to grab Haku off to the side. Naruto was keeping Mei and Zabuza talking so Zabuza wouldn't interrupt them. Shino said, Haku-chan, I know we have only known each other for about a week, but we don't have a lot of time to do this. He was stumbling over his words. Haku giggled at his antics. I like you too, she said. Shino simply looked at her with big eyes before asking, would you come to Konoha with me? Even if it does not work out, I will do all in my power to get you to Kiri if that is what you wish. Haku hesitated. She had a family with Zabuza and the demon brothers were nice, but Shino made her feel so welcomed and warm. Alright, but you have to get Zabuza-san to agree, she said, showing her breaking the master-servant relationship she had with him. Shino gave Naruto the signal and Naruto put his plan into action. So Zabuza-san, what's up with Haku? He asked, gaining the attention of Zabuza and Mei. She is my tool. I found her and she serves her purpose. Why? He answered. Haku and Shino walked into hearing distance at this point. Haku hanging on Shino's arm coming from behind Zabuza. Good, so you wouldn't mind if I bought her from you, huh? Naruto shot back. Zabuza was a little taken aback but said, how much you willing to pay for her? He said. How much you asking? Naruto answered. Zabuza pondered a bit before answering. 1 million ru. He was sure no one would pay that for someone who was not even Regis. Sold. Pleasure doing business with you, Naruto said as he pulled out his checkbook and started write a check. Wait, I changed my mind. Zabuza started sweating. Oh, it couldn't be you actually see the girl as your daughter, eh? Naruto taunted. Zabuza sighed, yes I do. Okay. As a missing nin I was not allowed to give her a stable household. This is part of the reason I am accepting a position in Kiri. Haku was tearing up at Zabuza's acceptance, but Shino kept a hold of her so Naruto would finish the deal. So if she loved someone from say Konoha, would you still go to Kiri and let her go to Konoha? Naruto questioned. If that's what would make her happy, I would do it in a heartbeat. Zabuza was tackled to the ground by a bawling Haku screaming, thank you, thank you. Zabuza was a little confused until he saw the smirk on Naruto's face, and he was a little angry at first, but without the ruse he probably wouldn't have admitted it. So he just smiled and patted Haku's back, telling her she could go wherever she wanted. Mei looked at Naruto smirking. I knew you had a big heart, she said. Only to my friends and precious peoples, Mei-chan, he said with a smile. Unfortunately, some emo duck ass decided to ruin the moment. Why are we letting them go? They almost killed us, Sasuke all but shouted. He had been grinding his teeth from the beginning. This did not sit well with him. He had trained all this time to fight and now the dope was taking it away from him. Naruto frowned. Sasuke, today's friend is yesterday's enemy. This is one of the basic shinobi laws. They did what they had to complete their objectives just as we did ours. Now we have managed to avoid bloodshed, we should be happy. Kakashi spoke up. He is right, Sasuke. If you cannot see this, you are not looking underneath the underneath. This helps to solidify inter-country relations and gives the village a new bloodline and ally. Naruto has done a remarkable job for his country and for Kiri. Sasuke mumbled something but seemed to let it go. Everyone was gearing up to head back to the house. The bridge was finished and would be open tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, this is when Gato decided to show up with about 500 bandits. I see even the great demon of the mist couldn't handle some genin. Get them guys and bring the girls for some fun later on tonight, especially that red-eyed one and the one with the long hair. They seem like they would be a lot of fun. The bandits started to move towards the group. However, Gato had done the wrong thing and Kurenai knew it. He threatened rape to one of Naruto's precious people. She wasn't sure if he included Mei as a precious person yet, but it was getting there. She could see it. She liked Mei so far, so she had no problems with it. But Naruto's ki suddenly skyrocketed. Even Mei was shocked at the amount of ki. All the females were blanketed in a comforting aura. All the males, however, were sweating seeing their lives flash before their eyes. Naruto-sama, protect your precious people, use that attack we have been working on. Kamikaze said. You are borrowing from me, but I will allow it. That disgusting vermin needs to die. Kyubi said. The seal will be weakened after this. Only one more push, she thought. Naruto's chakra spiked. Gold, yellow and crimson swirled around him. He spoke. Gato, for your crimes against humanity you must be punished, for starving people, for stealing, for forcing women into sex, for almost destroying the land of Wave, but most of all for threatening my precious people with rape. Dine in hell, you son of a bitch. Naruto then put his sword point down facing the bandits who were starting to charge again. He pulled his sword up in a diagonal path from his right hip up to his left shoulder. Benika's no Kizu. Crimson Wind Scar. No, I don't own a Nuyasha. This will be the last thing I base off something else, hopefully. The group watched in awe as the wind in front of Naruto rippled and it headed toward the group of bandits. It easily tore through the men like a hot knife through butter. It cut the men into pieces and made it look like a slaughter. When the attack was done, just under 50 bandits and Gato was left. Naruto made quick work of the shell-shocked bandits and appeared in front of Gato. He beheaded the disgusting man and handed it to Tazuna. He hugged Mei and Kurenai before blacking out. That was the cost of such a technique. He would black out once his adrenaline stopped pumping, as such it could not be used very often. Time skip. 2 days later, everyone was ready to go their separate ways. Mei-chan, are you sure you don't need an escort back? Naruto asked. Hi, I am sure Zabuza and the brothers will protect me. I guess I will see you again at the Chuunin exams, Naruto-kun. Mei answered back. Hi, Naruto said. Well then I will see you then, Naruto-kun. Mei kissed him on the cheek before walking off with her new ninja, ignoring the glares from Kurenai and Yugao. Well everyone, let's go home, Naruto said to Teams 7 and 8 plus Yugao and Haku. They walked off amidst cheers from the land of waves. The bridge was named the Bridge of Hope, for the hope inspired by Naruto for peace. Time skip. They were in the Hokage's office giving a report on the mission. They had just finished the report when the Hokage rubbed his temples. I'm getting too old for this shit. The Hokage said, so basically you want to give Haku-san his citizenship and you let Zabuza go to Kiri. Naruto unleashed some attack that killed almost 400 people in one stroke. Everyone nodded and the Hokage sighed. Very well, I will have the papers drawn up. Oh, by the way, Naruto, Hinata, good job. The Mizukage was very impressed by 2 genin. Dismissed. Everyone filed out of the office and headed home for a well-deserved rest. For in 2 weeks the Chuunin exams begin. Chapter 8 Council, Heritage, and Chuunin exams. Naruto and his loves were eating breakfast. It had been about 2 days since they had returned from their trip to Mizuno-kuni and met Mei. Naruto was going to talk to Yugao and Kurenai about her and one other thing he was considering. He did not make assumptions, but he felt this last thing he was so sure of, with their help he could confirm it. So Naruto began, Megami, Haim, I want to talk to you about a couple of things. Yugao and Kurenai looked up. Truthfully, Kurenai had been waiting for this. She had seen Naruto being antsy, but Yugao had had to report to her ANBU team yesterday, so she was less prepared. They both nodded to him and finished their breakfast before retiring to the living room. Now I have 2 important things to talk about. Please do not interrupt me until I ask for you to. This will be hard, Naruto explained. Yugao said, you can talk about anything, we will listen to whatever you have to say. Kurenai nodded and they looked at Naruto waiting for him to start. Naruto's heart swelled. Okay, the first will probably be the hardest for you, so let's get this out of the way. He took a breath to steady himself. I have a feeling the Mizukage will either request a political marriage or ask me herself. He decided to get this out in the open. He knew that they had seen the interaction, but he wanted to discuss this should it happen. I would like to know what each of you think of her and what would happen should she request such a thing. Truthfully, I like her. She is funny, compassionate, strong, and is much like the 2 of you. Kurenai responded first since she had already expected this, seeing the interactions. I don't have too much of a problem. I would like to get to know her better before agreeing, but if it is requested as part of the treaty we really have no other choice. Yugao thought before responding, this kind of blindsiding her, but not really. She had seen the chemistry between the two, and she certainly liked the amber-headed woman who talked with them as they waited the day out as Naruto worked on the bridge in Wave. Kurenai and Yugao had learned a bit about her, and Mei had learned some about him and Naruto. I kind of like her. I could see becoming her friend and would like to get to know her better as well. She seemed a decent enough person and genuine in her pursuit of you. Naruto nodded, happy that this had not become a conflict. He kissed both of them, initiating a little tongue action on his part. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was ding dong, so I will get it. Naruto trudged to the door and yanked it open. There stood a messenger from the Aburame clan. Shino-sama requests your presence within the council chambers. He says you will understand the circumstances once you arrive and to come prepared. The messenger said before Naruto nodded and he left. Naruto sighed and closed the door. He walked back to his loves with a resigned expression. He knew what the council wanted. They wanted to make Haku a baby-making machine. He was going to stand by his decision to protect her. He could even blackmail the Hokage into it with one of his favors if he had to. He looked up to find Kurenai and Yugao worrying about him. He put on a slight smile and said, I have to go to the council chambers to likely protect Haku. Would you two like to come with me, or do you have other plans? Technically he was not supposed to bring them, but he could bring them as witnesses to his testimony to the Mizukage to protect Haku while she stayed in Konoha. They both adopted serious expressions and nodded, and within 5 minutes they were all ready to appear before the council dressed in their usual attire. Naruto, however, was dressed like a clan head. Dress kimono that allowed for mobility in a fight with kamikaze tied to his back. The kimono had wind gusts with lightning swirling around the gusts. A very imposable figure he cut with the intimidating garment. They appeared outside the council chambers in a triangle formation. Naruto leading like a spear point with Kurenai and Yugao flanking him. They heard the council chambers in session. Naruto decided to be a bit of a hothead and simply kicked the doors open. Every eye in the room turned to Naruto and his loves as they crossed the threshold and entered the chambers with the doors hanging off the hinges. Anbu had tried to step in front, but Naruto had stated he had official business, and if they impeded him he would go to the Hokage after this. They relented easily because the council was not really liked, and Naruto was playing the part of a clan head very well despite his young age. Naruto took in the council at first glance. Everyone was here, including the Hokage, Danzo, Homura, Koharu and the Civilian Council, as well as the Shinobi Council. Shino and Haku were sitting behind Shibi, and Haku looked like she was hanging onto Shino for dear life. His eyes softened as he took them in. He spoke up, why was I not aware that someone with the protection of my clan is being held in front of the council? The council seemed taken aback before Homura said, you are not yet formed and do not have a seat on the council. That still does not excuse me not being informed. When I said she had my protection I meant it. That means should she be brought before the council for any reason I should be notified of such proceedings. As stated in the Konoha Charter. Law number 85,326. Every potential clan has full rights unless put under review for suspicious activity by the Hokage. Naruto said with conviction in his voice. Remember, he kept up to date on all laws. The Hokage was struggling to hold in his laughter. Naruto had just effectively silenced the room because he proved his right to be here. Now why is Haku-san in these chambers, and someone better speak soon or I will have all of you arrested for trying to lie to a potential clan head on matters pertaining to his domain. Shino was glad his friend had shown up and nudged his father. Shibi felt it and spoke, Naruto-san, they are attempting to give Haku to the Uchiha so as to strengthen his bloodline. Naruto growled as Kurenai and Yugao looked horrified, and who Pradle thought up this brilliant idea. Mido, Sasuke said as he emerged next to Koharu. She is powerful and she will bear powerful children. She is perfect to restore my clan with. Arrogance clear in his posture and his words. Naruto shot a death gall at the boy before responding. So you want Haku for personal reasons, correct? Sasuke nodded, seeing a win at hand. Even the dope couldn't go against the council. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but she has chosen Shino. Should you try to take her you will be dealing with the combined might of 3 of Konoha's clans and 1 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I meant what I said, team, and you will not have her so long as I draw breath. Unless that is she chooses to wed you. Naruto said as he turned to Haku. Haku-san, would you wish to wed Sasuke Uchiha? I would rather die, Haku said. Sasuke scowled. There you have it. She will not be marrying you simply because you desire her. She will not be forced into anything. The Uzumakis give her full support, Naruto said. The Aburames will support her as well. Should any action be taken against her we will respond with appropriate force, Shibi said with unusual emotion in his voice. Naruto motioned to Sarutobi as to use one of his requests. The Sarutobi clan supports Haku-san as well, the Hokage said. Truthfully he despised giving her up to the Uchiha, but as only 2 clans it would have been almost impossible to stop it. Add in Naruto and his impressive state within the shinobi ranks recently, and others would not dare touch her or help the Uchiha. If that is all for today I will take my leave, Naruto said as he bowed to the Hokage and some of the shinobi council and turned to leave. Give me your sword, dope, Sasuke said. He was angry he could not have Haku, but with such an incredible weapon at his disposal he could easily defeat his older brother. Naruto paused in mid-step as the civilian council joined in on supporting their golden child's wishes. They seemed to have forgotten the demonstration he put on years ago. What was that team? Naruto asked in a deadly quiet voice. All of the shinobi watched with chuckles at the stupidity of this genin going against Naruto. In their minds Naruto was worthy of Junin rank and they ranked him that in their minds, not the genin this whiny little Uchiha seemed to be. Give me your sword, dope. You don't deserve such a weapon. It belongs to an elite, Sasuke said with a smirk. Kurenai and Yuga stared at Sasuke amazed at the stupidity in his statements. Could he not see what was right in front of him? Naruto chuckled before going into outright laughter and ending on his knees gasping for breath from laughing so hard. Why you? An elite. Very well, he. If you can grasp Kamikaze's hilt and pull him from his sheath you may keep him. Naruto-sama, I do not wish to be touched by such filthy hands. Kamikaze said. Naruto chuckled. Then don't let him touch you, I know you can protect yourself. This is the only way to keep him from trying again. I am sorry but do not cut his hand off. Just enough to make him back away. Sasuke's eyes gained a gleam, he was sure he could do so. He arrogantly strode up to Naruto who was presenting the hilt to him. One of the civilian council remembered and tried to warn Sasuke only to be shushed by a fellow council member. Sasuke's hand reached for the hilt. All of a sudden Sasuke was clutching a bloody hand that looked like it had been cut to ribbons. It was messy but with immediate care he would regain full usage of his hands. The council was suddenly reminded of how they had requested this same blade for the Uchiha years ago. They immediately carried Sasuke to the hospital using ANBU. Naruto chuckled as he replaced Kamikaze. Well, good day to you people. I have one more thing to do today before the day is up. Oh and Gigi, I now have one request left. With that he exited the council chambers and returned home to finish his interrupted conversation with his loves. Naruto sighed as he walked into his home. This next topic was a sore subject for him. If he was proven correct, that meant the old man had been lying to him. He could understand that to a point, but he had proven himself capable of holding secrets and that he was much stronger than a genin and most chunin. But he needed his love's help if he was to pull this off without the old man trying to run interference. The council would keep him busy for the next few hours, so Naruto decided to capitalize on that. Kurenai and Yuga sat on the sofa watching Naruto's face. They had been impressed with the way Naruto had handled the council and Sasuke. Not a perfect politician, but the way a clan head would deal with certain matters was right on the mark. They saw a few emotions run across his face before he turned to them and began to speak again. Okay, now as I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted. Naruto said with a smirk that the girls smiled at. I would like to know what you girls know about the Yondaime. Specifically where his house is. Yuga and Kurenai looked at him owlishly before Kurenai said, I believe his house was in the forest. He built it right after becoming Hokage and said it so that it was away from most for privacy. Other than that I know that he was a seals master and pretty much everything else known to the public. Yuga then said, behind the Hokage monument, that's the forest he would always go to. I had a little bit of a crush on him and liked the Hokage heads as a place to think, so I am pretty sure that is where the house is. I would always see him walking into the forest back there. I know nothing personal about him. Naruto nodded. So that wasn't my imagination. Naruto had noticed a mansion when he would go to the forest behind the Hokage monument, but he was always so delirious and no one ever went into the forest that he thought it was abandoned. He had never gone closer in the hopes if someone did live there they would leave him alone, and when he never got attacked out there he went along with it. Well, let's go on a hunt, shall we? I want to do this before the Hokage tries to spy on me with that cursed ball of his. If I am right I believe we may find something very interesting. Naruto said. Kurenai and Yuga were confused but nodded nonetheless. Some more free time away from prying eyes with Naruto was always welcome. Naruto changed into some more comfortable ninja clothes and they shunshined to the top of the Hokage monument. Naruto made about 200 clones and the clones, Naruto, Yuga and Kurenai spread out looking for the mansion Naruto had seen. It took them about an hour and a half, but one of the clones finally found it about 1 mile away from the edge of the forest and 2 miles from the cave Naruto found Kamikaze in. Naruto dispelled his other clones and the trio made their way to the compound. When they arrived there they were all in awe of the sight. The main house was 3 stories. There were a few outer-lying 2-story houses that looked like they were for branch families or guests. The compound had a wall running around it, but anything within the wall seemed to be untouched from almost 14 years of inoccupancy. The Namika's crest was emblazoned on the front door to the compound. It was a lightning bolt with kanji swirling around it as if the lightning was being directed by the wind and the kanji floated along the wind current. Naruto, Kurenai and Yuga stood there a few minutes transfixed on the look of the compound. Naruto finally shook himself and took a closer look at the door. Naruto-kun, why did you want to come here? Kurenai finally said. Naruto turned to his lavos and said, take a good look at me. Remove the whisker marks. Who do I look like? Yuga and Kurenai took all of 2 seconds to realize what he was saying. But why? Why would you be hidden? If it was known, then the village would have celebrated you as the hero you deserve to be. Yuga said. Why else? To keep the peace. If he is my father, then his enemies were numerous. It does not make it easier to know, or the fact that Gigi lied to me every time I asked about my parents. He would say that he didn't know them. I lived most of my life thinking I was either abandoned for being a demon or that my parents just didn't love me. But when I saw the chibi drawing he drew on that note to Gigi and the fact that I look exactly like him, I began to wonder. His famous motto was, "Do not ask of others what you cannot give up yourself." So it makes sense he would use his own son and not some random orphan. This is all just speculation. Let us see if I am right, Naruto explained. Naruto walked up to the gate and Kurenai and Yuga waited with bated breath to see if this was true. Naruto searched for the opening seal and found it. He looked at it for a second before determining the blood and chakra seal needed to open. He bit his thumb and swiped some blood across the seal. He applied some chakra and stood back waiting to see what would happen. For about 5 seconds nothing happened and Naruto sighed and turned around to leave. All of a sudden he heard a click and he felt the wind whoosh as the doors were flung open. Naruto turned around with watery eyes at knowing his heritage, or at least his father, and gasped at the sight within the compound. It was beautiful. He heard the accompanying gasps from his loves. There was garden that expanded the whole front yard. It looked like a mini forest. There were an abundance of animals but foxes seemed to be the most prevalent species. He soaked in the sight of his home. This was where he belonged, he felt it. There was no hatred here. No animosity. Just a place to live in comfort and peace. In love. Kurenai and Yuga were giddy for Naruto. He had found an integral part of his identity. The grounds were beautiful. They both had a bit of a green thumb. Not much, but it would be enough to keep up with a small garden. This was a little overwhelming, but if it had lasted 14 years without help it could not need much tending. They could see the many buildings now. Apparently, Minato had planned on populating the whole area with whoever Naruto's mother was. There were about 5 outbuildings. 2 seemed for guests and the other 3 for separate families. Each of the outbuildings were 2 stories high. They seemed as if they had been kept in shape the whole 14 years. The main building, however, was the crown jewel. Pure mahogany wood, strong odor. There was a balcony on the 3rd floor that looked out towards Konoha. A wraparound porch that would allow for lounging during any part of the day. All in all, a paradise. Naruto turned to his loves. Well, what do you say we break the place in? I want to explore and I want to move in. Would you girls like to join me? He would let them live in the compound. He was sure he was going to propose to them as soon as he made Chunin. He loved them. Whenever he was away from them he felt his heart ache, and whenever they were close he would feel only happiness from their presence. Yuga and Kurenai were a little shocked by his declaration. Naruto-kun, shouldn't we get the Hokage's permission before moving in here? Kurenai said. Naruto's eyes darkened a bit when she mentioned the Hokage. No, Gigi lied to me about this. I will not have him sealing this place up before I can entrench myself in here, so he cannot do it. This is the only place I have felt completely at home. Even in our house I was content, but I had to constantly check for people trying to take you or hurt you. Here I will be able to completely relax. For the first time in my life I will be able to be free. Yuga and Kurenai were touched by his heartfelt confession to them. They were sure he was hurt to say he did not feel safe in their house, but he had to explain his reasons. He would not hide from them. Very well, I will not live without you after living this long under your roof. Yuga said. Kurenai sighed. Yes, I will come live here too. Let's search and discover, and we can move later tonight. Naruto flashed them the truest smile they had ever seen, and he walked to Yuga, kissing her straight on the lips and engaging in a tongue battle until she was short of breath. He walked to Kurenai and massaged her tongue as he explored her mouth, eliciting a groan from her. He pulled back, leaving them both flushed, and said, "Thank you Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim. I would have been lonely without you. But permission to raid your rooms yet again?" he asked. They looked at him with accusing eyes until he brought his hands up in the seal for Cage Bunshin. They quickly realized what he planned to do, and with a nod he created 5 Cage Bunshin to pack up the other house and for 3 to stay there should anyone come to get them. He was going to keep it secret until after the Chunin exams, and he had, like he said, entrenched himself there. They decided to check the yard first. The front was a garden, but it was built like a small forest. The foxes frolicked around Naruto and his group as they walked, seemingly nonplussed that there were humans. "Are you back, master?" One of the foxes with a red fur and white tips yipped to Naruto. Naruto had always had the ability to sort of understand canine speech. Enough to understand the general direction of a conversation. However, he had never heard it like this. So he stopped wide-eyed as he stared at the fox kid, which had a few friends surrounding it now. "What?" he asked as Kurenai and Yuga shot him worried looks. "Have you returned finally, master?" the fox kid repeated. "What are you talking about? Why would you refer to me as master? I may have titles to this place, but I do not command you," Naruto said back. Kurenai and Yuga were a little alarmed at Naruto speaking to a fox, but they chalked it up to Kyuubi's influence. "Of course you are. You carry Kyuubi-sama and..." the fox kid sniffed. "Smell like us. You have been here before." Naruto was stunned. He heard Kyuubi gasp and he thought, what is it? "So you are the one. I know what your mother's name is. Kushina. I had not known her last name. We will talk more about this later. For now focus and I will explain tonight," Kyuubi said back. Naruto was reeling from this information. He now knew his mother's name, and it seemed the Kyuubi knew something about her. "Very well, I will be your friend, not your master. Do not call me that. I own no one and I command no one's respect I have not earned," Naruto said to the fox kid. "Very well, Naruto-sama, however you have already earned our respect just from your statement alone. While you live here the foxes will protect you and your soon-to-be mates. We are honored one has come back." The fox kid jumped away, presumably to inform the rest of the foxes and animals of their new lord. We will talk tonight, Kyubi. Naruto thought and turned to his wide-eyed loves. He chuckled, which brought their glares to him. It seems that the animals here respect the lord of the manor and protect all who live here. The fox kid was just relaying the message. I have never spoken to foxes, being they are so rare around Konoha, but I had some basic understanding of the canine language before. The girls seemed placated and latched onto Naruto's arms as they continued their trek through the forest. The animals seemed to bow to Naruto and his loves as they walked, but only once, so Naruto waved them off after they had paid their respects and they reached the back of the compound. Here was the training ground. It looked like a regular training ground, but there were seals to repair the ground. A few training dummies with self-repairing seals sat in a corner as well. Naruto could see himself sitting on the porch watching as his kids practiced or just played. They searched the other buildings. The two that were for guests were plain. Very little adorned them, and each room had their own bathroom. The houses had about 8 rooms each. The ones meant for families had about 4 rooms upstairs, a living quarters downstairs, kitchen, and dining room. Each of these had their own hot springs for the residents, though the master bedroom had a bathroom and the other 3 had to share another one for showers. Naruto and his loves walked into the main building. There was a marble staircase leading to the second floor. The opening hall was wide and open but not overly done. Sigils and paintings hung up on the walls, allowing for a peaceful and welcoming ambience. Off to the left was a kitchen fit of a clan with everything a cook could possibly want. The fridge had to be cleaned out from some bad items, and Naruto sent a clone to transport the fridge from the old house. It was larger anyways. The food was stored in storage seals to ensure freshness, and Naruto found the liquor cabinet easily opened. On the right side of the hall led to a hallway with 2 guest bathrooms, a banquet hall and a ballroom. They walked up the marble stairs to the second floor, which had a massive living room after a short walk from the stairs and down a hallway. It took up much of the second floor, but it served as a central hub that led off to about 5 to 6 different rooms, all with their own bathrooms. They checked the rooms and decided none of them were the master bedrooms and were used for older children or guests if they were important. Finally they arrived at the top level. This level was the most personal of all. At the top of the stairs hung a portrait of Minato and Kushina. Naruto teared at seeing the first picture of his family. They had a dresser sitting underneath it with 2 letters addressed to Naruto. He took the letters and they continued searching. Naruto knew once he read them he would not be able to continue. They saw that the top floor seemed to be dissected into 3 sections. One was a library which contained limitless jutsu scrolls that Naruto decided he would look into for the exams. The other third had Naruto crying. It was a nursery for the younger kids. He fingered the orange Ninetales plushie that was supposed to be his as he kneeled next to his crib. Kurenai and Yugao had him in a hug, comforting him. Once Naruto had regained some composure, they left this section and turned to what must have been the master bedroom. It took up the whole area. There was a king-size bed pushed up against the wall, 2 dressers, a walk-in closet with connecting bathroom. It opened to the balcony seen from outside that looked over Konoha. A very beautiful room. Naruto sat down on the bed, running his hands over the crimson sheets. Seems his mother loved crimson. He was reminded of Kyubi, but he wanted to read the letters first. Yugao and Kurenai sat next to Naruto. They saw him pulling out the letters and Kurenai said, "I think we will go wait downstairs. Pick out our rooms." Yugao nodded and they got up, but Naruto dragged them back down. "Stay please," he said with a look at both of them. "I want you to hear this." The emotion in his words stayed their hearts as they sat back down, and Naruto opened his father's message. "Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then I am dead and you have a burden no one should ever bear. You bear the 9-tailed fox. The fox was not known to be naturally destructive, as such I do not believe it attacked freely. I hope you are a Junin when you read this. However, regardless of when you find this, know that no one can deny your heritage. The seals keep all but my blood out, but if you decided not to be a ninja, then I wish you luck within the village. Know that I loved you with all my heart and it tore me to pieces when I realized I would not be there for you. Did the villagers treat you like the hero? I asked. Have you found a woman to love you and whom you love? What has happened? Do you hate me? I hope you have lived a normal life. Enough about that, I have little time. My name was made into a clan once I became Hokage. I am Minato Namikaze. You are the heir to the Namikaze name. My clan was not powerful, but I was a master seal maker and I have more money than the Hyuga clan. Take this money and this house as your inheritance. If you are a ninja, the Harasen and Rasengan, my personal techniques, are in a special vault within the library which can only be opened by you. You are free to use them once you have mastered them. They contain the steps I took to use them. Please use them with discretion and with the intent to protect your precious peoples. Which I hope includes Konoha. Oh, if you need help, just ask your godfather Jiraiya. He knows the Rasengan. He should be around to help you. Sincerely, your father. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage, Yellow Flash. Naruto was happy about his father's letter. It confirmed what he wanted to know, that he was loved and that his parents had not abandoned him. He silently folded his father's letter and placed it in how soon-to-be underwear drawer. He was smiling the whole time and Kurenai and Yugao were watching him carefully. Suddenly Naruto blinked and then refocused his eyes. He smiled wider. Girls, our stuff is here. Would you like to pick out a room? Naruto looked hesitant to complete his sentence, but he put his head up with a blush rivaling Hinata of old. Or would you share this room with me? Kurenai and Yugao said almost immediately, "Hi," in unison. They turned to see his blush and giggled, giving off a little bit of a blush themselves. We have been sleeping in your room every night anyways. Yugao commented. Naruto smiled before kissing Yugao and running his tongue along her lower lip. He had found this was a bit of a weak spot for her. If he ran his tongue along her bottom lip, it always elicited a moan from her. He pulled back after he heard her moan. Naruto turned to Kurenai and massaged her tongue with his as he engaged in a tongue battle again. After receiving her moan as well, he pulled back and spoke. Well, I will have the shadow clones bring the stuff up here. Let's go take a soak in the hot spring before we come back and read my mum's letter. I need to relax before overloading my mind with things today. Then I think I need to talk with Kyubi. Kurenai and Yugao nodded. They grabbed their scrolls from the cage bunchen and grabbed the teddies they had worn the first night in Naruto's old house, and all three headed to the hot spring. Little did Naruto know he was in for a surprise. Naruto went to his side of the barrier to undress and put his towel on. They had bathed together in the other hot springs. Naruto had washed their backs as they washed his in return. There had been a few peeks at the flesh, but nothing had been done to entice the other. The girls and Naruto were content for the moment to take the relationship slow. Kurenai and Yugao were undressing in their changing room when Kurenai spoke up. Should we tease him a bit to get his mind off the stress, Yugao? Yugao seemed a bit surprised Kurenai would make the first move. I thought we said we were going to take it slow, she commented, though she had been feeling the need lately. With being around Naruto constantly and her ever-growing feelings, the thoughts were getting almost too much to bear. Kurenai looked at Yugao with a slightly incredulous look. We have been in a relationship with Naruto-kun almost 6 months now. We know almost everything about each other, and we just admitted we sleep in the same room almost every night. I just think we can relieve some of our tension with this, and Naruto-kun will get some more enjoyment and relaxation than normal, she said with a slightly innocent voice. Kurenai-chan is a pervert, Yugao said sing-songly, teasing manner. I am not, but you have to admit it is getting harder to resist doing something with him so close all the time. I love him, Yugao. I can't seem to get him off my mind, Kurenai said with a wistful sigh. Yugao nodded and said, I love him too. I know how you feel. Very well, we will see what happens, but no touching. Not until we confirm the third girl. Kurenai nodded, and with that the plan was set in motion to relax Naruto. Naruto walked into the hot springs communal area looking to see if the girls were there. They weren't, so he sat down on a stool and started to scrub himself, waiting for the girls to show up. He had almost finished his front when he heard the girls approaching from behind. He turned around with his towel still around his waist and said, Hey Megami-chan, Murasaki-hime, what took you so low? Then they were out of the mist and in front of him. Naruto's brain crashed at the sight before him. Yugao and Kurenai were blushing madly but giggled at the drool coming out of Naruto's wide open mouth. They stood there looking at Naruto's reaction while waiting for a response. Naruto was looking at the topless forms of two of Konoha's hottest kunoichi. They had decided to go with just tying their towels around their waists to give Naruto a bit of a show. He was dumbstruck at their beauty. Yuguro's breasts were a bit larger than Kurenai's, the D-cup breast standing perky in the slightly cool air of the hot springs. Her reddish-pink areola was small with her nipple poking out. Every step she took her girls jiggled slightly, making Naruto's eyes sway dangerously. They held their shape despite being out of the bra that usually confined them. He was hard-pressed to turn from them. Kurenai's breasts were equally impressive. Her CC cup breasts were standing out in the cold air as well. They were slightly smaller but seemed to move with her body in a sensual display of femininity. Her areola was pure pink, her nipples poking straight out towards Naruto. They held their shape even better than Yuguro's. They seemed to just draw Naruto's eyes. Kyubi growled and giggled in Naruto's mind. Angry that these girls did that to her Naruto, but amused at Naruto's reaction. Wonder what Naruto would think of mine, she thought to herself as she pushed her breasts up from her kimono. This brought Naruto's brain restart. He responded almost immediately, I would love it just as much as Megami's and Hime's, you know I care about you. I just am not anyone's property. You heard that, Kyubi blurted out. Yeah, was I not supposed to? Naruto responded. Kyubi grumbled, but Naruto said, go take a nap or something, we have a long talk ahead of us. With that he severed their connection and turned his attention back to his Megami and Hime. So what brought this along? He asked. What, I can't come in the hot springs topless? Kurenai said innocently. Naruto chuckled at the response. No you can't, it is a hazard to my health. I almost died of blood loss. They looked down to see the amount of blood that had escaped his nose while he was thinking. It was pooling, but the girls saw something else. Yugao smirked, well we know this worked, she said as she pointed to the tented towel. Let us wash your back, Naruto-kun. Just relax and let us take care of you, Kurenai said. With that Naruto relaxed and let his worries drift away. Yugao and Kurenai washed his back and then he washed them, back and their topless fronts. They moaned when he would pass over their breasts, but he did not do anything past washing them. They all slid into the hot water and enjoyed each other's presence. As they headed back upstairs, Naruto told the girls, thank you, I am much more relaxed than before. Yugao and Kurenai smiled and chastely kissed him before they reached the bed and sat down again. They all snuggled up as he opened his mother's letter. Dear Naruto, I am your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. I heard I am not going to make it through my birthing night. I had so much planned to teach you. I was going to show you off and have you train when you were young to grow up tall and strong like your father. I am sorry I will not be able to be there for you in the future. Just know that I always loved you. Sealed in this scroll are two things. The first is my journal so you can get to know me better. The second is the sword that made me legendary as the Red Death. Shinku no Uzu, Crimson Whirlpool. Use it well or give it to the girl you love to protect her. It has seals so it never needs to be sharpened. It can have chakra channeled through it. Also, if you channel chakra, it will create an attack should you push your chakra from the blade. This requires a lot of chakra, but it is equal to the cutting power of a kaze no yaiba. Protect those precious to you. Live a long life. Find a woman who loves you and give me grandchildren to look over from heaven. Your mother. Kushina Uzumaki Red Death. Naruto was smiling happily as tears ran down his face. He had two loving parents. They both loved him and left him gifts. He unsealed the sword and looked at it. That is a marvelous blade, Naruto-sama. Kamikaze spoke up. Yugao had stars in her eyes as she looked upon the legendary blade. Naruto saw this and immediately stood up. He unsheathed the blade and swung it around a few times. Watching as Yugao was mesmerized and Kurenai sat with an amused smirk on her lips. He swung it a few more times before sheathing it and walking to Yugao. He bent down and placed the hilt in her hand. Murasaki Hime, you read the letter as did I. My mother told me to give this blade to someone I loved so she could protect herself. I have kamikaze myself. This sword is too big and too heavy for me. I want you to have it and I want you to protect yourself and Kurenai with it. He said in a serious voice. Naruto, I don't know if I am capable of wielding such a legendary blade. Yugao said as she caressed the hilt. Megami-chan, do you think Murasaki Hime can wield this blade to its potential? Naruto asked as he turned to Kurenai, who simply nodded. There you have it, Murasaki Hime. You now own this blade. Use it to protect yourself and Kurenai. I have no idea what I would do without you two. Naruto said as he grabbed the blade and leaned it against the dresser. Megami-chan, I have no idea how to give you such a gift, but name it and I will do all in my power to get it to you. Naruto said. Kurenai thought for a second. How about another one of those slips of paper with genjutsu ideas? She asked with a smirk. Naruto gaped for a second before asking, how did you know? Kurenai chuckled. They stopped when you were on my team. Once you explained your childhood, I recognized you as always been around when I would find them. I just pieced it together and let you confirm it here. But seriously, you have given me much more than Yugao. She deserves the sword, it will help her. She finished. Naruto nodded before saying, well, we have about a week and a half before the Chunin exams. I want to try the rasengan before the exams. Let's go to sleep, this has been a trying day. Naruto lay awake after about 1 hour. The girls had finally fallen asleep next to him and he decided it was time to talk to Kyubi. He entered his mindscape and walked to the grove of trees that led to the cage. He peered inside hoping to catch a glance of the tall fox. Instead he was treated to his foxy lady sleeping under a tree's shade enjoying a nap. He chuckled and walked through the seal gates. Naruto walked up the knoll and took Kyubi's head in his lap as she continued sleeping. He began running his hand through her hair and she started purring. About 30 minutes later, Naruto looked down to find the yellow eyes of Kyubi staring at him. Why did you stop? She asked. I think it is time for that discussion. Naruto said. Kyubi grumbled but rolled over and sat up. So I supposed you want to know what I was talking about, eh? She said. Naruto merely nodded. Kyubi sighed. Okay, because of recent events I have decided to tell you about why I attacked Konoha. Please do not interrupt. I was on my way to witness a birth. Your birth to be precise. Foxes have a weird system of honor. Very few humans ever gain the respect of a fox because of our ways. But I had heard from one of my underlings of a human who had been named Fox Friend by the foxes surrounding Konoha. This woman's name was Kushina. She had found some fox hunters hunting the foxes to extinction around here and offered the fox clans a place to stay at her compound so they could flourish and allow the hunters to move on. Because of this she gained her Fox Friend title. It means little to you but to us it is a great deal. Each of these humans has the protection of the foxes in the elemental countries, that includes me. I may be a biju and infinitely more powerful, but if they are recognized by this many foxes, even I cannot fight the appointment. There has not been a fox friend in almost 1,000 years, so I was anxious to see how her kid would turn out. She paused before continuing. I was on my way when I came across a den of foxes slaughtered. I recognized one of my most loyal underlings and grew into a rage. The last thing I remember was smelling a snake and seeing a weird red eye before blacking out and ending up sealed inside you. Kyubi finished. Naruto frowned for a moment before looking contemplative. So the last thing was smelling a snake and a weird red eye, huh? Very well, thank you for this information. Any idea as to why I can communicate with foxes? Naruto asked. Something to do with being the son of a fox friend, Kyubi said instantly. Don't want him knowing about the seal, then he would try to lock it up again. I am tired of this mindscape. Naruto narrowed his eyes but left it alone. He said, well then I should be sleeping now, and was about to leave the mindscape when Kyubi said. Wait, can you stroke my hair a bit more please? She said while looking embarrassed. Naruto chuckled but patted his lap. Kyubi immediately put her head back in the same position as before and she was out like a light. Naruto sat there a little longer before drifting off himself. Good night my little demoness, he whispered as he drifted off. Time skip day of Chunin exams. Naruto was walking down the road with Hinata and Shino. They were headed to the academy for the Chuunin exams. Kurenai and Yugao had kissed him good luck this morning before attending to their duties as ANBU and Junin sensei. Naruto could sense Konohamaru following them but ignored them until they stopped in their path and made a mess of their entrance. Naruto smirked before saying, "Hello Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon." "Oh hey oh boss," they said. "You said you would play ninja with us," Konohamaru mentioned. Naruto replied, "I don't have time today, how about we postpone this?" Trying to be reasonable. "No today," Konohamaru said. "We have about 20 minutes, we could easily knock them out once we start and be there on time." Shino said. "Fine, go," Naruto said, and the little ones rushed away while Hinata giggled at their antics. The team heard a "umph" and a "hey lemme go" before Naruto rounded the corner. He saw a guy about 5 feet 5 inches in a black catsuit wearing what appeared to be had a big wrapped package on his back. He had a blonde-haired girl about the same height flanking him. She was wearing a huge fan with red sash, a white short kimono and some combat boots. Naruto growled lowly before hearing the girl say, "Kankuro, just let him go. We don't want to get caught by him, do you?" The now-named Kankuro said, "Shut up Temari, I am going to teach this kid a lesson on how to treat his betters." Naruto spoke up in an ice-cold voice, "You might want to let the boy down." Moegi and Udon ran behind Naruto, who was standing alone. "Oh, and why is that?" Kankuro asked. "Because I do not take nicely to those who attack my friends. And neither do my teammates," Naruto responded. Hinata had a Juuken strike aimed at Temari's throat while Shino was behind Kankuro with his bugs all ready to suck him dry. Kankuro suddenly had a log in his hands and Konohamaru was behind Naruto. Naruto said, "Next time you might want to accept his apology instead of trying to start a national incident by attacking the Sandaim's grandson." Hinata and Shino relaxed and moved towards Naruto. Kankuro started to unravel his package. Temari said, "You're going to use it here." "I am just going to teach him a lesson," Kankuro replied. Naruto sensed a key spike. "Seems your sandy friend in the tree over there does not agree with you." Kankuro and Temari froze. "Kankuro, you're a disgrace to me and the village." The sand ninja appeared within a whirlwind of sand. "Definitely Ikibi right, Kyubi-chan," Naruto thought. Kyubi blushed and responded, "Hi." "Hey, what's your name, brother?" Naruto said. "Gaara no sooner." Gaara replied, "I am interested in you. Mother says to stay away from you. You tell mother that if she does not let you sleep, number 9 is coming after you." Naruto replied cryptically. Gaara's eyes widened before he turned to Hinata. "What is your name?" he asked. Hinata was a little intimidated but responded, "Hinata Hyuga." With that, Gaara turned around and said, "Come Temari, Kankuro. I will see you around, brother." Naruto shook his head before turning to his team, seeing Konohamaru already gone. "That guy is a Jinchuriki, stay out of his way." His team nodded and they walked to the academy. They passed the fake genjutsu downstairs and appeared in front the doors to the first exam. Kurenai had already explained they all had to take it, so they waited until they felt they were ready and Naruto pushed the door open to enter the room. Chapter 9 Chuunin Exams Prelims. Team 8 walked through the doors to see Team 10 already here in a corner along with those sand guys from earlier off in their own corner. Naruto took this chance to look around the room. There were quite a few Konoha teams here. To be expected, they are on home turf. Kyubi said. There were a few people Naruto recognized like the Kiri headbands and the sand headbands. There were a few he didn't though. Particularly, the one with only one genin team here. The team had 2 guys and a girl. One looked like a hunchback with his fur on the back. Another had these strange metallic gauntlets with holes on them. The girl was nondescript, probably a genjutsu user judging from the bells. Oddly enough, the symbol on the headbands was a musical note. Only one other team stood out and that was the Rain Ninja, standing closer than the others, glaring at everyone. Naruto turned his attention to Team 10 and he and his team walked over to greet them. "Hi guys," Naruto said. "Hey Naruto, I see you guys are here too, huh?" Ino said, trying to be polite to the boy she had heard staked an ANBU outside his house. "Troublesome, Naruto," Shikamaru said as he shook Naruto's hand. "Munch heya, munch munch Naruto," Choji said as he continued eating. Hinata and Shino simply allowed Naruto to do the talking. They had decided Naruto would talk since he seemed the more charismatic of the three and Hinata and Shino would back him up. Hinata would have done it but she was a little nervous and some shy habits had resurfaced. So she let Naruto do it. The two teams continued creating small talk until Team Guy walked in. Naruto knew Tenten from her store. He had passed it a lot. He had heard of Neji and his grudge against Hinata. Even if she had shown much progress in the last 6 months, she was still a bit weaker than Neji in overall skill. The other guy was a bit of a lost cause for Naruto. He had a bowl-cut hair and a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers. Obviously a taijutsu specialist from the wrappings on his hands. He raised an eyebrow as Team 7 walked in with a truly beaten Sasuke. Ino immediately jumped on Sasuke. "Oh Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much. I know you missed me, right?" she asked as she hung on. Sasuke simply hugged as he shook her off. Sakura spoke up though. "Ino pig, get your hands off Sasuke-kun." Ino retorted, "What you gonna do about it, forehead girl?" Ino pig. Forehead girl. Pig. Forehead. Naruto was covering his sensitive ears from the beating they were getting. God, kid, make him stop. He finally had enough of the fangirl screeches as Shino and Hinata looked at him with pity while Akamaru was whimpering in Hinata's hands. Enough, you're insulting all pigs and foreheads everywhere with you screaming, Naruto finally shouted. Ino and Sakura immediately flushed and turned their gazes to Naruto, who looked at them with cold eyes. You are drawing more attention than needs to be here. Shut up, he whispered. Just then a silver-haired person walked up. He smells like snakes, Kyuubi growled. Mama, you shouldn't make so much noise. Those rain ninja over there are more than happy to tear a few new genin apart, he said. The rookie ninth sans Naruto, Sasuke and Shino all shivered as they felt the ki of everyone else in the room. Naruto saw the power play and took it. Oi, unless you have some decent ki, you shits need to learn to keep your heads bowed when others are speaking. The only one in here who is decent enough to even speak is Gaara over there. Naruto shouted out as he pointed to Gaara. Gaara smirked. He was amused by such an action and it brought more blood for mother. This is how ki is done, Naruto said as he unleashed some of his own ki. Almost everyone flinched back and stopped their ki. Once Naruto was satisfied the room had gotten it, he turned back to the silver-haired man. And who the hell are you? He said, more a statement than a question. Sorry, my name is Kabuto Yakushi. I have quite the information regarding these exams, he said as he held out a deck of cards. Do you have individuals? Sasuke finally spoke. Many raised their eyebrows but remained silent. Of course, who would you like to know about? Kabuto asked. Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Many would have questioned why Naruto, but after that display everyone was interested. Kabuto pouted almost. You know their names, that's no fun. Well, let's see. Sabaku no Gaara. Teammates Temari and Kankuro, his siblings. His team has done 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank mission. That's impressive for a genin. Since he is foreign I do not have much on him, but it is rumored he returned without a scratch on him. Okay, Rock Lee, a year older than you guys. Teammates are Tenten Higurashi and Neji Hyuga. His team has done 20 D ranks and 12 C ranks. Specializes in Taijutsu. Sensei is Maito Guy, leading Taijutsu expert in Konoha. And Naruto Uzumaki. He began before the card was ripped from his hand. Naruto looked over the information. Seems I was right to hide my true skills. He has me down as a low Chunin from the fact I killed a Junin. Naruto swiped the info about him being a Jinchuriki off before returning the card. You know more than you should, Kabuto-san. Some of my information is Hokage's information. Kabuto's eyes widened, fearing he would get caught, but he kept a cool stance. But I think my fellow Konoha nins should have a bit of an edge. Go ahead and tell them. I will still surprise you, Naruto said with a glint in his eye. Gotta tell Gigi he has a spy. Naruto Uzumaki. Teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. His team has done 80 D ranks, 15 C ranks and 2 A ranks. How the hell does a Greenhorn Genin team have 2 A ranks? It also says you never got hurt on either of the A ranks and you killed a Junin on your Genin exam. Some missing nin seeking revenge on your sensei. Now everyone who was not teammate was gaping at Naruto. Naruto merely shrugged before tuning out what Kabuto was now saying about sound before he saw them start moving. The sound nins dashed across the place, intent on showing the Konoha nins how strong they were. The guy with the hunchback thrust his hand towards Kabuto as Kabuto jumped back. All of a sudden Naruto was 5 steps away from the guy with the hunchback and had Kabuto behind him with his sword drawn. You might want to rethink your fighting options. That sound attack won't work on me. And attack someone while they are talking to me again. I will kill you. His eyes are icy blue. The guy with the hunchback looked around, noticing how Naruto's team had his teammates incapacitated. He backed away and Hinata and Shino let go of their hostages. All of the Rookie 9 and the Genin were amazed at the speed and proficiency of this team. That was flawless teamwork, a true Konoha team. Neji was grinding his teeth watching his cousin. Smoke appeared in the front of the room. Alright you maggots, listen up. There's no fighting in this exam, so take your number, sit down and shut up. The man bellowed. TCH Heya Scarface. Naruto yelled. Ibiki looked up. Naruto Uzumaki, why am I not surprised you started a fight? Naruto chuckled before saying, because I know Anko. Ibiki roared with laughter before saying, ain't that the truth? All of the Genin was staring at this point. Get a move on, maggots. What you looking at? All of Genin began running for their seats. Naruto picked his number and sat down. He had the Temari girl right next to him, with some random mist nin to his left. Alright you maggots, listen up. Go look up the exam rules if you don't know them, cause I sure as in the hell don't. Any questions? Good. Begin. The whole room flipped their tests over. Naruto thought about the test but felt like he was missing something. Naruto-sama, if you cheat you only lose 2 points. Normally wouldn't they just fail you? Kamikaze said. Yeah kid, think underneath the underneath. Kyuubi yawned. It's to cheat. Bet the last question isn't even a real question. Or well, time to have some fun, Naruto thought. Ibiki was enjoying the test. There were people being thrown out. There were people cheating expertly. There was a guy playing poker with foxes. Wait, what? Oi, what the hell are you doing? He said to Naruto. Naruto sweet dropped. Playing poker. I need that corner in the forest for my new training technique. He said as if it were obvious and turned back to his game of talking to the foxes with yips. Why the hell aren't you doing the test? Ibiki asked. Oh, that I decided I had another way of winning, so I decided to play for an hour. Naruto said. Ibiki shook his head. Damn Anko. He sat down. Deal me in. An hour later Naruto had his corner and every rue out of Ibiki's wallet. Damn kid, remind me not to play against you again. Naruto chuckled before saying, yeah, I'll remember that after I clean you out. Ibiki chuckled before looking at the time. 2 minutes left. Naruto blinked before dismissing his summons. Ah, well, better put my plan into action then. Naruto made a cage bunshin which grabbed his blank paper. It stood up and began walking around the room. He grabbed one of the fake Gennin's tests, handed him Naruto's blank test, then gave the filled out test to Naruto. And that, my friends, is called tactics. Naruto leaned back and waited for the shouting. Ibiki looked at him and laughed again. Holy crap, Gaki, I never would have thought of that. Naruto cracked an eye open. That is because you're not me. He closed his eye. Kyubi was rolling in her plane. That was fucking devious, kid. I can see how you pranked this village all day when you were younger if you pull something like that. Naruto smirked. Thanks, Kubi-chan. Alright, that's it, everyone put your pencils down and prepare for the final question. Ibiki explained the rules and people started to drop like flies. Until Hinata went to raise her hand. Her confidence was higher but she was doubting herself. Naruto slammed his hand down on his desk. Give us the final question, no one else is quitting. Ibiki looked at their determined eyes again. Damn it, Gaki, 76 Genin is not good for Anko, she is gonna skin me alive. You pass. Ibiki explains the role of a Chuunin and how precious information is. Just as he was finishing up, a black ball flew through the window. She's early, Ibiki thought as he coughed. Yes, Anko. God, she is fun as shit. Naruto thought as he saw the banner unrolling from the ball which read, the sexy Mitarashi Anko. Geez, Bikey, you left 78 Genin. Getting soft in your old age. Anko taunted while the Genin stared at this crazy woman who was almost flashing everyone as she moved. Nor they just had a good commander. He replied, jerking his thumb at Naruto, who waved cheekily. Anko's eyes lit up. Oh shit, Ibiki thought. Yo Anko-chan, how is Karasu and you doing? Naruto asked with a smile while half the group of Genins turned to him with wide-eyed stares. They all thought the same thing. Who the hell is this kid? Anko chuckled, seeing as she had basically been forced into that first date, but she had enjoyed it so much she practically dragged Karasu to the dango shop for another one. They had been seeing each other pretty regularly after that. He treated her like a princess, just like Naruto had said he would. He would spoil her and give her little gifts, being the perfect boyfriend. She was not a slut, and despite her reputation she could count on one hand how many lovers she had had. He had quickly made it onto the list of potential boyfriends and progressed to the lovers list shortly thereafter. He made her safe and protected her from any angry stares or mutterings as vehemently as he had been known to do for Naruto when he was younger. She had regretted this took time out from seeing Kurenai and Yugao, but seeing as they had been preoccupied as well the last 6 months, had seen little of the ice trio as they were called within Konoha. He is fine, Naruto, but he wishes you would come around more often. I will have to thank you for introducing us. He treated me just like you said he would, she said with a small smile. Naruto nodded and said, perhaps we should switch dates one night. You take the girls and I take Karasu, that way we get our friendly night out. Anko chuckled at the bewildered expressions on the Genin's faces. This is better than the intimidation I had planned. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 44. For those of you who don't know where that is, ask your Junin sensei. Yarene. She puffed back out of the room as the Genins filed out. Ibiki checked his pocket for that note Naruto had handed to him during the poker game. Dear Scarhead, I believe Kabuto Yakushi is a spy. He is smelly, the snake kind, and informed with the forbidden kind of info. Yours truly, the Prankster King. He headed off to the Hokage Tower. Naruto shunshined to outside the academy. He hoped that the note would make it to the Hokage. He was sure Ibiki wouldn't take it lightly. He was walking along the road to his old home. He had seals set up so he could transport the home to wherever he wanted. He could seal it up in a scroll and send it elsewhere to be replaced. He had thought ahead, should he ever need to leave in a hurry he could seal the house with some chakra and it would be in a medium-sized scroll until he reclaimed it. He also set up communication seals within the main seal of the house. There was a room where you could speak and the sound would travel to a special annex Naruto had set up in the Namika's estate. He had a plan to use this house if things went the way he thought they would. As he was lost in thought he bumped into someone. He dusted himself off as he said, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. I can see that, Naruto-kun. A melodious voice answered him. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked up to confirm his thoughts. Mei-chan, I was not expecting you until the finals of the Chuunin exams. He said in surprise. Mei chuckled. It seems fate had a better idea. I am only in town for today to discuss something with the Hokage about the treaty. She said as she motioned her guard to cut off any overly close civilians. Naruto responded, well, are you coming from or going to the Hokage Tower, Mei-chan? Coming from. I really must be heading back. I wanted to watch the second part of the exam, but it seems Akage's duty is never done. She sighed as she folded her arms over her chest, drawing a few male eyes while Naruto was trying not to think of what happened a week ago. Do you think you have time for a short date then? Nothing fancy, just a tea shop with a drink and some snacks. Naruto said, stunning the Mizukage. She said as she looked at the time. Yes, but I got the feeling your current loves did not like me very much. I spoke with them and they only really act like that to keep the posers away. They respect you as a fellow kunoichi and as a strong woman. They said they wanted to get to know you a little more, but I cannot deny my attraction as well. I feel it would be prudent to get to know you more with what little time you have. Perhaps while you are in town for the third phase of the exam we can go on a longer date. Naruto responded. Mei was happy she was given a shot. She promptly scooped up Naruto's arm and pressed it into her bosom as she cooed. Where to Naruto-kun? Naruto blushed and headed to one of his favorite tea shops right down the road. He drew many glances, some hateful, others jealous. Mei noticed the hateful stares but could see something else there besides the jealousy. She wondered for a minute before deciding she would ask Naruto later and not ruin the mood. Naruto walked into one of the few restaurants that would not outrightly throw him out. Once the waiter took sight of the girl on his arm, he was led to a secluded table. This served two reasons. One, the owner of the shop did not mind Naruto, but he was bad for business, as such he was always given a secluded booth. This suited Naruto just fine and he paid a little extra for the service. Two, the waiters and waitresses who worked there were carefully chosen to serve that table to avoid any unpleasant accidents. Once they were seated, Mei looked over the menu and decided she wanted her favorite, sushi. She loved it and it was easy to get in kiri. Naruto chose some dango and they placed their order, getting green tea for the both of them to drink. So, let's jump right to it, shall we? I don't want to waste what little time you have. Naruto said. What is your favorite color? Blue. Mei said. Coincidentally, your eyes are the most brilliant shade I have ever seen. Naruto blushed at the praise and continued. Anything you like to collect? Any hobbies you like to do? Mei thought for a bit before answering. I like to collect rare flowers. Hobbies. I have always been training, but I was always fascinated with gardening. I hope to bring life instead of death in the world, she said with a hint of a blush. I have never been so open with someone. Why is he so calming? Naruto smiled. Seems she would fit in well. Okay, that is a wonderful hobby. I have a bit of a green thumb, as does Kurenai-chan and Yuga-chan. Any specific type of jewelry you like? Any activity you like to do? Mei responded almost immediately this time. Necklaces always intrigued me. As for activities, I love to soak in a hot spring after a hard day at work. She blushed at the last few questions. Naruto chuckled. Their food had arrived and they were taking small bites when one of Mei's guards mentioned the time. Naruto finished his food and said, well, just so you know a little about me. I like foxes, kenjutsu, I like to collect seals and rare gems. Activities. I love to snuggle and cuddle with my loves. Please have a good day, Mei-chan. I will see you in a month. Mei nodded and they left the tea shop after paying the bill. Naruto walked her to the gates. Don't be a stranger now, Naruto-kun. I think we will be seeing a lot more of each other after these exams. Mei said suggestively as she kissed him on the lips, then turned around and walked out of the village, her guards in tow. Naruto stood there in a bit of a daze before turning around and heading home. Naruto woke up to Kurenai's soft arms wrapped around his torso. He looked around for Yuga, but she had been asked to patrol to increase security for the second part of the exam to happen today. Naruto decided to go visit Kyubi and talk to her. Mindscape. Naruto walked into the clearing he had found Kyubi in last time to find a canopy bed with the drapes drawn shut to keep the light out. He smiled at Kyubi's choice of a bed. He had assumed she would just sleep in fox form, but she had been appearing in human form more and more since the mission to Kiri. He walked up to the bed and looked around, finding the crack in the drapes. He cracked it open and slid into the bed to look at Kyubi. She was sleeping curled into a ball. She had her tails laying out and her fox ears twitched at every sound made. Her chest rising and falling softly to her breathing. She was wearing a short kimono as always. All in all, the sight was really cute. He could see pretty well despite the darkness. He slowly crawled along the bed, but he stopped when he heard Naruto-kun murmured by the sleeping demoness. He stared at her. He had never heard her call him that before. He liked her. She had been around when no one else had. Even if she helped in her own interest, she still helped no matter what. He knew almost nothing about her, but her character, which he was more concerned with, was nothing like it was portrayed. She was helpful and even courteous sometimes. He loved her character and wished to get to know her more, but with her claiming him like some item, he dare not try to start anything she would take the wrong way. He would not be someone's toy or tool unless by his own choosing. He started his slow trek again, finally reaching her head. He picked it up just like last time and set it in his lap and stroked her hair. She commenced purring. How long he sat there he did not know, but he was enjoying it. Almost as much as Kyubi was with all her purring. Kyubi started to stir and she could feel herself waking up. But why did it feel so good? Ah, there it was, that spark that went from the top of her spine down to her toes. It was being made by Naruto. Oh, she had been dreaming about him before she woke up. She hoped she didn't say anything. After all, how could he love a demon? Oh, she loved him. After everything he had done and everything she had seen. She could not deny that. But she was a demon. They mated with the strongest. She did not lie when she said Naruto had the potential to surpass her, but she wanted him whether he was strong or not because his soul was strong. She wondered if he would hate her when the seal broke. She had tried to claim him through the strongest idol, but she had already seen that as a lost cause. She would break this seal, then figure out what to do to get him. Hello, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? she asked, enjoying his ministrations. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and continuing his hand motion said, "Need I a reason to visit my mind? I simply wished for some of your company." Kyubi blushed while she kept her head down on his lap purring. She suddenly remembered she wanted to give him something. She got out of his hand range and stretched. She peeked out at the hill and crawled out of bed, motioning Naruto to follow her. She stopped on the knoll and said, "I want to give you something, Naruto. Something no one has ever had before. I was going to offer it to your mother, but you have proven yourself worthy." She did a few hand seals, then one of her tails came around and out popped a huge scroll. She unrolled it and showed it to Naruto. "With your mother's status you can summon any of the foxes within your compound. With this you may summon demonic foxes. The stronger the fox the more specialized. I am the boss, as such no one has ever been seen as worthy. The 1 to 3 tails are kits and only really worth messengers. They are extremely fast and will deliver a message faster than most. The 4 to 6 tails are general fighters. They use their Hanyu form to fight humans usually, as their Yuki does not heal them fast enough to use their demon forms. They will have anything from a ninjutsu user to a fuinjutsu user. The 7 and 8 tails are specialized, as they will be the masters of their chosen arts. I am the only 9 tails. To summon me though you would have to use almost all of your chakra, so no summoning me anytime soon," she explained. Naruto was gaping at her explanation. This was one hell of a summoning contract. Kyubi-chan, why me?" Kyubi blushed slightly but responded, "You must ask. Throughout your life you have lived through things no child should see. You have been oppressed as long as you can remember, and still you treat the animals within your lands with compassion and understanding. Such a person would be awarded high honors and praised within the animal realms. No higher honor could I bestow to you beyond becoming your mate. Do not turn this down." She was a little perturbed that he would ask such a thing. He led a horrible life. This was one way to pay him back for a rampage she cannot remember. Naruto gulped and said, "I would be honored to sign this contract." He bit his thumb and made his handprints and signed his name. The scroll immediately sealed up and went back into its pocket dimension. Foxes love to cause mischief, so if you call out some of them for fun and use them with your pranks you will gain a greater reputation among them. The 7 to 8 tails do not like this very much, but some of them are as playful as the 1 to 3 tails, so experiment and see who you like. Please bring us back to the good light. After my rampage many see us as evil," Kyubi said, downtrodden. Kyubi suddenly had a warm feeling surrounding her. She stiffened until she realized it was Naruto's arms around her. She relaxed into his embrace and after a few moments said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto merely smiled before saying, "Anytime, Kyubi-chan, but I think I need to head back. I will use this contract carefully." He faded back to the real world. Naruto woke up and realized he had been in his mindscape about an hour and he had about 2 hours to get to the test. He kissed Kurenai awake. As she awoke and opened her mouth he slipped his tongue in and massaged her tongue. She moaned into his mouth and he groped her butt, making her shriek in surprise. He chuckled at her pouting expression. He kissed her chastely and said, "I need to get to the forest to death Megami." Kurenai immediately jumped out of bed and went to make some breakfast while Naruto cleaned up. Kage Bunchins would do a lot of the cooking, but Kurenai and Yugao enjoyed cooking on occasion. Naruto finished his morning cleaning and dressed in his ninja attire complete with his haori. He headed downstairs looking forward to Kurenai's cooking. He got downstairs and entered the kitchen, sitting at the little bar in there to eat. He ate his meal, making some small talk with Kurenai, informing her of his small date with Mei. Kurenai giggled as she heard what Mei had said and his responses. Naruto certainly knew how to charm a lady. Or maybe it was that ever-present aura of calm and serenity surrounding him when he was not in a fight. It would change to vicious and bloodthirsty should someone really piss him off. Naruto kissed Kurenai one last time before heading off to the training grounds. He had to meet up with Shino and Hinata first, so he headed to the clan district. Naruto and his team arrived at the gate to the Forest of Death about 20 minutes early. It had taken some talking to get Naruto past the Hyuga guards once he had gotten Shino from his girlfriend's hands. Haku had been reluctant to let Shino go. She was working as a medic within the Konoha hospital. Once Naruto had gotten past the guards he quickly found Hinata's room and they set off to the training grounds, making strategies for the various things contained within the monstrous forest. Once they had arrived they quickly set themselves away from the huge pack and observed their opponents. None of them seemed overly strong, but appearances can be deceiving. Naruto took the biggest role within the team, but his teammates could take out any genin just as well as he could. As such he drew attention to himself because he knew he could take the most punishment should a team actually attack them. Naruto was only really worried about Gaara. The rest of the ninja did not have anything worth really remembering for him. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Anko appeared in front of the group. "Alright you genin, listen up. This here is training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The second exam will take place within here and will be a protection, search, destroy, recover and deliver mission. Each team will hold one scroll. Some will have earth, others will have heaven. You need both an earth scroll and a heaven scroll to pass the exams. You have 5 days to make it to the tower with both scrolls. Please sign these waivers," Anko explained. "So killing is allowed?" a random ninja asked. "Yep, that's what the waivers are for," Anko responded. Once teammate had gotten their earth scroll and put it in Shino's coat, Naruto walked out while tucking a scroll with the kanji for earth in his shirt pocket. Many of the genin grinned. Anko chuckled and said, the exam will begin when I say go. She stood there a few seconds before asking the Chuunins around her. What are you waiting for? I said go, didn't I? She asked with a smirk. Naruto laughed as he and his team entered the forest. Naruto immediately changed to mission mode. Shino, anyone in the immediate area? A shake of the head confirmed Naruto's senses. Hinata, anyone within range of your eyes? Again a shake of the head. Okay then, let's head to the tower top speed. The closer we are the more time we have to set a trap. With that they set off into the trees, remaining on high alert. Time skip 2 days. Naruto and his team had traps set for anyone who would come within range. They had found a nicely sheltered cave but no one had been by. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino were sitting around a campfire about 2 minutes from the cave in a small clearing with a stream running through it. All of a sudden, Kunai came in and struck Naruto. He quickly stumbled to the ground bleeding profusely as the rain nin from the room jumped down to take their hostage. Once they appeared though, Naruto said, gotcha. The rain nin were quickly flattened to the ground by a futon daidoppa from Naruto. Directly after they were surrounded by Shino's Hajutsu, Mushidama, secret technique, insect sphere, and drained of their chakra. Naruto jumped down and relieved them of their heaven scroll. Well, seems we are done. As soon as he said that, a huge snake crashed through the clearing carrying Kiba. Naruto blinked and looked at the smashed corpses of the nins he had just incapacitated that could not leap out of the way. He grew angry at the needless bloodshed, especially because Kyuubi was roaring to kill the thing. Hinata, Shino, I am going to go after that snake. Pack up and be ready to move. I will return shortly. His eyes bleeding to his battle state. Hinata and Shino nodded. They were hesitant to let him go alone, but they needed to pack up and one summon would not kill Naruto. Naruto made his way following the destructive path the snake had carved. He came upon it as its throat bulged and it swallowed something. Quickly deducing Kiba was no longer nearby, he made his way to kill the snake and drag Kiba out of its stomach. Naruto was about to launch his wind technique when the snake started thrashing in pain. A bulge formed on its stomach which quickly tore apart to reveal a very sticky Kiba with a Kamaru. Naruto watched as the snake puffed away, signifying its summoned state. Only 2 people hold the snake summoning contract to date. Anko and Orochimaru. Shit, what the fuck is he doing here? He apparently attacked Kiba's team. Naruto started to go over the possibilities and finally brought himself back as Kiba was about to jump away. Kiba-san, wait, Naruto yelled. Kiba turned around to finally notice Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing here? Kiba asked. Naruto looked at Kiba and said, I was going to help you but you killed it, no problem, but we have a bigger one. Orochimaru is probably attacking your teammates. I am going to engage him in battle and I need you to take Sasuke and Sakura and make a run to the tower. Once you get there I want you to alert the ANBU that Orochimaru has been spotted within the forest. Can you do that please Kiba? I don't need any of that dope bullshit right now. Kiba nodded. He had recognized Naruto as a alpha and would follow his orders as pack law dictated. Naruto obviously held the most power of his generation and he would follow him until he proved himself unworthy of leadership. Thank you Kiba, Naruto said, and he and Kiba jumped off to grab Hinata and Shino and head back to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, his team and Kiba arrived to see Orochimaru sink his fangs into Sasuke's neck, leaving some kind of mark. Naruto quickly whispered to the others as Orochimaru said something to Sakura. Okay, we are all sure of the plan. 3 nods were all he got and he turned back to the fight where Orochimaru was still talking. Now, he whispered and the 4 went their separate ways. Naruto jumped down and muttered, Kai, as he dropped. The counter on his seals dropped down to 0. He knew he was going to be way outclassed. Orochimaru was fighting hard battles before he was thought of. He pulled Kamikaze and asked him, you ready to try that new form of yours? Naruto asked. You have but to ask and I will make it so, Naruto-sama. That spar with Zabuza-san to let Haku-san come to Konoha was exciting. I cannot wait to fight another strong wielder. Kamikaze thought back. This is for you also Kyuubi-chan. I think this is the guy with the snake smell you came across when heading to Konoha. He is our most dangerous criminal along with Itachi. Naruto thought. Kyuubi was touched. Thank you Kit. Once I transform you will gain a bit more speed and some power, but I will not be able to revert to this form. Are you sure you wish to do this? Kamikaze asked. Hi, Naruto said. Then call out your chant. I will only transform this once. Do not mess up Naruto-sama or you will lose access to my higher powers forever. Kamikaze warned. Naruto said as he finished his fall and slashed at Orochimaru. Furo o Hogo Suru, Kamikaze, flow to protect, Kamikaze. As Naruto landed with Orochimaru landing a bit away from Naruto. Ah, the Kyuubi container. I had heard you were quite skilled as well. Naruto simply turned to Orochimaru with his battle eyes activated. All of a sudden Kamikaze glowed. It grew and grew until no one could look at it. Teams 8 and 7 were running as Naruto had told them this was going to happen. He asked them to run to the tower and get some ANBU. The glow dimmed behind him and Shino thought, you better live Naruto or Kurenai-sensei and Yuga-sensei will resurrect you just to kill you for this stunt. The glow dimmed and Naruto felt a weight in both his hands. He looked down to see his new swords. Kamikaze, you split, Naruto thought. Kamikaze chuckled but said, Naruto-sama, I have said this before but I must say this again. Only you are worthy of truly wielding me. You have managed to unlock the ultimate form my creators stored within me. If your intentions were not pure you would have wound up with a substandard weapon, but you managed to pull this out. I am amazed, and yes, only someone who can dual wield can truly pull my potential out. Naruto reeled but was brought back to the present. Kukaku, seems you have acquired a new sword, Naruto-kun. Naruto scowled at him. Stop playing Orochimaru. Orochimaru seemed a little surprised he was found out. Good job Naruto-kun, how did you figure it out? Naruto smirked. Wasn't that hard, only Anko-chan and you own the contract. Orochimaru nodded his head. Seems my information on you was pretty good. But let's get this show on the road. The ANBU should be here shortly and I want to test if you are worthy of my seal as well. With that Orochimaru drew Kusanagi from his belly and shot forward. Naruto managed to counter Orochimaru's thrust. He put his right blade to knock Kusanagi away and swung with his left, aiming for a decapitating shot. Orochimaru ducked under it as he shot snakes from his sleeves. Seneashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Quick Naruto-sama, swing your right hand blade. Kamikaze said. Naruto followed his sword's advice and swung his blade. Blades of wind shot from the edge of the blade and cut the snakes to ribbons. Orochimaru liked his lips. Seems you are full of surprises. You have managed to block me for 2 strikes, let's see if you can keep up. With that he disappeared, but Naruto was ready for him. Naruto used his right hand blade to block and swung his left blade. He managed to nick Orochimaru, but he twitched as the blade left his body. All of a sudden Orochimaru screamed and he started to twitch uncontrollably. It subsided after a few seconds and Orochimaru looked at Naruto with clear undisguised want. It seems your blades are special. I wonder how your ninjutsu is. He was cut off by a cry of Kazakiri, wind cutter, but as the wind cut his body to ribbons Orochimaru melted into the branch's mud. Kukaku, very good Naruto-kun, you most definitely are worthy, but I wonder what the Kyuubi would think of a fellow inside you. I would eat your disgusting soul for dinner before allowing anything to happen to Kit. Kyuubi roared from Naruto's seal. Orochimaru turned to where the ANBU seemed to be rushing. It seems we have some company soon, so I must end this. Orochimaru rushed forward and with another mud clone said, take these 2 presents from me. His mud clone bit him as the original's fingertips glowed with purple fire. Gogyo Fuin, 5-point seal, Naruto grunted as he fell onto the ground. Naruto fell as he felt his consciousness leaving him. He looked up as he saw purple hair and a Neko mask. He noticed red eyes in the corner of his eyesight. He whispered, Gomen Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim. With that he fell into his mindscape. Kurenai and Yugao had been running ever since the teams had made it to the tower. Sasuke had been taken to have the seal sealed away, but the rest were just resting in their rooms. However, as soon as they gasped out where Naruto was, Kurenai and Yugao with her team rushed to the scene. They arrived as Orochimaru melted into the ground. They heard him whisper his apology. They checked him over with tears in their eyes. He still had a pulse, but he had a cursed seal like Sasuke. Also, that seal on top of Kyuubi's was weird. They decided to rush him to the infirmary and inform the Hokage. They were both wondering what the hell he was thinking attacking a Sannin of all people. But they both knew he could not leave his comrades to fight such a monster by themselves. They just hoped nothing else happened. The trip back to the tower was made in silence, and just as quickly as they had left they got back. There was still 2.5 days until the end of the second exam. Kurenai stayed within Naruto's infirmary room while Yugao and her team reported. About 15 minutes later the Hokage and Yugao shunshined into the infirmary room. The Hokage looked over Naruto and all his seals. He recognized the Gogyo Fuin. He could get rid of that one. The curse seal was still activating, so they couldn't do anything yet. The Hokage looked to the women hanging around his grandson's bed. He smiled slightly. He would pull through if only for those 2. And maybe a certain amber-haired goddess. Okay Kurenai-chan, Neko-chan, I am going to remove the Gogyo Fuin and hope that Kyuubi does not take nicely to Orochimaru's seal and destroy it. Kurenai and Yugao nodded hopefully, and the Hokage's fingertips glowed with fire again. Gogyo Kane, 5 points release. They waited as Naruto grunted and hoped for the best. Mindscape. His mindscape had reverted to the sewer, but it was much cleaner. The pipes were still showing, but the water was less and it was much brighter. Naruto started towards where Kyuubi's cage was. He eventually got to the huge place and saw little snakes in the water while Kyuubi thrashed around, killing as many as she could reach. There were extra chains surrounding the gates. There was a sigil on the right side of the room. It looked like a snake and the snakes were pouring from it. Once Naruto walked into the room, the sigil turned into a Orochimaru and started whispering promises of power and respect to Naruto. Naruto scoffed. Kyuubi-chan, any idea why my mind is a sewer again? Kyuubi stopped swiping and said, no, but with that damn extra seal I cannot do much. Naruto thought for a second before saying, what if I tear the seal so that the only thing left is the part about our souls? Kyuubi looked shocked. To do that would grant her infinitely more power within him. She could overpower him and take his body. She could roam his mind and change things. It would work, but do you really trust me to do such a thing? She asked, grinning an evil grin. Naruto looked straight into her eyes. Hi, he walked up to the seal and tore everything but a small corner off. Just as he reached for the seal the chains disappeared. The gates swung open. Naruto and Kyuubi looked at each other a few seconds before Kyuubi began swiping again. Naruto backed into the entrance to the hallway. He killed any snake that tried to get past him. Kyubi was enjoying killing these snakes but grew tired and finally impaled the Orochimaru lookalike with her claws and licked them clean. She grinned and said, "Go finish your ridiculous exam, we will talk after it." With that, Naruto faded out of his mindscape. Time skipped 2 days. Naruto woke to a headache. He tried to sit up but noticed his hands were being held down. There was Kurenai on his right and Yugao with her Anbu mask on his left. He chuckled as said, "Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim. I am awake." He gently shook them. They both stirred, then looked at him and jumped him. "Naruto-kun." They screamed happily into his chest as they cried. He held them close, knowing how he would feel if he lost them. Gently shushing them and whispering sweet nothings into their ears. Once they had calmed down, he smiled down at them and asked, "Better?" They both shook their heads and snuggled closer to him. "Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, as much as I love this, I really think I need to get to the finals." They both blushed and let him up. Naruto stretched and let his bones pop into place. He reset his resistance seal. He checked his neck for the curse seal and was relieved to notice it not there. He sighed and said, "I need a guide, would you two take me?" They both nodded and Yugao popped her Anbu mask into a scroll. "I have been given permission to attend as a sensei." 10 minutes and a makeout session later, Naruto, Kurenai, and Yugao arrived at the room where the preliminaries were to take place. They walked in just as the Hokage finished his speech about how the Chunin exam stops wars from happening. Hayate Gecko stepped forward and began explaining through coughs how the preliminaries are going to work. "You will be randomly selected by this board over here," pointing to a big board, "and you will come down here. You will fight one-on-one until I declare a winner or someone submits or dies. I reserve the right to stop the fight at any time. Now anyone who wants to quit may do so now without hurting their team." Kabuto quit, as well as 2 genin from Mist that were on one team, leaving 1 Mist genin. For time's sake, I am not going to type all of the preliminaries out. If you wish to know more detail, go watch the anime or read the manga. I will summarize anything not new. Very well, let's begin. With that, the board began randomly spouting names, but it stopped on Yorwa Akado versus Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's curse mark had been sealed up. The match started fairly slow, with Sasuke trying some taijutsu and Yorwa sucking some chakra through his bloodline. Sasuke fired a grand fireball, but it missed and he used the lion's combo to end it, smashing his opponent on the floor. Winner, Sasuke. The next match was Shino Aburame vs. Zaku Abumi. Shino quickly let his bugs out at the beginning of the match. Blanketing the area, Zaku tried to use his Zankua decapitating airwaves, but he could not cut the bugs down fast enough and he blew his arm's chakra apart when he tried to push his attack past the bugs, blocking the holes in his arms. Winner, Shino. Next up was Misumi Tsurugi vs. Kankuro. Kankuro almost immediately showed that the package on his back was a puppet. He began contouring it and after a few minutes managed to snap Misumi's neck. Assuming that was the end, he went to go back to the stands, but Misumi revealed his trump card. He could move his body almost like a snake and he did not die. Kankuro quickly poisoned him after dodging his surprise attack, effectively ending the fight. Winner, Kankuro. Next was Sakura vs. Ino. This lasted the longest, but they used Academy Jujutsu, eventually knocking each other out at the same time, ending in a draw. Next was Tenten vs. Temari. Naruto was interested in this one. 2 true kunoichi going at it, but it turned out to be a disappointment. Temari was the worst possible matchup for Tenten, who used weapons, was against a wind user. The match ended rather quickly, but as Tenten was about to have her back almost broken from falling on Temari's fan, Naruto disappeared from in between Kurenai and Yugao and caught her. She fought honorably to disgrace her by further injuring her. After the fight has been called is unforgivable, go back to your village and do it, but not here. He stared at Temari, who glared at him. She eventually lost and flew back to her brothers. Naruto gave Tenten to the medics and walked back up the stairs to kisses from Kurenai and Yugao about how noble that was. Next was Shikamaru Nara vs. Kin Tsuchi. A very intellectual battle, as Naruto had predicted. Kin was a genjutsu type. They fought for a little while back and forth with a little bit of taijutsu until Shikamaru caught Kin in a Kijime no Jutsu shadow imitation technique and knocked her out by knocking her head along the wall. During this time Naruto had been admiring his new blades. They had been in their scabbards next to his bed when he woke and he had them as an X along his back. The one with the hilt to his right was just like Kamikaze in abilities. It looked just like its new counterpart, however, it was made of a silvery grey metal that seemed to reflect and absorb all the light. The blade was one-sided, but it started thick at the hilt and thinned out in a wavy pattern all the way to the tip, which was pointed. It had a handguard for his hands made of a blue metal like the swirl from Kamikaze, but this extended along the side of the hilt, which corresponded to the blunt side of the blade. He named it Razor Slicer. The second blade, which was his left, was identical to the first. Same wavy pattern, same metal composition. The only difference was the handguard was a yellow color. The abilities this one had was slightly different apparently. It allowed him a certain control over lightning. Kamikaze had told him that if he mastered both blades he could create a swirling vortex of lightning by combining the 2 blades' powers. He decided to name it Denki, electricity. The next fight was one all the genin wanted to see. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba and Izuka. Naruto had managed to impress them all back at the beginning and then turned himself into an enigma once the second exam began. Everyone wanted to see some real action. Kiba jumped down and Naruto followed shortly after. Hayate looked at both of them and said, Hajime. Naruto simply stood there looking at Kiba. Kiba was sweating, he knew he was outmatched. Kiba decided to start off strong and hoped to end it real quick. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique, he popped a pill to Akamaru who ate it and said, Jujin Bunshin, beast human clone. Akamaru turned into a second Kiba as Naruto unsheathed Denki. The two Kibas ran at Naruto and they both jumped in the air and started twirling before saying, Gatsuga, jewel-piercing fang. They continued on a course for Naruto who simply sidestepped their first attack still holding Denki in a downwards position. Naruto dodged about 3 more times before saying, Kiba, do you have any more? Kiba and Akamaru headed for Naruto again. Naruto sighed, I had hoped for more Kiba. Naruto then swung Denki at the whirlwinds when they passed as he sidestepped. Naruto sheathed his sword. Proctor called the match. He is incapacitated. Just as he said this, Kiba and Akamaru crashed to the ground with electricity arcing all over them. Their nervous systems are shot and with the way they were spinning they are not going to be gaining their senses anytime soon. I could kill them with a simple stroke but I have them defeated. The Proctor looked at Naruto then back at Kiba and Akamaru who were staring in the opposite direction supposedly at Naruto. God damn it Naruto, that hurt, Kiba shouted. Yep, definitely at Naruto. Shusha, Naruto Uzumaki, the Proctor said, and everyone else just stared as Naruto walked back up the stairs to his loves. He just beat him with one attack. Not even a jutsu. The next match brought forth a rivalry apparently. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He knew of the bad blood between the two of them. Hinata had grown substantially but Naruto was not sure how powerful Neji really was. The fight looked pathetic from an outsider's point of view but only a few could tell the internal damage these bodies were taking. Hinata was keeping up with Neji, her slightly bigger chakra pool sustaining her longer. But Neji managed to get a hard shot in which severely hurt Hinata. She kept getting up but she was obviously defeated after she had resheathed her third strike making her fall down yet again. She struggled to stand. She said that she would not back down and not give up her Nindo. This enraged Neji and he rushed forward far faster than most of the Junin expected, intending to end Hinata's life. Hinata could do little but stare as her cousin bared down upon her. Neji felt himself being restrained from behind and he looked back. He saw his own sensei looking at him disapprovingly. Kakashi and the Proctor held onto his arms. TCH special protection for the main house. I see how it is. Kakashi spoke up, look back. Neji turned his head to Hinata expecting to see a broken girl. Instead he was looking at a sword point literally a nozzle length away from his right eye. Naruto was standing in front of him with Cereza pointed directly at him. The only thing holding him back were 2 women who were glaring down at Neji. They simply had their hands on Naruto's arm telling him that Neji had been stopped. Naruto looked directly into Neji's eyes and said, you are a fool. Hinata could have ended this fight in one handseal, instead she fought you with honor and you disgrace her by trying to end her life. I swear that if we fight Neji Hyuga you are going to wish Hinata would have used the caged bird seal on your forehead. With that he turned around and stalked off but not before everyone saw a crimson with gold streaks fox cloak make a shadow behind him. The next fight was Rock Lee vs. Sabaku no Gaara. Before the match started Naruto shunshin down to Gaara and whispered in his ear. 9 says to keep yourself in check. Do anything I don't approve of and I will have your head. Before shunshining away, Gaara shivered and Shukaku roared to stay away from Naruto and listen to what he says. The fight was pretty boring with Lee being blocked until he lost his weights. He managed to hurt Gaara before Gaara turned around and almost crushed his leg and arm. A short burst of ki from Naruto and he simply wrapped him in sand keeping him from moving and being declared the winner. The last match was to be a 3-way. Chuji forfeited making it a regular match with Dosu vs. Bozu the Mist Genin. Dosu attempted to use his melody arm to beat the Mist Genin but this guy had been trained in sword arts and the silent killing along with the hidden Mist Jutsu. Once Bozu had Dosu all mixed up he proceeded to knock him out with a heel chop to the back of the head. So the finals were drawn and the invitations sent out. They had a month to train and get ready for their impending fights and everyone filed out after checking the fights. Match 1, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. Match 2, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Sabaku no Gaara. Match 3, Shino Habarame vs. Kankuro. Match 4, Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Match 5, winner of Match 4 vs. Bozu. Naruto was exhausted after such an ordeal. He made his way home with his loves. They all took time and soaked in the hot springs before climbing into bed and after a heated makeout session proceeded to fall asleep. Naruto was almost asleep when he heard. Time to talk Naruto-kun. Chapter 10 Talks, Loves, and Godfathers. Naruto was pulled into his mindscape. He had heard Kyubi's voice from inside his head. He was a bit curious as to why she did not just rip herself from his body when he removed the seal. He was happy that she had given him time but confused. He knew he held feelings for the golden demoness inside him. She was his closest friend and helped him anytime Kamikaze could not. She was an invaluable comrade even stuck within him she was powerful. He had never really needed her help but he knew he could count on her should the time come he needed to. He had decided he would not show fear to her. He would fight her for his freedom and for hers if he had to. He did not think she deserved this prison. She had been tortured long enough. She attempted to make amends which was why he was willing to forgive her unlike the villagers. He was prepared to even accept her love if a demoness could have such a thing. But he would not mate with her willingly if she could not love him. He would use all of his power and skill to fight her until he couldn't move. He had thought all this as he made his way to the knoll his Kyubi had picked out within his mind. He had changed it back once he had woken from the curse seal. He crested the knoll to find Kyubi standing in the sunlight cutting her imposing figure. Her back turned to him. He walked up to her side and looked at her face being bathed in sunlight. He smiled softly, seeing peace on her face. She had always had a slightly fearful look to her since he had met her in her human form. He admired her 9 flowing yellow tails with the golden blonde fox ears, flowing freely as if having a mind of their own. He sighed and stepped away from her as she turned to face him. "So how are we going to do this?" Naruto asked as he got into a fighting stance. Kyubi cocked her head to the side, which Naruto thought was pretty cute, and said, "Do what, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked at her with a blank expression. "Aren't we going to fight?" Kyubi looked at him before asking, "Did you mean it?" Naruto looked confused. "Mean what?" Kyubi looked down and her hair covered her eyes as she asked, "What you said in Kiri, did you mean it?" Naruto looked even more confused for a moment before it came back to him in a whisper, "I like her. I am sure I could come to love her given the chance. The same to you if you did not try to claim me just for your own power play. From your personality that you have shown, you show just as much in a woman as any of the ones I might potentially look at." He had said to her when thinking about May. "Of course I did. I still do. You don't really realize how much you mean to me, do you?" Kyubi was still looking down before saying, "Then this discussion is over. I hope you don't change your mind when you wake up, Naruto-kun. I hope I can get what I want in the morning." Naruto was suddenly thrust out of his mindscape. He promptly fell asleep from the exhaustion of the day. Kyubi was crying in his mindscape, hoping that what he said would be true. Time to work. Outside of Naruto's body, chakra began coalescing and swirling from his stomach, making a shape. Once it was complete, Naruto sighed contently at the extra weight on his chest and fell into a deeper sleep as another's breath joined the 3 loves in bed. Naruto woke to the sounds of his love's breathing. He could feel an extra weight on his chest but just assumed either Kurenai or Yugao had climbed onto his chest during the night. It wouldn't have been the first time. He kept his eyes closed, enjoying the loving feelings he was experiencing. He knew he loved these two. He had yet to say it to them, but he had his plans. His pants seemed a little tight this morning though. Strangely enough, it wasn't the front of his pants but his back that seemed to be restricting him. He heard 3 sighs of content as he moved his body around trying to relieve the pressure. Wait 3. Naruto cracked his eyes open to a mess of blonde hair and fox ears. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized who was on top of him. He began to panic, lightly trying to figure out what to do. He knew the town could not survive another attack, but he was not concerned with that. He was concerned she would attack Kurenai or Yugao for being with him. Though she had never said she hated him, she had never really liked them. He quickly calmed down though. Once his slight panic attack was over, his logical side kicked in. Why wasn't she just taking him? Why was she sleeping here as if there was nothing else she would rather be doing? Why had she not killed Yugao or Kurenai yet? All of these things passed through his head as he heard groaning beginning from Kurenai, which promptly elicited the same from Yugao, who was a lighter sleeper. Kurenai and Yugao rubbed their eyes sleepily as they looked down at Naruto being snuggled into by another blonde-haired woman. They immediately started to glare once they realized the situation. Kyubi promptly woke up when feeling the sizable amount of ki Kurenai and Yugao were exuding. "Naruto-kun, who is this woman?" Kurenai asked sweetly, while Yugao added a death glare that promised pain if he did not answer correctly. Naruto sat up and got out of striking distance before turning to the 3 girls on the bed who were still looking at him expectantly. "I have kept something hidden from you too. For that I beg your forgiveness, but please hear me out. I promise if you wish to beat me into a bloody pulp afterwards, I will do nothing to stop you," Naruto said. Yugao and Kurenai seemed pleased and sat down in a more comfortable position. Naruto explained who Kyubi was, how he had met her, the claiming him from him for being the strongest, his mother's status as Fox friend. All the while his pants still seemed stretched and Kyubi's tails and ears just twitched around as Kurenai and Yugao stared at her with hate and slight fear after hearing her stake a claim on their boyfriend. Naruto finished with his fox summoning contract and how he had broke the curse seal in the discussion last night. They looked a bit happy at her for the curse seal but were curious about last night. Kyubi sighed, "Naruto-kun, there are a few things you do not know. For example, would you let your tails out please?" Naruto blinked. Tails. He looked around to his backside and saw the bulge in his pants. He laughed sheepishly as he pulled them out. As he released them, 9 flowing crimson tails with golden streaks in 3 of them came flowing out of his tailbone. Naruto promptly said, "What the fuck?" and turned to Kyubi for an explanation. He could not get anything else out as he was tackled by Kurenai and Yugao, who screamed, "Kawaii," and they immediately began playing with his fox tails. Naruto noticed how sensitive they were. He could feel each brush of their hands as waves of pleasure sent through his body. He started purring almost immediately and Kurenai and Yugao stopped for a second before realizing what had happened and continued. Kyubi chuckled seeing their reactions. "Geez, you girls have no problem with him being a Hanyu then. Though I doubt you would leave him at this point," she said with a smile. Kurenai and Yugao immediately stopped and looked at Kyubi. They were reminded she was still here. Naruto took advantage of the momentary lapse in petting and stood up and got in front of Kurenai and Yugao. "What do you want?" he asked Kyubi. Kyubi looked down for a second before responding. "I asked you if you meant what you said and you said you did. I ask again, do you still think you can love someone like me even though because of me you are this?" Kyubi asked, waving to his tails and fox ears. Naruto looked at Kurenai and Yugao before asking, "Does this change your feelings towards me?" Kurenai was first to respond. "Not a chance. If anything, I have something else I might want to cuddle with at night," she said while grabbing onto one of the tails with golden streaks in it. "Crimson and gold, my favorite colors, and it is soft and fluffy," she said with a giggle. Yugao smiled and said, "Not at all. If anything, this makes you more powerful, right? I know you will not harm us," with determination hanging in her eyes. Naruto said, "Thank you," to them before turning to Kyubi. "There you have it. The only reason I would have resented it is if they would have left me for it." Kyubi's eyes watered as she heard him speak those words. "I wanted you initially for your power, but you have such a kind heart, Naruto. You can even love the demon who attacked and killed your father and caused your life to be hell. Why are you so damn kind?" She stood there racked silently with sobs before she felt Naruto's arms around her. "I can because you feel like this. You regret it. Even if you are a demon, you still have emotions. If you felt nothing for killing all of them, I might not, but you care. I wish I could invite you to stay here, but I get the feeling you don't like Kurenai and Yugao. You are welcome to live in the old house I built or in one of the other houses on the compound," Naruto answered while stroking her back. Kurenai and Yugao were shocked at this turn of events. The Kyubi was crying. They couldn't stand it and went and wrapped their arms around Kyubi as well after Naruto had finished. Kyubi looked up and said, "But I love you. I don't want to be separated any longer. I was only jealous of Kurenai and Yugao because they could interact with you when I could not." She blushed at the sentence and said, "Please don't make me leave. I have never felt this before. I didn't think I would ever feel such a thing," she admitted, looking sad. Naruto looked at Kurenai and Yugao and they both nodded. "Very well then. Let's get back in bed. I wasn't finished cuddling with my girlfriends and breakfast will be ready soon. After that I need to train for the next part of the exams." With that they all resumed their original positions. Kurenai on his right, Yugao on his left and Kyubi on his chest. Kurenai had two tails wrapped in her arms as she stroked them and Naruto started to purr from deep in his chest, eliciting slight giggles from Kyubi. Naruto sighed. He wished life would always be as simple as when he was training. He was outside in his family's training ground. He had yet to tell the old man he had found his heritage. He was keeping the ruse up at the other house, having KBs take care of it and go in and out the house with communication if they needed it. He had perfected the rasengan only just today. He looked around at the destruction. He was impressed with the damage it caused. He had decided to hold off on the Harasen. He was going to look at it and see if he could use it, but he was not going to train with it just yet. His body was at level 9 for the resistance seal, but he wanted to grow a little more. Kurenai and Yugao were out shopping. Naruto was going to make a special dinner tonight in honor of Kyubi being out of the seal. He was happy she was not going to try to steal him away. Though he was curious if she had a problem with sharing. Though it looked like she didn't, he couldn't be sure. It was nearing lunchtime and Naruto headed back inside the house for a quick shower. After his quick shower he packed a light lunch and figured he would ask Kyubi to join him for a picnic within the grounds for a small lunch date to get to know her a little better. He found her curled into a ball on the porch sunbathing. He chuckled at the cute sight as Kyubi's ears twitched and she stretched and sent him a smile. "Would you like to join me, Kyubi-chan?" he said, holding the picnic basket up in his hands. Kyubi looked surprised for a second before responding, "I would love to." She got up and padded over to Naruto. Kurenai and Yugao had on clothes for their shopping as well. Naruto did not want Kyubi leaving the compound just yet. They wandered through the mini forest talking with the foxes, who all bowed to Naruto and Kyubi. Kyubi giggled as she watched the foxes play around her. She had not been in her human form much before this and was enjoying it. Naruto just admired her as she relaxed. She seemed one with nature and especially calm while walking around the foxes. They finally found a clearing they liked, so Naruto set up the blanket for them to sit on and pulled out the sandwiches he had made and handed one to Kyubi, who started to nibble on it. They sat there in silence, reveling in the nature before Naruto decided to start his usual questionnaire. "So Kyubi-chan, I doubt that is your true name. It seems more like a title. Could I get your actual name now that you want to stay with me?" Naruto asked. Kyubi blushed and said, "You caught that, huh? I was going to tell you anyway, but my name is Katsumi." Naruto nodded, then noticed the change in her voice. "Why is your voice different? It's nice, so harmonious, but you always had this power unjust voice." Kyubi nodded. "When my emotions of anger or frustration or nervousness run high I will get my deep voice, but when I am calm or around you I probably will not get it." Naruto nodded, then asked, "Why only around me?" Kyubi hesitated, then said, "Naruto-kun, did you ever wonder why women seemed so comfortable around you? How they would open themselves easily to you?" Naruto nodded, then said, "Yes, I had wondered, but I could come with no answer for it." Kyubi hesitated, then said, "You have inherited my allure ability. I am the strongest demon out there, but a lust-crazed male could still overpower me if he had enough tails. I would use my allure to calm them down enough to sneak away. There is a second reason behind this, but it is a very closely guarded secret among demonkin. Should we ever progress as far as I hope, I will tell you." Naruto nodded. Thank you for being honest. Now anything you like to collect. I assume you like foxy things. Katsumi giggled. I like lightning things, little bracelets with lightning bolts. Things of that nature. I love to watch a lightning storm. It's so pretty and full of power. She gushed. Naruto developed a little bit of a sweet drop. Okay, what about dreams? Katsumi blushed but said, I always wanted my own litter of kids. No male kitsune has interested me before. I could not take a human as they are not immortal. She looked a little sad. I have to tell him. She thought to herself. Naruto-kun, there's something I didn't tell you in front of Kurenai and Yugao because of your Hanyu status. Katsumi said, looking down again. Naruto blinked before smiling slightly. What is it, Katsumi-chan? Katsumi giggled at her honorific and said, well, I don't really know how to say this. You're immortal, not invincible, just immortal and hard to kill, she said, trying to clarify. Naruto was gobsmacked. He was immortal. What did that mean for Kurenai and Yugao? Could he stay with them knowing he would have to live past their lives and their kids' lives? Could he stand by and watch as another man made them happy? Could he? He was cut from his musings as Katsumi saw his face and spoke. Naruto-kun, I only told you because you need to break to Kurenai and Yugao that they will become immortal too. When you mate with them, which I am sure is going to be fairly soon considering your thoughts. You will mark them as your mates. They will gain a life tied to yours. If you die before they would normally, they will simply age regularly, but if you live they will die when you do. They will stop aging in a few years to make sure their bodies are fully developed. Naruto sighed as he took this in, but he quirked an eyebrow at something she said. So I can mark multiple mates. Katsumi blushed. She does that a lot in this discussion, and responded, the stronger the demon male the more mates he will have. It is a defense mechanism for our species because we are warlike. The stronger you are the more you are driven to have mates so that we have the strongest reproducing. Females wait for love but males usually are driven by their lust. Which is incredible for you. You have resisted doing anything with two very strong mates right next to you for almost 4 months now. Naruto smiled and said, I will never do something they don't want, plus I only really think I was ready for that recently. Katsumi chuckled. You know as well as I that both of them would get their fair share of wet dreams to you. But we are getting off subject. When you are mating with them, your instincts will lead you. They might turn into hanyas, they might not. Either way their chakra will increase, they will gain senses and strength. Whatever their specialty is will probably be enhanced. Katsumi then turned a sad smile to Naruto. Your kids however will not be immortal. They will have long lives compared to the humans around them, probably close to 200 to 300 years, but you will live to be as old as you wish. I must warn you. Naruto was a little saddened at that, but he would not want a bunch of himself running around. Does this mean all Hanyu are immortal? Also, if I were to mate with you, would our kids be immortal? Katsumi turned big red at having sex with Naruto and said, no, you are immortal because our souls are linked, and all bid you are immortal. Your mates would gain the same because your mate mark intertwines your souls much like the seal on your stomach, only differently, which is why should you wish to mate with me you should mark me as well. Should we have kids they would live especially long just like any other demon unless they gain QB status, in which case they would grow immortal. However, I am the only one to ever do so. Naruto nodded, taking in all the information he needed for the girls and himself. He sighed, well, this turned very serious when I was expecting it to be a light talk. Thank you Katsumi-chan for this information. Let's head home, we have been here much longer than I wanted. He said as he looked at the sky. I need to get the dinner ready and I think we will tell Kurenai and Yugao about this tonight while we eat. Katsumi nodded and they headed home. That night Naruto pulled out all of his culinary skill. He made each of the girls' favorites and they all ate healthily. After they had finished eating dinner and getting to know Katsumi like Naruto had, Kurenai and Yugao suggested they retire to the bed and cuddle a bit before going to bed. They dragged Katsumi off before Naruto could say anything and they went to the closet as Naruto changed. Naruto got into his regular sweatpants and decided to forego a shirt tonight. He turned as he heard the closet open. His jaw dropped. Kurenai and Yugao had spent the whole day shopping and spending Naruto's money. He didn't mind if they spent all his money anytime, but they felt particularly spendy today, so they splurged and bought whatever they thought looked good. They picked out plenty of clothes for Katsumi and they had the most fun at the lingerie sections in the store. She had said her favorite color was yellow-white like a lightning bolt. So they went with that as a color basis. They loved Naruto and wanted to put a bit of a show on. They were getting quite risque in their teasing of him lately, but they planned something to see Katsumi's attraction to Naruto. They dragged Katsumi into the closet and explained their plan. Katsumi, as they had expected, loved the mischievous idea while she blushed. So they had put her in a teddy like they had, only this was in her favorite color. It had cost a little bit more than normal for the weird color, but it had proven to be worth it to see Naruto's jaw drop as all three of his women walked out wearing teddies with matching panties. Kurenai's was her crimson, Yugao's her gold. Katsumi was blushing, but once Kurenai and Yugao started moving towards Naruto she regained her composure. Naruto's brain restarted as the girls began their trek to him. He was almost blown back by a nosebleed. Luckily he had seen Kurenai's and Yugao's bare breasts, so he managed to hold it in. He stared at Katsumi, her pale skin looked so soft. As he could attest to. Her breasts seemed to be poking towards him, asking him to touch them. He had to consciously stop himself from jumping the three of them. Kurenai and Yugao chuckled as Naruto drooled. They both closed his jaw and Kurenai whispered, "You're drooling, Naru-kun." Naruto looked at her and back at Katsumi. All of a sudden Kurenai found herself in a heated tongue battle with the blonde Hanyu. She moaned as he grabbed her butt. He turned to Yugo and repeated his kissing scene while grabbing her butt for added emphasis. He turned back to Katsumi and said, "Well, what are you waiting for? Get over here." Katsumi jumped into his arms and pressed her lips to his. Naruto used his kissing knowledge to rock her world. His lips are so soft. Katsumi thought as she pulled back. Wow, that was much better than I thought it would have been. Naruto chuckled. "Let's cuddle, I have something to tell Kurenai and Yugo, right Katsumi-chan?" Yugo said in a sweet voice. "Ah, but Naru-kun, that is not the end of the show tonight." Naruto looked to his girls as he backed to the bed and sat down. Each of the girls looked at each other before nodding. Katsumi was first with Yugo and Kurenai helping her. They ripped the teddy off her chest and she blushed but put her arm under her chest. "Well, Naruto-kun, you said you would like mine as much as Kurenai-chan's and Yugo-chan's." Naruto's body seemed to answer for him as his lower head swelled. He stared at her nipples. They were poking out, showing the arousal her could smell. But that was not the thing that caught his attention. Her areola were the weirdest color of yellow like her hair. "Don't flame me, she is a demoness, besides the usual colors are overused. Can't he have some weirdness?" Naruto nodded his head. "Yes, I love them just as much as Himes and Megumis." At this point Kurenai and Yugo had their girls harning free as well. He looked around and noticed he was surrounded before he was pushed onto the bed, and they all snuggled into their usual spots, with Katsumi taking his stomach as a pillow and Kurenai and Yugo taking his chest. "So Naru-kun, what was it you wanted to tell us?" Kurenai asked. Naruto hesitated a little before explaining how he was immortal and how if they were to be with him they might change into Hanyas themselves and they would live forever. The benefits of such a thing and how long their children would live. He explained everything Katsumi had said. As he finished they looked amazed and slightly sad. Naruto finished with, "So if you would like to end this now, I would not." He was promptly silenced by a bob to the head from both of his mortal counterparts. Kurenai flipped her head, opening her neck to him. "So you need to bite us, right? Well, go ahead, I already love you, Naru-kun. I would gladly spend the rest of time with you and Katsumi-chan." Yugo flipped her hair as well. "That was for keeping Katsumi-chan from us as well. I love you too, Naru-kun, you are not getting rid of us so easily. The rest of my days, mortal or not, will be spent with you and Kurenai-chan." Naruto had tears in his eyes. He responded by kissing each on the offered necks. "I have to do it while we are mating. Once we reach that stage, one will mark the both of you. Have no doubt. I love you, Megumi-chan. I love you, Murasaki Haim. No human has told me they love me with such passion. Thank you, the both of you." Kurenai gasped. They had shown their love through gestures, but he had never said he loved them. She immediately shivered as she felt his Yuki blanket the area. It was so calming to her, she snuggled into his chest, happy to know she was with such a man. Yugo was shocked. He actually said the words. 3 little words, but they had such an effect. She shivered as she felt the words take effect. She was so relieved. He had shown his love but never said anything. She sighed as his Yuki blanketed her. Katsumi looked at Naruto with hurt eyes. "I told you I loved you," she said with tears in her eyes. Naruto looked at her. "I said human, did I not? My demoness has always loved me. I knew that from the moment you tried to claim me. I do not see humans and demons as the same, but I do not really see Kurenai and Yugo as humans. They are the scum of the countries. They commit the most horrible crimes, but they have their redeeming qualities. Kurenai and Yugo are the redeeming qualities to me." Katsumi smiled. "I love you, Naruto-kun." Naruto looked at her a little shocked. She came out and said it. "I cannot lie to you. My feelings for you are very strong. I do not love you yet, but it will take much less time to love you. I have known you the longest, but we have not connected. Once I feel your connection, I will say those very words back to you," responded Naruto. Katsumi leaned up and kissed him again on the lips. "I know, but I am willing to wait." Naruto smiled and said, "Let's go to sleep. I want to go to the General Hot Springs tomorrow around lunch. It's nice to get out every now and again. Katsumi-chan, can you show me how to hide these features?" Katsumi giggled. "Just will them to change back. It is a natural defense ability." Naruto did as she said and sighed in relief. "Good night, Megumi-chan, Murasaki Haim, Kuhi-sama, Queen." With that the 4 fell asleep. Content. Time skip the next day about 3. Naruto, Katsumi, Kurenai, and Yugo were walking to the public hot springs. Once Naruto had suggested it, the girls had immediately invited Anko, Hinata, and Haku once they woke up the next morning and were planning to meet him there. Naruto had invited Shino, but the guy was not comfortable being out in the open without his coat, and Kurisu was handling a new shipment of swords, so he didn't have the time. So Naruto was left to go without a wingman while the girls enjoyed their friends. They arrived at the hot springs seeing Anko, Hinata, and Haku there. No one had expected Katsumi, but she just introduced herself as a friend of Naruto's from when he killed bandits. She had been accepted readily enough. The girls quickly left Naruto alone to go enjoy the springs. Naruto made his way to the hot springs after he had changed into his towel. He washed himself and settled into the hot water. The afternoon sun bearing down on the springs from behind the clouds made it a perfect day for outdoor bathing. Naruto looked around as he settled in and noticed there was not anyone in the immediate area and closed his eyes to soak in the water. As Naruto soaked, he heard a giggle come from behind a big rock. It was not the womanly giggle he was accustomed to. No, this sounded a bit deeper with another tone to it. Naruto was pondering what it could be when he heard it again. Naruto decided to check it out. He got up and walked throughout the springs to peek around the rock. He came across a peculiar sight. The man was white-haired with a long mane down his back in a ponytail. He wore a red GI with a green undershirt and getter sandals. His pants were the same green of his undershirt. Naruto was pretty sure he knew who this was. If what he heard was correct, he would be beating his godfather to a pulp for peeping on his girlfriends. He waited a few seconds, but a better idea came to mind. This will teach him to peep on my women, he thought. Quickly going through the signs for summoning, he summoned a three-tail messenger kit. What's your name, little one? And would you like to help me prank a pervert? Naruto asked. My name is Akiko, and I would love to prank a pervert. Where is he? What are we going to do? Akiko said as she wagged her three red tails around. Naruto smirked. Well, Akiko-chan, we are, as he whispered what he wanted Akiko to do in her ear. Akiko's grin grew wider and wider until she tackled Naruto after he finished and said, my older sister, Akemi, is her 8 tails. She is the strongest ninjutsu fox out there. If you ever need anything, make sure you summon her. I will tell her of you and she will no doubt be delighted to help such a devious mind. Naruto smirked and said, oh, thank you, Akiko-chan. He rubbed her behind her ears before hearing another perverted giggle. But it's time for a prank. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Katsumi, Hinata, and Haku were all enjoying the hot springs. They had been soaking in the water after washing each other's backs. They were making small talk when they heard a commotion by the divider, and suddenly a man jumped into the divider, knocking it down. Ah, Kyubi, he yelled while looking back. Katsumi, Kurenai, and Yugao all tensed before looking back at the man to see him staring at a little fox kid with one tail wagging behind her. All of the girls immediately looked at the man, who was staring in abject fear and now confusion at the kid, before turning around and getting a perverted leer. Anko and Haku were first to react. Hentai, they both shouted and proceeded to pommel the man within an inch of his life before the other girls joined in. Meanwhile, Naruto and Akiko were laughing behind the rock, keeping out of sight, but Katsumi heard them and grinned. Okay, Naruto-kun, come on out. You won't be hurt. I just want you to get your reward for giving us this pervert. Naruto stiffened and let Akiko go first. Go first, they will believe me better if you appear first. Akiko nodded, hoping her new pranking partner wouldn't be much by the end of this. All the girls turned to the rock and watched as Akiko swam out from behind the rock and Naruto edged around it, keeping his eyes directly on Katsumi. So any reason why you decided to prank this poor excuse of a flesh bag? Haku asked. All of the girls had towels on, hiding their chests and private areas. He is my godfather and he deserved it for peeking at my girlfriends. Naruto said while Akiko nodded. Kurenai sighed. Well, we thank you, Naruto-kun, but we had our fun. Can you put the barrier back up and block the peeping hole he made? Naruto nodded, and soon the girls were enjoying their pervert-free bath again. Back on the male side, Akiko puffed away to the summon world after having told Naruto to summon her anytime he needed. As soon as Akiko puffed away, the man started to groan. Wow, he must have had this happen a lot. Ah, what hit me? The man asked. A bunch of girls who hate perverts. Naruto responded. Now if you would kindly leave, I would like to soak in peace. The man looked at Naruto before his eyes widened slightly and he said, Kid, do you know who I am? Naruto looked at him and said, yes, a pervert and a failure of a man. Now leave me alone. Naruto turned to walk away and leave his peaceful soak ruined. The man looked confused before he got angry. Yugaki need to show respect to your elders. He started his weird introduction dance. I am blah blah blah, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Naruto scoffed as he looked at his godfather. Yes, great Toad Sage Jiraiya, my ass. And turned to leave again. Well, how about I train you? Think you would respect me then? Jiraiya said, trying to get some time with his godson. No thanks, I have a whole estate for that. Naruto said flippantly. Whole estate? Gaki, you live in a house that is 2 stories tall with no library. What possible estate are you talking about? Jiraiya said. He had been briefed by Sarutobi about where he lived. Sarutobi had said he did not know his heritage and that he was currently living with 2 kunoichi. Naruto scowled. No, I don't, Mr. Spymaster of Konoha. If you can't even figure out where I live, how the hell could you possibly be a spymaster? Jiraiya was shocked. Then what the hell was the Gaki talking about? I know some of the Fourth's techniques, he said, trying to play a trump card. Naruto held out his hand as a rasengan appeared in it. This one, or the one that requires you to be a seals master to even look at? Chuckling at his godfather's hanging jaw. How do you know that? I am the only one who knows the mechanics of that jutsu. Jiraiya shouted. Naruto, tired of this game. How do you think, godfather? Naruto said with venom in his voice. Even Gigi couldn't figure out I was living somewhere I shouldn't. Pathetic really, considering I have 2 people living with me. I should be under constant ANBU watch while within the city walls, yet it seems the ANBU have not been doing their job. Of course, they wouldn't need to if you were doing your job, eh? Jiraiya backpedaled from the venom sent his way. But Naruto was not done. So what lame excuse do you have for leaving me to starve on the streets, godfather? What pitiful mission could take up so much time? You could not appear even on my birthdays. Why, when you should have been there all my life, was I left to fend for myself? And why have I not met you until I find you and you do not seek me out? Then you have the nerve to try and train me in my own inheritance. You are far worse than I thought you to be. But, I would like to hear your excuses so I may warm my cold childhood with your voice. Jiraiya was stunned. Sarutobi had not told him Naruto held so much hate. He said he was a happy-go-lucky kid that was unusually mature for his age and already on the road to being a clan head and Hokage. Jiraiya immediately tried to defend himself. The spy network needed to be maintained with Konoha so weakened we could not afford to lose our information. I could not take you on the road because the council would have never let me. Naruto chuckled a menacing chuckle. So you have not been back to the village in 13 years. With a raised eyebrow. No, I would stop in and deliver reports to the Hokage and receive reports on you. Jiraiya said. So not one of those times did you think to stop in and introduce yourself as some powerful ninja. According to the reports filed for me, I would have jumped at the chance just to talk to you. You need not have explained your real reason. Naruto countered. Jiraiya hung his head. He had not seen Naruto. Even when he returned he would leave almost immediately after. So you had time to gallivant off into the sunset bedding whore after whore and writing your smut books, but you could not spend 5 minutes once a year talking to a lonely boy who was your godson. I hope you live well, godfather. I hope you can face the afterlife. Do what you must for Konoha. With that, Naruto exited the hot springs, leaving a confused Jiraiya whose first thought was, I need to talk to sensei. This is going to be really bad if he turns against Konoha. Jiraiya disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's office within seconds and looked at his mentor. We need to talk, he said with a serious expression. Sarutobi looked startled. For Jiraiya to be so serious was unusual, and it usually spelled bad news for him. He quickly made a cage bunshin to work on the paperwork and set up a silencing seal. Yes. You said Naruto was mid-Chunin, correct? Jiraiya asked. Sarutobi frowned and said, yes, that is the skill level he has shown. He beat the Inuzuka air readily enough and exhibited intelligence I always knew he had during the first test. He fought Orochimaru for a minute before losing. Their information is not completely accurate. Naruto edited to save extra looking at the seal. You said he was a happy-go-lucky kid who was simply more mature than most, correct? Jiraiya continued. Yes, Jiraiya, get to the point. Sarutobi said, getting frustrated. If it was about Naruto it was probably not good. Jiraiya frowned. I met the kid today in the hot springs. He was not mid-Chunin, he was high Junin at lowest. His stance and his stealth were all of the highest caliber. Does he know his heritage yet? He asked, trying to make sure what Naruto had said was true. Sarutobi shook his head. No, Minato left instructions he was not to be told until he made Junin rank. Jiraiya's frown deepened. Do you have ANBU teams following his movement when he is within the village? Sarutobi nodded. Yes, in fact, I have the reports right here. He reached and grabbed reports, formed the 2 cycling teams watching Naruto. Jiraiya was now officially pissed at his sensei. Sarutobi, have you ever interrogated these teams to make sure they were watching Naruto? Sarutobi frowned and said, no, I have been too busy ever since he put the council in place. The ninja liked him more. I trusted my teams to follow their orders. Jiraiya looked at his sensei like he was crazy. Sensei, Naruto knows the Rasengan. He showed it to me. It was a completely functional one. There is only one way for him to know that if I did not teach it to him. Sarutobi's eyes widened as he took in that information. But ANBU would have noticed if he went anywhere near that forest. Jiraiya sighed in frustration. The ANBU are not actually protecting Naruto. They are falsifying the reports and not doing their job. Naruto told me himself. He called me his godfather with such venom I thought I was going to be poisoned. With his current power, I would be hard-pressed to stop him. Even if he uses Kyuubi's chakra, Sage Mode would be hard to beat him. Sarutobi's eyes widened. Is he really that strong? Jiraiya was a sensor. He could sense Naruto was hiding some pretty strong stuff. Yes, he could almost fight S-class ninja if he had the experience. Sarutobi sighed and sat back in his chair. We will have to talk to Naruto, see if he cannot leave the house so he does not reveal his heritage. It cannot be known he is Minato's son. If it gets out there will be riots and attacks from other countries. The villagers will deny it full force. Jiraiya was never happy with the decision to keep Naruto's parentage from him. He knew it was necessary at the time so he did not blurt it out, but Naruto had proven himself capable of holding a secret for almost a month without anyone in the village knowing. There was no danger in letting him continue his ruse. If they helped him the ruse would be ensured. Maybe we should let him alone. If we antagonize him it could lead to something happening we don't want. Sarutobi shook his head. No, he must move out. I will force him if I have to. This village cannot take another war just yet. Sarutobi-sensei, I am more worried about him turning on Konoha. He sounded very angry when he talked to me. You mentioned nothing of anger or resentment about the village to me. If we push too far you don't know what will happen. Jiraiya said. Sarutobi again shook his head. Naruto is loyal to Konoha. He will never betray it. He will see it my way. The village must be protected. Jiraiya sighed as he followed the Hokage out of his tower and into the forest. Time warp. Naruto walked out of the hot springs agitated. He was pissed at his godfather. The man could have at least shown up once in his life before now. When he does though, he is peeping on his girlfriends. Naruto sat outside muttering for about 20 minutes before the girls came outside and the groups separated again. Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi could tell Naruto was agitated, but they decided they would wait until they were home to discuss it. The walk was uncomfortable because of Naruto's state, but they walked at a leisurely pace and finally arrived home. Naruto went to the porch and sat down. He started muttering until he felt 3 pairs of arms around him. "What's wrong, Naru-kun?" Yugao asked. "You were agitated all the way home," Kurenai said. Naruto sighed and his tails came out and wrapped around the 3 females holding him. He told them everything that happened after he put the barrier back up. How he had lost his temper and told his godfather everything he knew about him. How he berated him and exposed he knew his heritage. "We will have to prepare. I am sure he ran to Gigi once I left and told him. They will be here shortly to try to get us to leave," Naruto said. Katsumi spoke up, "Then they will have to make us. Those seals of your father's were ingenious. I bet no one can get past them." Yugao nodded. The Yondan was known for his seals, and unless the blood is encoded in the seals they won't be able to get in. Kurenai chimed in, "Well then we best start making some dinner for our guests, girls." With that the 3 girls rushed off to make dinner. About 20 minutes and a table full of food later the doorbell rang and Naruto went to answer it with the girls behind him, his tails and ears behind the defense mechanism as well as Katsumi's. "Here goes nothing," Naruto said as he opened the door. Chapter 11 The Hokage, Sannin, and Marriage. Naruto opened the door dressed in a kimono. He came face to face to who he had expected, the Hokage and Jiraiya. "Hey Gigi, Jiraiya-san," he said with a smile, "will you be joining us for dinner?" The Hokage frowned. "Naruto, we are here for business, not pleasure." Naruto looked at the Hokage with deadly serious eyes. "I know what it is you are here for," with a deadly calm voice but switched to a happy voice. "Here, let's have some dinner before the unpleasantries." With that he ushered them into the compound. Naruto led his little party to the dining room and sat everyone down. "Now then, Kurenai-chan, Yugao-chan, and Katsumi-chan have worked really hard to make this. Please enjoy." He saw the stares from the Hokage and Jiraiya about Katsumi. "Oh, that's right, you guys haven't been introduced to Katsumi-chan yet, huh? Well, her story is very interesting but will be very long, so we will discuss it with the unpleasantries." Naruto sat down at the table with Kurenai, Yugao and Katsumi on his side with Jiraiya and the Hokage on the other side. Naruto clapped his hands and Kage Bunshin came in carrying the food. It was quite lavish. Plenty of food was spread out even with the shortness of the time the girls had managed to make quite the feast. Naruto and his girls made some small talk while the Hokage and Jiraiya would input a few things. Jiraiya was feeling out of place because of Naruto. He was not very courteous to him. Course he has every right to. I basically abandoned him and didn't even check on him. Jiraiya thought to himself, though he seems to be doing all right now. He finished with a perverted chuckle about the 3 women surrounding him. Naruto glared at his godfather when he heard his patented perverted chuckle. "Jiraiya-san, do not look at my girlfriends with such a leer. They do not take it too kindly," he said in a sweet voice. Jiraiya came back to his senses when he was on the receiving end of 3 kiss. He chuckled nervously. "Gamen," he said. The rest of the dinner finished and the KBs cleared the table and went to do the dishes. Naruto stood up and said, "Let's go to the living room where we can commence this, as the Naras would say, troublesome and pointless discussion." The Hokage frowned again. This was not how he was expecting this to go. They all followed Naruto and he motioned for the Hokage and Jiraiya to take a seat before sitting on a love seat. Kurenai, Yugao and Katsumi all sat on the sofa opposite the Hokage and Jiraiya. Naruto looked at the Hokage and Jiraiya expectantly. The Hokage cleared his throat before asking, "Naruto, how long have you been living here?" Naruto said, "After we returned with Haku." The Hokage thought for a second, "So about 3 weeks. How did you find this place?" Naruto's eyes darkened. "Yes, 3 weeks. I found this place when I would hide when I was out on the streets." Hokage-sama. He had a little bit of venom in his voice. The Sandaime blinked, surprised at the venom directed at him and that he was not called Gigi. "Why did you not inform me you had found this place?" Naruto's eyes became even darker. "Because Gigi would be happy for me, but Hokage-sama would be forced to banish me from my own birthright. One that should never have been denied me when I was suffering." Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi were agitated with the waves of menace coming from Naruto. They were so in tune with him they could feel his rumbling emotions. Jiraiya and the Hokage were less affected. Sarutobi covered his eyes. "Yes, I regret your childhood, Naruto-kun, but you cannot stay here." If word got out about this, he was cut off. "I had no childhood, Hokage-sama, you know that as well as I do. When I was 7 I had the same maturity as a fully grown man. Do not belittle what you know. Word about me got out. Your own ANBU have yet to discover this arrangement, otherwise you would have been at my doorstep the second the report hit your table. Either you are not paying attention or your ANBU are not doing their job correctly," Naruto retorted. The Hokage was surprised, but then he thought about what Naruto said and agreed that his ANBU needed a talking to. "Regardless, what if someone saw you come in here? No one is supposed to be living here. The village cannot afford another war, Naruto-kun, you know this. You must not stay here. You may claim this when you're of Junin rank," Sarutobi said with a note of finality in his voice like that settled things. Naruto looked at the Hokage and shook his head slightly. "Hokage-sama, do you really think you can keep this from me? The seals around this place alone prevent anyone who does not know about its existence hidden. Me going into the forest with Kurenai, Yugao or Katsumi would be seen as nothing more than a make-out session. Your fears are unfounded, but this village cannot afford another war. You are right about that. Not with you as Hokage. Sarutobi bristled. Jiraiya was stunned. Jiraiya admitted that his sensei was a powerful ninja, but Naruto seemed to have a point. Sarutobi said in a deadly calm voice, "What exactly are you insinuating?" "Be careful, Naruto-sama," sensing the key from Naruto's room. Kurenai and Yugao shivered, seeing part of the Kami no Shinobi being unleashed. Katsumi merely licked her lips at how Naruto was remaining calm. Naruto looked unfazed and responded, "You are not fit to be Hokage." "Now hold on a minute," Jiraiya started, but Naruto cut him off. "Not now, the village needs a new guiding light. Your policies are nice. You bring the people happiness, but your ninja take advantage of it. Your own ANBU have been disobeying you. The council has way too much power because you are not going to live long enough to put whatever practices you put into action through. The council undermines your authority at every turn and gives you so much paperwork you cannot even get reports from what should be the most important part of your village, your Jinchuriki." Jiraiya had his mouth hanging open while Sarutobi looked like he had been struck in the heart. Naruto looked down. "I am sorry to tell you that, Gigi, but it is true and you know it. You are the strongest ninja besides Jiraiya within these walls, but you are too old for the cage hat with the council undermining you. We need a new guiding light. This situation only proves what I am saying. You did not even know your Jinchuriki and biggest secret was living in an old Hokage's house. If someone would have been smart enough to break the security seals, they would have made off with all of Konoha's jutsu except the Hiraishin and rasengan." Sarutobi looked down, his age catching him unawares. "I know, Naruto-kun, if the council supported me it would be a different story, but at the current time we have no one else fit to be our Kage. The only people strong enough are Jiraiya here, and he must be on the move for our spies. The only other one who could be is Tsunade, but I haven't heard from her in years." Naruto looked at his Gigi and said, "Please, I know I shouldn't be living here, but it is the only place I feel safe. No one will find out about my heritage until I become Chunin and claim my clan seat. The Namikaze seat will be incorporated into my new clan. I would like to take his name, but I want to be known for my own prowess, not his." "You should not hold such a grudge against Jiraiya-san. Naruto-sama, please try to make amends," Kamikaze said. Kamikaze knew his wielder had a kind heart and would be able to forgive Jiraiya if Jiraiya proved himself. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. "Do you have any idea where Tsunade-san is?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Not usually. She has escaped my spies pretty readily. She was supposedly last seen near Tanzakugai about 2 days ago though." Naruto nodded. "Then let's go take a look around and see if we can't find her. She needs to come back. But why has she not?" Sarutobi and Jiraiya looked down. "She has lost much within Konoha," Sarutobi said. Naruto scowled. "And the rest of the ninja have not. Or the civilians who are friends or even lovers of ninja. We die every day and loss is a lifestyle we must bear. There is no reason to be wallowing in grief for more than 13 years. Jiraiya looked up. "She lost her younger brother first in the war and then fell in love with a young man named Dan and lost him as well. You have never lost something so precious. Do not patronize her grief." Naruto looked at his godfather with steely eyes. "You are correct, I have never lost, luckily enough. I had never had before I became a genin though. Do not compare me to her. I said she is a ninja. If she is not capable of moving on, she will waste away when others need her." Jiraiya said, "That is true, however, she will never take the job even if we found her. Her younger brother and lover both desired to be Hokage. Once she gave them her grandfather's necklace, the necklace of the first, they died shortly afterwards." Naruto's eyes softened. "A noble sacrifice for their village, but is she not dishonoring them? She is allowing the village they loved so much to be in pain when she could be preventing it." Sarutobi looked up. "Would you go with Jiraiya to find her, Naruto-kun? I know you could defeat any of the Chunin applicants and don't really need to train past keeping in shape. I would like Tsunade back. I feel something will happen during the finals with Orochimaru having attacked Sasuke." Jiraiya flinched at the question and looked with Naruto with a small amount of hope in his eyes. Naruto's eyes went steely again. "Jiraiya-san, I am not happy with you. Let me make it perfectly clear, I hold no love for you. You should have been protecting me when you had the chance, not trying to make up with me after the damage is done. I may never love you, but I can put my past behind me long enough to give you a shot at luck. Do not betray my trust. To few do I give a second chance, and there is no third with me. Should you lose this, you can forget ever having a relationship with me." Naruto's eyes softened as he looked at his godfather. "I had to vent when I saw you. I took my rage out when I yelled at you within the hot springs. I will try not to hold too much of a grudge, but it is hard for me to let people in, Jiraiya-san. Please, I would like to get to know my only remaining link to my family." Naruto looked at the old man with some fire in his eyes. "I probably sounded like I held a grudge against Konoha, did I not?" Jiraiya nodded his head and said, "That was what I was afraid of." Naruto nodded and said, "I will never attack Konoha unless it attacks me. I will protect it, not for the village, but for the few people within it, I feel, are worth protecting. Never fear me, I will not turn against Konoha unless it turns its back on me." Sarutobi nodded his head, his small doubt vanishing after his declaration. Naruto may hold grudges, but he always kept his word. Of that nothing was questionable. Very well Naruto-kun, as much as I want to remove you, it seems you have convinced me it is okay. Would you find Tsunade and bring her back? If anyone can, it would be you. Naruto nodded and said, we have one last thing to discuss. Since you have been so open, but this needs to remain between the 6 of us or Tsunade should she become Hokage. All of them present nodded and Naruto continued, the seal was broken. I have only one small piece of the seal left. Once Orochimaru blocked Kyuubi with the Gogyo Fuin, I had to rip part of the seal off to keep myself alive. I did it right before you. He pointed to the Hokage, who had a shocked look on his face, released it. I would like to tell you the rest of my story now. So Naruto explained to the Hokage how he could speak to the Kyuubi and left out how Katsumi was the Kyuubi. He explained how she acted and how she helped him. How she was a she and how she helped him then left him alone. Why she attacked Konoha and how his father suspected foul play. Once it was all done, he looked at the shocked expressions of the Hokage and Jiraiya and chuckled, she is quite safe. She has done nothing to incur our hate and simply wishes to live outside of me. The Hokage and Jiraiya looked at each other before looking back at Naruto, and Sarutobi spoke up, how can you be sure, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled and said, because she loves me. At that the Hokage's and Jiraiya's faces dropped and Katsumi, Kurenai and Yuga laughed. They had been holding in since Naruto started. Besides, she has been out almost 3 days now, and she has not attacked Konoha or yourselves. Why should you be scared? If she had any harmful notions, she would have killed the entire village. The Hokage and Jiraiya snapped out of it and they quickly connected the dots before looking at Katsumi. You're Kyuubi, Sarutobi said. Katsumi stopped laughing and nodded, showing her tails and ears. Yes, Hokage-san, and everything Naruto-kun has said is true. I bear no grudge against your village beyond what they did to hurt Naruto-kun when he was younger. It is considered taboo to hurt children in the demon realm, so you can imagine the horror I felt when Naruto-kun showed me his memories. The Hokage nodded. Naruto looked confused before asking, so no freaking out. No, kill the demon. The Hokage shook his head. You said it yourself, if she wished us dead she would have killed us already. Though I am curious as to why you're blonde and not a redhead in your eyes. Katsumi giggled and said, that is because I am a lightning fox. I only appeared red because when a demon gets protective of their most precious things, their Yuki turns crimson. It is the reason Naruto-kun's Yuki is crimson with flecks of gold. If he ever decides to fight for the fun of it, his Yuki will be purely golden, but his reason for fighting right now is to protect, specifically protect his loved ones, so his tails are crimson with golden streaks. Jiraiya said, tails. Naruto sighed, he had hoped to save that. Yes, tails. And released them from his defense mechanism. They spilled out and his fox ears showed. Sarutobi looked stunned before both he and Jiraiya jumped back and adopted fighting stances. Where is Naruto? Jiraiya shouted. Naruto rolled his eyes. Guys, do you really think Kurenai and Yuga would be sitting so close to Katsumi and myself during dinner if I was not Naruto? Seriously, sit back down and discuss this. My defense mechanism has always been in place, hence the reason you have never seen these. I was changed into a Hanyu when Katsumi-chan was sealed inside me. Even the Byakugan could not see past this mechanism. Sarutobi and Jiraiya looked wary before asking, prove it. Naruto sighed and left the room. He walked back into it holding Kamikaze's jewel blades. Proof enough? He asked. They nodded and sat back down. So how did you get your body back, Katsumi-san? Sarutobi said. Even Naruto had his eyes on her now. Now that he thought about it, he had never asked her. Katsumi chuckled and said, that's easy. It was sealed in this compound. Everyone blinked before laughing. That makes perfect sense, Naruto commented. So would you like to become a kunoichi, Katsumi-san? Sarutobi asked. Katsumi shook her head. Nah, too much paperwork. I would much rather be Naruto-kun's ninfox. Everyone looked at her confused until she turned into a little blonde fox with one tail. Kurenai immediately grabbed her and hugged her with stars in her eyes. She and Yuga began petting Katsumi and she started to purr. The Hokage cleared his throat before saying, yes, well, I'm okay, that would work. I will get you a headband for your neck though, is that okay? Katsumi nodded while her tail wagged happily at the attention she was receiving. Naruto said, if that is all, I believe it is time for bed. We can leave tomorrow morning, Jiraiya-san. The Hokage and Jiraiya nodded before Naruto led them back outside. Tomorrow morning 7 AM, Konoha's gate. With that he shut his doors and walked back inside to cuddle with his loves. The next morning Naruto was heading to the gate after giving his girls some kisses. He decided that Katsumi needed to stay with Kurenai and Yuga so they could get to know each other and Naruto could focus on Jiraiya while they traveled. He arrived at the gate to find the Hokage and Jiraiya waiting for him. The Sandaime stepped forward. Naruto-kun, when you come back with or without Tsunade, I need to discuss something with you. Naruto nodded, already having an idea about what it was. Jiraiya-san, you said it was Tanzaku-gai, right? Jiraiya nodded and said, yep, so if you're ready let's get going, the sooner we get there the better. The Hokage said, very well, your mission is to find and retrieve Tsunade Senju so she can be debriefed and either retired or reinstated. Dismissed. With that Jiraiya and Naruto set out the gates of Konoha. Time skipped 2 days. Naruto had managed not to be overly mean to Jiraiya. He was not exactly nice, but he held a little bit of conversation with him. He asked about his spy network and how his life on the road was. What his specialty was as a ninja and what his elemental affinity was. Little things. Naruto stayed away from when he would visit the village to avoid his anger. He did not ask about his parents yet. So Tsunade was your teammate, what does she look like? Naruto asked, trying to keep conversation going while they traveled. Jiraiya took a picture out and handed it to Naruto. It showed a woman in her 20s with big breasts, blonde hair, and a diamond on her forehead. She is my age but uses an advanced henge to look younger. So any hobbies or something we can use to track her? Naruto asked. Jiraiya chuckled. Well, she is a big alcoholic and loves to gamble, though she almost always loses. Her nickname in the betting ring is the legendary sucker. Naruto chuckled at that. Well then it shouldn't take too much to find her, eh? Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, she has managed to evade me each time I got close, don't assume it will be easy. Naruto nodded and said, well, let's get a move on, I want to get back and look at the Hiraishin a bit more before the finals. Jiraiya nodded and they stepped it up a bit. Tanzaku-gai. One day later. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the entrance to Tanzaku-gai and looked around. So we should start with the biggest casinos and then end with the bars, eh, Jiraiya-san? Jiraiya nodded and Naruto went to move off before Jiraiya grabbed his shoulder and held out his hand. Give me your money, I don't want you wasting your fortune in the casinos just because you can. With sincerity in his voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, you are the wealthiest person on the planet with those perverted books you sell. If you did not bring money that is on your head, you are not getting mine. Nice try though. Naruto set off to find Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he walked off and muttered, stupid Gaki, too smart for his own good. About 2 hours later, Naruto wandered into the biggest casino in town, which seemed to be hosting a tournament. He looked around for a little bit before checking out the tournament. Once he approached the tournament table, he saw exactly who he was looking for, Tsunade. He quickly formulated a plan to get her to talk to him. Okay, I am not a poker guy and am making this up to go along with the story, so just play along even if this isn't legal in the world. He walked up to an official that was watching from the sidelines and asked, hey, can anyone join this tournament? The official looked at the youngster and said, aren't you a little young? Naruto pointed to his height and said, no. The official shrugged his shoulders and said, yes, anyone can join as long as it is still going on, but the buy-in is 100,000 Ru. If you can afford that, you can play. But you had best hurry, there is only one spot open and the tournament ends soon. Naruto nodded. Where do I go to sign in? The official hid his surprise that the kid had that much money and said, over there at that table. Pointing to a table on the far end of the room. Good luck, Naruto-sama, Kamikaze said in regards to his plan. Naruto thanked the man and proceeded over to the table. Once he had reached it, he signed in and pulled out the money to play. His money was quickly counted and he was in the last spot. He looked around the table and spotted his opponents. Tsunade was sitting directly across from him. He had hidden his height so she could not see it. There were 4 other players. A man with glasses, aka glasses for now. A man with a crazy tattoo crawling up his neck to his ear, aka tattoo for now. The last guy was one wearing a crazy hat, aka hata for now. Finally, there was another woman who had fiery red hair, aka red for now. Easy note. Naruto picked his card up and noticed it was Tatu's turn to be dealer, so he set down half the minimum bet, 500 Ru. Hata set down 1000 Ru. Everyone else called and they looked at their whole cards. Naruto had 2 8s, the 8 of clubs and hearts. The dealer discarded the top card of the deck and placed the next 3 in front of the players. There was a 8 of spades, a king of hearts and an ace of hearts. Naruto looked at the cards and looked at his opponents. These guys were good. Naruto could barely tell what they were thinking. Tatu raised to 1500 Ru and Hata and Red called. Naruto raised to 2000 Ru and everyone else called. The dealer discarded another card and set down the flop. It was a 10 of hearts. Everyone called, until Tsunade raised to 3000 Ru. Naruto raised an eyebrow but Hata and glasses folded. The rest called. The dealer discarded the last card and put down the river. It was a 9 of clubs. Everyone showed their hand to finding Tsunade had a royal flush. She won. She furrowed her eyebrows, not looking pleased at all. The next hour went on like that, Naruto winning a few, Tsunade winning a few and her getting agitated until the end when it was only Tsunade, glasses, and Naruto. This is the last deal of the tournament. The dealer said and dealt the whole cards. Naruto had her ace of hearts and her ace of spades. Naruto set down 500 Ru and glasses put down 1000. Tsunade raised to 1500 and Naruto and glasses called. The dealer discarded the top card and placed the 3 cards down. A king of clubs, a 3 of clubs, and a jack of hearts. Tsunade raised again to 2500 Ru. Glasses folded and Naruto called. The dealer discarded another card and placed the next card down, which was the ace of clubs. Tsunade went all in and Naruto looked at the money and cards. He put his plan into action. How about a different bet, Tsunade-san? Naruto said. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow but said, and what would you propose? Naruto looked at his hand one more time, showing some nervousness. If you win, you keep the money and take the patent to one of my seals. Flashing the patent to his anti-rape seal. Tsunade's eyes flashed for the money that incorporated. Keep in mind she may know he is from Konoha, but his identity has been kept a secret about being the inventor. If I win, you keep the money and go on a date with me. Tsunade immediately said, done. The dealer discarded the last card and flipped the last card, which turned out to be the ace of diamonds. Naruto smirked. What you got, Tsunade Heim? Tsunade looked at him before revealing a full house. Naruto smiled brighter. Four of a kind. Thank you for playing, he said with a flourish. Tsunade frowned and told him to meet her at the hotel on the other side of town at 7 that night for their date. Naruto nodded and left the money for her to pick up. He had plenty more in his scroll. Naruto sent a KB to find Jiraiya while he followed Tsunade. He knew she was known to step out on her debt, so why not a date? His KB found Jiraiya drunk in a bar with prostitutes hanging all over him. His KB dispelled and Naruto scoffed at his godfather's actions. He waited on the opposite side of the street on the roof of the building until about 6:45. He was a little surprised she had not run, but he was not going to complain. He had left a KB about 30 minutes ago so he could freshen up, and now he was on his way to the lobby to grab Tsunade. He walked into the hotel and asked for her to be paged. Once she had, it took about 10 minutes, but she came down the stairs in her usual attire of a blue-green jacket with a white wraparound shirt that showed the valley of her breeks. A black sash-like belt, with black pants and sandals. I expected you to try and run away, Tsunade, Naruto said as she walked into the room. Tsunade smirked. If you know this much about me, I wonder what else you know. How about we get to the restaurant before exchanging the pleasantries? Naruto nodded and led the way, purposefully leaving his back open to her so she knew she should trust him a little. He walked about 3 blocks away before entering a small restaurant with a bar. Well, I figured for a starting date a small place would be nice, Naruto said. Tsunade liked the kids' style. It allowed for their attire and they would be left in peace for the talking they were going to be doing. Not bad. They sat down and ordered their drink and food, making small talk all the while. They ate their food in peace before ordering chilled sake for a dessert. Tsunade decided to cut the crap after they had eaten. Okay, spill it, brat. Why the hell do you know so much about me, and what exactly do you want from me? Naruto raised an eyebrow before reaching into a pocket slowly and pulling out his hide. Remember this, he said. Tsunade's eyes widened before she said, I will never go back to that godforsaken village. Naruto looked at her with sad eyes. You don't even know who you're talking to, do you? Tsunade did a double take at the sadness that had not been in his eyes moments ago. Naruto, right? What's your last name? Naruto looked at her harshly before stating, think about it, Tsunade. You know who I am. Tsunade studied his face before recoiling and saying, Naruto, the Jin. She stopped herself before she broke the law. She may not have been there, but she could still have an execution waiting for her. Naruto nodded before saying, I know everything about the Kyuubi. The village needs you, Tsunade. You cannot ignore it. You are a ninja of Konoha. Tsunade's eyes spoke rage before saying, I will not go back to Konoha. If you know this much about me, you must be close to Sarutobi-sensei. He must have explained to you why I would not return. Naruto nodded sadly. Yes, but do you know what I told him? Tsunade shook her head in anger. Naruto continued in barely a whisper, that you are a ninja and as such you have 2 options, get over it, or quit. Tsunade was stunned. What the hell did this brat know of pain and suffering and loss? As ninja, our lives revolve around loss, Tsunade-san. You are dishonoring your brother and your lover by allowing the village they loved so much that they were willing to give their lives for it to crumble with an old Hokage who should have never been reinstated. You know this. You also know you are the only one who can become the god. Naruto responded. The Hokage is a fool's job, only an idiot would want it. She retorted. Calm down, Naruto-sama, she does not know her words. Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto's anger flared and his eyes flashed to his battle state for a second, causing Tsunade to recoil. Do not insult the Hokages. They gave their lives in defense of something they believed in and something they held precious. It is not a fool's job, it is a job of protection. A job taken to uphold the morals of the village and those past. You hold the dreams of the entire village and of those who passed in service to it. I do not love the village. I do not love the people in general, but I protect those walls because of the few people worth it. I do not care if I have to drag your ass back into Konoha kicking and screaming to get your ass either reinstated or removed from the ninja charter. You know well what will happen if you are removed from active duty. Konoha will lose one of its sannin, a defense against possible attacks, even though you have not been there in over 13 years. You will not be able to travel anymore because of your bingo book status. You will be restricted to Fire Country and your debt will catch you. You have little choice but to come with me or I will force you. Naruto laid his money down and waited for Tsunade's response. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. This little pipsqueak thought he could take her on. Fine, one last bet then. You fight me. If I manage to knock you out, you forget you ever saw me. If you win, I will go back to Konoha with you. Naruto chuckled. She didn't know who she was messing with. Very well, let's take this outside, shall we? Naruto and Tsunade walked outside the restaurant and outside the town into the surrounding forest and found a clearing. Naruto had sent a KB to Jiraiya to tell him of the situation, and Jiraiya had told him to not fight Tsunade, that he was strong but not that strong. Naruto scoffed. She was powerful and experienced at that, Naruto had no doubt, but she was way out of practice with his current seal up to 8. If he released it, he was as fast as the Yondaime. Experience and power only work if you can hit the guy. Naruto would have a death blow ready before she could awaken from her 13-year rut. Naruto drew Cereza and Denki and took his stance. Are you ready? He asked. Tsunade took a stance and said, come on. Naruto muttered, Kai, and disappeared. Fast. Tsunade thought, then she was blown back by a punch to the gut. She stood up looking at Naruto, who was bouncing on his toes. Damn, I am way out of practice for that to hurt that much. Naruto smirked. He disappeared again, but this time Tsunade managed to dodge his thrust and attempted to punch him, but he just dodged it using his natural flexibility. Tsunade's eyes widened. What the hell is this kid? He managed to dodge me. She was a taijutsu expert. Not much of a master, but her super strength was nigh unbeatable if she landed a hit. She continued trying to land hits and dodging his attacks for a full 3 minutes before he slipped, and she tried to capitalize on the open guard. She thrust her hand forward and hit his head with her fist, sending him flying back. He hit the tree and went poof. What the cage bunshin. She felt cold steel press against her neck, and she turned her eyes to regard Naruto with his swords crisscrossing her neck. I win, he said, and waited for her nod. Tsunade nodded, ashamed she was beat by this child, and asked, "What rank are you?" Naruto looked at her. Genin White. Tsunade was floored. She was just schooled by a freaking genin. Naruto sheathed his swords and said, "Let's go get your stuff and Shizune-san and head to go find Jiraiya-san." Tsunade blinked. "You're here with Jiraiya?" Naruto nodded and said, "Kinda. As soon as we got here to look for you, he went off to get drunk and party with girls instead of actually looking for you." Tsunade nodded. "Same old Jiraiya. I wonder how Sarutobi-sensei is." Naruto looked at her as they walked. "He is fine, but he is getting too old for his job." Tsunade nodded and they got to her hotel. Once explaining things to Shizune, she was overjoyed to be heading back to the village. Time skip. Next morning. Jiraiya was following Naruto's KB, who had shown up at dawn to lead him to Naruto. The KB didn't say much beyond just to follow him. Jiraiya was still dealing with a hangover from last night. He saw 3 figures waiting by the gates and figured Naruto had acquired some traveling friends. He giggled perversely. Once he got closer, however, he noticed Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, "Thank you for nothing, you useless pervert. Spending all your money and time getting drunk and laid while I did all the work. Is this what you did when you left the village after my birth?" Jiraiya looked down and didn't comment. "I thought so. Please, if we ever go on a mission again, try to stay focused." "This was not a good experience with you for me," Naruto said. Tsunade raised her eyebrow as Jiraiya took the scolding. Naruto looked at the group and said, "Okay, well, this was much shorter than expected, but I am happy. We should arrive back in Konoha in 3 days' time. Gives me plenty of time to train for the Chuunin exams. Let's get moving." They all took to the trees heading home. Time skip. 1 day. Tsunade had been thinking about it, and the more she did, the less made sense. How the hell was this guy so powerful? Sure, he had the QB in him, but that did not grant him the speed of the Yondaime. Plus, why did Jiraiya take that scolding back there? She decided to question Jiraiya. She dropped back so Naruto wouldn't hear and spoke to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, what the hell is going on? Who is this kid and how the hell is he so powerful? Why do you let him talk to you like that?" she asked. Jiraiya looked at her and said, "He is a person who has been mistreated most of his life by almost the entire village. As for how he is so powerful, that sword on his back is sentient. He is a seals master rivaling me and Minato, and as for the last thing, I will tell you if you stay in Konoha long enough." Tsunade huffed and sped back up. She was going to get some answers out of her sensei. Time skip. Konoha. They arrived at Konoha on time. Few people were stupid enough to try to fight 3 people with huge reserves. They immediately made their way to the Hokage Tower and entered. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office with Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya right behind him. "Mission accomplished, Gigi," he said. Sarutobi smiled as he saw Tsunade. "Ah, it is good to see you today, Tsunade. It has been too long." Tsunade smiled slightly and embraced her sensei. "It is good to see you too. How are you?" Sarutobi chuckled. "As okay as one can be with doing all this work." He motioned to the 3 cage bunshin doing work. "Gigi, you just told her the secret." Naruto mock glared at Sarutobi and Sarutobi chuckled. Tsunade was confused yet again. This kid called the Hokage old man and scolded Jiraiya. "Goddamn, who the hell are you, kid? You can scold the 2 strongest people in Konoha and not bat an eye." Naruto's eyes darkened. "If you wish to know, ask them. You have yet to earn my story or respect." Tsunade's eyes flashed. "You will respect me. I was fighting battles before you were a thought in your father's head, and if I become Hokage you will have no choice." Naruto's eyes went red. "My respect is never given. Even the Hokage had to earn it. I call him Gigi as a sign of respect. Perhaps you will gain my respect with you in the Hokage's seat, but at this current time I would only respect the hat on your head, not you." With that he turned from a fuming Tsunade. Naruto looked at the Sandaime. "What did you want to talk to me about again, Gigi?" The Sandaime looked at Tsunade and said, "Could you, Shizune, and Jiraiya leave please? This is a private matter and you don't really have the clearance to know this yet." Tsunade turned around and stormed out with Shizune and Jiraiya on her heels. The Sandaime put a silencing jutsu up and turned to Naruto. "I have a feeling you already know what this is about." Naruto smirked. "Oh, I wonder if I do," he said while turning his nose up and putting his finger on his chin. Sarutobi chuckled as he sat down. "It has to do with the treaty with Kiri. You did such a wonderful job and expressed such power they wish to solidify our alliance a little bit more than just on paper," he said, beating around the bush, not sure how he would take this. Naruto looked at the Hokage and said, "So they wish a political marriage?" The Sandaime chuckled at Naruto's tact. "Hi," he answered. Naruto thought for a moment before saying, and who would be on their side. Obviously I was chosen as the candidate, otherwise I would not know of this until the rest of the council. Sarutobi smiled. Yes indeed, you were requested and the council would have almost no problem with this as you are not from a very prominent clan yet. It is convenient a little for your wife's situation, also for the village, so none of our main clans lose a bloodline. Naruto nodded, having expected this. So who is it they are asking me to marry? Gigi spit it out. The Sandaime sighed before saying, May Terumi. Naruto blinked. So they are offering their own cage with two bloodlines to a less known just formed clan with a sense-enhancing bloodline to marry a woman who has two bloodlines and is their strongest shinobi. Truthfully he knew May got the council to agree, knowing some things about him that others did not, but she did not know about him being a Jinchuriki or the fact he was a Hanyu. Does she know about Kyuubi? He asked. Sarutobi nodded. When she suggested you and would not relent, I was forced to tell her. If she was her ally, I was going to tell her about it anyways. It is custom to do so. At least it is in my story as such. They know Suna has a Jinchuriki, just not who he is. Naruto cringed, so she still went along with it. Sarutobi looked at Naruto with an incredulous look and said, if anything she insisted even more vehemently after hearing such a thing. She said it only proved you a more worthy man. Naruto sighed. Very well, I will talk with Mei-chan when she comes into town for the finals. Please let her know I wish to speak with her and send ANBU to my fake house so I know she is in town. I accept the marriage proposal as long as the alliance goes through, but I need to talk to Mei to see how far this will go on a personal level. Sarutobi nodded. Very well, thank you for your help, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and said, no thank you Gigi. I am sorry for hurting your feelings so much in the past few days, but this village needs to change. Sarutobi looked at his grandson in all but blood and hugged him. I know Naruto-kun, thank you for helping this old man see the light and helping me bring this village to a new age. Naruto nodded and turned and left the room, eager to get home. Tsunade walked into the office after Naruto had left and looked at her sensei crying slightly. She was a little stunned. Sarutobi quickly wiped his tears away and said, now on to you. Tsunade cut him off. I want to see that boy's file and everything you have on him. Sarutobi frowned. You are not going to like what you see. He warned. I need to know who the hell that kid is to beat me so bad. Tsunade retorted. Very well, the Sandaime said and pulled Naruto's file out and handed it to Tsunade. He started his story with the silencing jutsu up and Shizune and Jiraiya in the room. Naruto rushed home eager to see his loves and tell them of the political maneuvering Mei did. He arrived at his home and opened his doors. He ran into his compound and shouted, I am home. Katsumi found him first and threw herself into his arms and got a chaste kiss on the lips. Welcome home Naruto-kun. Next was Yugao. Right as he let go of Katsumi, she threw herself as well and Naruto licked her lower lip until she was jelly in his hands with him holding her up. Hello Naru-kun. Kurenai walked up to the trio and said, what, nothing for me. Naruto smirked and moved faster than she expected. She let a little eat when he grabbed her in a bridal carry and kissed her while massaging her tongue. What a welcome. I love you Megami-chan. Murasaki Haim. How was your time finding out about Katsumi-chan? Kurenai answered while still in his arms as they walked to the living room. It was interesting. She is just like a normal girl really. Just with a bit of a bloodlust and more of a protective streak. Naruto chuckled at the blush Katsumi had. Well, I am glad to hear you girls can get along. But we have something else we need to talk about. Seeing their raised eyebrows he said, well, it is really talking with Katsumi-chan. I already talked about this with Megami and Haim. But I want to confirm what you girls think. They all settled into the sofa. Naruto sighed as he was around his loves again. Okay, I was just informed Kiri wanted to form a political marriage with Konoha. I am sure you can guess who was chosen for our village. They all stiffened and looked at him. Can you guess who was chosen from Kiri? Yugao spoke up hopefully, Mei-chan. Naruto nodded and all the girls giggled happily. Naruto was a little shocked. Did you girls expect this? They all nodded and Katsumi spoke up. We had deduced it when you left. We could tell Mei was planning something like that when you mentioned she was in the village during the exams. That was the only reason we could think she came personally for. We are happy we could tell she holds some sort of feelings to you. Naruto nodded and said, I want to talk to her privately about her feelings. If they are strong enough I will tell her almost everything. She already knows about Kyuubi but not Katsumi. She doesn't know about me being a Hanyu either. So if she wishes to truly join us then she will need to know. All of the girls nodded and Naruto said, I know it is only 5 but I am going to go take a bath and then head to bed. 3 days of traveling are taxing. All the girls nodded and got up letting Naruto walk off. Once he did they turned to each other and they all had the same glint in their eyes. Poor Naruto. What am I thinking? Lucky bastard. Naruto climbed tiredly into his bed. He slept in the middle of the bed and spread out so the girls could take their normal positions when they decided to join him. He looked sleepily across the room and froze. The 3 girls were standing there, their tops gone and wearing their favorite color panties. Kurenai jumped onto his chest this night and used it as a pillow as she rubbed her breasts over his stomach. Katsumi took Kurenai's usual place on his right side. Yugao took her usual place on the left and pushed his arm into her generous bosom. Good night Naru-kun, Naruto-kun, they chorused. Naruto chuckled and said, "Good night Megami-chan, Murasaki Hime, Kuhi-sama, Queen." Chapter 12 Feelings, Dates, and Finals. Time skip 1 week before the finals. Naruto was in his training grounds. He had been poring over the Harassing technique his father had left him. He knew it was going to be hard to do this technique, but he was positive he could. The main problem was learning how to do the seal. It was very complex. The basics of the seal was not summoning as most would assume. It was not even a modification on the shunshin to make it go faster. No, it would bend space and put the point on his plane right next to where he wanted to go. In this case the kunai. It really was ingenious. To think about it easier, his father compared it to a piece of paper in his notes about the technique. If you are on one end of the paper and your enemy is at the other end, the seal bent the paper until you were standing next to your enemy. The ingenious part about it was the portal it opened for the user could not be used by anyone other than the one who made the seal because of the blood array set within it. This was all hidden by a minor seal which hid the original array with a fake one covering it. Only the user could disable it because of the blood array set within this one as well. Minato was not taking any chances that someone could possibly look at the array if he missed a kunai. Though he was meticulous in collecting his kunai after a battle according to Kushina's diary. Now where did the resistance seal come into play with all of this? Well, the Yondaime had made that up so that way Jiraiya would not bug him about the seal. Others had attempted to steal seals from him, but Minato had kept the Harassing scroll inside a blood seal on Kushina's body, only unlockable with his blood. The resistance seal was important to toughen the body because not just anyone could do space-time jutsu, but it was not totally necessary. Following a body hardening practice, anyone could technically do the technique. Just to do it thousands of times, as Minato did to take down armies, did take quite the toll on the body. He had already completed his own Harassing array. However, he had decided to take it a step further. He incorporated a sensor array within the seal so that he could sense chakra signatures within 10 feet of the kunai, and he could determine where he should attack when he steps through the portal. He had a kunai ready for Mei if she should prove true to her intentions. He had added a warning seal on hers though. If she charged chakra into the seal, a seal would alert Naruto to her distress and he would know she needed his help. The problem he was running into was the execution. His father had left him a few blank tri-pronged kunai for him to practice with and left him blueprints for making some more for himself. The tri-pronged kunai were needed for the longer handle. The blades were sharper than most and cut easier. A regular kunai with a longer handle would be unbalanced, but with the added weight for the tri-prong it balanced it. He was wondering why his father had a yellow streak when he used it. He was pretty sure it had something to do with his elemental affinity, but according to Jiraiya he was wind nature not lightning, so why was the streak yellow? He decided to ask Jiraiya. As much as he disliked the idea of going to the pervert for help, he was the only one with the knowledge to help him. Jiraiya had not endeared himself to Naruto as of yet. To Naruto he did not even seem to be trying, except that one time he came over to try and train him. He had offered the toad summoning contract, but Naruto just summoned a five-tailed kitsune who simply beat the shit out of Jiraiya for leering at her. He had offered to help complete the rasengan. Naruto had already attempted this and was sure he could finish the technique in a few days, so he declined the offer and said if he needed help he would ask. Needless to say, 2 days later Naruto had a fully powered Futon, rasengan usable in battle. It would take a few more seconds to form, but it had twice the cutting power of the original. He had created his first S-rank technique. Finally, he had attempted to offer his assistance on Harassing, but Naruto had been in the middle of making his own seal, and with that Jiraiya could not be able to help since it must be unique to each user. So, Jiraiya had done nothing else and sulked off at not being able to help his godson. The village had been ecstatic to hear of Tsunade's return. No one attributed the return to Naruto, but he did not care. He wanted the villagers to feel guilty, but he was not going to grovel for their recognition anymore. Rumors had been floating about of her becoming the Godime. Naruto hoped these were true. There was no one else really fit for the cage hat until someone in his generation took it. The years in between the Sannin and now had not been too kind to Konoha. Any of their potential cages had been ransacked by the previous war or the Kyuubi attack. Any of the few strong enough to claim the title had mental problems that took away from their candidacy. They had strong ninja, of that Naruto was sure, but their mental facilities had been damaged by the previous events. Naruto was not aiming to be Hokage. He was hoping to lead a normal Junin life. Take a few teams, train them, have kids, then probably leave Konoha once he got to be older and protect his clan from the shadows. However, if the hat was offered to him and he saw no one else fit to protect the village, he would take the mantle up to protect the village he had declared his home. His people he might not care for, but the village as a whole was his home. No matter what he said, he did not want it to suffer. He held little love for it, but he did hold a sense of kinship with it as he had lived here his whole life. Naruto sighed and decided to head inside. He was expecting Mei to show up in about 4 days, considering the finals were in a week. He really hoped she held actual feelings for him. She was another girl he could not seem to get out of his head. Ever since he had met her in the Hokage's office the day after he saved Kurenai, he had her in the back of his mind. The same as Kurenai in Yugao when he finally met her. Naruto went inside and decided to ask Katsumi something after taking a shower. His team had decided not to practice together since the finals were close and Shino and he might fight each other. Kurenai was out helping Hinata and Yugao was on patrol duty for today, so it was just him and Katsumi on the grounds. He had been bouncing something around in his head ever since Mei had asked for a marriage. He finished his shower and headed to the forest where Katsumi liked to sunbath in kid form. He had enjoyed her form when she would play around. He was capable of shapeshifting too, but he was so used to his human form the fox form was a little less appealing. She was quite the little trickster in that form though. It seemed to bring her foxy qualities a little bit more to the surface. He walked into Katsumi's usual clearing to finding her with her ear cocked in his direction knowing he was coming. Katsumi-chan, can I ask you something? I have a feeling you know something you didn't necessarily let on about. Naruto said. Katsumi simply stretched and transformed into her human body and lay back out to sunbath a bit more with her bikini on. That had been quite the interesting time when Katsumi had transformed not wearing clothes. Naruto had almost fainted from the heavenly side, but he managed to retain himself to make her promise to wear at least underwear when she transformed back. Katsumi flicked her hand indicating she was listening as she sunbathed. Do you know why it is that I can't seem to get Mei-chan out of my head? Even when I was younger I would constantly find my thoughts drifting to her as they did to Kurenai and Yuga when I met them. Nothing perverted until recently, but still, I never forgot their scent or their looks even if I did not see them for months or years at a time. Naruto said. Katsumi looked at him and responded, that's easy. It is your demonic traits. Once you met someone you considered mate material they stayed with you. Even at such a young age, when a demon meets someone who will be a potential mate later on, your body records their actions, scent, and body language so you can find them again at a later date. You were subconsciously staking a claim on them even when you were that young. Our maturity comes fast and yours came faster still with your lifestyle. It was a kickstart when you came across that pheromone-infested place when you were 7. Nothing came of it other than basically forcing your mind to accept Kurenai-chan and Mei-chan as potential mates before it went back dormant. That is not to say you did not develop the feelings on your own, but your body accepted them as strong and they would bear healthy children. Naruto blushed at himself for thinking that. Well, thanks for that. What would you say to going on a date when Mei-chan comes before the finals? Katsumi blinked and then launched herself at Naruto. She hugged him and looked right in his eyes. Really? Naruto nodded and wrapped his arms around her waist. Really? Katsumi snuggled into Naruto a bit more and sighed happily as they sat in the clearing. Naruto had left his compound in search of his godfather. He was pretty sure he would be around the bathhouses, but he decided to pay the old man a visit since he had not seen him since he returned sooner than Jiraiya could be out on a mission. So Naruto was making his way to the Hokage Tower, ignoring the glares sent his way when he bumped into Shino and Haku. Oh heyo, Shino, Haku-chan, Naruto said. Shino and Haku stopped staring at each other before looking at Naruto. Oh heyo, Naruto-kun, Haku said, smiling and leaning on Shino's arm. Oh heyo, Naruto, Shino said in an almost happy voice. On a date? Naruto asked. Haku blushed but nodded. Naruto loved teasing her, it was so easy to get a blush now. Oh, and where might you be going? Naruto asked. Haku blushed and said, Shino-kun won't tell me. He says it needs to be a surprise. Naruto blinked before looking at his teammate. Oh ho, a surprise huh? There isn't some ring being hidden, is there? Smirking at Shino, whose face went a little red. Haku blushed and Shino said, well, we mustn't be late, Haku-chan. Goodbye, Naruto, in a flustered voice. Naruto chuckled and said, have a good date, as he walked off leaving a blushing couple. Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower around 3 that afternoon. He had enjoyed his little cuddling session with Katsumi, and running into Shino and Haku put him in a really good mood. So he was humming a little song to himself as he walked into the tower. He came up to the Hokage office and asked the secretary when the Hokage would be available, and she said he was in a meeting and that he would be done shortly. The secretary had long ago come to like Naruto. She had initially disliked Naruto, but he proved himself well behaved and helped her whenever she would get rowdy people while he was waiting for the Hokage, so she had come to appreciate him some. Naruto sat and waited for the Hokage to finish his meeting. About 20 minutes passed and Naruto heard the door to the Hokage's office open and he stood up. Out walked Mei and her 2 bodyguards, Ao and Chojuro. Naruto was a little taken aback before smiling and saying, oh heyo Mei-chan. Mei turned around from the secretary when she heard Naruto's voice. Naruto-kun. Oh heyo, she said exuberantly. Naruto chuckled at her response, hoping that was because she was glad to see him. What are you doing here so early? The finals don't start for a week, he asked. Mei blinked before saying, I had some other business to attend to besides the finals and decided to spend some time within my allies' village to get a feel for it and build a reputation. She had a strange glint in her eye when she said, other business, and Naruto placed it as one before she hid it behind her smile. Naruto smiled at her and said, would this, other business, include me? He asked with a cheeky smile. Chojuro snorted before being silenced by a death glare from Mei. Whatever would give you that idea, Naruto-kun? She said seductively. Naruto's smile widened at her banter as the secretary looked on with amusement at Naruto. Oh, I don't know. Probably because I can smell you from down the road. He leaned into her ear to whisper. I really hope that is your feelings I smell. He whispered huskily so no one else could hear. Mei shivered at his words and felt a thrill run down her spine. Kami, I hit a gold mine. Thank you. Naruto smiled a true smile at Mei's reaction and said, where are you staying at? I believe the Hokage said we had some things to discuss if we wish for things to be mutually beneficial. Naruto turned businesslike. Mei turned to her Mizukichi mode and replied, at the Golden Leaf Hotel on Main Street. Naruto nodded and said, could I pick you up around 7 tonight for a date, Mei-chan? Mei blushed slightly before saying, that would be fine. Naruto bowed slightly, then have a good day, Mei-chan, I shall see you in a few hours. Mei bowed slightly as well and left the tower with her guards. She had a date to get ready for. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office to see 3 of the old man's KBs doing paperwork and the Sandaime waiting for Naruto. The Sandaime smiled at seeing Naruto and said, Naruto-kun, what can I do for you today? Naruto smiled as well and said, well, first off, I just ran into Mei, so no need to send ANBU to tell me she is in town. I have already made plans to see her later tonight. The Sandaime nodded his head and said, okay, was that it, or were you coming to see me for a reason? Naruto smirked and said, well, I need to see Jiraiya-san. He had offered to help me with that technique and there is one part of the technique I cannot seem to figure out. Also, do you know who used to make the weapon for the technique? I need to get some of my own. The Sandaime furrowed his eyebrows and said, you are only stuck on one part. That technique is quite complex, Naruto-kun, but Jiraiya is currently within the village. So you know where you could probably find him. Also, Tsunade wishes to speak with you. Apparently some things have come to her attention that she wishes to fix. As for the weapons, Higurashi used to make them, but I am sure Karasu could accommodate you since you have blueprints of it. Naruto nodded, okay, I will go to Karasu and I will talk to Tsunade tomorrow if the situation allows. I am assuming Jiraiya is somewhere near the bathhouses at this point in the day. The Sandaime nodded and said, have a good day today, Naruto-kun, and I hope things go well tonight. With that, Naruto left, seeing his Gigi with a smile on his face. Naruto had gone to Karasu's shop and given him a copy of the blueprints to make the kunai. He had to explain his heritage and the reason he had the blueprints, but he trusted Karasu, and since Karasu was going to know Enko would be knocking down his door soon to talk to Kurenai and Yugao, he was sure it would work out well tonight to get Yugao and Kurenai with their friend again and give him the night to talk with Mei and Katsumi. He was on the way to the bathhouses to find Jiraiya. He walked into the vicinity and was merely waiting outside the springs before his enhanced hearing picked up a faint giggling sound to his right outside the wall leading to the female side of the onsen. He smirked and walked over next to where he heard the sound originated from. He heard a slight scribbling and another chuckle before he reached out and smacked his godfather on top of his head. Ouch, Jiraiya said as he rubbed his newly formed lump on his head. Naruto looked at his godfather and said, I need your help with that, could you please follow me? Jiraiya blinked before standing up and motioning Naruto to proceed. Naruto led his godfather to Training Ground 43, a place very few would even venture to, much less train in. He turned around and put a silencing barrier over the clearing and began his questions. Okay, just to be safe, what do you know of the technique? Naruto asked. Jiraiya scoffed and said, I know only the makers of the seals can use it and that your father made it, so only his bloodline could wield it when he made the seal. Any others the original seal work would not accept that person's blood. Other than that, the mechanics of the technique I don't know, but I do know how he activated it and executed it. In other words, he knows how it was executed by the Yondaime, but not what the seal array is or how the technique actually works by bending space. Naruto does not have a Kekai Genkai, that's why I said bloodline, not Kekai Genkai. Just to be clear. Naruto's eyes brightened. Okay, how did he activate and execute it? You can't help with really anything else in regards to the seal since you don't know it. Jiraiya looked delighted he could help his godson finally. Okay, take a seat, this won't be long, but I would like to talk to you a little bit if you would give me the chance. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Don't try to hold the information from me in return for a conversation, Jiraiya-san. That would be a bad move on your part. I can eventually figure this out, you however rely on me to recover your relationship. Jiraiya backpedaled. That's not what I was saying, Naruto. I was going to tell you the information first, but I want to talk with you without anyone else around. Naruto's eyes softened a little. Very well, Jiraiya-san. Jiraiya said, just Jiraiya please, Naruto. I don't really like formalities and I am more than just an acquaintance at this point, right? Naruto thought for a second and nodded. Very well, Jiraiya. You have earned at least that for wanting to talk to me without your previous information coming into play. Jiraiya nodded, happy for the drop in honorific. Okay, from what Minato told me of the technique, he would charge his kunai with some chakra, usually enough for about 10 jumps to it, and throw the kunai. Once thrown, he would wait for it to stop moving before engaging his lightning chakra. Naruto interrupted. I thought he was a wind type. Jiraiya nodded. He was, but he had a small affinity to lightning that not many knew about. He used the lightning chakra in case someone stepped over the kunai, they would receive a mild shock just enough to make him jump back so he didn't rematerialize on top of them. The seal took the lightning chakra and made the yellow flash for the technique, thus earning him his nickname. Jiraiya ended his lecture on the technique. Naruto nodded. It made sense, but with his sensor array upgrade he could use any chakra to charge the seal. I guess that explains the chakra storage seal I couldn't figure out the reason for. He thought. He turned to Jiraiya and said, thank you. Now what would you like to talk about? Jiraiya's eyes brightened. He probably thought I would not listen to him. Naruto thought. I wanted to apologize for the mission to pick up Tsunade. I had not expected her to stay in town. She usually leaves within 3 to 5 days of being spotted and she always knew when she was. I was honestly not thinking we would find her. Naruto rolled his eyes. Jiraiya, even if she was not there, you were not doing anything productive to the mission. Regardless of whether or not you have no reason to return speedily, I do. You should have taken this into account. Akatsuki is not going to wait around for you to find the information on them. Neither is Tsunade. If you did not act like an idiot half the time, your spies would be twice as good. Jiraiya's eyes widened. How do you know of Akatsuki? Naruto's eyes widened as well. Shit, I did not mean to mention them. Best to tell him now, Naruto-sama, so that way he can help. He may be a horrible godfather, but he is a great ninja. A powerful one at that. I can sense the sage chakra residue within his coils. The toads have taught him well, but he has not perfected it if he keeps some within him. Kamikaze said. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and sighed. What I say does not leave us. Not even the Hokage knows I know. I want him to believe that, because if he does not or Tsunade believes I do not, then it makes it easier for me to eliminate them when they show up. Very few could defeat me, and even then those upper echelons will not leave the villages they are entrenched at. If the Hokage knew, he would try to limit my movement, and this puts the village and everyone in it at risk. Only you or I could defeat the stronger ones, and the rest of the weaker ones would take 2 to 3 teams of ANBU to defeat. You know this. Jiraiya thought about it for a few minutes before agreeing. You are right, the few I know about would rip anyone I know apart. Even you. But if you master that technique, you will be hard to beat. Naruto responded, my speed surpasses the Yondimes. I repeat, only the upper echelons stand a chance against me. Only the top 2 could defeat me if I had the Hiraishin at my disposal. Jiraiya gaped at Naruto. I have not seen you move at that speed, and neither has anyone else within this village. It has not been recorded. How could you match your father at your age? Naruto smirked. Deception is a ninja's best friend. How do you think I am at that speed? Think about what I took from Gigi when I was 7. Add that to my training regime. Jiraiya thought for a moment before his eyes widened. No. You have a resistance seal on you. What level are you at? Naruto smiled. Wouldn't you like to know? Jiraiya scowled. Damn it, Gaki, this is serious. Naruto's smile disappeared. Tell you what. You help me kill some Akatsuki members and I will tell you. Specifically, the zombie brothers are going to be a pain. Even for the 2 of us, they have some freaky powers. Jiraiya's scowl deepened before he said, fine, I only know of them in Itachi Uchiha and Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto frowned. Your spies need to get better. There is also Akasuna no Sasori, Deodara from Iwa, a lady that uses origami for jutsu, and someone who is said to have powers equaling a god because he managed to fight Hanzo and win single-handedly. There is also what appears to be a crazy person named Toby, but he seems more than he appears. Jiraiya stood dumbstruck as Naruto managed to list all of the Akatsuki members when it took him 5 years to learn of the 4 he had. Well, that is some interesting group of people. Naruto nodded. Now if that is all, I have a date in about an hour I need to get to. Jiraiya smiled pervertedly. Got to get with Kurenai-chan and Yugao-chan nay. Naruto shook his head. Nor tonight, it's Katsumi-chan and Mei-chan. Jiraiya shook his head and looked at Naruto. Mei-chan, he asked. Naruto smirked. The Mizukage. Jiraiya's brain almost overloaded. Good job, Naruto, he said, holding up both thumbs while letting his nose bleed. He suddenly found himself flat on his ass. Don't think about my girlfriends like that again, or next time it might be a rasengan. Naruto warned, his icy cold eyes staring down at Jiraiya. Jiraiya merely nodded as Naruto walked off. What Jiraiya could not see was the smile on Naruto's face, that he could rely on Jiraiya in helping him against Akatsuki. He wasn't really angry about Jiraiya's comments. If anything, it made him proud someone was proud of him. However, he was never going to let Jiraiya know that. He was sure Jiraiya only said those things because they were true. Naruto was not a pervert, but he had to admit he had 4 of the most beautiful women on the planet who loved him. At least 3 who loved him, and another he hoped did. Naruto was dressing for his date. He had let Katsumi take the main house to freshen up after Anko had come banging on the door for Kurenai and Yugao. They had decided to reintroduce themselves to the bar and left Katsumi and Naruto to their date with Mei. Naruto was in one of the adjoining houses to the main house. He had left Katsumi the room to freshen up for the date. He was wearing a kimono that was blue like his eyes, only with little lightning bolts across his kimono. He had on a necklace with a moon pendant on it, a present from Yugao. As well as his usual smoke bomb earring was replaced by a crimson wind gust earring. Look up Mysterious Abyss Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts 2 and imagine the very end of the Keyblade in earring form. They had given these to him for the 6th month anniversary, and he was wearing them to give him strength to talk to Mei tonight. He walked into the entrance hall of the main compound and said, Katsumi-chan, are you ready? Katsumi's 1 more minute turned into a full 10, but when Katsumi came down the stairs, Naruto thought it more than worth the wait by the position of his jaw, which was on the floor. Katsumi's dress screamed to be looked at, but only those close to her would get the real treat. It was a yellow dress with a V showing the valley of her breasts to anyone close and tantalizing those from afar. The waist hugged her curves and led to a almost full skirt downwards, but it had slits to reveal tantalizing sneak peeks at her legs and her anklet bracelet, which had a crimson fox head on it. Katsumi giggled at Naruto's expression. She had hoped to get such a reaction out of him. He had been nothing but a gentleman since she got out the seal, but she had been worried about how she looked in front of him. It was the first time she worried about others' opinions, but his meant a lot to her. So she was excited when she got the reaction she wanted. She giggled and said, we should get going, shouldn't we? Naruto started to move and responded, "Hi hi." They set off to Mei's hotel to pick her up. As they were walking, Akiko came running up to Naruto with a scroll in her mouth. She handed it off to Naruto, wagging her tails happily. "Very good, Akiko-chan, thank you. Did you complete the prank I set up for you?" Naruto asked. Akiko's eyes brightened and she said, "Yes. Oh, thank you, that was one of the best pranks ever. My sis says she likes you and wants you to summon her for battle soon, okay?" With that she puffed away. Katsumi chuckled and said, "Seems you have quite the follower there. If I remember right, her sister is Akemi, one of the top ninjutsu specialists. A very powerful ally, Naruto-kun. She could." Naruto blushed but said, "Okay, let's just get Mei-chan." Naruto and Katsumi walked into the living room area of Mei's royal suite. She got such accommodations for being a foreign dignitary. They admired the place for about 5 minutes before Mei walked in. Naruto's jaw was almost dislocated at this point and he just stared. She had gone with a more traditional style kimono. It was a lighter blue than his eyes, with patterns of white flowers adorning the kimono. It hugged all her curves, showing off her womanly figure even some kunoichi would kill for. Mei licked her lips, seeing Naruto's eyes roam her body. She had developed a strong attraction to the young man. She could go so far as to say she loved the man if she were questioned, but she was unsure of his feelings beyond just lust. He was not one to engage in such a relationship without cause, though, of that she was sure. She cleared her throat so they could get going. Naruto snapped out of it and said, "Well, let us go to the restaurant for a pleasurable night and perhaps a bit more." Holding out his arms for the ladies, Mei promptly grabbed his left arm as Katsumi occupied his right. They walked off to the Leaf Dragon. Naruto and his dates got through the line and made ready with no problems tonight. Sukune had been the bouncer again and teased Naruto a bit but let him pass. As they sat there chewing their food, Naruto told the story of how he saved the owner's life and how he helped with the down payment. He said he had a private table always and that he was always welcome. Mei made a few small comments but preferred to eat with little conversation. Katsumi was eating diligently since she already knew the story. Naruto was simply trying to lighten the mood and he succeeded when he made a joke. After a time they finished their meals and Naruto decided to get on with the main event. "So girls, what do you say we go to the club tonight?" Naruto asked. Mei and Katsumi blinked before Katsumi spoke the problem. "Naruto-kun, I would love to go, but my outfit does not fit in at a club." Mei nodded her assent to such a thing. Naruto smirked a bit. "So if you could change into something more comfortable you would go?" At their nods he produced 2 scrolls. "One scroll for each of you contains more comfortable clothing for tonight. We added rooms here so those high-class people who wish to go somewhere more casual after this have a place to change before leaving." Mei saw a chance to tease him. "So how did you get us clothes?" Naruto blushed and said, "If we don't hurry we will miss the open mic. And don't ask me that, please." Mei pouted as Katsumi hurriedly grabbed the scroll and said, "Hurry up, Mei-chan, when Naruto sings it is heavenly. You're in for a treat." 20 minutes later saw Naruto, now in a crimson t-shirt and black pants, Katsumi, now in a yellow shirt with a white skirt cut just above mid-thigh, and Mei, now in a blue shirt with the same white skirt as Katsumi. The skirts allowed for tantalizing views of creamy thigh skin but nothing important. The bouncer took one look at Katsumi and Mei and let the trio through the line, no questions. They sidled over to a quieter booth after grabbing their food and proceeded to make small talk, waiting for their chance. After about an hour, Naruto managed to catch a lull on the mic and made a band to play. "Mei-chan, would you dance with me?" he asked. Mei blushed but nodded and took Naruto's hand as Katsumi pouted before Naruto made a KB for her to dance with. The KBs started the song as Naruto and Mei slow danced in the middle of the floor. "I do not own this song or anything affiliated with it. I am a question to the world, not an answer to be heard. All a moment that's held in your arms. And what do you think you'd ever say? I won't listen anyway, you don't know me. And I'll never be what you want me to be. And what do you think you'd understand? I'm a boy, no, I'm a man. You can take me and throw me away. And how can you learn what's never shown? Yeah, you stand here on your own. They don't know me cause I'm not here. And I want a moment to be real, wanna touch things I don't feel, wanna hold on and feel I belong. And how can the world want me to change? They're the ones that stay the same. They don't know me, cause I'm not here." The crowd was spellbound by the emotions coming from the KB band as Naruto danced with Mei. Naruto said to Mei, "This part is about you. And you see the things they never see, all you wanted. I could be now, you know me, and I'm not afraid and I want to tell you who I am. Can you help me be a man? They can't break me as long as I know who I am. And I want a moment to be real, wanna touch things I don't feel, wanna hold on and feel I belong. And how can the world want me to change? They're the ones that stay the same. They can't see me, but I'm still here." Naruto kept dancing with Mei as the crowd started to tear up from the display. "They can't tell me who to be, cause I'm not what they see. And the world is still sleeping, while I keep on dreaming for me. And their words are just whispers and lies that I'll never believe. And I want a moment to be real, wanna touch things I don't feel, wanna hold on and feel I belong. And how can they say I never change? They're the ones that stay the same. I'm the one now. Cause I'm still here. I'm the one, cause I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here." As the song faded away, Naruto handed Mei off to a KB, telling her they would talk later and taking Katsumi into his arms. The crowd had been crying and felt sorry for the heartfelt man whose clones were singing. The next song picked up. I do not own this song either. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you, shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Naruto looked deep into Katsumi's eyes as the next verse was sung. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes, some things are meant to be, take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. The crowd was spellbound as the clones poured love into the song. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes, some things are meant to be, take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. As the song faded, Naruto, Katsumi, and Mei made their way away, formed the club as Naruto's KBs started to play Remember the Name. Naruto led his dates to a secluded clearing and set up a silencing barrier around the clearing. The clearing had a perfect view of the moon when sitting by the lake that was viewed by the waterfall falling into it with a small creek leading away. Naruto asked the girls to sit down and they each did as Naruto turned back to them. Mei-chan, I have something I must ask you to answer honestly, do not lie. Be completely honest, this will affect our entire relationship. At Mei's nod, Naruto uttered what had to be the most horrible words he had muttered to date. Do you like me beyond a friend? Are you only using me for the alliance, or do you truly have feelings for me? He hated having to ask and hated even more the hurt on her face, but he had to make sure before telling her everything. Mei was hurt that he would insinuate something like that, but after seeing the hurt in his eyes her anger abated somewhat, so she could answer clearly. Yes, Naruto-kun, do you honestly think I would wed a man simply for an alliance? You are kind, courageous, hold a terrible burden no one should ever have to, and still retain your ability to forgive even your worst enemies. According to your deeds and your heart, there is no greater man in the elemental countries. I will marry you because I wish to, not because I was forced. Naruto sighed in relief. Then there are things you must know about me and my soon-to-be family. If you wish to end our relationship after my explanation, I will not blame you. It all started one night when I was 7. 2 hours later. So we brought Tsunade back and here we are. Katsumi and Naruto stood in all their glory in front of Mei. Naruto held his breath waiting for her response. He was sure if she rejected him he would never be the same. He seemed fine with it, but in reality it would tear him up inside. He knew he wished for this woman's love just as he wished for Kurenai's and Yugiro's and Katsumi's. If he did not have them, then it would kill him. Katsumi watched Mei's face flicker. She knew Naruto would need her. If she rejected him it would tear Naruto badly. She had been ingrained in his demonic side at such a young age, it would be hard to get over her rejection even if he did not love her. She looked as Mei opened her mouth to answer. Mei opened her mouth and said, so. Naruto blinked and released his breath. So, what do you mean so? Mei looked at Naruto incredulously. So, you're a Hanyu. So what? That does not change who you are fundamentally. You are still that same kind, caring boy I met in the Hokage's office so many years ago, and you are still the young man who appeared in my office a few months ago and swept into my heart like your namesake suggests as a maelstrom. Most importantly though, you are the man I am going to marry because he is Naruto Namikaze, the man I love. Naruto started to cry and his loves wrapped him in a hug before he finished. Thank you Mei-chan, my little demoness. He let his sobs subside and said, Mei-chan, would you like to come live in my compound for the next week to get used to your new roommates? Mei nodded happily. They shunshined to the hotel, and after Mei had gotten her stuff and assured her guards she was safe, they shunshined to the compound. Once they were in, Naruto nervously looked at Mei and said, Mei-chan, you may choose any room you want. He was going to finish when he was cut off. Mei asked, which one is yours? Naruto blinked but showed her to his room and watched as she walked around. It's kinda large, but I'll take it. Naruto looked on owlishly as Mei went and changed into her nightclothes, with Katsumi taking off to the closet to change. Naruto changed into his and picked up a pillow and a blanket to go to another room when Mei and Katsumi walked back out. Mei immediately said, where are you going? Naruto looked at her and said, to another room, this is yours. Mei frowned, and before Naruto could do anything, Katsumi and Mei had him on the bed snuggling into his chest. Oh, that's what you meant, he said, playing like he only now just got her ploy. Good night, Misu Tenchi, Mist Angel Kuti-sama Queen. With that they fell asleep. Naruto woke the next day and left the girls to get acquainted by themselves. Kurenai and Yugao had joined them in bed when they had shown up later that night. Kurenai had taken his legs while Yugao had snuggled onto his stomach. Amazing how girls could contort to make a comfortable sleeping position on the one they wanted to be close to. He had an appointment to keep with Tsunade. He remembered that the Sandaime had said she wanted to talk to him and he wanted to know if she was going to be Hokage. So he figured he would see what she wanted. If it was some medical thing, he was not too keen on allowing Tsunade to check him over. He knew she was skilled and whatnot, but he had gotten through 13 years without needing medical treatment, and anything his body could not heal naturally would mean almost instant death at this point. However, these points were at the back of Naruto's mind as he thought, I just don't like hospitals and I don't trust doctors, they did more harm than good when I was younger. Indeed, when Naruto was younger the doctors would sometimes set his bones wrong, whether on purpose or accident Naruto could never find out, or dress his wounds sloppily, and the only reason they would be changed was because of the Sandaime. He had learned this from his medical records which he had stolen when he was younger to test the medical facility defenses. Ever since then he had been wary of doctors and being touched by them in any sense of the term. Naruto arrived at the hospital which he had been told was taken over by Tsunade when she returned. So Naruto walked into the lobby and could already notice a difference. There was no doctors milling about as there had when he was younger. The nurses were all busy and it looked like it was being run 10 times more efficient. Naruto chuckled and walked up to the information desk. Where is Tsunade-san's office? He asked. The receptionist looked up before scowling. What do you want here? She asked with a sneer. Naruto sighed and turned on his blank mask. I am here to see Tsunade-san. She has requested my presence. You don't want her hearing the reason I was not there was because you were unhelpful, right? He said in a monotone voice. The receptionist backpedaled and said, no, of course not. Tsunade-sama's office is in the office wing top floor. Just follow this hallway and take a left at the end. It will bring you to the elevator and take the top floor. After all, Tsunade's rage was legendary for someone who pissed her off. Naruto grinned and said, thank you. Then turned and walked down aforementioned hallway. He mused slightly while he walked and rode the elevator. Enjoying the soothing music from the elevator, he heard the telltale ding as he reached his floor and stepped out of the elevator. He looked around and noticed that Shizune was sitting at the receptionist desk up here blocking the way to a door which had Tsunade Senju on the nameplate. Naruto turned to Shizune and said, good morning Shizune-san, how have you been? Shizune looked up and said, Naruto-san, I've been good. It's nice to be able to sit down and not worry about debt collectors and actually lead a life. Thank you for bringing Tsunade-sama back. This hospital was a mess, she declared. Naruto smiled slightly and said, so, is she in? I heard she wanted to talk to me and I have a question about her. Shizune blinked before she said, 1 minute, Tsunade-sama is not a morning person. Naruto chuckled, okay, let me know when it is safe. And sat down in one of the waiting chairs. A few minutes and some shouts out of the office later, Shizune came out and told Naruto Tsunade was ready to see him. Naruto made his way into the office. Once he did, he could smell the sake. He held his nose as he walked in and stood in front of Tsunade, who was wearing her usual clothes and sitting behind a big desk with a few stacks of paperwork on it. The office was lightly furnished like the Hokage office. It had a small sofa and a coffee table along with a few chairs in front of the desk. Naruto took a chair in front of the desk, still holding back his sense of smell. You wanted to see me, Tsunade-san? Naruto asked. Tsunade looked at Naruto and began remembering what she had read about him. His life had been horrible. Bad doctors, bad caretakers, bad teachers, bad everything. No one had cared for this person slightly, and when Jiraiya told her he was his godfather, he punched him so hard he couldn't breathe right for the next week. Her sensei had tried, but he had been bogged down with paperwork. She felt pity for the boy who was sitting in front of her. Yes, she sees him as a boy. Naruto saw her eyes fill with pity. He scowled. Don't pity me. I do not want nor need anyone's pity. I have gone 13 years without it and I do not need it now. If anything, pity the poor fools within this village that will die because of their ignorance. Pity the ninja that die on a regular basis keeping this city safe. I do not need pity and am not someone who should be pitied. I am happy with my lot in life. Tsunade blinked and hid her pity. That was one hell of a speech. He was more mature than she thought. Okay, well, she fished some papers out. Naruto waited patiently while Tsunade looked for something on her desk. He was pretty sure what this was about now. It was not going to end well for Tsunade and his relationship, but he would let her ask and he would explain his reasoning. If she tried to force the issue, he could easily leave. Tsunade finally found what she was looking for and pulled it out with an aha. She set it down and opened it up. It was Naruto's medical file. So I see you were here repeatedly when you were younger, but you have not returned or seen a physician since you were 7 years old. His sense tests were not considered going to the hospital. Naruto sighed. Hi, he said. Exactly what I thought. Tsunade looked at Naruto and closed his file. Well, we need an up-to-date file about all of our ninjas, so I am going to need you to get a physical and some tests done on your blood. Naruto frowned. Anything else? And what tests exactly? Tsunade did not like that Naruto was questioning this in this manner. No, nothing else, and the blood test is to see what we need to give you should you need a blood transfusion and to check your vitamins and the overall health of your body. Naruto said. Who would be doing these tests and the physical? Tsunade blinked and said, a chosen doctor who holds nothing against you. Naruto scowled. I know you requested all the information on me and you have my medical file right there. What exactly would make you think I would consent to these tests even if you would be doing the procedure yourself, much less some random doctor who, supposedly, holds no grudge against me? Naruto was fuming at this point. Were all the Sannin morons? Seriously, it did not take common sense to know he would not like doctors touching him, period. Tsunade frowned. Regardless, you must have these done, Naruto. I suppose I or Shizune could do it, but you would have to wait quite a while. We are busy cleaning up the hospital for when I take office. Naruto smirked. So I was right, you gonna announce yourself at the Chunin exams? Tsunade nodded and said, don't change the subject. Naruto's smirk vanished and he looked at Tsunade. I do not like doctors. I do not like being touched by random people. I have survived 6 years without a physical. My body will heal anything not completely fatal. There is almost no reason for this, but if you can gain my trust I will consent to these tests. I have a severe phobia of doctors from my early years, as you can guess from my file. Tsunade frowned again. Naruto, this is needed. She tried to reason. Naruto shook his head. I have been a genin almost 7 months now and not once have I reported for an injury like a cut or anything leading up to a broken bone. My body heals faster than any of your medical jutsu. I can survive a little longer without the physical. With that he turned away and said, you can take this up with Gigi, but he supported me while you were not here in regards to this request, so I doubt he will change his mind, but by all means give it a try. Naruto walked out of the office. Time skip day of the finals. All of the people were packed into the stadium. They were eager for the fight between Gaara and the last Uchiha. The other fights just seemed like a formality to lead to that fight. Every daimyo and their retainers had come. The stadium was packed to the brim with people. The Konoha 12 that had not made it into the finals were all sitting in the same spot with their Junin sensei next to them. The clans all had their own special seating areas. The cage box had 3 seats open. One was for the Kazekage, leader of Sunagakuya, and his chair was all the way on the right side. The Hokage's chair sat in the middle. Finally, the Mizukage's chair was on the left side of the Hokage's. This signified their alliance with each other. Shikamaru, Gaara, Kankuro, Bozu, Temari, Shino, and Neji were all standing in front of the original instructor. The sickly Hayate looked a thin genin that was slouching and showing little pride. He spoke up. You guys are the main attraction, show some dignity. A few of the genin straightened up, but some just ignored him. He sighed. The Hokage was sitting in his chair. He was relaxing. Today was the final day of his reign for the rest of his life. He was happy. The Kazekage walked up and said, Greetings Hokage-san. There will be some interesting matches, will there not? The Hokage chuckled as he shook the man's hand to hide his surprise of the difference in his handshake. Yes, it will be. There are 2 surprises planned for the audience here today though. Before the Kazekage could comment, Mei arrived and shook the Hokage's hand. Ah, Mizukage-sama, how good of you to join us. How was the royal suite I gave you while you stayed for the week? The Sandaime questioned. Mei giggled and said, oh, you know I did not even spend one night there, Hokage-sama. I cannot wait for these exams to begin. It is going to be extraordinary. The Hokage blinked and grinned. Yes, well, let us get the show on the road then. Hayate got the signal to begin and looked at the genin. He noticed 2 were missing. He held out the sheet with the matchups. Check your matches, make sure you know who you are fighting against, he said through his coughs. Neji looked around. Seems Uzumaki-san has realized he is fated to lose. Shikamaru turned to Neji and said, you have no idea who you are trying to screw with, Hyuga-san. Neji was taken aback by Shikamaru's turn of demeanor. I would rather give up cloud watching in Konoha before even thinking of battling Naruto. Just as he said this, a vicious wind picked up within the stadium. It grew and grew until even those within the stands were covering their eyes to keep it from drying them out. Only Hayashi said, unbelievable, as he saw the chakra within the wind. The wind suddenly died down and all of the competitors looked at where there was a small dust cloud rising from the ground and the person now standing in it. He had on a haori with a kyubi being whipped around and seemingly protected by the wind. The kyubi was forefronted by 2 swords which crossed in a X pattern. Within the X pattern there were 4 kanji, one for Megami in the top V, one for Murasaki in the left V, one for Tenshi in the right V, and the last one was for Akuma, demon, in the bottom V. He had on a crimson undershirt with black ANBU style pants and his sneaker-looking shoes. He had his headband tied around his shoulder with the Namikaze crest on the other shoulder. His golden hair and blue eyes standing out for all to see. Ya miss me? Naruto asked cheekily. Chapter 13 Finals and Invasion. Naruto stared cheekily at his opponents. Neji was glaring at him while Shikamaru just sighed, muttering, troublesome. Naruto noticed Sasuke had yet to appear for the finals and formed a plan within his head. He was not going to allow what was going to happen to pass if he could help it. The Uchiha's ego had been stoked enough. Gaara looked at Naruto with murder in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Mother was so afraid of him. Though he felt a kinship with the boy that never meant anything to him before and certainly wouldn't now. He wanted to fight Naruto and he wanted to know whose existence was stronger. Bozu had heard that this guy was supposedly the Mizukage's fiancé, so he already had plans to forfeit if he matched up against him. No matter what, brains over wanting to prove himself. If he was strong enough to catch the Mizukage's eyes, he wanted nothing to do with him as an enemy. Kankuro and Temari had one thought, who the fuck is this dude that scares even the Aikibi? Shino was smirking behind his coat. That's it, Naruto, show them the real you. The you hidden away, the you that will change this world and make it a more peaceful place. Shino honestly believed as much as Naruto said he wasn't out to change the world, he would. It was just the way Naruto was. He was a catalyst for things that shouldn't be able to happen. Him falling in love with Haku seemed to revolve around Naruto even though he wasn't there. Naruto was the one making it possible. Hayate looked at Naruto and said, you were almost disqualified. Naruto smirked, perfect. Does that mean if Uchiha-san does not show up soon he is disqualified as well? After all, a late ninja is against the ninja rules. Hayate looked at Naruto before signaling the question to the Hokage. Cage box. The Hokage noticed the question as did the Kazekage. Mei was a little in the dark as she had not been briefed on certain hand signals from Konoha just yet. The Kazekage frowned at the question presented by Uzumaki. The Hokage however smiled at Naruto's ingenious way of questioning it before the matches started. He poses a good question: should Uchiha Sasuke show up late, should he still be allowed to fight? The Hokage explained for Mei. The Kazekage said, I believe he should. Most of the daimyos are here to see the last Uchiha and my son fight. Mei frowned. A ninja who is late on the field of battle is a useless ninja. If he cannot even show up on time, he cannot be considered chunin material, thus making the fight here meaningless. She had been through a war and did not take kindly to ninja who disregarded their duties. Time being her main problem with ninja, if they were late they were, as she said, useless. The Hokage smiled. Mizukage-sama is correct. If he does not show up on time, he is not worthy of the rank of chunin. The Kazekage tried again, but what of the daimyos that only came here to see his fight? At least push his match to the last slot. Mei spoke up again, no. If it were anyone else he would not be shown extra treatment. This is ridiculous. No ninja is above their superior's orders and his orders are to be on time. To be late would be inviting an insubordination charge. The Hokage sighed. He will forfeit if he is late. However, should Gaara be up for it, I will allow Uchiha Sasuke to fight in an exhibition match after the finals are over. That is the final say. Sarutobi signaled this to Hayate and sat back so he could make his announcement in a few minutes. Hayate received the signals and relayed the information to the genin standing in front of him. The daimyos had not been happy, but the exhibition match would be worth it. Naruto smirked, his main problem accomplished. The rest of the genin seemed apathetic and Gaara still had that crazy death look in his eye. Before we begin, the Hokage has a few announcements to make, Hayate said and turned their attention to the cage box. Sarutobi received the signal for ready to start and activated a jutsu so he could be heard all over the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the finals of the chunin exams. We hope that every fight will be honorable and fair. But first I have a few announcements for Konoha and the world. The first is something that has been whispered about for the past few weeks. As everyone knows, Tsunade Senju has returned to the village of Konoha. Multiple mutterings filled the stadium until Sarutobi raised his hand for silence. She is a model medic. She has revolutionized the medicine world. She is an accomplished ninja capable of holding her own in battle and being named one of the Sannin. After this his voice turned old, showing his age. I am old. I am tired of this mantle of Hokage. I have served you faithfully for most of my life and wish to bask in the light of the rest of my life. As such, today we have a new Hokage. I give you, Tsunade Senju, the Godime Hokage of Konoha. As he said this, Tsunade walked up to Sarutobi with her own robes flapping in the wind and was bestowed the Hokage hat. The crowd burst into cheers and started to chant, Tsunade. The Kazekage looked around nervously for a few seconds before retaining his composure and clapping. Mei looked at Tsunade and smiled, welcoming another female Kage. Tsunade turned to the crowd and raised her hands for silence. I will protect and serve Konoha until my rule is over with. I will right the wrongs of this village and make it stronger than before and stronger than my ancestors have. This I swear on my title as Godime Hokage. The crowd burst into cheers again and the battles had to wait a full 5 minutes before they stopped. Sarutobi stepped forward again. That was my first announcement, now for my second. Before the end of my reign I forged another alliance to keep this village I love safe. You may not have heard this, but Kirigakure has ended its bloody war and become united under a young female who is wise beyond her years and a suitable Kage in her own right. When she came into my office years ago asking for assistance, I had to turn her down because of our state, but when she went to leave, someone from Konoha stopped her and set her at ease about why I had denied her. When she sent for emissaries from Konoha for the chunin exams, I was surprised, but I sent a team, and when they got there the same person from Konoha managed to secure a treaty with them. So it is with great pleasure I announce the formation of the alliance between Kirigakure and Konohagakure. Again the crowd burst into cheers for their old Kage and their new allies. The shinobi had been hearing of this for months, but civilians had no idea about it. Sarutobi again raised his hands and said, my final announcement will not be met with such applause. He said this so sadly that the village instantly quieted. My final announcement as Hokage is to inform you I kept a terrible secret. Many of you know that Minato Namikaze gave his life to defeat the Kyuubi, leaving no heirs and no one to carry on his noble line within this village. I happily inform you that we were wrong. There was one person left of the Namikaze bloodline. Murmurings began in the crowd of who it was while 7 sets of eyes stared into Naruto's shocked expression. The daimyos were in shock except the Fire Lord. He was keeping a calm head. Naruto had contacted him the week he had learned of his heritage. According to his mum's diary, the Fire Lord had liked Minato but had not known he was expecting a son. So Naruto had contacted the man and sent him a small amount of his blood to confirm his identity to gain immunity from banishment techniques by the council. Though that seemed remote at that point, Naruto had wanted the Fire Lord informed of his true potential to Konoha so he had a backer should things within the village fall through. The Fire Lord had immediately responded upon confirmation of his bloodline and said to expect his support, and he would not talk to the Hokage of this since Sarutobi had known but hidden it from him. The Kazekage finally spoke. Who is the final descendant? Sarutobi smiled sadly. The very person you have beaten and ignored all your lives. The very person who protects you with all his power even though you don't deserve it. That man is standing in front of all of you, yet you refuse to see it. Look at the battleground in front of you and tell me who Minato's son is. The Sandaime said with his god of shinobi voice flaring back to life. The crowd looked to the ground and a few seconds passed before the crowd gasped, noticing the symbol emblazoned on Naruto's shoulder. Sarutobi spoke up before a cry of outrage could ruin it. That is right. Naruto Namikaze has been in front of you the whole time. flaunting it, but no one ever took notice. Do not question this. It has been confirmed by Tsunade and myself through blood work. He is of the Namika's line and has inherited all that Minato left for his son. Cheer for him in these exams. Know that he will protect you to the best of his abilities despite your horrible history. With that, Sarutobi disappeared into the crowd to sit next to his grandson, leaving a shocked crowd. Tsunade spoke up. Let the Chunin exam finals begin. Hayate looked at the crowd and then at Naruto and chuckled. You sure know how to surprise people, don't you, kid? Naruto smirked. That was all, Gigi. I didn't plan to reveal myself yet. Or well, can't be helped. Shall we get started before the crowd cheers or boos? I don't want to be run off or have to wait another 20 minutes. Hayate chuckled before sending the other genin into the waiting area. Once the field was clear, he stepped in between the genin and looked at both of them. The rules are the same as the prelims. Stop if I call it or your opponent surrenders. Both genin gave nods and Hayate brought his hand down, Hajime, and jumped back from the shore to be explosive battle. The crowd seemed to have recovered from their shock and cheered for their respective fighters. Surprisingly, Naruto had a decent fanbase. Neji smirked and said, you are still fated to lose, Namika's-san. Naruto looked at Neji and scowled. And you still have a stick up your ass. I told you you would wish that Hinata had used the caged bird seal on you within your fight. Luckily for you, she requested me not to. Instead, I will show you why you should stop being so full of yourself. Naruto removed his swords and his cloak, leaving him in his shirt and his anbu pants and sneakers. He set him his swords to lean on the wall and folded his hari nicely as a yellow fox poked its head out of one of the hari's pockets. Katsumi looked at Naruto and Naruto nodded, showing her to take care of his swords and hari. He turned back to Neji, who was fuming he was being ignored. You cannot defy fate. I am fated to win, he said. Naruto looked at Neji and said, if you are fated to win, then why am I still standing? Shouldn't I be on the ground passed out because you should have won, right? Neji started to grind his teeth. Oh, so the great Hyuga, who has the all-seeing Byakugan, cannot see what is right in front of him. Well, let me spell it out for you. You make your own fate. With that, Naruto took an open stance, showing many openings. Neji lunged forward, intent on stopping this fight right now. He ran forward at impressive speeds for a genin and thrust his fingers with a gentle fist style towards Naruto's heart. Naruto saw Neji and dodged, sidestepping the attack. They separated. Naruto took the same stance and looked at Neji as Neji glared at him. Neji lunged forward and attempted to hit him again. Naruto dodged this one by taking a step back. Each time Neji would strike, Naruto would somehow dodge the attack. With each dodge, Neji grew increasingly frustrated. Naruto finally pushed Neji away and spoke. This is your first lesson. Do not lose your cool. For the Hyuga, should you lose your calm within battle, it spells disaster for you. Your strikes need to be precise, and anger only clouds your precision. Neji took a deep breath and said, you cannot defeat me. I am fated to win. Naruto frowned again. Then let's continue. He took the hummingbird stance. The crowd, who recognized it, gasped. Neji activated his Byakugan. Naruto looked at him. You rely too much on your eyes. Should someone take away your sight, you are defenseless against even the weakest of ninja. No better than a common thug. Neji lunged forward again to hit Naruto, but Naruto weaved around his strike and struck a point on Neji's arm, deadening his fingers. Neji danced back, holding his arm closer to him. Naruto spoke, get some distance between you and the Hyuga, and the Hyuga is defenseless. Naruto took some kunai out and made some cage bunshin that surrounded Neji and started to throw them at him. He managed to dodge most of them until they all threw them at him at the same time. Hakusho Kaiden, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, Neji shouted and started spinning. Naruto blinked as his cage bunshin were destroyed. Naruto looked at Neji as the Kaiden wound down. Very good, Neji-san. I know that is a main branch only technique, but you must have created it on your own. I commend your work, but it is not enough. If I have distance, I can run you out of chakra. This is enough though. Naruto took a couple of kunai out and flung them at Neji, who jumped out of the way. Naruto appeared next to him, rasengan in hand. Rasengan. He shoved the ball of chakra into Neji's stomach and sent him careening into the wall. Neji's Byakugan deactivated. Neji looked up at Naruto from the rubble he had left. Chakra burns and scratches on his stomach, which had been shown by his torn shirt, showed the Rasengan had been underpowered. Naruto looked down at Neji. You say that Hinata is weak. You say she should not be a ninja. Open your eyes, Neji Hyuga. Your father died saving his family. The caged bird seal should not be in use, but he gained his freedom just as you will. You dishonor him by trying to destroy what he died to protect. Neji snarled and said, what do you know? You don't know what it's like to have your fate determined by a seal. You can't possibly understand the hatred I feel for the main branch. But I will tell you of the Hyuga's heritage of hatred. So Neji explained about his father and how he had died. Oh Neji, I know much better than you think you do. Your father got what he wanted, do not belittle that, Naruto said. Neji stood up and took a stance. His Byakugan flared to life. You are within my divination. Haka Rokuju on show, 8 trigrams palms, 64 palms. Naruto sighed and Neji moved forward, striking each of Naruto's chakra points. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Neji's Byakugan deactivated, showing how drained he was. Naruto fell to the ground and coughed up a bit of blood. Neji smirked, believing he won. Proctor called the match. He cannot use his chakra and he cannot fight any longer. Neji said. The proctor merely looked at him and coughed. Naruto chuckled. You should take my title as most surprising ninja of Konoha, Neji-san. 2 main branch techniques that you learned by yourself. Amazing, I must say, but it still is not enough. Naruto stood and looked at Neji as he wiped his blood off his chin. Neji was shaking in rage. But how? He asked. I know I hid your points. He shouted. Naruto merely looked him in the eye and said, indeed you did. But you could not close them because I overflowed them with chakra. Neji simply glared at Naruto and took up the gentle fist stance again. Naruto looked at him incredulously. You don't have the chakra to even activate the Byakugan, yet you still wish to fight after seeing how much chakra I have. Foolish Neji. You claim to be tied up in fate when you try the hardest to escape your own. Naruto disappeared from Neji's side and moved in behind Neji and went to strike his neck with a chop. Neji saw the attack coming and tried to avoid it, but he couldn't move fast enough. The last thing Neji saw before blacking out was Naruto's face staring down at him. The whole crowd was silent as the council of elders for the Hyugas seethed at their defeat. Hayashi was smirking. I told you all this years ago, yet you said we didn't need to change. After a short silence, 2 voices sprung out. Yeah, go Naruto. It was none other than Kotetsu and Azumi, 2 Chunin who used to love Naruto's pranks. With that cheer the dam broke and the whole stadium cheered for Naruto as he went and picked up his swords and Harry and walked back up to the waiting area. Cage box. Mei smirked seeing Naruto's total defeat of Neji. That's my fiancé. Tsunade smiled seeing Naruto get cheered like that, warmed her heart, though it was tempered by the feeling of hypocrisy it inspired by those that knew of Naruto's past. Orochimaru grimaced. That brat is getting too powerful. He somehow managed to remove the curse seal I placed on him. If Jiraiya shows up, I will have to call off the invasion. I can take Tsunade, but if I allow Sarutobi-sensei and that fool to run amok, they will destroy my entire forces. A fine fight, definitely showing the qualities of a Chunin, Mei said. Tsunade nodded. Yes, definitely. He is almost Chunin material just from this one battle. He analyzed his opponent and played to his weakness. Impressive. Orochimaru nodded as well. Definitely Chunin material. Hayate signaled for the next match. Gaara-san shunshin down to the arena and stood there with his maniacal gleam in his eyes as his mother called for the Uchiha's blood. Hayate said, Uchiha Sasuke, you have 30 seconds to report before you are disqualified and lose on account of forfeit. The crowd waited in anticipation, expecting Sasuke to make an appearance as grand as Naruto's, but they were disappointed after a 30-second warning. Hayate spoke. Uchiha Sasuke has not shown and forfeits. Will the next match please come down? Gaara-san shunshin back to the waiting area eager for his next fight as Shukaku calmed down being near Naruto. Shit, I can't reveal my techniques before the finals. Kankuro thought. I forfeit, he shouted to the proctor as Shino prepared to shunshin. Hayate blinked but said, okay, will the next fighters please come to the arena? By now the crowd had grown restless after seeing the fight between Neji and Naruto. They wanted something to watch, not forfeits. Temari jumped down and rode on her fan, gliding into the arena. Shikamaru was muttering, troublesome women and having to fight him, before Naruto walked over to him. Shikamaru, just get out there man before the crowd throws a riot. Naruto said. Shikamaru just muttered and jumped down to the ground as the crowd cheered. The crowd had expected flashy jutsu and cool techniques like the rasengan, not the mind games Temari and Shikamaru played. Temari had started off seeming the victor until Shikamaru started to maneuver her into position for his technique. When he finally got her stuck and caught by his technique, he said simply, I forfeit. I have only enough chakra to hold this for another 5 seconds before I lose control and she wins. So I forfeit. The crowd face-faulted but cheered the brilliant minds of the 2 young genin. Cage box. Temari is a smart girl but Shikamaru is a hidden genius. I am surprised at the outcome, but the match was well fought and both deserving of the promotion. Mei commented. Orochimaru scoffed. Nara-san is worthy of it, but my Temari-san lost. As if that settled things. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, they both fought admirably and Temari won technically, as she would have killed Shikamaru in the real world. Both deserve the promotion. Hayate coughed and said, will the next fighters please come down? Bozu walked down as Temari stayed where she was. Bozu got across from Temari and looked at her. Hayate got in between the two and said, Hajime. Bozu immediately rushed Temari, trying to get in close for his sword fighting, but Temari wouldn't have it. Fuiten, Datoppa, great breakthrough, she said while swinging her fan, blowing Bozu back. Bozu kept trying to get in close, but Temari would stop him with her wind just until Bozu resheathed his sword and took out 3 kunai. He threw them at Temari, who blew them off course with her wind. Once she did, she almost ignored them until she saw a glint in her vision. Realizing the danger, she turned back and managed to use a Kamaritaki no Jutsu sickle weasel technique to cut the wires with her wind blades. Once she was done, she landed and prepared for the next issue. Bozu looked at his ruined wires and yelled out, I forfeit. Temari sweet dropped. What the hell is it with people forfeiting? Bozu looked at her. I have no chance of beating you. I would need to get close and you have already thwarted all of my efforts. I would have moved to favorable terrain in the actual world, but I can't here, so I have no choice but to forfeit. Hayate called the match. Smart kid, you got there, Mizuki-sama. Tsunade said. Temari showed her wits again and her power. That battle fan is deadly. Bozu has the intelligence and the right mindset, but he needs to get a bit more well-rounded to be solid Chunin. Mei nodded and said, I agree on all counts, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru merely stated, neither are fit. Hayate looked up at the stands and said, will the next fighters please come to the arena? Gaara and Naruto smoked as they made their way down to the floor. Naruto handed his Haori to Katsumi and whispered, go sit with Kurenai-chan and Yuga-chan. I don't want to showcase you can fight just yet. Katsumi pouted at him in her fox form until he kissed her snout and she ran off to find Kurenai and Yuga. Naruto chuckled at her sudden departure before he focused on his new fight. Naruto stood across from Gaara, who had a maniacal gleam in his eye as he watched Naruto approach and take his spot. He could feel the power rolling off of Naruto in waves. He was suppressing it, but it was still impressive. Finally someone who can prove my existence, he said to himself. Hayate moved in between the two and raised his arm looking at the two before he brought his arm down. Hudge, he got out before someone shunshined onto the field and got glared at by Naruto, Gaara, and Hayate. Kakashi raised his hand in greeting, yo. We aren't late, are we? Sasuke took in the positions and smirked as well as Hud. Hayate glared at the copy ninja and said, yes you are, and your pupil is disqualified by forfeit. Now get off the field, you're interrupting a match. Cage box. Tsunade ground her teeth seeing Kakashi and Sasuke arguing with the proctor on whether or not Sasuke was disqualified. Mei frowned, this is the famous copy ninja. Is he always late? Tsunade grimaced, apparently so, something I intend to change starting now. Tsunade shunshined onto the field. Kakashi and Sasuke were getting on Naruto and Gaara's nerves. They had been poised to attack, now they were ready to kill the two for arguing over something that was decided hours ago. Just as Naruto was about to nod to Gaara to get him to attack the duo, Tsunade shunshined onto the field. Hitaki Kakashi, you are hereby demoted in pay for being late to your own student's important exam. Uchiha Sasuke, you are disqualified for being late and have forfeited, now get out of my sight. Tsunade glared, her cage hat very noticeable at this point. Kakashi stuttered, but Hokage-sama. Sasuke cut him off, you can't disqualify me. The council will have your head if you do this. I am the last Uchiha. Tsunade glared at Sasuke, making him quiver. The council will do nothing to me. I am Hokage. I rule, not the council. They will advise as they always have, but they make no decisions. You were late and as such are disqualified just like everyone else. Now your team is subject to D-rank missions only until I deem you ready for higher missions. Get off the field now. Kakashi quickly grabbed Sasuke and shunshined away. Naruto smirked, nice job Hokage-sama. Tsunade turned to Naruto and grief passed through her eyes for a second before she smirked and shunshined back to the cage box. Cage box. Damn, I have to call off the invasion, Orochimaru thought. Once Tsunade had shunshined down to the floor, Jiraiya had appeared at the left side of her chair, standing slightly back, acting as her guard. He stayed there when she shunshined back up. Orochimaru made a discreet hand sign calling off the invasion but left it so the summons would be released once he prepared to leave. Hayate took his position and said, let's try this again. Hajime. He leapt away and Naruto looked at Gaara as they stared each other down. Is mother still scared of me? He asked. Gaara scowled, well scowled more, and responded, yes, and I wish to know why. You will prove my existence. With that Gaara raised his hand and sand shot forward straight towards Naruto. Naruto dodged by going to his left and flipping. He muttered, Kai, and his seal counter dropped to 5. He disappeared in a burst of speed and hit Gaara from the back. Gaara stumbled forward a few steps before he regained his balance and raised his other hand, swirling his sand around him to keep Naruto from breaking through. Naruto sped around the sand, breaking open parts of the armor but not really landing hits and managing to dodge Gaara's sand attacks. Gaara sent a wave of sand to capture him, but he flipped over it and threw a punch at Gaara's face that was blocked by his sand armor. Naruto danced back and waited for the next attack. The sand came again a little faster this time, but Naruto sidestepped it and ran forward, throwing a punch at Gaara's solar plexus. Naruto decided Taijutsu was not going to cut it, so he stepped back again. Naruto saw the wave of sand coming at him and spoke, Fuden, Raisin Fubaru, spiraling wind ball. He breathed some wind chakra into his hand and it formed into a ball that shot forward and burrowed through the sand and straight at Gaara. It hit Gaara and Gaara flew back and hit the wall. Naruto landed and took a breath. Gaara stood up, Shukaku's Yuki swirling, and said, yes. Pain. It hurts. It hurts. You will prove my existence. He swirled his sand around him in a protective cocoon and had an eye outside the cocoon. Naruto's eyes widened as he took in what Gaara was going to do. He thought quickly and grabbed Denki. He quickly rushed forward and slashed the sand. Electricity flashed from Denki, but did little more. Naruto-sama, you must put more chakra into it. That sand is chakra infused, it will take more to make it turn into glass. Kamikaze said. Naruto quickly doubled his output and electricity crackled along Denki's blade. He slashed again and jumped back as spikes appeared to stop him, but this time it works. The sand around the cut turned to glass and fell to the floor while Gaara screamed out in pain from the electricity that hit him. Once Naruto had regained his bearings, he was about to jump forward when Kamikaze spoke, Naruto-sama, watch out. He said. Naruto barely managed to get away from Gaara's claw. His left hand had transformed into Shukaku's and he had a tail made of sand with one eye showing a golden diamond with black where white usually is. Gaara smirked at him. You are worthy of proving my existence. Come, don't run away, he said. Naruto merely dodged his next wild slash and sliced part of Shukaku's hand off, which turned some more sand into glass. Gaara growled and continued trying to hit Naruto, but Naruto kept dodging until Gaara started to do hand signs. Tsunade leaned forward and looked at the Kazekage. What is he doing? Orochimaru's eyes widened before he made a discreet hand sign. I don't know. Mei's eyes narrowed. Naruto rushed trying to get to him in time before Gaara shouted, Tanuki Neri no Jutsu, feigning sleep technique, and slumped forward as a massive tanuki shape was made from sand. Naruto cursed before telling Katsumi in their mental link, you, Kurenai-chan, and Yuga-chan go protect the Daimyo box. Don't let him move, I will stop him. Roger, Katsumi replied. Naruto jumped up onto the wall hearing Shukaku yell, I'm free. Naruto looked up at Shukaku and yelled, Oi Tanuki. Shukaku looked around until he saw Naruto. Shukaku had blocked Naruto from sight from everyone who was in the stands. The stands were utter chaos as the ANBU tried to get some order. At the same time, two three-headed snake summons plowed into the city walls. Cage box. Mei and Tsunade were about to jump into the fray until Kurenai informed them Naruto had it handled and that they should secure the crowd before they cause a panic. The female cages looked over to where the Kazekage was and only saw some robes. Orochimaru chuckled as he left Konoha with some presents. Cook, Sasuke-kun will come to me. Naruto looked up at Shukaku, who was looking nervous at this point. Naruto simply glared at him until Shukaku said, Alright, what do you want? Naruto smirked, leave the guy alone. He has suffered enough, hasn't he? Allow him to live a normal life and give him some help. Shukaku snorted and said, You want me to help my container? Are you stupid? I would rather die. Naruto smirked evilly, that can be arranged. You know who I held and you know how powerful I am. Naruto released his defense mechanism and showed his Hanyu side and spiked his chakra. Shukaku started to tremble from the height Naruto's chakra went. His eyes shifted nervously. Naruto reeled in his chakra and tails and reverted to his human guise and said, Do all of that and I will make sure you are freed upon his death. His natural death. Allow him access to your powers and keep him safe as best you can and I will break the seal or keep you from being sealed the next time it happens. Shukaku looked down and thought for a moment. He was immortal, so a few decades was nothing for the promise of freedom. Deal with the insane one I created and I will hold up my end of the bargain. Shukaku receded into the seal and Naruto slapped a demonic suppression seal on Gaara's head as he fell. At one of the breaches, Jiraiya stood ready to take on whichever summon stood in his way. The three-headed snake burst through the walls and Jiraiya summoned Gamahiro. Ready, Gamahiro, Jiraiya said. Let's do it, Jiraiya, Gamahiro said and leaped forward, cutting the snake in two with his swords. Jiraiya smirked, HMPH too easy. A Naruto clone stood at the other breach. Once he heard the poof of a summon, he started his summons as well. Naruto summoned Akemi. Hello Akemi-chan, he said as he took in her Hanyu form. She could rival Katsumi with her foxy looks, though her breasts were a size smaller. Akemi looked at Naruto and said, You must be Naruto-kun. My sister told me what you had her do. Very nice. What is it you need me for? Just then the three-headed snake burst through the wall. Akemi sweet dropped. Snakes. Such horrible disgusting things. What should we do, Naruto-kun? Naruto smirked. Akemi-chan, do you have any fire? Like really hot fire? Akemi nodded and said, Of course. Naruto nodded and explained his plan. Up for some burnt snake. Akemi nodded and said, Kitsune bai. Sending flames racing at the snakes. Naruto took a deep breath and expelled it. Futon, Kami Orochi, godly wind from the mountain. He thrust his arms forward. The wind caught the flames and set it to blue and the flames raced towards the snake, burning it to a crisp as it flailed about, destroying a bit more wall but otherwise leaving the village unharmed. Akemi wagged her tails and said, That was fun. Hope you summon me again, Naruto-kun. She blew him a kiss and puffed back to the summon world. Naruto's clone puffed away. Mei and Tsunade had the crowd calmed down since Shukaku had gone away and most of the people were looking at Naruto as Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi left the Daimyo box after making sure everyone was okay and the Fire Lord was protected. They received many thanks for protecting them, but they just replied they were doing their job. Katsumi turned into a woman when she went to Kurenai and Yugao. Naruto looked down at Gaara as he was trying to stand with the suppression seal still on him. Naruto got his clone's memories and smirked. Akemi was just like her sister. Naruto sighed and took a step towards Gaara. Gaara stared at Naruto fearfully. No. Stay away. I will prove my existence. I love only myself. Naruto merely strode forward and looked at Gaara and said, And that is why you are weak. To love only yourself and life only for yourself is weakness. Gaara stared confusedly at Naruto before muttering, Why? Why care about others? They will only hurt you. They don't care about you. Naruto looked at Gaara with sadness. Yes, they do. Your sister and brother care for you greatly, you just won't let them. I am strong because I fight for my precious peoples. I am strong because I fight not for myself but for others. What will you fight for, Gaara-san? What will you fight for, brother? He asked. Gaara's eyes widened as Shukaku filled in why he had called him brother and why Gaara had called him brother before. He was another Jinchuriki. Gaara looked at Naruto before nodding. Indeed brother, what will I fight for? I forfeit, he said to the proctor. Hayate coughed and said, Shusha, Naruto Namikas. The crowd went wild as Naruto beat a Jinchuriki. Cage box. HMPH I knew he couldn't beat Naruto-kun, Mei said finally dropping the Mizukage act since only Tsunade was there. Tsunade smiled. Indeed this puts him at Junin level, all he will need is some field experience. Mei snorted. Gaara was carted off to the infirmary, sound asleep as Hayate called down Shino and Temari. Hayate looked between the contestants and said, Hajime. The fight was uneventful. Shino was fresh and had not been fighting, whereas Temari had fought 2 battles in a row and then barely had time to rover as she was getting ready for the invasion. Temari managed to hold him off for a little while using ninjutsu until she ran out of chakra and was promptly sucked dry of the rest of it. We will have a short interlude before the final match, Hayate said. Naruto shunshin to Kurasu's shop to pick up his materials for his fight. After having collected the materials he walked into the arena with a minute to spare before his match started. Hayate stepped in between the 2 contestants and looked at them. Ready. Naruto nodded and Hayate looked at Shino. Shino said, I forfeit. Naruto face-faulted and when he looked into Shino's humorous expression he smirked himself. Hayate said, Shino sighed and explained, it is simple. Know your limitations. I know Naruto could beat me with half his seals off. As such I will not fight him in a pointless battle where we may end up hurting each other and only proving what the judges already know. Hayate shrugged his shoulders. The boy had a point and said, Shusha and Chunin final champion, Naruto Namikas. The crowd went nuts cheering for Naruto. 20 minutes later. Mei, Tsunade, and Sarutobi were in the cage boxes and presented the Chunin promotions for their own villages while recommending those who were worth it. Shino and Shikamaru were granted Chunin promotions and Temari was granted a high recommendation. The Fire Lord would like to make the final announcement, Tsunade said, and the crowd murmured about what it could be. The Fire Lord walked out onto the battleground and knocked the cage box and asked Sarutobi and Naruto to join him. Once they did, the Fire Lord spoke. Naruto-san contacted me about 2 months ago when he first learned of his heritage. He sent me a small amount of blood so I could test and make sure that what I was telling him was the truth and that I could get to the bottom of this. I was good friends with Minato and was hurt when I found out he had a son I had not known about. I asked Sarutobi-san if there was any Namika's bloodline carriers still alive and was told no. Imagine my surprise when I get the test results back and it says that my friend did indeed have a son. It seemed Sarutobi-san lied to me. I could understand lying to the village, but I was privy to such intimate information. So I decided to learn about the son of my dear friend only to find his life is worse than even the worst criminals. I almost withdrew my support from this village, but Naruto stayed my hand, saying that to hurt the village would be to hurt myself and my lands, which he is right. But Konoha know this from now on. Should you attack Naruto, you attack me. His family is my family and his hurts are my hurts. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto-san, I will always support you. Know that if you ever need anything let me know, and if it is within my power I will grant it. But I do have one question for you though, the Fire Lord said, watching as Naruto wiped his eyes. Hi, Naruto asked. Why the QB on your cloak? Indeed, mumblings began being heard before Naruto chuckled. Why not, sir? It is a symbol of destruction for its enemies, but its friends are the safest within the world. That is what I am. Protector of my friends and worst nightmare of my enemies. Naruto answered. The Fire Lord chuckled and went to leave before Naruto asked him to stay and that he had something he had to do. The Fire Lord looked at him confused until he saw 4 tiny fox kids running away from them. The Fire Lord chuckled before dismissing the Sandime. Well, let me meet your wives. I wish to see which beauties caught your eye, he said to Naruto so only he could hear. Naruto smirked. Oh, they caught more than that, my lord. They caught my heart from the moment they accepted me. The Fire Lord smiled as he heard 4 gasps in the crowd and 4 shunshins into the battleground. Naruto turned around to study his loves and loved what he saw. He had summoned 4 little kids to fetch the girls while he asked the Fire Lord to be there because he had supported him so far. Kurenai and Katsumi had little red 2-tailed foxes while Yugao and Mei had yellow 2-tailed foxes. They all looked at him quizzically until the fox in Kurenai's hands puffed back the summon world. Naruto's heart was racing, but he got down on one knee and pulled out a beautiful golden ring with a ruby set in the ring. The ruby was the darkest red he could find. He said, Megami-chan, Yuhi Kurenai are the sun during my day. My world would be dark without you. Would you do me the honor of marrying me? Naruto said and looked into her eyes. Kurenai nodded happily and let him put the ring on her finger, then kissed him chastely, letting the tears fall down her face. Naruto turned to Yugao as her fox puffed back to their world. Murasaki Haim Uzuki, Yugao, you are the moon to my night sky. Without it I would be lost in the darkness that consumed me. Would you honor me by agreeing to be my bride? Her ring was white gold with an amethyst set within it. The gem was as big as Kurenai's a royal color. Yugao croaked out, hi, as tears streamed down her face. He slipped the ring on and chastely kissed her too. Naruto turned to Mei and her fox puffed away. He took out the 3rd box and opened it. The band was gold with a sapphire inlaid in it. The gem was as big as the others, but it caught the light beautifully. Misu Tenshi Mei Terumi, you are the flame within me. Without you I would not have the strength to carry on. Would you honor me by marrying me? he asked while on one knee. Mei nodded and smiled happily at Naruto as he slid the ring onto her finger and kissed her on the lips. Finally, he turned to Katsumi, who was trying to hold her composure but losing it at the thought of Naruto proposing to her. Naruto went down on one knee again and pulled out her ring. It was a beautiful canary diamond, yellow and caught the light as well as a white diamond would. It was inlaid in white gold like Yuguro's was, and he said, "Kuhi-sama. Katsumi, you are the stars of my night sky. Without you I would know not where to go. Would you honor me by becoming my mate?" Katsumi was crying freely and nodded happily, saying, "Hi," over and over again as he slid the ring on and kissed her. Naruto turned to the Fire Lord and said, "I give you the matrons of the Namika's household," he said with the most glorious smile anyone had ever seen him give. The Fire Lord chuckled at Naruto and said, "I wish you a happy life and know that his protection now extends to all of you fine young ladies." All of the ladies were in tears at this point and they all nodded and said, "Hi." Naruto turned to his fiancées and said, "Let's go home." They all gathered together and walked out the stadium amidst applause. Chapter 14 Requests, Dates, and Hanyas. Naruto was on his way to the village gates with Mei and Katsumi. It had been 2 days since the finals and Mei needed to return to her village. Naruto was not happy she had to leave, but he knew it was unavoidable, so he was leading her to the gates. But something crossed his mind, so he could set his heart at ease and made a detour. "This way, Mei-chan, Katsumi-chan," Naruto said as he led them into a park on the side of the road. Konoha had these dotted all around the city for tourists. Luckily the one Naruto had wandered to was empty this early in the morning. It was still pretty dark out, but Mei had wanted to get a head start leaving. Katsumi had woken when Naruto went to get up and see her off, so they left Kurenai and Yugao to sleep while Naruto escorted Mei to the gates. Naruto stood in the middle of the park looking up and steeling himself to ask this when Mei spoke up, "Naruto-kun, we need to keep moving. I know you don't want me to go, but we have no choice. I need to run my country," she said in a loving voice. Naruto sighed and turned to his two most recent loves. "Mei-chan, I know that, but I am worried about your safety. You are most definitely a powerful person, but I can't help but worry. That's why I have a present for you." Naruto pulled one of his newly made Hiraishin kunai out and handed it to Mei. "Tenshi-chan, promise me you will carry this with you. I have already charged it with chakra, so it will be ready for my technique if you ever need me. But I will only sense it being thrown once the seal activates. If you are in trouble, would you please channel some chakra into your ring?" Naruto said with pleading in his eyes. Mei looked confused as she took the kunai and said, "I promise, but why channel chakra into my ring?" Katsumi looked at Naruto suspiciously. Naruto looked into their eyes and said, "Take your rings off and look on the inside under the gem." The women complied and looked at their rings. All they saw were his pet names for them, Misu Tenshi, for Mei, and Kuhi-sama, for Katsumi. They turned to look at Naruto again. Naruto said, "Underneath those names are seals hidden by a seal like the Hiraishins. If you channel chakra into it, I will be able to sense it because it is said to resonate with the seal on my body. It is a variation on the communication seal I had in the old house." Katsumi's and Mei's eyes widened and Mei spoke, "Of course I will, Naruto-kun." Naruto sighed in relief. "Mei-chan, I have one more thing for you. I have no use for the house within Konoha's walls. I sealed it up and put it within this scroll," he said as he pointed to a scroll in his hands now. "I know you have the cage residence within Kiri, but I was wondering if you would like this house so you can have your own and it is protected. You can also use the communication seal once you unseal it in Kiri." Mei's eyes widened and she took the scroll and kissed Naruto on the lips before stowing the scroll away. Naruto turned to Katsumi and spoke, "Katsumi-chan, could you do something for me?" Katsumi looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes. "You want me to go with Mei-chan, don't you?" Naruto looked at her apologetically. "Sigh, fine, I will do this if it sets your heart at ease," Katsumi said. Naruto grabbed Katsumi and kissed her fiercely on the lips before letting her go, and she whispered, "Grr." Mei looked a little miffed at the question but accepted it for Naruto's sake. Katsumi changed into her little kid form and wrapped her tail on Mei's neck as she napped on her shoulder. Naruto chuckled and rubbed her behind her ears and elicited some purring as they continued their trek to the gates. Naruto and Mei arrived at the gates showing the Mizukage's guards Ao and Chojuro. Naruto and Mei walked up to them and greeted them. "Ohio Ao-san, Chojuro-san." Ao and Chojuro greeted him back and questioned about Katsumi, but Mei simply smiled at him and said, "She is to put Naruto-kun's heart at ease, so she is coming with us." Ao and Chojuro quickly backed off from her smile and nodded their heads. After a short discussion, Mei was getting ready to leave before Naruto brought her to another kiss and added a little bit of tongue. He quickly explored her mouth before pulling back and kissing Katsumi's snout and walking to her guards while she was still slightly dazed. "Keep her safe," Naruto said to them with a slight bow. Ao snorted, "Like you need to tell me that." Naruto looked up at him with his battle eyes and continued, "Or you will wish you died with her." Ao and Chojuro took a step back before Naruto reverted and smiled at them as Mei finally called them to move out and they leapt into the trees toward Kiri. Naruto stood there looking at the road for a little bit before sighing and shunshitting back home to his remaining two loves. Naruto arrived in front of his house and thought about what he should do today. There was supposed to be some festival in a nearby town and he was debating taking Yugao and Kurenai out for the night since he hadn't had a real date with them for a while. He had 2 weeks off as did teammate in celebration of his promotion and reorganizing the teams. Yugao had taken some vacation time she accumulated to have a week and a half off with him and bask in the post-proposal phase as some called it. Naruto walked back upstairs and shed his shirt and shoes, keeping himself in just his pants as he crawled back in bed and laid there as Kurenai and Yugao immediately latched back onto him. He looked at his loves and started to reminisce about how he had met him and the dates they had been on. The things they had been through, like the council and finding out his heritage. The proposals had been a bit earlier than expected, but he was happy about it. He could say he loved all 4 of his fiancées even if he had not told Katsumi and Mei those exact words yet. Once he reached this point in his thoughts, he began to think of the future and what it might hold. He was worried about Akatsuki, but he was prepared for the majority of their fighters. The upper echelons would have to show themselves before fighting him, and if he could get any edge on their fighting styles, he could get an edge on how to beat them. Aside from him, he knew there would be more fights coming, but he could weather them all for the sake of a happier future with his fiancées. Naruto began to think about having his children and raising them so they became adults and giving them advice. Once he did, his thoughts turned to what he would have to talk about and hit the inevitable wall of the birds and bees, which he had basically learned through books, and turned to what he would have to do to have those children to grow. As his thoughts ran wild, his morning would return full force until Yugao stirred and Naruto realized his position and was trying to squirm out of the bed. Glad to see we managed to wake you up, Naru-kun. Kurenai purred from her side. Yugao finally woke up and slapped her lips together, making a smacking sound before she leaned in and kissed Naruto. Naruto kissed her back. Yugao continued kissing him until she suddenly pulled back and said, "Why does it feel like there is a lump in the bed?" As she looked down and noticed Naruto's manhood. Yugao smoked and put her hand on the head of his cock, feeling it through the pants, and said, "So, Naru-kun wants to do something with his fiancées," she said seductively as Naruto held in a groan from her, rubbing his head. Kurenai leaned in and nibbled his ear. "Well, we are engaged now." Naruto groaned and almost surrendered to them before he shot his eyes open and bolted into the bathroom down the hall and jumped into a freezing cold shower. Kurenai pouted and Yugao chuckled. "Want to go see Anko-chan today?" Yugao asked. Kurenai nodded and they both went about freshening up within the bathroom and got dressed. They headed downstairs to cook breakfast while Naruto walked into the room and put his clothes back on. "Naru-kun," Kurenai began while looking around at the breakfast table, "where is Katsumi-chan?" Naruto looked sheepish before Yugao said, "You sent her with Mei-chan, didn't you?" Naruto nodded and looked down. "I can't help but worry about you girls. She will be back in a few days. I will hurration over to Kiri and pick her up once they arrive." Kurenai shook her head and said, "We are powerful ourselves, Naruto, you don't need to protect us. Though I guess that is one of the things we love about you. Yugao and I are going to meet up with Anko-chan later on today, okay?" Naruto nodded and made his mind up about the festival. "Megami-chan, Murasaki Heim, there is a festival in a town about an hour's travel from here. Would you two like to go on a date tonight?" Yugao and Kurenai looked at each other before turning to Naruto and chorusing, "Hi." Yugao spoke up, "But we will need new yukatas." Naruto nodded and said, "You have access to my account, pull however much you need." Kurenai and Yugao grinned before finishing their breakfast, kissing Naruto and heading out to search for their yukatas. Time skip lunch. Yugao and Kurenai were waiting in the dango stand for Anko. They had learned she had a really rough mission and just returned yesterday, so they left her to sleep that morning instead of dragging her to see their yukatas and told her to meet them for lunch here. She had lit up at dango but couldn't really move, so they knew she would be here soon. Meanwhile, Kurenai was in thought. "We are engaged, aren't we? We should be doing stuff like that by now. I am glad we waited, but this is getting on my last nerves." Yugao sensed Kurenai's distress and said, "What's wrong, Kurenai-chan?" Kurenai turned to Yugao and debated for a second before speaking in a whisper so only she could hear. "I am thinking about Naruto and where we stand in our relationship." Yugao blinked and caught onto the underneath meaning and lowered her voice. "What exactly do you think?" Kurenai sighed. "I know Naruto sees us as attractive, otherwise this morning wouldn't happen. He had come back to bed and got morning wood just being with us for a bit. But I am wondering why he shies away from us when we try to take it to the next level. I know he has trouble letting some people touch him, but we can touch him anywhere except there and he doesn't mind." Yugao thought a moment and concurred with her fellow Naruto lover's thoughts. "Yes. I see what you are saying. But we can't just force him into it. Unless he doesn't know that's what his body is telling him to do. He knows his body's reaction is natural and that it leads to sex. He just isn't connecting that it means he is emotionally ready even though he is engaged to us, because he gets like that when he is just around us and we are aroused." Kurenai nodded her head and said, "Which means we will basically have to force him into a corner, or get him so drugged up on pheromones that he basically loses his self-control." Yugao nodded and they fell into an awkward silence as the two Naruto lovers thought about it before Kurenai said, "I want to do it. I haven't had sex since he saved me. I didn't really feel comfortable with any man touching me besides Naruto, but this just feels so right. I am ready to take this step." Yugao nodded. "I am not a virgin, but I love him too. I want to go there. Now that he proposed, there is no reason to hold back. He obviously wants it too." Kurenai looked at Yugao. "We should do it tonight. Katsumi is out of the house with Mei and it will be right after the date." Yugao looked shocked before saying, "What do you mean we?" Kurenai blushed and looked down, seeming shy now, and said after being quiet for a few seconds, I am a virgin, Yuga-chan. Naru-kun is too, but I am nervous about it. For some reason, ever since we got together with Naru-kun, I had always assumed you would be there to help me through it. She trailed off. Yuga simply held her shocked face until Kurenai peeked at her and she recovered. That is. Well, she stuttered and took a deep breath to compose herself. Kurenai started to lose some confidence in the thought of not having Yuga there. It was just as she had said, ever since she had gone on that date with Naruto, Yuga seemed to be there with the two of them. It seemed only natural their first time would be together as well. As odd as that may sound. Yuga calmed her racing heart at having a threesome and said, if you want to do this together. I suppose I can't deny you. It will make the experience an interesting first night, but you were correct, perhaps doing it together would seem more natural. We have done almost everything together since we went out with him, haven't we? Kurenai looked up at Yuga and said, Arigato. I know that may seem weird, but it just feels right. Yuga chuckled, regaining her composure as Kurenai came back from being shy and said, well, let's just not tell Anko-chan about this. If she heard about it, Kami knows where she would blab it. And just what shouldn't I be blabbing as you call it? Anko said from behind Yuga as Yuga froze. Nothing at all, and Chan. Kurenai said, which had Anko narrowing her eyes. So how is Karasu-kun doing? Yuga said, trying to change the subject. Anko sat down and sighed a wistful sigh that had Kurenai and Yuga sharing looks. Anko started to giggle and playing with her finger on the table as they placed their order. He is amazing. I have got to remember to thank your little blonde fox again for introducing us. Anko gushed. Kurenai and Yuga had not seen Anko so radiant since before Orochimaru left. What happened? Kurenai asked. Anko blinked before devouring 3 sticks of dango that had been put down and gulped them down. Well, after we had gone out for like 4 months, I finally decided to bed the guy. He was sweet, caring, and defended my honor despite my reputation, just like Naruto said he would. That guy is one hell of a lover, I gotta tell ya, the things he had me squealing. I never knew you could do some of those things. Well, we had been screwing about a month before some idiots walk in and try to harass me while I was at the store after the second exam, and when one of them called me snake bitch, I was about to unleash my viper at him when out of nowhere Karasu jumps his ass and throws him out the store and yelled so the whole damn sector could hear. Tell everyone out there if they have a problem with Anko Matarashi to stay the hell away from my shop, and if they want to fight her they will have to kill me to touch her. Then slammed his door and put the closed sign on it. Kurenai and Yuga were impressed for Karasu. He was always a quiet kind of guy so he could stay out of trouble, but it seemed he dropped it for Anko's sake. Well, right after that I got him into a hold and told him I was strong and didn't need his protection, to which he responded, so do I need a reason besides wanting to help my girlfriend? And after that we screwed like rabbits right there on the countertop. He popped the question, day after Naruto asked you to. He had the rings made the same place as Naruto's, see? Anko said, and showed a gold band with a diamond the same size as Naruto's girl's rings. Kurenai and Yuga squealed slightly and said, congratulations. Anko blushed brightly and said, I never thought I could marry after that damn curse seal took away my ability to have kids. But you know what Karasu said? So, we will just adopt, but I went for my usual physical and soon had checked me apparently on request from some ninja and found my ovaries are working again. I can be a mother. She had tears going down her eyes as she finally told her friends her greatest shame was gone. Kurenai and Yuga were shocked and hugged Anko as she cried about being able to have kids again. Have you told Karasu-kun yet? Kurenai asked. Anko shook her head. Yuga glared at her. Then why are you still here? Get going, you crazy girl, give us some nieces and nephews to pamper. Anko flushed and stood. Arigato, she mumbled, then shunshined away to Karasu. Kurenai giggled and said, I'm glad, but, you know, once she finds out about us tonight, she will be making the same claims to us, right? Yuga paled and said, oh Kami. Why didn't you stop me, Kurenai-chan? Kurenai just laughed and paid the bill. Time skipped that night. Naruto was again out in one of the spare houses in his compound. He had let the girls have the main house to get ready and had vacated the room about an hour ago and was about to walk over to the main house and pick the girls up. He had on a black kimono with silver flames at the bottom of it. His usual earring again replaced by the earring Kurenai had bought him and the moon necklace hanging around his neck. He checked his hair and face one last time before heading over to the main house. Naruto walked into the main house and called up the stairs the same as he did with Katsumi. Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, you ready? Kurenai yelled down, just a minute. And sure enough, 10 minutes later Kurenai and Yuga began to make their way down. Naruto's eyes widened as he took in their choices of yukata and makeup. Kurenai's yukata was golden in color with crimson foxes running around on it. Her creamy skin glistened in the light as she made her way down the stairs. She had on silver fox earrings and some red lipstick, her red eyes catching the light. Naruto turned to Yuga and saw her yukata was dark blue with phases of the moon on it. Her slightly tan skin contrasting with Kurenai's lighter skin. She had on silver crescent moons for earrings. Kurenai giggled and said, do you like it? I modeled it after one of yours mother's. Naruto nodded happily at her as he stopped looking at Yuga for a second. Marvelous, Megami-chan. Yuga pouted, what about mine? She asked as she struck a pose. Naruto looked over and smiled brightly, breathtaking, Murasaki Haim. Well, thank you, Naru-kun. Yugao said, and Kurenai and Yugao leant in and kissed him on the cheek. Well, shall we get going? I would like to see the fireworks, Naruto asked as he held his arms out for his dates. Kurenai took his right arm and Yugao took his left, and Naruto shunshined them as far as he could towards the festival. Tsunade sat at her desk looking over files for the ninja and missions coming into the village. The summons had not done much damage thanks to Naruto and Jiraiya, but they still had to repair the walls. She was currently trying to figure out how she was going to rearrange the teams but not horribly overbalance one. If she put Hinata into Shikamaru's old spot, they would be too assault heavy with a Hyuga and an Akamaki. She could not make a Chuunin team with just 2 Chuunins since Naruto was promoted to Tokubutsu Junin. He was not supposed to be on a Chuunin team. She thought about the Tsunade delegate that had shown up after the exams. Baki the Sand Trio's sensei. They claimed they had been tricked by Orochimaru into attacking them. Well, Tsunade did not particularly punish them since they had not technically broke the treaty, but she did manage to penalize them for allowing Gaara to use his Biju within the stadium and gain some important resources for Konoha. She finally sighed and put the teams away, promising to look again later and see if she could find something that could work out. The problem was Kurenai's team was perfectly proportioned. If Hinata were a Chuunin, then it would not be an issue since she could take the missions with her team, but, as a Genin, she was not qualified for the tougher missions. Just as she thought of this, she came across a mission request. Tsunade's eyes gained a gleam. This is perfect. If she does well on this mission, she can be field promoted to Chuunin for outstanding work and fix the team's problem. Tsunade thought. She chuckled evilly as she set it aside to give to Team 8 in a week. Just as she did, Jiraiya showed up on her windowsill and shuddered at her laughter. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, "Suhaim, I have some information." Tsunade immediately stopped chuckling and said, "Report." Jiraiya sighed. Akatsuki seems to be on the move. They have sent teams out to gather the Sanbi and Rokubi. They seem to be leaving Kumo alone but taking the ones that are not sealed first. It seems after this they will go dormant for 3 years before trying for the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had not told the Hokages about Naruto knowing, agreeing with his accurate placement of his power. He had seen him fight Gaara with ease and beaten the Aikibi rather handily apparently too. He trusted his Gosun's judgment so far and would continue to do so. Tsunade sighed. So he has 3 years, huh? I had hoped he would not need to worry about them, but the only person who could fight him currently is you and me. Since I am stuck in this office, you are the only choice. With 3 years, if his generation trains correctly, their teams could take down Akatsuki members, but currently none of them have the power to do so. What should we do? Jiraiya sighed. I had planned on taking him on a training trip and teaching him senjutsu, but taking him off the grid for 3 years is not going to help. He needs experience. Send him to ANBU and have him fight in some of their missions. Tsunade sighed. Is that the best option? Couldn't he train more? Jiraiya snorted. He has trained past anything I could teach him beyond some jutsus. If he gets experience, then he will be able to bring ME down easily with his current skill set. Tsunade's eyes widened at his declaration. Are you serious? How could you say that? You are the strongest of us 3, Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked Tsunade dead in the eyes. You have not seen half the things that kid can do. I sparred him once, and the only reason I won without Sage Chakra was because I had 30 years of experience on him. Tsunade looked at him owlishly and said, then we will have to give him some experience, won't we? I will arrange for some ANBU fights. Will you be training him when you stop in? Jiraiya looked down and said, if he wants me to. And leaped away. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's retreating form sadly before turning away. She regretted he was not close to his godson, but it was mostly his fault. She sighed and got back to the paperwork. Naruto, Yugao, and Kurenai arrived at the festival to see it in full swing. The stands were lit up with lights hanging from the roofs, and little kids ran around in their yukatas while couples and lovers were walking around holding onto each other. A romantic yet energetic atmosphere permeating the air. Kurenai and Yugao looked at the decorations in amazement. It seemed the theme of the festival was a bird of fire. The predominant color was crimson, so Kurenai was humming happily as Yugao giggled at Kurenai's almost drunk look. Naruto just smiled, enjoying seeing his two loves enjoying themselves. The trio walked through the festival looking at the different sites, playing a few games and just generally having fun. Kurenai and Yugao dragged Naruto to a shrine and made him pull a fortune. They all got their fortunes from the Miko and walked away to read them. Kurenai's fortune was good fortune. You will be confessed to tonight and will be happy. Stay close to your loved ones and stay away from snakes. Yugaro's fortune was neutral fortune. Something good will happen, then something bad will happen. Stay close to your koibito to stave off the bad accident. Naruto's fortune was excellent fortune. You will find out someone loves you tonight. Stay close to the fox and the moon, they will light your path. People could be seen tying the fortunes to the photon board. I don't know what it's called, but watch any anime festival episode and if they get fortunes you will recognize what I am talking about. They all tied their fortunes to the board and left to play more games since they still had about 20 minutes before the fireworks. The first stand they came to was a shooter game. You took 3 rings and shot them at the milk bottles which were standing a bit away from the stand opening. You had to get at least one on to get a prize, but if you managed to ring all 3 rings on a milk bottle you got some of the higher prizes. The stand had 3 levels of prizes to choose from, but the highest was if you could get all 3 rings on a single milk bottle, then you could win a silver bracelet with the moon hanging from it. Once Naruto saw the ultimate prize, he asked the owner, "How much is one throw?" 50 Ru. He said, "Okay, this is just 50 cents, not $50, okay." Naruto paid the man and grabbed the rings as Yugao and Kurenai looked on smirking. Naruto threw the first ring and hit the direct center milk bottle. He threw again and hit the same one. At this point the stand owner had his mouth open and was sweating. Naruto smirked and threw the last ring, hitting the same milk bottle and winning the moon bracelet. "Here you go," the owner muttered as he handed over Naruto's prize. "Arigato." He turned to Yugao and slid the bracelet onto her wrist. A perfect 5 mph, he was cut off with a kiss by Yugao, who shoved her tongue into his mouth and separated after 2 minutes of Frenching. Naruto, Kurenai, and Yugao kept walking until they saw another game. This one was a simply throwing game. There was a stack of bottles on a platform a set distance from the stand entrance. You got one throw per turn, but if you managed to knock them all down you got a prize. Well, Kurenai had hearts in her eyes when she spotted a crimson nine-tailed fox plushie on the top shelf. So Naruto went up to the owner and said, "How much for one throw?" 75 Ru. The owner said, "Again only 75 cents. Naruto paid the man and took the ball in his hand. Naruto weighed it and tossed it up and down a few times before he reached behind him with the ball in his hand and his arm whipped forward, throwing the ball through the bottles and knocking them down. Unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it I wouldn't believe it. Good throw, son. Which do you want?" the owner asked. Naruto pointed to the Kyuubi plushie and asked, "Why Kari Kyuubi, isn't that like a forbidden name in High no Kuni?" As he took his prize. The owner chuckled and said, "You haven't heard of Naruto Namikaze, the last heir to the Yondaime." He made a good point about the Kyuubi most had been blinded about. The first time it ever attacked was random, and this was as well. It always seemed to leave us alone normally, and it seemed to even protect us for a short time. So I started to let these back in my stands in honor of what Namikaze-sama has taught us about demons. Naruto smirked and said, "Arigato," leaving a bit of a confused man. Naruto gave the plushie to Kurenai, who squeezed it until it almost broke and had hearts in her eyes. "Hope this can keep you company at nights if I am not there," Naruto said cheerfully and got kissed again. "Let's go watch the fireworks," he said, and they headed to a hill where they could watch the fireworks from. The fireworks started almost right as they got situated, and Naruto and his loves enjoyed the show. Once it was over, Kurenai and Yugao looked at each other and looked at Naruto and told him they wanted to go home now. Naruto chuckled and they began their trek home. Naruto was pushed up against the wall in his bedroom, kissing Kurenai passionately as Yugao ran her hands all over his chest and legs. Naruto groaned as Kurenai ground her leg into Naruto's manhood. Naruto managed to take breath as Kurenai leaned back from the kiss, only to be silenced by Yugao's lips. Naruto managed to groan out through their ministrations, "Megami, Haim, if this continues I am not going to be able to hold myself back any longer." Finally admitting his perverted thoughts from when they would tease him. Kurenai whispered into his ear as she nibbled it, "That's okay. We want to do this. We want to take this step, Naru-kun. Now are you ready?" Yugao nibbled his other ear and said, "We both love you. You love us and we are engaged. What more is there to wait for?" Naruto finally looked into their eyes and nodded, "Okay Haim, Megami, if you are sure. I am ready." Chapter 15, Mate, and ANBU. Naruto woke feeling wonderful. He was surrounded by his mates. Wait a minute, he cracked his eyes open. Where's Murasaki Haim? He thought. He let his eyes wander around before spotting a note on the side table. He made a KB seamlessly, and with a soft pop, the KB came into existence and without saying a thing handed the note to Naruto and puffed away again. He would not risk waking Kurenai just yet. He was worried for her and Yugao because he knew that there would be some changes within their bodies since he marked them now. He pulled Kurenai closer to him and felt something was a bit off, but dismissed it when he brought the note closer to his face so he could read it. It said, "Anata, dear. I had to go get few things because of the changes your mark brought on. I think Kurenai-chan may need it too. Don't worry, it is nothing bad. In fact, when we get some alone time I am going to show you exactly what I think about your changes. I can't wait to try out sparring already. I can feel my body feeling better than normal. Anyway, I will be back early afternoon. When you wake up you might want to take a shower. It smells good, but you get sticky from all the sweat. Love, your Murasaki Haim." Naruto blinked and took a deep whiff of the room and smiled. It did indeed smell good to him, but he could feel his thighs were sicky with his lover's juices, so he went to move and Kurenai stirred. Kurenai woke and could feel a slight throbbing in her lower regions. She felt Naruto move near her and she snuggled in closer to him as she took a deep breath of him. She was happy she had finally done it and that it had been Naruto she had done it with. She blushed a bit at Yugao being there, but she had helped and made her feel better, so she was happy she had asked for the threesome. For some reason though, her chest seemed heavier today. She attributed it to her sex-induced euphoria and wrote it off as she snuggled Naruto and giggled like a schoolgirl. She heard Naruto move and he said, "What's so funny, Megami-chan?" Kurenai cracked a red eye open and looked at Naruto, catching a few more details than she usually did when looking at his face before responding, "Nothing. I am just happy, that's all." She smiled radiantly at him when he smiled at her and sent her heart beating like crazy again. She felt herself heat up and thought, "Damn, I just did it last night. I hope this isn't an every-time thing, then I don't know how we are going to leave this bed." Naruto asked, "Do you want to go take a shower?" Yugao-chan said she was going to pick up a few things and it is only 10. She said she would be back early afternoon so we should shower and eat some lunch. Kurenai's eyes gleamed. Sure Koibito, let's take a shower. She purred and got up from the bed shaking her hips as she went towards the shower. Again her chest felt a bit heavier but she was too focused on what her instincts were screaming at her to do to notice fully. Naruto watched Kurenai walk off swaying her hips and entered a bit of a trance staring before snapping out of it and walking towards the closet. Kurenai heard the bed move and peeked back at Naruto expecting him to be walking towards her but saw him walking towards the closet and fear of rejection set in before she blurted. Where are you going? Naruto looked at her and said, to get some clothes so I can take a shower down the hall. Kurenai sighed in relief and walked over to Naruto. Koibito, I was telling you to come in the bath with me. Naruto's eyes widened and Kurenai could see his response as his member rose. She smirked and led him into the bathroom. Naruto and Kurenai were eating lunch about 30 minutes later. Naruto had sent a KB down to make lunch after their little session and they had cleaned themselves up. Kurenai had gone in just a overlong shirt enticing Naruto to look at her which he took no time in ogling her even though he had just had sex with her twice. Now that he had sex he was free to ogle as he would call it and enjoyed every second of it. The sway of her breasts and the tantalizing flashes of her neatly trimmed black bush downstairs. Naruto had also chosen to tease Kurenai and wore only some boxers to breakfast. She was examining the body she had been running her hand all over the entire night and morning and been licking her lips unconsciously the entire time. They continued eating their lunch enjoying their lovers' company. Enjoying their lovers' bodies and just plain basking in that after sex no longer a virgin feeling. Naruto's confidence had been boosted quite a bit. He did not know if he was the best but he could satisfy his loves and for him that was more than enough. He was extremely happy with what had happened and appreciated the girls waiting so long. He never knew this was what it felt like to want to have sex for love and not just a physical attraction. Now he did. Kurenai was fidgeting around. She loved how she drew Naruto's eyes every time she jiggled. She could feel his stare at her ass and pussy. It was turning her on but it also gave her a new sense of confidence. She had always been the target of men's stares but the only one she had taken any merit to was Naruto's. Now that she was sure she appealed to him as much as he appealed to her she was basking in that feeling. Naruto suddenly spoke up after their lunch had been finished and said, I am going to go train with Kamikaze in the back, okay Megami-chan. Kurenai looked saddened a moment about Naruto leaving but she flashed him a smile and said, of course Koibito. I'll let Yugao know and I am going to go see Anko-chan later okay. Naruto nodded, got up, and went upstairs to change and shunshined out to the training ground so he wouldn't be tempted by Kurenai anymore. Even though he had just done her twice he was raring to go. Something was bugging the hell out of him and wearing his barriers of self-control down about physical interaction with the girls. He had let them tease him as much as they wanted but kept his hands off to avoid anything too much going on except the occasional ass grope. Now he wanted to just walk up to her and run his hands all over her sides and breasts until she was moaning in pleasure. So he went to train to alleviate it. Yugao walked into the living room and saw Kurenai there watching some TV. She walked up to Kurenai and said, so did you notice why I went out this morning? Kurenai turned to Yugao with some surprise and a glazed look, no. Why, what changed? She questioned. Yugao blinked at her inattentiveness and then saw the glazed look in her eyes. You little minx, you did it with him again already. Yugao said incredulously. Kurenai looked down and blushed, I couldn't help it. He said something sweet and my body just reacted to him. All of a sudden I needed his cum to be filling me. I can't explain it but it was the best experience I have ever had. Not that I have had much. She trailed off. Yugao frowned, okay. That is odd. I have never felt like that. I wonder if it has anything to do with our changes. Kurenai looked up surprised before saying, oh that's right, he changed us last night huh? Yugao nodded and said, come up to the room. I want to show you something. Kurenai nodded and turned the TV off before following Yugao upstairs. Yugao locked the door and turned around saying, strip to your underwear. I want to see something. Kurenai blushed slightly but started to remove her shirt and left herself in her underwear as Yugao removed her shirt, pants, and shoes. Once they were in their underwear Kurenai noticed what Yugao had been talking about. Both of their breasts had swelled a bit, bringing her to a mid-D cup and Yugao to bordering DD cup. She had been wondering why it was so hard to breathe. She took her bra off and sighed in relief as her breasts were freed. Yugao nodded and said, I see you noticed the first thing. The second I noticed was that our bodies seemed to have aged a few years maturing us fully. Finally, we are stronger, faster and we have accelerated healing. Watch. She cut a small incision with her kunai from her pants and her wound sealed up much faster than normal until about 20 seconds later there was no trace of it. Yugao then reached into the shopping bag. I guessed what size you would be but I bought only 2 so you could buy more custom ones later. She pulled out 2 crimson brass and handed them to Kurenai who immediately put one on and loved the way it fit. She asked what store Yugao went to and noted to visit it. I am going to go meet with Anko-chan, would you like to come? Kurenai asked. Yugao thought it over a moment before shaking her head, nah. I want to test my new strength and abilities. I am going to go ask Naru-kun if he would like to spar. Kurenai nodded, then replaced her clothes and headed out to meet Anko, whom she had contacted earlier, as Yugao put her clothes back on before heading to Naruto's training area. Kurenai headed to the dango stand. She usually met Anko at, humming a soft tune to herself and enjoying the leisurely walk. She wanted to talk to Anko because she hadn't seen her a lot before recently and she wanted to make up a bit for lost time. She did not want to let her know about having sex with Naruto. She giggled at the thought, which sent many stares at her, because she would tease her relentlessly about it. Anko may be scrutinous about who she bedded, but Kurenai would not even think about it before Naruto. Kurenai walked into the dango shop and sat down at their usual booth, ordering herself a sake as Anko walked in and ordered a few sticks of dango for her before she sat down. "Afternoon, Nai-chan," Anko said exuberantly. Kurenai smiled at Anko and said, "Hello, An-chan." Anko raised an eyebrow before looking at Kurenai again. She shrugged. The nickname Kurenai usually only calls her when she is trying to get her to drop something off, and sat down. "So how did Karasu-kun take the news yesterday?" Kurenai asked as she sipped on the newly arrived sake. "He was ecstatic for me. He couldn't care less, but he was happy I was happy." She trailed off as she saw Kurenai sigh. Anko's eyes narrowed. "What's going on?" "First, she is using my nickname, which she only uses when she wants me to drop something. Then she asks a question but doesn't even answer and goes off into La La Land. Third, she is literally glower, eng. No way," Anko thought. "You had sex, didn't you?" she asked under her breath. Kurenai blinked and looked at Anko with innocent eyes. "Why would you say that?" she asked. Now most would assume she would be innocent because of the lack of blush and stuttering, but not Anko. She was not a master interrogator for nothing. "You were calling me nicknames, you don't listen to my answer to a question you asked, you keep sighing, and you were literally glowing with sex appeal." Kurenai's eyes lit up. "I guess it is no use hiding, huh?" "Yeah, we finally took that step last night," she admitted. Anko's eyes got a gleam in them. "So, how was he?" she asked. Kurenai looked at Anko. "What do you mean?" Anko rolled her eyes. "You know, how was he? How did his cock feel as he pile-drived it into your pussy? How did it feel as he ravished you again and again? How did it feel as—" Kurenai blushed. "Enough. He was great. Managed to get me to come my first time. But he was so gentle and kind. He worried about me the whole time. Though yug." She stopped as she realized what she just said. Anko's eyes gleamed stronger. "So Yu-chan was there helping her? Or was it his idea?" she teased. Kurenai sighed. "I asked her to help. I was nervous. Anyways, he was amazing last night." She trailed off and got a dreamy look as she remembered this morning. Anko's eyes narrowed and she said, "You're hiding something from me." Kurenai cursed herself. Maybe having sex wasn't such a good thing if she could be read like an open book. "We did it again when I woke up this morning." Anko's eyes widened and she said, "That little horn dog. Bet he couldn't wait to plow you again, huh?" Kurenai backpedaled, trying to make sure Anko wouldn't hurt Naruto, thinking he was just screwing her for her body. "Actually, I wanted it. I invited him into the shower subtly and he didn't get the hint until I dragged him in there." Anko grinned like a madman. "Oh ho ho. So Nai-chan couldn't wait for her second helping of blonde fox. Damn, he's good. Well, I am sure he will make you happy," she said with one of her rare true smiles, which had been appearing more often lately since Karasu came into her life. Kurenai smiled lightly and said, "Yes he does, An-chan. Yes he does. Anyway, how is Karasu-kun doing now that you can become a mother?" she said, changing the subject. Anko's eyes became misted as she remembered something, and the two girlfriends of over a decade continued talking until it became close to dinner and they headed off to their own men. Naruto was training with his dual swords while Kamikaze was giving some pointers on what he could do with them. "Feel their presence, Naruto-sama. See how they harmonize. Channel some chakra through them until they resonate, then swing them together to form their ultimate attack," Kamikaze said. Naruto slowed his breathing and closed his eyes, concentrating on the swords in his hands and his chakra. He felt his chakra flow through his swords as if they were an extension of himself. He had been concentrating on his ninja skills since the Chunin exams and had led his Kenjutsu LAX. He berated himself for this and decided to train with his swords more this month and finally balance out the month after. He could still fight well enough, but using any of the special abilities of his swords were out of the question because of the fact he had not connected with them enough since Kamikaze transformed. He still was connected to Kamikaze, but he was the central intelligence. The swords themselves became semi-sentient, being able to determine whether or not to grant their full power to Naruto. He had managed to fix some of his connection, but they refused to go further until he used them more often. That was the message he got from their nudges in his mind. He concentrated and swung Denki. He saw as a wave of sparks came off the blade that would shock anyone within 5 feet of in front of the swing. This was the basics of the sword. It was meant to disable the enemy and allow Cereza to finish off the enemy. Denki was more of a support sword, but its usefulness could not be denied. It was a paralyzing sword that was useful for capture or death. It was used in his supposed offhand, so that even if the swings were not as powerful, the lightning running through it would make up for that. The amazing thing was it allowed him to control electricity within his body, so should he be shocked while holding Denki, it would allow him to ignore the electricity as it would purge him of it before it would take care of it by discharging it into the blade. Cereza, on the other hand, was almost completely a finisher blade. As deadly as Kamikaze had been, it really was a slightly smaller one-sided version of the blade. It held many of the same attacks and allowed him superior control over wind. His blade took minimal amounts of chakra to create the wind chakra effect on itself. It would cut through even the strongest of materials now. The only thing it might not cut would be the defenses of a demon or its minions. Naruto concentrated and sent multiple Benika's attacks at the training dummies, then took a deep breath and calmed himself. After doing this, he walked to the center of the training field and closed his eyes. He breathed in, then started one of the katas Kamikaze had shown him. He started to go through the katas faster and faster until he was a blur and he suddenly heard a clang. He opened his eyes to see Yuga smoking at him with a determination within her eyes. Naruto quirked his eyebrow and said, "Haim, what are you doing?" As they held their blades in stalemate. Yuga smirked, "I want to test my new body. Spar with me," she finished with a shout. Naruto's eyes widened. He had forgotten how he was going to have to change them. "Oh my Kami. How are you and Megami-chan? You aren't hurting, are you? Maybe I should go get Katsumi-chan to check you girls out." He started to ramble until Yuga leaned in and kissed him, silencing him. Yuga giggled as she pulled back and left Naruto panting. "We are fine. In fact, we feel more than fine. Now spar with me." She disappeared and Naruto had to block a aim for his back. He smirked as he began a deadly dance with his Haim. 45 minutes later. Yuga aimed a strike at Naruto's right arm, but he blocks it with Sarasa and slashes at her with Denki. He had managed to hit her with Denki once, but she had pushed him back before he could take advantage of it. She had managed to stay out of the range of it so far. Sarasa was not even chipping Crimson Whirlpool, so she was ecstatic that the blade was so resilient. But there had been a rising need in her. As she kept fighting Naruto, she could feel her control slipping, her body heating up more than normal as she continued her heated dance with her Anata. She could feel herself beginning to give in and wondered if this was what Kurenai had felt when she had woken up. If so, she could hardly tell her to resist it. Naruto could feel his tension building. There would be little to set him off at this point. He was trying to figure out why he was so damn set on having sex again after his recent romps with his loves. He was starting to get desperate, but he did not want to sound like a pervert for asking to do it again so soon. After all, he didn't know how often they should have it. Yuga sent a strike directly across his chest, forcing him to bring his swords up in a X pattern to block it and catch the sword. As soon as he did, they looked into each other's eyes and the dam broke as Yuga leaned forward and kissed him so passionately he dropped his swords and wrapped her in a hug while ravishing her mouth as she dropped Crimson Whirlpool. Yuga and Naruto made their way inside and cleaned themselves up from their sex and their practice. They headed downstairs and ate with Kurenai. They all went to bed sleeping, thinking about why the hell they still wanted to fuck each other silly. Naruto decided he would have to ask Katsumi if this was normal. Time skip 5 days later. Naruto and his loves had been resisting screwing each other brains out for the past 5 days. Naruto was glad when he finally felt the pull to his Hiraishin kunai he had given to Mei and Hiraishined over to Kiri. As soon as he appeared, he looked around and noticed he was in the Mizukage office before he was set upon by 2 women, both taking their turns kissing him. As soon as he had finished kissing them and they were both in his arms, he had to deal with an accusatory glare from Katsumi. He looked at Katsumi and pursed his eyebrows before asking, "What's wrong, Kuhi-sama?" Katsumi sighed before saying, "Nothing, Naruto-kun. Nothing." Naruto looked at her and stepped back from the both of them before looking at her sternly, and Katsumi fidgeted. "It is not nothing. Now tell me what is wrong so I can help." Katsumi looked at Naruto and said, "You will not be able to help this. Are you sure you wish to know what is troubling me?" Naruto's stern gaze grew steely. "Of course." Katsumi looked at Mei apologetically before saying, "You're no longer a virgin, Naruto-kun." Mei gasped and looked at Naruto, a little hurt she couldn't have shared that experience. Naruto's eyes grew shocked before he said, "How do you know that?" Katsumi looked down before saying, "I can smell it. You are in heat. That can't happen if you are a virgin. It's to keep younger demons from going out and becoming nothing more than slaves to the pleasure. If you were a bit older, I would not make that assumption." Naruto looked shocked before sighing and saying, "Yes, that is true. I shared the night with Yugao-chan and Kurenai-chan twice now. Thought the second time must have been from the instinct, since we have been having trouble keeping our hands off each other since the first night, the day you girls left. I am sorry if this hurts your feelings. But this was going to happen at some point." He looked down, sad he had hurt his loves. Mei and Katsumi both looked at him apologetically before Mei spoke up. "That is true, I suppose, Naruto-kun. I had hoped we would share it on our wedding night, but it seems Kurenai and Yugao have been with you long enough for such a thing. I expect you to blow my world when it happens with us. Naruto." She ended with a smirk. "I guess it was inevitable. You spent the most time with them. You have known them officially longer, so it makes sense. But with you being in heat, you must be careful. Since I am sure they are hanyas now, if they are in heat as well, one of them might be pregnant. I will have to check when we go home to be sure. But I hope you used protection. Anti-pregnancy jutsus are pretty infallible even for demons," Katsumi said, imparting some knowledge to Mei and Naruto. Naruto nodded and said, "Have a good time, Mei-chan. I need to get home and explain things to Kurenai and Yugao." Mei nodded. "It's fine, Naruto, for the house I just need to unseal it, all the seals are in place." Naruto nodded. "Then it is fine, Naruto. I will see you in a month when I call you." Naruto nodded again before grabbing Katsumi and Hiraishining out of Kiri and back home. Mei sighed as she saw her love leave. Katsumi and Naruto appeared in the living room and Katsumi had to steady herself from all the pheromones being emitted. Her eyes widened and she said, "Holy damn Naruto. What the hell happened here?" Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. "We haven't had sex for a while since we didn't know what was going on." Katsumi sniffed and saw Kurenai and Yugao looking at her and Naruto with some lustful gazes. She sniffed again and looked at them. She sighed, "They aren't pregnant but they are both in heat. You said you changed them about 6 days ago." Naruto nodded. "It will wear off in a few days. Don't have sex again. Even jutsus sometimes fail. Naruto, it might be better if you live in another house for a few days." Naruto looked down and said, "Okay Katsumi-chan." Katsumi nodded and gathered the girls explaining the situation. None of them saw the look of pain on Naruto's face as he shunshined away. Time skip 4 days. Naruto had been living in the other house for 4 days now. He hated it. It reminded him too much of his younger years when he was alone. But he dared not go near any of his loves because of his condition. He was training himself into the ground each night and avoided all contact with anyone. He had sent a clone to gather food from the store the first day and had yet to run out. He would not come out when Katsumi would come over and knock on the door. Today Kurenai and Yugao had been with her but he simply shunshined away from him and into his private training ground protected by the foxes and other woodlands within his compound. He had found this and used it for his personal training that he did not want anyone to see or that was too dangerous to use when someone could find him in the middle of it. He felt bad for forcing such a thing on Kurenai and Yugao. But it felt worse being alone. He decided being alone was his punishment for being so perverse and forcing Kurenai and Yugao into such a state. Even though it had been him that had insisted in the first place, he still blamed himself, believing he hurt his loves. So he isolated himself from them and kept his distance, believing that they would be better off without him around, forcing such things to go on. Time skip 3 days. Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi were all very worried and very pissed. They knew Naruto was avoiding them but they didn't know what about. At first they had believed it was because he was still in heat, but as that passed they all could smell he was no longer in such a state. 3 days ago they had made their way over to the house he had been staying at on the compound to tell him their heats had gone away, but when they knocked no one answered. Each day they went back and knocked but he never answered the door. Katsumi had told Kurenai and Yugao about how he wouldn't open the door before as well and they began to grow fearful that something had happened to him. They decided to bust the door down and see what was inside today and they went to the house early in the morning. They knocked but received no answer and Katsumi hit the door forcing it to blow off its hinges. The 3 women stalked inside being cautious because if something could hurt Naruto then it was powerful. They kept working their way through the house, noticing small things like the kitchen was fully stocked with some food. The place was aired out and had the smell of someone living here. They kept going until they reached the master bedroom. Having checked all the other rooms they kicked this door down and sprung in, only to find nothing but an undisturbed bed. They all looked confused until they grew pissed. "Where the hell is he?" Kurenai shouted. "It's bad enough he had to live on his own for a week, now he is gone." Yugao wailed. Katsumi sniffed and said, "No, he was here just a few hours ago. I bet he is training." Kurenai huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. "He better have a damn good explanation for this." Yugao grinned evilly, "Or else." Katsumi looked at the 2 girls and sweet dropped, seemed their demonic features made them a little more possessive of their blonde. "Let's settle in and wait. He will be back here tonight. We can catch him then," Katsumi said. Kurenai and Yugao nodded and they headed back to the living room to relax and wait. Naruto was on his way home. He hated living alone. He only now realized what he really had too. He had loved it, loved the feeling of them waking up each morning smothered in their love. Now he woke in a cold bed all because of his selfishness. He sighed and trudged his way up to his door. He looked at his door and noticed the hinges were off but the door was standing straight up. He looked at it weirdly before pushing on it and watching it crash to the floor. His eyes widened as he realized why it would be broken before he turned around and tried to dash away from the house before what he thought was going to happen happens. No such luck. As soon as he turned he felt his collar being grabbed and him being dragged into the house. He merely walked backwards and was thrown down onto a chair and sat there staring up into 3 sets of eyes glaring at him. "Want to tell us why you have been avoiding us, Naruto?" Kurenai asked angrily. "How about why you won't answer the door when we come to see you?" Yugao said. "Or when I came to see you but you just ignored me. At first, we had considered you were just in heat but with time that passed." Katsumi said. Kurenai spoke before Naruto could say anything. "So why is it you don't want to see us? Is it you don't like us now that we have gone this far?" Yugao finished the blow. "I mean that is why most men sleep with women then leave them." Naruto looked down. "You don't need me around forcing you to do such perverse things. If you wish to leave, go ahead. I won't stop you. You don't need me," he repeated and was gone in a yellow flash. Katsumi, Kurenai, and Yugao's eyes widened and they all looked at each other. "What the hell did we just say?" Kurenai asked. "More importantly, what the hell did we just do?" Yugao said. Katsumi looked mortified. She had been with Naruto all his life and now when he needed understanding the most she had assumed he was being selfish. She couldn't believe she did such a thing. "We have to find him. Correct this. I think it was the imbalance of chemicals making us a bit more agitated because of the pheromones and such, but that does not excuse our actions or words. I was careless when I told him to live in another house all by himself. Kurenai's eyes widened and she finished Katsumi's thoughts. Because he was alone when he was younger, telling him to do something like this makes him relive those years. Now he doesn't have you, Katsumi. Though he does have Kamikaze, that isn't enough anymore. Yugao said, we have to find him, but how? I don't know where he trains by himself. Katsumi made some yipping noises and some foxes came in. After talking with him for a bit, she said, Naruto has a special place he trains at in the corner of the compound away from everyone so he can practice his deadlier jutsus without someone, by this I mean any of the girls, happening upon the field. The girls immediately set off to correct their mistake. Naruto appeared in his training clearing. He immediately broke down crying from the harsh words from his fiancées. He stayed there crying as Kamikaze spoke up, counseling its young wielder. Naruto-sama, they do not mean what they say, you know this. Why do you insist on suffering for something that they chose to do? They loved you enough to have sex with you and agree to marry you. Why would they hate you for such a simple reason as doing something perverse when you were supposed to do that when you were with the person you were in love with? Please, Naruto-sama, stop crying. Naruto's sobs subsided a little and he thought, you have always been there, haven't you, Kamikaze? You may not talk if you deem I am doing okay, but you are always there in my darkest hour to bring me back. Thank you. But they want nothing to do with me. I release them and they will go out and love others. I will keep the marriage with May, but I will not mark her when we produce children. I will not live through this again. Nothing is as bad as loving someone and having them break your heart. I have endured wounds the likes of which could kill anyone, but this hurts much worse. Naruto-sama, you will always have me, but you must not give up on them. They knew not what they said. Trust me, give them a chance to explain and you will see they love you as much as they are capable of loving another being. Kamikaze said. Naruto shook his head. I doubt I will see them again, Kamikaze. They will live the rest of my lifespan, but I will not live past May's if she will have me after hearing about this. Once he finished this thought, he heard the signs of 3 people making their way through the bushes. He dried his eyes and turned his gaze to the tree line where he heard the movement and waited. After about 3 minutes, Kurenai, Yugao and Katsumi burst through the tree line and beheld Naruto. His blue eyes puffy and bloodshot from his crying, but his demeanor noble and unyielding. They all felt regret run through them as he spoke in a voice he had for those he was neutral to. Not the loving tone they were accustomed to hearing from him. Is there a problem, Yuhi-san, Uzuki-san, Hyubi-san? He asked. Each of the girls flinched as they heard him revert from using their names. Naruto-kun, I didn't mean what I said. Kurenai stumbled through, truly ashamed of her behavior. Yes, Naruto-kun, we know you would not cease a relationship with us or that you only wished for our bodies. Yugao said. Naruto-kun, we are sorry about the way we treated you, but... Katsumi said before being cut off. But what? Naruto almost shouted, his Yuki flaring. But you were angry. I suppose so, I forced you to do those perverse things, right? That's why I was keeping my distance from you. If I were around you would have to do such a thing against your will. But it's okay, go ahead and leave. I release you from the marriage promise and you may find someone who will love you as you wish, who will not force you to do something. Go find yourself a place to live and I hope you find another person to love you. Know this though, if Mei-chan will have me after this I will not mark her. My life ends with Mei-chan's, or, if she does not want me, when I decide my generation has lived long enough. Eternal life will not be given to you so you may live with your loves in the afterlife. Consider it a final act to you as my loves. Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi were crying at this point. What he said was almost too much to bear. Kurenai spoke through choking sobs. I don't want to live anywhere but with you. Only you, Naruto-kun, only you, she said as she sobbed in pain. I don't want anyone else to love, I love you, Naruto. Yugao said as her tears streamed down her face. I will never find another so long as I live, Naruto. You know that, Katsumi said. Naruto looked down at his loves, at their crying faces and heard Kamikaze talk. You know they feel horrible, otherwise they would not be crying to you about it. They really love you, Naruto-sama. Do not turn down such strong love. They love you more than they could ever love anyone else. Their souls are entwined with yours. Do not push them away any longer, embrace them as you long to do. Naruto's eyes softened and he said, Gomen, Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, Kuhi-sama. As he walked towards them, their eyes now shedding tears of joy as he looked at them. I was trying to stay away from you so you didn't feel you had to do anything. I blamed myself for our instincts, but it was not my fault. Could you ever forgive me? He asked as he bowed his head, not looking at them, and was suddenly tackled by them all crying happily into his chest. They stayed there, Naruto letting them cry and the girls enjoying the embrace of the one they love. Naruto had let his tails out and wrapped them all in a red and gold cocoon, keeping them warm as they all fell asleep under the stars. The next day, Tsunade called Naruto into her office to discuss something with him. So Naruto was on his way to the Hokage's office without his team, who was scheduled to reconvene once Hinata made Chunin. They would be an all-around team. Naruto walked up the stairs and knocked on the door to the Hokage's office and heard her come from the office before he entered. Once he did, he saw that Tsunade and Jiraiya were there. Oh heyo, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-san. Bowing his head slightly to each. Jiraiya waved, happy he had been greeted but sad that he was still Jiraiya-san. Tsunade smiled slightly before saying, Naruto-kun, I heard that your skill level is extremely high, but there is an organization that is after you, or more importantly, the Biju. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, who shook his head slightly, and Naruto sighed before saying, I already know about Akatsuki Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-san informed me about him when he learned my actual skill level. Tsunade shot a glare at a shocked-looking Jiraiya before turning back to Naruto. He should not have done that. You were a genin. Naruto cut her off. The council saw me as a junin. Do not presume things upon rank. As a genin, I had enough power and skill to match you if you aren't at the top of your game, Hokage-sama. I believe our fight was proof of that. Tsunade's eyes narrowed before she sighed. I suppose you're right. But do not interrupt me again or I will blow you through a wall, you brat. Naruto smirked. You can try, but even if you do hit me, do you wish to risk angering 4 of the strongest kunoichi on the planet? Swan paled a bit while Jiraiya laughed and held a thumbs up. Naruto turned serious and said, what was it you wished to speak about? Tsunade saw the change and said, I wish for you to join ANBU so you may gain some battle experience, so you may fight these S-rank criminals when they appear to try to fight you in Konoha. Naruto thought about it for a moment before saying, what about my team? We are one of the best rounded teams you have and our success rate is second to none. Tsunade blinked and was a little surprised Naruto was not simply jumping around or simply agreed to join ANBU the elite. They will be kept together and assigned another person. Naruto frowned, so you are going to take one of your best known teams apart so I can join ANBU and gain experience I could gain by fighting the ANBU while staying on my team. Though I suppose that puts everyone but Kurenai at risk of being killed by S-rank shinobi should they come soon. Tsunade nodded her head, exactly my thoughts. Naruto sighed, very well, but when Akatsuki is gone or my team is strong enough to fight him, then I want my old team back. They helped me through thick and thin, so I trust them more than some new ANBU even with my new status. Tsunade nodded, done. Now Jiraiya would like to train you while he is in town. Naruto turned his gaze to his godfather who fidgeted under his gaze. Will Jiraiya-san be attempting mission with my team and I if we find Akatsuki bases and the like? He questioned. Tsunade looked at him and answered, yes, if your team is deemed suitable for the mission. Jiraiya spoke up at Naruto's flick of his eyes, Suhan, Naruto and I are really the only one who can fight these guys. Even the lower ones could kill a full ANBU team, no sweat. Tsunade sighed and said, yes, but if I don't believe Naruto is ready I am not going to send him to a potential death trap. He will only be sent with my approval. Naruto's eyes hardened a bit, but he said, if Jiraiya wishes to train me when he is within the village, so be it. I will enjoy sparring with him and perfecting jutsu. Jiraiya lit up like a Christmas tree when he heard the drop of honorific and turned to Naruto but saw a look that said, we are going to talk. And adopted a serious grin. He pointed up meaning at the Hokage heads. Tsunade sighed and said, welcome to the ANBU Fox. Naruto nodded and took the directions of where he was to report before leaving and Jiraiya following. Naruto and Jiraiya reached the Hokage's heads and Naruto turned to his godfather and said, before you tell Tsunade-san of any bases, you should contact me. She does not plan correctly. She has seen half of my power and I have told her my full extent, but she still believes me to be a mere young idiot, it seems. Do you agree, Jiraiya? Jiraiya hesitated but eventually nodded, yes, after seeing you fight. I have no interest in saying you cannot handle an S-ranked shinobi by yourself. I will talk with you first before mentioning any Akatsuki bases. Naruto nodded, how much have you told Tsunade-san about Katsumi and Akatsuki? Jiraiya said, nothing about Katsumi. Don't want to panic with her accidentally spilling the beans when she is drunk. As for Akatsuki, just the lower level teams. Nothing more. Naruto nodded, very good, Jiraiya. I can't wait to start to work together. I am pleased with your efforts, please try to tone your perversion down near me and you would turn out to be a very decent man. Jiraiya smirked and said, thanks Gaki. Chapter 16 ANBU, Love, and Katsumi. Naruto was headed towards the ANBU headquarters. Kurenai had not been happy with the decision to break her team up. She had been downright furious with Naruto for accepting ANBU's status, but once she heard his explanation calmed down and huffed. She didn't like it, but she admitted that she was not ready to take on anyone from the Akatsuki. She had decided to study in the Namikaze estate and increase her own reserves and techniques with her new body and had vowed to be able to take on one of the Akatsuki members with Yugao once she had finished. He had sat down and explained everything about Akatsuki he knew to his loves. Katsumi had been seriously agitated that her organization was going around taking and sealing all of her fellow demon lords. Katsumi was hung around his neck like a scarf with her head resting on his shoulder. He was wondering whose team he might be put on. He hoped it was Yugaro's, but there wasn't an open spot on there and he had no high hopes for it. So he continued on his way, ignoring the bows he got now that his heritage had been revealed and he had the backing of the Fire Daimyo. No one dared sneer at him, but he was not happy with them. They only did this after they found out his heritage. So he took solace in the fact he had 4 women who loved and respected him and decided to earn his respect even if the village begrudgingly gave it to him already. Naruto arrived at the ANBU headquarters and looked at the nondescript entrance. He sighed and headed inside, discreetly picking out the normal guards. He was surprised when he noticed a third one though. Apparently keeping up the same guards while expanding and putting a new one was the new method. That was rather good. Naruto smirked at the Hokage's decision. She may not be right on his account, but she did good by the village, and that is what counted. Naruto walked into ANBU headquarters and walked up to the desk. Fox reporting for duty. He stated so only the desk could hear him. The desk clerk looked up and his eyes widened slightly before he said, "Training ground 2." Naruto nodded and turned around. He went to walk into hallway and, once he was sure he was out of sight, he put his mask on and released the henge on his normal clothes. He appeared in a puff with the regular ANBU armor on but with a slight twist. He had on a dark crimson trench coat to hide his swords on his back and had black flames on the bottom. It was to be the calling card of the ANBU Fox. He had talked with Tsunade and had almost forced her to agree to let him do this for one reason. Make a name for this ANBU and make Konoha feared once more. Few countries would attack Konoha now with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and Naruto here, but if you added in a mysterious ANBU who seemed to have powers equaling Kakashi and Naruto, it would ensure their defense from all but the most well-laid plans. Those types of plans which would be easier to sniff out because of the massive amounts of firepower they would need to handle 5S rank shinobi within their ranks. Of course, they could still use Katsumi's demon form as an ultimate defense should it turn out horrible. So Naruto started down the hallway heading to the training ground on which he was to meet his team. Naruto walked into the training grounds and looked around. He scoffed and said, "You guys will have to do much better than that to hide from me. I know you know my actual identity, my senses are well known, I hope you do better on a mission." He felt the ANBU bristle, but they just appeared in front of him and looked him over as he did to them. Naruto's shoulders slumped slightly as he realized he was not on Yuguro's team, but he brightened right back up as he realized he would be able to have some one-on-one time with Katsumi since she had been out of the seal. The one on the left was wearing a Tora mask. He was 5 feet 10 inches with short black hair and a stocky appearance. He looked like he was built for Taijutsu. The one on the right was wearing a Kuma mask. He was 5 feet 6 inches with short brown hair that was tied behind his head in a slight ponytail. He looked more like Naruto's physique with a runner's body, so Naruto assumed this guy was the ninjutsu or genjutsu user. The one in the middle had the red lining on his shoulder guard to show that he was the captain. He was wearing a Ru mask. He was 5 feet 8 inches with brown hair that was kept so short it was just slightly growing out. He looked a bit pale. Again, a ninjutsu user. Naruto heard Katsumi groan slightly from all the males, but he just smiled behind his mask and rubbed her head, making her purr and nestle closer into her perch. "So how does this work, Teiku?" he asked his leader. The captain stepped forward. "We have already been briefed on your acolytes as Hokage-sama has seen them and to prepare you for your time in ANBU and for fighting S-rank shinobi. This is the elite team. We are sent out after the most dangerous criminals that Konoha has to offer or for things that are deemed suicidal by the rest of the village. If Itachi Uchiha were to appear, we would be the ones sent to the location. We are not happy to have been separated from our other comrade in order to help you. But this is our mission and we will do this to the best of our abilities. I expect you to do the same." Naruto's eyes narrowed. That was dumb. Why did Hokage-sama take your comrade away? I could have been an alternate to let you guys take regular missions and allow me to tag along on ones that would have suited my skill set along with yours. The captain shrugged. "I don't understand it either, but she did." Naruto nodded. "Tell me what Hokage-sama said of my acolytes. I will help to fill in anything." The captain shook his head. "No, we are going to fight. 3-on-1. The fight begins when I stop talking. Don't hold back," he explained as the three of them disappeared. Naruto immediately closed his eyes and concentrated as he heard Kamikaze say, "Finally, worthy opponents. It has been too long." Naruto could feel the yearning from his blades to be let loose. He smirked as he had no intention of not letting him out. Tsunade was trying to baby him. Setting the strongest to train him is a good idea, but she also said it so he wouldn't be doing anything and have to rely on his team. Or so she thought. She was trying to make up for something because she didn't believe he had the power he did. Well, Naruto would have to show her she was wrong. Katsumi purred. "Is it time to finally let loose, Naruto? Can we finally fight as one?" she asked through their mental link. Naruto's smirk went to a feral grin. "Oh yeah, Katsumi-chan. Oh yes, this is where we cut loose. No more holding back to avoid repercussions. I want my enemies cowering," he said with some bloodthirst. It seemed having had his first hit wasn't the only thing having sex did. His battle instincts were now open too. Katsumi purred from her perch as she felt Naruto's eyes turn into his Hanyu state. Naruto released most of his seals, leaving him at a level 2 resistance seal. Katsumi jumped down and stretched as she discreetly took whiffs of the air. She had their sense now and she knew Naruto did as well. They immediately crouched and disappeared into the foliage, intent on finding their prey. Tora was waiting in a clearing. His power was Taijutsu as Naruto had predicted. As such, he saw no reason to hide. Either he would be able to beat his opponent or not. He felt his comrades surrounding his clearing so that his fight could be watched. They planned on watching his tactics and using it to counter him when their turn came. As much as the captain said it was a 3-on-1, none of them would be double-teaming Naruto. He may be strong, but from his abilities he wouldn't last 2 minutes against 2 of them, let alone 3. As much as it screamed at Tora not to stand in plain view, he did. He was not a stealth expert. He knew how to get around silently, as being on this team required you to do. However, a true tracker like Naruto would be able to sniff him out with almost no trouble, so he picked a terrain more advantageous to himself and waited. His body was more durable because of a slight bloodline, but it had never been proven, so he was not registered as one. His family though were always the top Taijutsu specialists within Konoha, on par with Might Guy without his gates. Their bodies could withstand the gates easier, but many did not like hurting themselves to such an extent. They trained to open up to the 5th gate, which would hurt them and leave them disabled but not completely torn up, but few, if any, went past it. His family also had a strong affinity to earth but little in reserves compared to many other ninja. Naruto came into the clearing and slowed down as he spied Tora just standing there. I thought this was a 3-on-1. What are you doing? Tora smirked behind his mask. Time to knock him down a peg. 3-on-1, you gotta be kidding me. A new Junin like you. Even if you were impressive, you were still years away from taking on 2 of my comrades, let alone all 3 of us. He said with mirth in his voice. He assumed his stance and made a come motion with his hand. Naruto saw red. Underestimate him, will they? Very well, time to show him what he could really do. He wanted a pure Taijutsu spar. Fine, that was what he was gonna get. Lesson 1 Taijutsu, Naruto said as he took the hummingbird stance. Tora immediately recognized the stance and panicked for a second. Shit, he knows that. Oh, this could be really bad. Hokage-sama said all he had was a bastardized version of it, but from that basic stance it looks like he has it mastered. Tora had seen the beginning stances of the hummingbird style, as had most ANBU, but the higher stances and katas had never been revealed before the Hokage's death, so he knew some of the basics but not much. Naruto smirked behind his mask as he smelled the slight apprehension his teammate had at facing him now and thought, finally, maybe he will take me seriously. Naruto shot forward and sent a punch at his teammate who had recovered and was blocked as Tora stepped in and went to deliver a powerful blow to Naruto's stomach. Naruto pushed against his opponent and managed to move back to avoid the side hit and sent a kick at Tora's leg. Tora let go of Naruto and pushed away from him, gaining him each a bit of distance. Tora and Naruto assumed their positions as Katsumi watched from the foliage, already having marked where the other 2 ANBU were in case they tried anything. The 2 foe dashed forward. They blurred out of normal vision and suddenly there were claps of sound as Naruto and Tora reappeared and disappeared in random Taijutsu positions. It was an even match as the fighting continued for about 15 minutes before Naruto was suddenly kicked away with a cry of Konoha Senpu, and tumbled on the ground, gaining a few cuts that healed fast, and the 2 combatants set themselves in their stances yet again. This time Tora shot forward and sent a kick at Naruto. Caged by you, he said, and managed to catch Naruto guarding himself, shooting him into the air. He followed him and tried to kick Naruto, but Naruto caught his leg and whipped his body around to aim a kick at Tora's head. Tora ducked but got clipped and went spiraling onto the floor of the clearing. Naruto angled himself as he came down but had to Kawarimi out of the way as a fireball hit where he had just been. He looked around but heard, 25 degrees to your right. Naruto sent a mental nod and turned to the direction. Fuiten, Rupushu, wind release, wind gale, he whispered as he thrust his hand forward and some highly pressurized wind was sent hurtling in the direction Katsumi had told him. He was satisfied as he sensed movement coming in that area, but quickly had to turn around and block a particularly vicious kick from a slightly bleeding Tora. I see your skin is harder than normal. Usually I break bones from that attack. The hummingbird style is quite deadly, he said. Tora grinned behind his mask. Indeed, Fox-san, but not enough for me. Let's continue. He jumped back into the clearing. Naruto followed. Katsumi noted where the Kuma man had moved to and watched Naruto's fight again. He was about to call her in. Naruto looked at Tora and said, let's pull the gloves off, Tora-san. You and I know we were only warming up. Tora nodded, indeed. Naruto nodded and Katsumi jumped out of the foliage and assumed her place at Naruto's side. She increased her size to that of a nin dog. Tora raised an eyebrow, not that Naruto could see, and merely took his stance. Naruto took a slightly modified hummingbird stance as Katsumi lowered herself. Katsumi shot forward at speeds few could see, let alone react to, and snapped at Tora's legs. Tora went to jump back but had to turn it into a backward somersault as Naruto appeared on his side, sending a punch at his side. Katsumi allowed no time to rest as Naruto was resetting himself. She stepped forward and continued to hound Tora with bites and snaps as Naruto appeared out of nowhere and attempted to land a hit. Katsumi whipped around and swung her tail at Tora, but he ducked under it and jumped over Naruto's sweep kick. He sent a punch at Naruto, surprising himself as he hit Naruto directly in the face. He had not been able to land a hit, and with the teamwork these 2 displayed, doubted he would. However, Naruto went spiraling into the trees as Katsumi turned around and picked up the slack, slashing at Tora and managing to land a few moderate scratches on his arm. Tora turned his full attention on the now enraged fox and started to dodge, but just as he got into her rhythm, he felt cold steel on his neck. Surrender, he heard. Tora shivered and swiveled his eyes around, trying to find a way out, but noticed his arms were wrapped in Katsumi's tail. Just as he was about to surrender, he felt an incoming attack and jumped out of the way as Katsumi and Naruto let go to escape. Kaiden, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique, they heard as the technique ended and the clearing had some flames on it. Kuma appeared near the winded Tora and said, it seems Hokage-sama does not have a full reading of your abilities, Fox-san. Why would you hide something from her? Naruto smirked, I didn't. She never asked me what my skills were. The two ANBU did a double take which proved to be Tora's undoing. Kuma leaped away as Katsumi suddenly appeared and had her jaws over Tora's neck. That's one down, Naruto said. Tora nodded and limped off to lean against a tree. Naruto grinned as he thought to Katsumi, good job. That switching size thing is working out way better than planned. Katsumi's tail started to wag at the praise since she was now smaller. Naruto grinned as he smelled Kuma now. Next, he thought. He jumped into the trees followed by Katsumi. Kuma was heading to his favorite place in their training grounds. He was very strong in one type of jutsu and that was what he was going to play with. He knew one of Naruto's affinities would be weak against him so he planned to use that. Naruto caught up to Kuma just as he approached a rocky terrain. Kuma turned around and said, Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, fire release, mythical fire flower technique and shot 10 small, fast balls of fire at Naruto. Naruto kawarimi'd and got out of the way as the two faced off. Straight up ninjutsu interesting, Naruto said. Kuma smirked, almost. He disappeared from view in a pillar of flame and Naruto immediately jumped straight up as he put his hand into the ram seal and said, Kai. He felt the shimmer in his chakra as it dispelled the genjutsu and he raised an eyebrow. At the vision that was presented to him, Kuma finished his hand seals and said, Kaden, Kayu Enden no Jutsu, fire release, fire dragon blast technique. A dragon of fire came to life from his mouth and shot forward toward Naruto. Naruto kawarimi'd again and started to praise the low-level jutsu. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled. Futon, Shinkugyoku no Jutsu, wind release, balls of wind technique. Multiple small balls of wind with slight crimson tint to them shot towards Kuma. Noticed the red tint and, being surprised, jumped away instead of blocking them with a fire jutsu. Upon impact the balls exploded with blades of wind causing gashes within the floor. Kuma's eyes widened. So the battle began and Kuma and Naruto started to throw around their jutsus. Futon, Senpuken, wind release, hurricane fist technique. Naruto sent a whirlwind of wind at Kuma who retaliated with Kaden, Enden, fire release, flame bullet. Their jutsus clashed and Kuma's headed towards his target. Naruto jumped out of the way and was met with Kaden, Hibashiri, fire release, jet flare. Naruto thrust his hand forward and said, Raiden, Reikyu, lightning release, lightning ball. The lightning ball punched through the jets of flame and headed towards Kuma who kawarimi'd and sent yet another fire jutsu at Naruto. Naruto and Kuma kept throwing jutsus around until the surrounding area was bathed in scorch marks and burns. Naruto could feel his chakra being drained from the constant usage so he decided to end it. He jumped back and began his hand seals as Kuma repaired and sent a Kaden, Hoenka, fire release, flame flower while jumping into the air and blowing the flower down at him. Naruto smirked and said, This is the end Kuma-san. I am sorry but I need the rest of my power for Teiku. Futon, Tatsuno Ushigoto, wind release, severing pressure. Naruto downplayed the sharpness but as he finished the jutsu he sent the small whirlwind he had towards his soon-to-be teammate and watched as he tried to escape. It was futile. This was one of his most destructive wind jutsu. It created a hurricane that gathered up the enemies or friends in the area and cut them up while they were stuck in the hurricane before depositing them as the wind died down. Kuma bit his lip as he felt his body being torn and finally passed out from the pain. Naruto caught Kuma as he fell and had Katsumi bring him back to Tora as he set off to find his Teiku. Naruto gauged his chakra levels and determined himself to be about 3/4 empty. He still had his Yuki, which he could call on when he was empty, but it was still a bit harder to control and he could not do anything over AB rank. However, even AB rank was almost as destructive as AS rank when used correctly with Yuki. As it stood, his would be about a low A so he hoped he was going to try to use his swords against his Teiku. If he channeled his techniques through his swords they took slightly less chakra. Almost so small it would make no difference but against S-class criminals every little bit counts so he was trying to get used to dual-wielding his swords while casting jutsu through them. The only problem was he was limited to wind and lightning style jutsus when doing so. The swords made it so that he would not have to do hand signs but he would have to mold his chakra correctly to do it. It was slightly more focus intensive than just using the hand signs but would be a nice surprise for whomever he fought. So Naruto continued his search for his Teiku and leapt to the side as his sixth sense warned him of the incoming attack. Suden, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon blast technique. He heard whispered and sent a counterattack back in the same direction. Fuden, Gukuhu no Jutsu, wind release, great air cannon technique, he said after he sent the compressed ball of air away. He saw his Teiku leap from his hiding spot and settle on a tree branch as he stated, I see Hokage-sama has underestimated you. I had expected you to be strong but not this strong. Perhaps you do have the right to be on this team. Naruto swelled a bit with someone finally recognizing him but he also knew his abilities had been revealed. He had a few more surprises that many had not seen but some were too deadly to be used for friendly fights. He realized his best weapon was underestimation and he intended to keep it that way. The Akatsuki would not see him as a major threat because, even if he had defeated the One-Tails, he was still weak compared to them. Just as these ANBU underestimated him, he wanted Akatsuki to do the same because if they did, he would be able to crush them without him finding his true abilities. But he put those thoughts out of his head as he dodged the next jutsu his Teiku sent. Suden, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, spinning pillar of water technique, Ru said as he sent the attack Naruto's way. Naruto jumped out of the way as he said, "FUNN, Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, blade of wind," and waved his arm in a slashing motion at Ru. Ru did some hand signs and said, "Doden, Doru Heiki, earth release, earth rising wall," and hid behind it as the balde of wind cut a gash in the earth and dissipated before cutting through it completely. Ru looked around and couldn't see Naruto, so he jumped off into the trees while calling back, "Time to take this up a notch." Naruto appeared on a tree branch and started to follow him. After jumping for a good minute, Ru turned around and shouted, "Suden, Teppodama, water release, water bullet." He sent the ball of water at Naruto, who simply drew Sarazer and sent a blade of wind conjured by the blade into the bullet and dispersed it. Ru stopped on a tree branch and moved his eyes under his mask to look to his left while keeping his face turned to Naruto, who had just landed, and spied what he had been moving closer to. He smiled under his mask. Naruto felt Katsumi coming closer and told her, "I'm gonna use my swords, we haven't practiced together just enough yet for this. Mind if you stay back against him?" he asked. Katsumi mentally grumbled but sent a nod and settled into the trees to watch the fight. Naruto looked at his Teiku just as he started to do hand signs and he noticed the seals. His eyes widened as he said, "She," as a tornado sprang up right next to him. "Suden, Mizu no Tatsumaki, water release, water tornado," Ru said as he held the final seal and watched as Naruto was swept up into the jutsu. Naruto felt Sarazer get ripped from his hands and flung away as he was being crushed and suffocated by the pressure of the water. He kept trying to get out but was about to suffocate when he knew he had no choice but to use something he had hoped to keep hidden. Ru just stood there holding the tornado with his chakra and feeling Naruto struggling. Katsumi was standing and about to attack Ru until she felt a surge come from the tornado. Both of their eyes widened as the tornado started to bulge in certain areas before returning to normal, and then it all started to bulge as if a great force was being exerted from within. Ru tried to hold the composition together but eventually gave way as the tornado burst and sent water flying everywhere. Floating in the air, with his 9 tails flailing about him on the surge of Yuki he had provided, Naruto was looking down at his Teiku as he said, "Good job. You are indeed strong if you can force me into this state. I had hoped to keep this a secret a while longer, but it seems that it will be revealed now. Note Naruto has 5 tails streaked with gold right now." Ru merely stared at Naruto before he jumped away and onto the lake he had pulled the water from. He started some hand signs as Naruto jumped onto the water himself and looked at his Teiku with a cocked head. "You don't seem surprised at this. Why is that?" he asked just as his Teiku finished his hand signs and he slammed them onto the water as if it were the ground and said, "Mokuden Hejutsu, Akuma no Yona Yokusei, wood-style hidden jutsu, demon suppression." Naruto's eyes widened as wooden beams came out of the water and wrapped around his tails and limbs. He felt his Yuki being pushed back into himself and him losing power as his Teiku said, "Naruto-san, please come back and put the Kyuubi back in its cage. Remember, only Naruto's loves as well as the Sandaime and Jiraiya know about Katsumi being out and him being a Hanyu. Tsunade has not been told. I figure if he keeps secrets from others, why can't he keep secrets from her?" Naruto looked confused behind his mask before he smirked and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, oh, I forgot we haven't told her yet." "Of course you wouldn't know," he said as his Teiku simply kept his hand in the final seal. Naruto looked down and gathered his chakra and mixed it with his Yuki as he said, "Well, allow me to show you the true form of your comrade." Naruto's arms and legs burst from the wood beams as his tails started to flex again and his Teiku started to emit fear from his scent. Naruto smirked and felt his Yuki recirculating without the wooden beams. He looked back at his new Teiku and said, "All will be explained soon. Raiden, Kangakiha, lightning release, wave of inspiration." He put his hands on the lake and used his Yuki to increase the effectiveness of it. His Teiku was soon electrocuted as he did not jump off of the lake. He had expected the wave of electricity to be dispersed, but Naruto had increased the potency and effectiveness through his Yuki and done enough to fry his Teiku into unconsciousness. He gathered up his Teiku and set off to find his other teammates as he hid his demonic features once again. After having dropped his team off at the infirmary and informing Tora that once they awoke they would be meeting with the Hokage, he went and sat on his father's head while sending out a chakra pulse and asking Katsumi to go home and work on something. After the fight, something had occurred to him that he had noticed while in the Hokage's office and he wanted to confirm it. So he sat on his father's head and waited for the person his chakra pulse would attract. He didn't have to wait long as he felt a strong chakra approaching him. He smelled the usual smell he associated with this person, oil and steam. As he appeared and his godfather was standing in front of him with a small smile as he said, "Wanted to see me, Gaki?" Naruto glared at Jiraiya. "Need I remind you why I hate that name?" Naruto said as his Yuki started to swirl. Jiraiya's smile disappeared as he realized his mistake. "Sorry Naruto. I forgot." Naruto calmed down with a few breaths. "You seem a bit more agitated than normal. Something on your mind?" Jiraiya said as he sat next to his godson and joined him in looking out over the village. Naruto sighed and said, "A myriad of things, Jiraiya. A myriad of things. Firstly, is that my team was better than I thought and forced me to reveal my Hanyu state. I could pass it off as a Jinchuriki state, but I believe the time has come to inform Tsunade-san of my condition and of Katsumi." Jiraiya thought for a moment before he said, "But I thought you didn't want her to know." Naruto sighed. "No, the less people who know that I, and my loves, will be immortal, the better. I do not want some freak like Orochimaru trying to attack him just to attempt to divine the reasons behind it. However, should something happen, Tsunade-san will need to know how to respond and what to expect. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Okay Naruto." Naruto suddenly switched topics. Did Tsunade-san ever have any kids? He watched from the side of his eyes as he saw Jiraiya's face fall down. No, Suheim has lost too much. You know that, Jiraiya said quietly. Naruto thought, so how did that person use Mokuton? He decided to ask, my Taku used Mokuton abilities. He is the one who forced me to reveal my Hanyu state, but he managed to suppress my Yuki. How is he capable of using? Jiraiya cut him off. Orochimaru had many different experiments. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he nodded. So Tsunade-san has never had a child. Is it because she is aged, or could she not get over her past lover? Jiraiya's eyes misted slightly. He never expected Naruto to be so perceptive. She would not get over her past lover. Though now it makes almost no difference. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and thought, so my observation was not wrong. Good. He stood and said, sorry for bringing up bad pasts, but I have a meeting with Hokage-sama tomorrow. I would like it if you were present. You are welcome to come spend the night at my estate if you need a place to rest. Jiraiya perked up a bit as he said, really? Naruto nodded, but his eyes turned into his battle state as he said, try to peek and you will wish Orochimaru had a hold of you. Jiraiya smirked and said, you have no worries Naruto. As much as I would love to, even if you couldn't catch me, I am sure Katsumi-chan could. I am stubborn but not stupid. Naruto's eyebrows raised, but he let it go as he shunshined into his compound and spent the rest of his day with his loves and fell asleep with them cuddling him. The next day, Hokage's room. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade. She was looking at him with apprehension as he stood relaxed with Katsumi curled around his neck like a scarf and napping peacefully. He had his ANBU gear on, but his mask was off as well as his team's Taku. He saw that he was extremely pale, had a forehead protector like the first Hokage, and had small beady eyes. His other teammates were standing in a corner with their masks still on. The usual ANBU detail had been dismissed when Jiraiya had shown up and asked to be present. Jiraiya had told Sarutobi about what was going on, but he trusted Naruto and Jiraiya to handle it accordingly. He would step in if it seemed something went wrong while this took place. He was not present in the room, but he was nearby with his grandson in a park, so he could come should there be any trouble. So, care to explain what happened yesterday, Naruto-san? Tsunade said in a controlled voice. Jiraiya winced at her tone, but Naruto shrugged and said, has this room been sealed from prying ears? Tsunade scowled but ran through some hand signs before slamming her hand down on the desk, and seals lined the walls as the wards activated and sealed them inside. Talk, she said. What did Taku tell you about me? He asked. Tsunade frowned and said, what does that have to do with your explanation? Naruto sighed, Hokage-sama, if you wish for my explanation, answering my questions may make this smoother. He explained. Tsunade kept her frown as she said, just that you beat the whole team, which surprised me, and that when you went to fight him he saw you change into a miniature Kyuubi with a human's body. You were even able to break his Mokuton abilities. Naruto nodded and said, like this, and released his defense mechanism. His tails came out of his pants, and flailed about lazily, as his ears appeared on the top of his head. The two ANBU behind him readied themselves as he looked directly into Tsunade's eyes with his battle form. Tsunade looked at his Taku before saying, Yamato, is that it? Yamato nodded as he kept himself ready to move. Jiraiya simply smiled and looked like he was laughing on the inside with mirth in his eyes. Katsumi was awakened by the tension in the room and yipped as she opened her maw and yawned. She jumped down onto the Hokage's desk and stretched before she looked around and sat on her haunches. Tsunade had slight stars in her eyes from the cuteness displayed by the cute, fluffy thing in front of her before a burst of chakra redirected her attention. Naruto sighed as his body finished adjusting, and he rolled his shoulders as his tails flexed a bit. I suppose you should know the truth now. I had hoped not to have to reveal this, but it seems that it is a necessity. And now I am a Hanyu because of my overusage of the Yuki. He only explained his Hanyu stage to his teammates. The fact he is immortal or that Katsumi is Kyuubi will not be revealed to them. He explained it as he used it too much when he was younger, thus making him change, so I can change to this form at will and it allows me to use my Yuki. Plus these tails are pretty useful, he said as he picked up the now curled Katsumi from the desk and made a small bed of fluffy tails for her. Katsumi mewed into the softness and burrowed deeper to make herself comfortable. Naruto chuckled as he looked at her, and Tsunade had stars in her eyes as she said, is that all you need, Yamato? Yamato nodded his head as he and his ANBU took their leave. Naruto turned back to Tsunade. Reseal the room. Tsunade looked at Naruto, then Jiraiya, who was sporting a most serious look, and resealed the room. Now, this is what really happened. So now you know everything. I had not told you because the less people knew the better, but I could see it hurting Jiraiya to hold such a thing from you, so I decided to tell you since you kinda had a right to know. Naruto finished. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade as she was shocked from the declaration. She took a good 10 minutes just digesting things before she refocused herself on Naruto and looked at Katsumi a little more scrupulously. So Katsumi is really the Kyuubi. She was tricked into attacking. Well, I suppose if Sarutobi-sensei believed you, I should too. Very well, thank you for telling me this. No, I had no right to know about this beyond knowing that the strongest Biju was actually protecting us. Your other information is technically a clan secret. Naruto smiled. So very true, Hokage-sama. I hope this last fight proves to you exactly how powerful I am. I am more than capable of taking on an Akatsuki member. I realize you are trying to protect me, but even if they try to rip something out of me, it will only succeed in them losing chakra and myself being knocked unconscious for a while. Katsumi will not be captured. Tsunade nodded and said, if that is all. She waved to the doorway. Naruto looked at her and looked at Katsumi. No, Katsumi is right here, she helps me in my battles. I just thought you should know that as well. I see you suspected it, but I just wanted to let you know. I have one other thing to discuss with you, but it requires Jiraiya to leave as it may be very personal to you. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked taken aback before Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and narrowed her eyes. I swear if you... Naruto intervened, Jiraiya has only told me a little about you, Tsunade-san. Do not berate him. Tsunade turned her narrow eyes at Naruto, sent Jiraiya out of the room and resealed it yet again. What is it? She snapped. Naruto simply looked at her and asked bluntly, why is it you never returned Jiraiya's feelings? Tsunade looked at him shocked for a second before she muttered, that damn pervert always trying to get to me. She raised her voice, because he is a pervert and no woman would ever get together with such a person. Naruto nodded his head, yes he is a pervert, but you know exactly why he acts the way he does. Don't try to fool me, Tsunade-san. He has told me of how you would treat him when he was younger. How you treated him throughout your life really, however through all that, he still stays near you and helps you when you are in need. A pervert he may be, but can you honestly say he is not a decent man? Tsunade looked down. Naruto spoke up again when she did not seem like she would answer, is it because you are too old to have that child you wished for? Or is it because of your lover, Dan? Tsunade held in a choked sob as Naruto stared at her and Katsumi jumped from her fluffy bed and nuzzled the crying Hokage's cheek, offering comfort. Tsunade blinked at Katsumi, who looked up at her with childlike eyes such as any cute pet would do, and smiled softly at her as she reached out and started to pet her, gaining some purrs from her. Naruto looked on and kept his impassive face as Tsunade kept petting Katsumi before she finally looked up at Naruto. Initially it was because of Dan. But that has faded, as time does to all things. Now it is simply because I think I have gotten used to him being there even if we are not together. I know he will always be there for me just as I would be there for him, now. But it matters not, I could not have the child he would wish anyways. Naruto's eyes brightened slightly as Katsumi started to purr more under Tsunade's hands. So is he a decent man, Tsunade-san? Tsunade's eyes looked straight at Naruto's, yes. Is he someone you would spend a lifetime with? He asked. Tsunade's eyes misted slightly as she said, yes. Do you love him? He asked. Tsunade whispered, yes. Naruto nodded and took out a bottle of sake. He uncorked it and poured her a drink. Drink this. She raised the cup to her lips, to loves. He said, as she drank it down. Tomorrow, when you wake up, come to my house. I want to tell you something else. He recorked the sake and gathered up Katsumi as he said over his shoulder, you know he still loves you. I wonder what you would do if you got another chance. With that he was gone and Tsunade's eyes glazed over as she contemplated his words. Naruto headed home and invited Jiraiya over for dinner. Jiraiya agreed and they spent the rest of the day training until dinner. Once done, they freshened up, ate, and then headed off to bed. Naruto had a huge smile on his face as he laid down and his mates couldn't help but to notice it. What has you in such a good mood, Koibito? Kurenai asked. Naruto simply smiled wider as he said, doing good deeds for the ones I love. The three women near him simply blinked then shrugged as they didn't know what he was talking about. Sensing their confusion, he said, you will see tomorrow. They simply laid down and smothered him in kisses before the four of them turned in for the night. Naruto's cage bunched and swirled the empty sake bottle as he dispersed and dropped the sake bottle into the waiting garbage can. The next morning, Tsunade woke up at 6 a.m. and rolled over hoping to sleep a bit more. She tossed and turned until she decided she would not be able to sleep anymore. She cracked her eye open and saw that it was 6:30. What the hell, I haven't woken up this early in a decade, she thought, but she remembered Naruto's request and decided to oblige it. She got up and cleaned herself. She brushed her teeth and finished her morning ritual with a breakfast and a small cup of sake. She sighed as she drank it down. She gathered herself and decided to walk over to his mansion. She took a good 30 minutes just leisurely walking until she seemed to get an energy boost and she started to run. She enjoyed the feeling of the wind blowing in her hair as she bounded on the rooftops and quickly entered the forest heading to his house. Her delightful run was cut short as she realized she had reached her destination and had to do a retake as she realized she was not even breathing hard. She smiled and chalked it up to her amazing morning and knocked on the door. Tsunade was led in by Kurenai and she was shown to the main hall with the stairs leading upstairs. She looked up and spied Naruto standing at the top of the stairs. How are you feeling, Tsunade-san? He asked. Tsunade smiled and said, Great Naruto. What did you want to talk to me about? Naruto smiled and said, Wait a moment, let's get Jiraiya, he should hear this too. Just as he said this, and as Tsunade looked puzzled, Jiraiya came into the foyer with a plate of food. Tsunade turned to her teammate and gasped. His long usually white hair was now his younger white spikier hair. His wrinkles had reduced, giving him the visage of someone younger. His legs and arms seemed more muscled and his chest seemed to puff out a bit more. His shoulders didn't seem to sag quite as much and his gait was a powerful stride not seen in many men his age. Naruto smiled at his godfather as Jiraiya said, "Yo Naruto, your breakfast is out of this world." Naruto simply looked at Tsunade and said, "I had asked you all those questions yesterday about Jiraiya. Do they still hold true?" He asked as her eyes roved his body hungrily. Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade and Tsunade quickly looked at Naruto to hide her newfound feelings of lust. She had kept such emotions hidden because she had never admitted it to anyone, but she had always found him attractive. His only turn-off was perversion, and unluckily, it was too much of one for her. Now, she knew better about his act. She looked at Naruto and simply said, "Hi. But I already explained to you." Naruto cut her off again and she growled at him, "Release your henge," he said. Tsunade looked shocked before she narrowed her eyes. "Why?" Naruto simply looked at her with determination in his eyes. "Release it and you will see why." He waved to a mirror on the far side of the foyer. It was huge, more an ornament than useful, but it served its purpose here. Tsunade looked at Naruto, then Jiraiya. Jiraiya was simply staring at her. He seemed oblivious as to why she was acting this way. With the way he was staring at her, he probably was. So she felt her blood rush to her cheeks and lower areas as she felt his gaze on her now and turned away so he didn't see. She looked back at the smirking Naruto and cursed him as she walked in front of the mirror and ran through a few hand signs before she said, "Kai." She closed her eyes as her genjutsu fell away. She heard a gasp and a plate being broken as it clattered to the floor. She slowly opened her eyes and looked in the mirror to find a young-looking Tsunade. She looked like she had her genjutsu still on. She grumbled and ran through the hand signs to release her henge again and said, "Kai." She was still staring at that damnable henge, like it was mocking her. She turned around and looked at Naruto's mirthful gaze and said, "Alright, what the hell kinda prank is this, Naruto?" Naruto simply kept his smirk as he waved his hand and she followed it to a stricken Jiraiya. He was staring at her like she was the world. Like if she would disappear, everything within his life would disappear and seem meaningless as well. She felt herself flush and mentally growled at her body as it betrayed her commands. Naruto spoke up as the two stared at each other. "I asked you all of those questions for a reason, Tsunade-san." Tsunade looked up at him as Jiraiya kept his eyes on her face, but the twitch of his ear noted he was listening. "I asked you what you would do if given a second chance." Naruto chuckled and continued, "That sake I gave you last night was imbued with the strongest of demon magics. Only a biju can cast such a spell, and only then can they cast it once every 10,000 years. It takes the drinker, or drinker's, body back to its prime. However, because the two of you shared it, it only brought you back to about 30 years of age, if my calculations are correct." Tsunade gasped and covered her mouth as her mind caught up to what he was saying. "I ask you again, what would you do, Senju Tsunade, if given a second chance at love?" Naruto said. Kurenai and Yugao had been listening in and were stunned at what he did. But it only brought smiles to their faces as they heard the next few words. Tsunade put her hand on her womb and ran a diagnostic jutsu. Her eyes misted as she determined her ovaries had started producing eggs again. "I know women are supposed to start out with a set number of eggs, but just bear with me, it's not supposed to be totally correct." Jiraiya simply stared at her like a starved man as she turned to him and began a slow walk towards him. Tsunade started to walk. She did not know when she decided it, but she knew exactly where she was headed even though her eyes were completely blocked by her streaming tears. She finally stopped and could sense Jiraiya right in front of her. She leaned forward slightly and felt her breasts rub up against him as she said, "Jiraiya-kun, oh, I am so sorry. How could I have let you stay like this all this time? Even if I couldn't have granted you the family you wanted most, how could you continue to love me regardless?" Jiraiya simply stared into her eyes with all the determination he could muster. When he had first tried wooing her, she had been too broken, but now she was just open. He said the simple words she had longed to hear. Simple, "Suheim, I love you." Tsunade blinked away the tears and brought her hand up and caressed his cheek. She suddenly had a hand behind his neck and pulled him forward. He lurched forward and felt a heavenly feeling on his lips as his eyes grew wide and he realized he was kissing Tsunade. He quickly returned the kiss and the two finally broke apart, both panting for air. Tsunade leaned up closer to him. "I know, Okami, I know you do. I love you too, Jiraiya-kun," she whispered as the two kissed again. Naruto looked at the happy couple and felt 3 pairs of arms encircle him as he watched. 2 on his side and 1 on his waist as they watched Jiraiya and Tsunade make out. This is why you had me do that, Naru-kun." Katsumi purred into his ear. Naruto chuckled, "Hi Kuhi-sama." Kurenai and Yugao simply kissed him to show their approval and they went to leave when they heard a shout, "Wait!" Tsunade yelled. Naruto turned back around and cocked an eyebrow as Tsunade was hanging off of Jiraiya. "Why?" she asked. Naruto's eyes widened. "Huh," he said. Jiraiya spoke up then, "Why would you use something like this on us? We are not really your favorite people." Naruto smiled down at them. "Oh, who said that?" he asked. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked taken aback. "I never once said I didn't like you. Simply that I couldn't stand your past actions. You have both proven yourselves to be fine people and even finer shinobi. Tell me why I should allow 2 people so close to me to wallow in their own grief when I can change such a thing." Jiraiya and Tsunade smiled. Naruto nodded and the 4 of them left, but Naruto shouted back, "One of the guest houses is available to you both. I am sure you don't want to alert ANBU as to your newfound youth just yet, Tsunade-san. They both blushed bright red as the implications became clear. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya as she said huskily, I wonder what other changes might have happened with the de-aging of our bodies. I never lost my virginity until Dan at 35. She walked away swaying her hips. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he hurried to catch up, and if I ever catch you peeking on another girl again I will finish what I started the first time, she said in a sweet voice. Jiraiya stopped and stared at Tsunade until he suddenly appeared behind her and gripped her hips as he breathed into her ear. Now why would I ever want to look at another when I finally have my own Megami? He asked. Tsunade shivered and nodded her head as the two went to their own house and moans filled the compound. Naruto and his loves moved out of the compound for the day so as to give the happy couple some privacy. Chapter 17, Immortality and Fatal Mistakes. Hinata looked around. She had been coming out to training grounds so she could pass the next Chunin exams and have her team reunited. She had heard about Naruto's appointment to ANBU, but she knew that would not hold him. He was much more powerful than anyone within this village could comprehend. She smiled slightly as she looked over her training field. It was covered in scratch marks and obvious signs of intense training. She was weak, but she knew that because she was pushing herself now, the exams would be easy next time around. So she decided she had finished her training for the day and gathered up to head home. Once she took her first step home she froze. She sensed something and activated her Byakugan. She suddenly found herself surrounded by 4 ANBU with NE on their masks. She tensed as she recognized the route. She knew there was no way she would get out of this, but she would be damned if they took her without a fight. Hinata, Hyuga, you will come with us, one of them said emotionlessly. Hinata simply took her gentle fist stance and glared at them. Very well, the man said, and with that the fight was on. Tsunade and Hayashi stood on the training grounds where Hinata usually trained, their experienced eyes taking in the blood on the ground and the scruffled appearance of the floor. Hayashi had his Byakugan on. It looks to be 4 assailants Hokage-sama, though Hinata seems to have killed one before they subdued her, a small note of pride coloring his, otherwise, impassive voice. Tsunade let loose a low whistle. That's rather impressive considering how tired she would have been and how outnumbered she was. Tsunade commented, what do you wish to do, Hayashi? This is technically a clan matter. Hayashi smirked and Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Why do you not seem worried, Hayashi? Hayashi's smirk simply widened, because if what I suspect happened has come to pass, our enemy has made the second worst mistake one could make. Tsunade merely kept her narrowed gaze on Hayashi as she said, second. What would be the first? Hayashi chuckled, which stunned the Hokage. The first would be to anger Namikaze-san, which they have done because she is his teammate. However, he will not hear of this until it has been settled. Their mistake was attacking one precious to a Jinchuriki. The Hokage's eyes went wide. What do you mean? Hayashi simply said, get me. Naruto jumped through the trees with his 3 teammates behind him. He was on point, as was usual with their team. His enhanced senses were the perfect way to sense traps or anything else that might be lying in wait. Over the past 2 weeks, with all the missions they had been on, the team had come to trust Naruto to such an extent that they were almost treating him as the captain instead of Yamato. Naruto rarely ever took the reins, but if he said something to them as an order it was immediately followed, as it had saved their lives many times. There had been nins coming out of the woodworks to attack this new ANBU. Naruto was quickly gaining the experience he would need to fight Akatsuki. The current mission was to try and eliminate the zombie brothers. They had been spotted in a border town with Kaminari no Kuni. Naruto knew of the 2 Jinchuriki currently residing within Kumogakuwa. Even if Konoha had nothing to gain from protecting those Jinchuriki, Naruto felt compassion for his fellow demon containers and wanted to protect them. Besides, the less Biju Akatsuki had, the better. Jiraiya had relayed this to him about 3 days ago and his team had set out yesterday. They hoped to engage them and kill one of them. Naruto had the perfect jutsu for hidden. It would be Kakazu that would be hard to kill. Naruto kept his senses alert as they closed in on the town near the border. Konoha and Kumo were not on very good terms, but the team would continue into Kaminari no Kuni if it was confirmed that the 2 Akatsuki had come through here and passed into the country. Naruto stopped on a branch and sniffed the air. What's wrong? Yamato asked as his team landed around him. Naruto took another whiff and Katsumi began to growl. There is a Biju's chakra on the other side of the border. I believe we have come across one of the Jinchuriki in battle. I cannot be sure they are fighting Akatsuki, but only an A-rank nin could warrant such amounts of chakra to be used. Naruto reported. His entire team tensed and looked to Yamato. Yamato deliberated for a moment before he said, proceed with caution. Naruto, lead us to the Jinchuriki but do not engage unless attacked or it is confirmed Akatsuki. If the Jinchuriki is on a rampage I will calm her down and we will retreat once the situation is appropriate. The entire team nodded and they set off in their arrowhead formation again. The team managed across the border with no problems. The usual patrols were not present and this only served to put the team on edge more. Naruto had his team drop back some as he sensed them getting closer to the fight. They could hear the roar of the Biju and the attacks launched against it. Naruto was on high alert as he creeped through the bushes towards the fight. His team remained back as Naruto's stealth skills came to the forefront. All of a sudden, Naruto felt the Biju chakra disappear and fear gripped his heart. He doubled his pace and peered through the bushes to a destroyed clearing. He looked at the three figures within with curiosity. He recognized the blonde kunoichi laying on the ground, bruised and bloody, as the Nibi's vessel. He saw as, who he assumed was, Kakazu withdrew his 3 hearts and he stood back up. The 2 males within the clearing were easily identified, their black cloaks with red clouds on them fluttering in the wind. Kakazu had 3 masks on his back much like ANBU masks. He had green eyes and stood tall, almost the same height as Hoshigate Kisame. Hidden was quite tall as well. He had 1 arm hanging out of his robe. He had his 3-bladed scythe attached by a chain to Hidden. He radioed in, confirmed immortal brothers, in the process of capturing Jinchuriki of Nibi no Nekomata. Backup requested, moving to engage and remove Jinchuriki to safe location until battle end. He whispered. Yamato's voice crackled to life as he responded, acknowledged. You are clear to engage. We'll be there shortly. Naruto looked at Katsumi and she nodded. Naruto whispered, Kai. His seal dropped down to level 0. He had recently reached a level of the resistance seal unheard of. His Hanyu body being resilient enough to take the training. He had managed to go up to level 10. So he rolled his shoulders just as Hidden reached down to pick up the Nibi's vessel. Naruto appeared over the kunoichi and Hidden was sent flying into a tree. Naruto looked into the eyes of Kakazu with his battle state activated. You will not touch this Jinchuriki, he said menacingly. He saw Kakazu's eyes widen slightly and heard Hidden groan. That fucking hurt you, son of a godless bastard, Hidden shouted. Naruto smirked under his mask. That's the best insult you have. I will take that as a compliment, you Jashinist freak. Hidden's face went red with rage. You dared to insult Jashin-sama. I will enjoy sacrificing your worthless husk to my glorious Jashin-sama. Kakazu looked at Naruto carefully. Who are you? Naruto chuckled. Wouldn't you like to know? He retorted. Naruto had Katsumi grab the Jinchuriki to bring her away to protect her and said, let's rumble. Kakazu merely said, foolish little boy. Do you know who you are facing? Kakazu of the 5 hearts, though it is only 4 now thanks to Nibi-chan. Formerly of Takigakure, an S-rank criminal. And Hidden the Jashinist, S-rank criminal as well for the murders of countless people for the sick practices of his religion. Called the Zombie Brothers of Akatsuki because you are virtually immortal with your techniques. Naruto recited. Kakazu's eyes widened while Hidden started to see red. How do you know? Kakazu started. I will not allow you godless mortal to insult Jashin-sama any longer. Hidden jumped forward. Hidden wait, Kakazu said. Hidden continued unresponsive to Kakazu's warning and paid for it. Hidden swung his scythe at Naruto as he reached him and Naruto simply ducked under the attack. In one fluid motion, Naruto brought Sarazer out of its sheath and brought it up in a cutting motion while moving past the still in motion Hidden. Naruto stood after Hidden had passed him and flicked his blade. He took a small jump back so as to keep both Hidden and Kakazu within his line of sight. Hidden groaned as he looked at his severed arm. Damn it, that hurt. I can't wait to finally sacrifice a worthy opponent to Jashin-sama. Hidden, get over here, Kakazu barked. Hidden immediately grabbed his severed arm and went to move towards Kakazu. Unfortunately for him, that was when Naruto's team jumped into the clearing in between Hidden and Kakazu while flanking each other. Naruto grinned. Took you long enough, he said. His team chuckled and Naruto turned to Hidden. I'll take the Jashin freak. You guys keep Kakazu busy. It shouldn't take me long here. His team nodded and they set themselves to fight and Naruto flexed. Kakazu did not like this. This Fox ANBU was a rising star and the ease with which he had hurt Hidden, despite the fact it did not really hurt Hidden, was disturbing. He had no illusions that he could handle the other 3 ANBU given enough time to outlast him and the abilities he had at his disposal, but the question would be if he would beat him when this Fox ANBU would finish dealing with his companion and join him if they were still alive. He had no illusions that Hidden would not win, but he was easy enough to patch back together. This Fox ANBU knew too much about Hidden, so he would be able to handle Hidden enough to at least incapacitate him. Kakazu was torn him his musings as he dodged the incoming kick from one of the ANBU, Konoha Senpu. The man said and the ANBU began herding Kakazu away from his partner. Kakazu cursed as he had to turn his full attention to the 3 ANBU before him. Naruto looked at Hidden and smirked. It seems you're going to be down an arm for our battle. Hidden merely smiled eerily at Naruto. Yes, but I will enjoy this fight so much that this handicap will only make it that much more interesting. Naruto merely shook his head and took his stance as he kept Sarazer out. He looked at Hidden and made a come gesture that had Hidden smirking. Let's get this show on the road. For Jashin-sama, Hidden said in a crazed tone and ran forward intent on hurting Naruto. Hidden swung his scythe down at Naruto, but Naruto sidestepped and swung Sarazer out at Hidden. Hidden let go of his scythe and jumped back. Naruto smirked as Hidden was parted from his scythe. Naruto jumped forward hoping to end this fast with a swing at Hidden's neck. He was unprepared for the smirk Hidden held as Hidden made a gesture with his hand. Naruto's eyes widened as his instinct screamed at him of an attack. He quickly kawarimi'd out of the way and Hidden's smirk faded as Naruto dodged his attack. Need to keep an eye out for that. If he gets even a drop of my blood he can easily win this if he knows how to incapacitate me, Naruto thought as he saw Hidden grab his scythe again. What's wrong, Fox-san? Are you scared of fighting me now? Hidden said tauntingly. Naruto felt his bloodlust start to rise, but he beat it down and simply replied by getting into his stance once again. Hidden's face turned into a frown as he saw this and he shot forward again. He swung his scythe in a horizontal strike to try and hit Naruto, but Naruto simply jumped up and lashed out with a downward strike as he fell, gaining a cut on Hiden's shoulder. Hiden laughed as he felt the pain and brought his scythe down in another attempt to cut Naruto, but Naruto jumped back as the weapon came crashing into the ground. Naruto knew this was going to take too long if he kept this up and decided to go on the offensive. He was about to start using jutsu when he felt Cereza start to hum. He looked at his sword, then back at his opponent. He sighed and said, "I hope this works." Naruto shot forward and cut into Hiden's arm as Hiden swung at him with his scythe. Naruto ducked down and cut Hiden on his shin. Hiden brought his scythe down and Naruto brought Cereza up to block. The two clashed in a power struggle that Naruto was sure he was going to lose, so he disengaged from Hiden and jumped back. Giving Hiden no time to rest, he jumped back in and slashed Hiden across the back, gaining a slight line of blood from where he hit. Hiden swung around and brought his scythe with him as he tried to dissect Naruto. Naruto twisted away and jumped back in to gain a slight nick on the same shoulder that was already cut. Naruto stepped in close as Hiden came back around and grabbed the base of the three-bladed scythe with one hand as he brought Cereza down for a cut on the hand holding the scythe. Hiden saw the attack coming and released his scythe while jumping back. He knew that attack would have severed his only remaining hand, so once he jumped back he called his weapon to him again. Naruto let go of the scythe as he felt it being pulled and rolled away from the blades. The two were back in a standoff yet again as Naruto asked, "You don't know any jutsu, do you? You Jashin freak, you rely so much on that immortality of yours." Hiden was getting more emotional as he failed to gain the blood he needed for his ritual. "Of course I don't. I don't need jutsu to beat you godless bastards." Naruto shook his head as he raised Cereza and whispered, "Benekas." He sent his attack at Hiden, who merely looked at it and dodged to the side, but not before gaining yet another cut on his already wounded shoulder. Hiden jumped forward and swung at Naruto with a diagonal slash. Naruto ducked into Hiden's arm range and quickly sliced him twice, once on his uninjured shoulder and once on his stomach. Hiden smirked as he saw this and said, "Gotcha." Naruto's eyes widened as Hiden's chain wrapped around his back and the scythe's blades penetrated into his abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. Naruto pulled the weapon out of him and jumped away while holding his scythe with his free hand. Hiden laughed insanely as he licked some of the blood off his scythe. "Now you will see the power of Jashin-sama," he said. Naruto cursed as he watched Hiden gulp his blood down. His side had almost healed already, but this wasn't the problem. That damn Jashin curse was going to be a pain if he didn't stop him. All of a sudden Naruto felt a pulse go through him. His anger was fueled and his calm demeanor started to crack. Naruto tried to calm himself, but every time he did so that same pulse would rush through him. At this point, Hiden had started to draw the circle for his ritual but stopped and stared at Naruto as he felt something strange. Naruto felt that pulse rip through him again and looked down at Cereza. His eyes widened as his body went out of his control, much like Kamikaze had done when he was 7, and Naruto suddenly had tunnel vision as he heard Cereza's voice for the first time. "I have cut this enemy 10 times and yet he is still not dead. Unforgivable. He shall die," the male voice said. Naruto came out of his tunnel vision as his body appeared next to Hiden and Cereza was swung down in 8 shape on Hiden's chest. Naruto jumped back and flicked Cereza clean of blood and felt his body come under his control again as he stared at the thin cut on Hiden's chest. Hiden looked down and started to laugh as he was both happy and confused. Happy he was hurt, and confused because Naruto could have cut him in half at that speed. "You failed. Ha ha ha, now you will be sacrificed to Jashin-sama," Hiden said and went to finish his ritual. Just as Hiden was about to finish the circle of his ritual, Hiden suddenly looked confused until his torso suddenly vanished and his head, legs, arm and his scythe fell to the ground as Naruto stared. What just happened? Naruto asked himself. It appears Cereza was not happy with the way the battle was going. The enemy was not dying, so he took matters into his own hands and showed you his ultimate technique. That is what just happened. His torso was ripped to shreds from the many attacks Cereza sent at him. "Quite the appropriate name you have given him," Kamikaze said. Naruto felt Cereza hum and he nodded to the sword as he sheathed it and went up to the cursing Hiden head. "What the hell did you do to me, you godless bastard?" Hiden shouted. Naruto simply said, "Shut up," and laid a storage scroll near his head. He sealed Hiden's head into the scroll and sealed his scythe into another scroll. He sighed. "Katsumi-chan, how is the Nibi?" he asked through their link. "She is fine. I healed her with my Yuki and she is just unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Nibi-chan is doing all she can to fix that," Katsumi answered. Naruto thought for a moment before he made a clone to go hand her the scrolls and told her he was sending a clone and that he was going to engage Kakazu with his team. "Be careful, Naru-kun. You know how powerful he is. Don't hesitate to transform to deal with him," Katsumi warned as Naruto sent a mental nod and jumped off in the direction of his team. Kakazu vs. Naruto's team. Yamato cursed as he used a Kawarimi to dodge another water dragon. The team had hoped to have at least one of the hearts killed, but the level of coordination and the power behind his attacks were wearing even their work down. The battle had started with Kakazu jumping away and gaining enough ground to stop in a clearing and let his hearts out once again. Kuma had tried to negate the wind mask with his fire jutsu while Yamato took on the fire and water masks. That left either an earth or lightning within the original. While Yamato and Kuma took these on, they tried to get the masks to leave each other's sides so as to allow Tora in range of his taijutsu. Unfortunately, even with their experience and power, they had yet to force the masks from their sides for more than a mere 5 seconds before they regrouped and recovered. Tora, Kuma, Formation 3. Yamato said and took point. He started the hand signs for one of his most powerful attack. Doten, Doryuden no Jutsu Earth Release Earth Dragon Technique. A dragon made of stone rose up and crashed forward, heading straight for the masks, which were all clumped together. Just as the 3 masks jumped away, Kuma sent his attack at the wind mask yet again. Kaiden, Goruku no Jutsu Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire in the form of a dragon rocketed towards the wind mask and Tora ran underneath it to get closer to the masks for his Taijutsu. He could use Jutsu, but it was better for him to use it with his bloodline. Yamato watched as the wind mask was engulfed in the flames of the Jutsu and heaved a sigh of relief as the flames dissipated and he saw the heart was actually dead and had not had enough time to Kawarimi out of the way. Tora said, "Got you," as he appeared near the original Kakazu and started a fierce Taijutsu battle. He swung his fist forward for a punch which Kakazu ducked under and sent a kick to his opponent's stomach. Tora simply pivoted around Kakazu and lifted his leg for a kick. Kakazu ducked down and sent his sweep kick at Tora's leg. Tora pushed chakra into his leg to reinforce his body and continued his attack. Once Kakazu's leg connected with Tora's, Kakazu immediately jumped back from seeing no effect and narrowed his green eyes at his enemy. Tora smirked and Kakazu simply leapt back into the Taijutsu fight. Kuma and Yamato were dealing with the fire and water masks. Kuma dealing with his own opposite of fire since he would be weaker against the water mask, and Yamato facing the water mask with his earth and wood jutsu. He had yet to use his Mokuden as he didn't want Akatsuki getting wind of it just yet. Kuma and the fire mask were firing off jutsu after jutsu, but Kuma was quickly becoming tired after having spammed his high-level jutsu to compete with his counterpart. Yamato observed his enemy and dodged the bullet of water sent at him as the mask said, "Suden, Sushua no Jutsu Water Release, Water Wave Technique," and retaliated with his own, Suden, Teppodama, which barreled its way to the mask, but it just dodged and sent out, Suden, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Yamato Kawarimi'd away and started to pant. This fight was taking its toll on him. He decided to end this and stepped back onto the battlefield. The water mask looked at Yamato and started hand seals again. Suden, Bakusu Ishua, Explosive Water Shockwave, it said and sent the attack at Yamato. Yamato started doing hand seals as fast as possible, but it wasn't fast enough. With his tired state he couldn't create the last hand seal in time and was swept away by the waves. The mask watched as its waves died down and the pale form of Yamato was revealed. It turned to go help its other heart and suddenly looked down as a wooden stake appeared through its heart. It looked back up to see what it had thought of as Yamato was actually a wood clone, and the real Yamato was standing behind it with a wooden stake in his hands. The heart dissolved into its black tendrils and Yamato breathed another sigh of relief just as he heard a cracking sound. Tora was engaged in a ferocious Taijutsu fight with Kakazu. He ducked under another punch and lashed out with his own punch to Kakazu's stomach. He hit Kakazu, but Kakazu merely grunted before he pivoted around his fist and sent a kick at Tora's head. Tora pushed back from his fist and started a backflip to create some distance. Once he landed he saw that Kakazu was looking at him oddly. He prepared himself. Kakazu rushed forward throwing a punch at his head. Tora leaned to the side and sent his own punch in retaliation. Kakazu ducked down then came back up with an uppercut. Tora leaned back and lifted his front foot for a kick. Kakazu's leg shot out and hit the leg Tora was standing on, and Tora fell down with a sickening crack as he felt his leg being broke from the simple attack. He gasped out his pain and missed how Kakazu was about to end his life with a slash of his hand. The world went dark. Kuma sent a Kaiden, Goruku no Jutsu at his opponent, forcing it to retreat. He watched as it jumped back and landed right where Kakazu did. He looked over at his captain and saw how he had his hands on the ground. Kuma looked over at where Tora was and noticed a cocoon of wood surrounding his body which had protected him from Kakazu's attack. He looked back at Kakazu and noticed the grey sheen his body seemed to have and recognized it as what must have been his bloodline. He prepared himself for another onslaught as he saw Kakazu crouch down. He noticed Yamato ready himself too. Benika's no Kizu, a voice said, and Kakazu's eyes widened as he jumped out of the path of the rippling crimson air. His fire mask was not so fortunate as he looked back just to see it being ripped to shreds by the rumored attack that had killed 100 bandits in one swing. He knew who he was dealing with and was now trying to figure out how to leave with his head still attached as he was not ready for fighting this enemy. Naruto came into the clearing from the direction the scars were originating from and looked at his team. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, seems you guys got the shit knocked out of ya." His team growled slightly as he smirked at him from under his mask. "But I think you managed to hurt him more than anyone else since his fight with the Shodan." He finished. Kakazu looked at this fox Anbu and chuckled. "It seems we have bitten off more than we can chew. Isn't that right, Namika's Naruto?" Naruto turned his head to look at Kakazu and chuckled himself. "I'm surprised you were able to connect me with that attack as with how stupid your companion was." He retorted. "Yes, well, Hiden was never one who was very smart. Any chance we could come to an agreement on how I could leave here peacefully?" Kakazu stated. Naruto looked at him incredulously from under his mask as he said, "You come here trying to steal a fellow Jinchuriki. You are part of an organization that will eventually come after myself and those I hold dear. You have hurt my own team. Finally, you're a missing nin. Tell me why I would even think about letting you go." Kakazu leaned down and his threads came out of his body as they formed an octopus-like shape around him to protect him from close range. It was worth a shot. Naruto cocked his head and said, I don't feel like playing around anymore. Yamato paled and said, Kuma run. Kuma hadn't even waited as he turned around and ran once he heard Naruto's statement. When he said that, things got explosive as the normal level-headed shinobi became violent through his demonic bloodlust. Yamato grabbed Tora and ran in the same direction as Kuma, trying to get to the border as fast as possible. Kakazu paled as much as he could and activated his bloodline to withstand anything that might come. Naruto released his defense mechanism and his 9 tails came billowing out. 6 of them now had golden streaks in them as the rest were completely red. Kakazu's eyes widened as 4 tails came in front of Naruto and chakra began to coalesce. Kakazu was caught off guard as Naruto suddenly chomped on the ball of chakra and gulped it down. Kakazu's threads formed a shield in front of him as Naruto opened his mouth and shot a beam of pure chakra at him. The beam was crimson with flecks of gold in it. It barreled straight at Kakazu. It hit him with a resounding boom as it came into contact with a hastily assembled earth wall. It punched through it like tissue paper. It hit Kakazu head-on and an explosion rocked the ground as far away as the border the dust could be seen. Naruto looked at the path his attack had made and said, Yunbi Imari, 4-tail menacing ball. He went to turn around but was stopped as he heard rubble moving and looked back to see Kakazu climbing out of the rubble. He sighed as he realized that had not killed him and he was now low on chakra. He thought for a second before he held out his hand and a cage bunshin started to mold chakra with him. Less than 10 seconds later the wind was whipping around him as he looked at his prize jutsu. He looked at Kakazu who had just managed to get the ringing out of his head and said, Futon, Rasen Shuriken, and threw the spiraling ball of chakra at his opponent. Kakazu's eyes widened as the ball flew at him. He managed to get to his feet and took a step before the ball came close to him. The ball constricted and Kakazu took another step before the ball expanded and captured him in its grasp. Naruto watched as his jutsu was tested on its first live opponent. Kakazu screamed as he felt millions of cuts attacking him and ripping him to shreds. After about 15 seconds, Naruto saw Kakazu finally be released and his jutsu ended. He looked at Kakazu and saw his lifeless eyes. He sealed the body into a scroll and contacted Katsumi. Katsumi-chan, where is my team? He asked. Katsumi responded quickly, they are here with me. We are about 2 miles south of you at the border. Naruto sent a mental nod and headed out of the clearing. Time skip 1 day. Naruto and his team watched as the Kumo nin stirred. Naruto removed his mask and sat down next to her. He grabbed her hands as they shot out to attack him and chuckled as he looked into her confused eyes. Well, Mrs. Nibby, aren't we jumpy today? He asked jokingly as he saw a sliver of fear run through her when he mentioned Nibby. Relax Nibby-chan, we aren't going to hurt you. You were just lucky we were nearby when those freaks tried to take you. No reason to say they were going to be in their land anyways. My name is Namikaze Naruto. What's yours? Naruto asked with a smile. He saw the sliver of recognition before she relaxed and said, Ni Yugito. Chunin of Kumogakur, and you won't get anything from me. Naruto looked at her confusedly, and what would we want to get from you, Yugito-chan? Yugito blushed slightly before responding, information on your enemies of course. Naruto shook his head, you are under the wrong assumption here, Yugito-chan. You are not a prisoner or an enemy nin to me. If anything, you are an ally as you fought against those Akatsuki bastards. What do you mean I'm not an enemy? Yugito asked slowly. Naruto sighed as he said, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune, but you must keep that a secret. I was tracking those enemies of yours but they got to you before I and my team found them. Yugito looked around nervously, we took care of them Yugito-chan. My team and I are very good at what we do, and taking down S-rank criminals is what we do. Naruto explained. Yugito's eyes widened and she finally relaxed as Naruto spoke again, we are going to rest here for another day before we head back to Konoha. If the Raikage wishes to know more about Akatsuki and its goals, send an emissary to Konoha and I will be more than happy to assist you in Killer Bee-san. Again, Yugito's eyes widened as Naruto chuckled and said, rest, Yugito-chan. You need rest. Yugito laid back down and the team continued recovering from their battle. Unknown location 1 day later. Gaara walked through these walls intent on finding that one grain of sand he didn't have. Left. He heard Shukaku say through their seal and nodded as he turned left, leaving the bloody chamber behind him. He didn't even look back to watch as the blood from the 5 people he had crushed to a pulp dripped onto the ground from the splattered walls. He continued through the corridor and watched as one ninja sent a fire dragon at him that his sand blocked and he simply held his hand out as it grabbed onto the nin. Sabaku Sausu, Gaara said as he crushed the nin like he had all other opposition in his quest to find his missing sand. Right then straight down that corridor and you will find your son. Shukaku said. Gaara nodded and turned right at this junction. He looked forward to see another 5 ninja in front of him. He spoke in a hoarse voice, get out of my way. He exclaimed. The ninja just crouched in preparation for the attack. Sabaku Taiso, Desert Imperial Funeral, he said, and the sand rose up from the ground to crush his enemies. His enemies didn't even have time to react before they were crushed effortlessly as they had nowhere else to run. Gaara started to talk towards the door at the end of the tunnel. He reached the door and pushed it open. To be greeted by a dirtied and beaten girl as well as an old man which had rage unlike any other running through Gaara's veins. Shimura Danzo looked at Gaara with his superior look and said, "So I see they sent you to retrieve the weak Hyuga bitch." Gaara's hands twitched but Danzo held a sword to Hinata's throat. Can't have you doing that nasty sand thing now, can we? Now be a good little weapon and stand down." Gaara's hand twitched again but Danzo pushed the sword closer to Hinata's throat. "I said stand down or you will lose the one thing that is important to you." Gaara glared at Danzo but stood down and Danzo smiled. "Good boy. Now you are going to be taken and used as breeding material just like this bitch is, since the elders from their house asked me to kidnap her to make Hanabi the heir. Works out for me." He shrugged and went to remove the bindings on his right eye. Big mistake. The next thing Danzo knew, he was being held up in the air by sand and Gaara had his hand held out in his direction as the other held Hinata in a protective cocoon of sand. "You will not be leaving here alive, Shimura Danzo, for hurting the woman I love." Sabaku Sausu, Gaara finished and splattered Danzo across the wall. As the shinobi law states, those who underestimate their opponent will be surprised, and a surprised shinobi is a dead shinobi. Gaara looked down at the hurt Hinata and felt himself and Shukaku growl at the pain she showed. He stroked her hair as Shukaku said, "So finally admitted it, huh?" Gaara thought back, "I may be insane in some aspects but even I can see this is love now that you aren't screaming at me. Thank you." Shukaku went silent and Gaara grabbed Hinata bridal style as he carried her out of the ruined route and base deep under Konoha. Time skip one day. Naruto and his team walked into the village and went straight to the Hokage Tower. Naruto was looking forward to greeting his mates. He wanted to talk with Mei but she was out of the village on some trip that her council needed her to go to for the newly repairing village. So, his team arrived outside of the Hokage's office. Naruto's nose twitched as he smelt a familiar smell and before his team could be announced rushed inside the Hokage office. He knocked the door down and was greeted to the shocked faces of Hiashi Hyuga, Tsunade, and Hinata, who was bruised. While being stared at by an impassive Gaara who had immediately taken a defensive position in front of Hinata. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he sniffed the room again. "Who hurt Hinata-chan?" he asked in a tone that brokered no disagreement even from Tsunade as Hiashi settled down and Gaara tensed slightly. "Relax, Fox-san. The problem has been taken care of," Hiashi said in his diplomatic voice. Naruto advanced into the room and stood in front of Gaara. He took a whiff and Katsumi did as well. "He killed some people but none of that blood is Hinata-chan's. I would say with the way he took a defensive position and didn't even back down from your demonic voice, he is in love with her," Katsumi commented. Naruto waved a hand and his team came in while shutting the door. He took his mask off and looked into Gaara's eyes. After a tense moment a small smile spread across his face as he looked at Hinata who was staring at Gaara with an expression he had seen before. His smile broadened as he clapped Gaara on the back and said, My, it took her getting hurt for you to say it, huh?" he said to Gaara. Gaara cracked a small smile, shocking Hiashi and Tsunade, as he replied, "Unfortunately, but the idiots have been taken care of," he stated. Naruto nodded, "Just as a formality, but, if you hurt her, I will kill you and that lame-brained idiot sealed inside you as well," he stated as Gaara nodded his assent. "Well, since that is cleared up, I am sorry for the outburst, Hokage-sama," he said, returning to his ANBU persona. Tsunade sweet-dropped and Hiashi chuckled. "I told you harming those close to him would be their first mistake," he said to Tsunade, who merely shrugged as Gaara sat down in a chair and Hinata went and sat in his lap. Naruto and Hiashi smiled at him, then at each other. Tsunade cleared her throat. "So you cleared the base out then rescued Hinata is the gist of the story, Gaara-san?" she asked as Gaara nodded. "Hi Hokage-sama." Tsunade rubbed her temples as she said, "And Danzo was in there so you took him out too. Perfect. This is going to be a headache but thank you for your services on behalf of Konoha. You and Hinata are dismissed," she said. Hiashi bowed as Gaara and Hinata did and said, "If that is all, Lady Hokage," he said and walked out of the room after receiving a nod from Tsunade. Tsunade turned her attention to the ANBU team now and said, "Report." Yamato proceeded to report the activities of the mission and the offer of aid to the wreckage that Naruto had made. Once they were finished they stood there as Tsunade looked them over. "Good work. I would have preferred if you would have told me before offering assistance but you really only promised your own which I cannot hinder seeing as you are a clan head. All in all a successful mission and you will be awarded the bounties for Hidden and Kakazu when we get the funds from the bounties," Tsunade said. The team saluted and shunshined away. "It would seem I was completely underestimating you, Naruto?" she asked to herself as she drank her sake enjoying her new youth. Naruto appeared at the entrance to his own house. He walked in and heard his mates training in the backyard. He walked through the house and went to the porch on the backyard. He watched as Kurenai and Yugao went at each other in a taijutsu spa completely unaware of his presence. Katsumi poked her head out to watch as well. She transformed into her female form and Naruto decided to let him know they were home. "Hello Megami, Haim," he said loud enough to be heard. He was immediately glomped by his mates who each had a cheek occupied in a kiss. "Welcome home Naru-kun," they synchronized. Naruto chuckled and said, "Katsumi-chan, would you like to take a soak after that long battle?" Katsumi pouted, "I didn't get to do anything though." Naruto merely chuckled. "Okay then, I'm sure Kurenai and Yugao will be joining me anyways." He started enjoying the vacant expression that suddenly adorned his three girls' faces. He turned around and headed to the hot springs. He turned his head and talked over his shoulder just as he rounded the corner and said, "You ladies coming?" The girls instantly noticed him not being there and rushed to get to the changing room so as to meet him in the hot springs. Naruto sat in his hot spring and sighed in relief as his muscles were soothed. He mused about the fight and how easy the fights really were. Granted, Hiden was an overconfident asshole that really had no chance against someone who was capable of cutting him to ribbons before he landed a hit. Kakazu seemed easy, but Naruto used about 67% of his chakra just to kill him. He could have drugged the fight out a bit to save some chakra, but in the end it wouldn't have made much difference unless he was fighting another battle soon after. He mused about his upcoming battles until he heard the hot spring door open and close. He didn't turn around until he heard one of the girls giggle, and then he did. He was greeted to a sight that had his lower head rearing itself. There stood Kurenai and Yugao with nothing on. They swayed their hips as they went about cleansing themselves and finally getting into the water. It was Katsumi that had him entranced, and she was secretly enjoying all his attention. She had on a towel around her waist and her breasts free. He had seen her before, but the hot springs just made it seem so much more erotic. He stared at her as she cleansed herself and went to step towards the hot spring. He saw her hesitate for a few seconds before her eyes hardened slightly and she reached down, throwing her towel onto a stool and bearing herself to him. He watched as she sashayed her hips all the way to the pool and then stepped in and went and sat next to him. Kurenai and Yugao began to lightly caress his chest, but Katsumi said, "No touching while I'm here if he hasn't marked me." The girls pouted but consented as it wouldn't be fair. Naruto sighed and kissed all three girls lightly and began a talk to pass the soak in. Naruto and his loves were in their bed and relaxing after their soak. Naruto could feel his eyes getting heavier and heavier. "Good night, Megami-chan, Murasaki Haim, Kuhi-sama," he whispered to his loves as they chorused back to him. "Good night, Naru-kun. Sweet dreams, my loves," he said, and the girls sighed in happiness as they drifted off. Chapter 18, Marks and a New Enemy. Naruto smiled happily as he smelled the breakfast he was making. He had talked with Tsunade and had the ANBU he had replaced put back on his team for a few weeks so that their teamwork would not become rusty, and when Naruto was gone the team would still be operating at optimum efficiency. In the meantime, he was expecting a C rank with his old team that Tsunade had put aside a little while ago to promote Hinata and allow his old team to take a few B ranks for his teammates to gain some experience. Naruto hummed a tune to himself as he was quite happy with the current situation. Kurenai had become stronger, and he was pretty sure that if Kurenai and Yugao worked together, with their near-perfect teamwork by now, they would be able to take down one of the Akatsuki members themselves. Though each was awkward and their skill sets weird, Kurenai and Yugao's combination of Genjutsu along with Kenjutsu while throwing in Kurenai's newfound fire element was one nasty combination. Naruto had sparred with them and he had trouble keeping up with the both of them when he had his seal only on level 2. Their Hanyu bodies were helping them reach new heights, and they did not stop mentioning it to make sure that Naruto did not ever regret what he had done. He had questioned whether they were Hanyus or not, since Katsumi had never really specified what they had turned into. She had said they were in their Hanyu states and that their tails would grow over the course of the next few hundred years or so. Kurenai had little stars in her eyes as she thought of being able to play with her own cute, fluffy tail, while Yugao just turned her head to stare at her backside for a few minutes upon being told. Naruto had chuckled from their actions while it reminded him he needed to contact Mei. But, once he had tried, he had been informed Mei was still out on a diplomatic mission for the village. Naruto was a little worried about her, but he knew she would alert him to any danger using her ring. She may be overconfident, but she was never so arrogant as to not know when to call for help. Naruto's face set into a slight frown as he finished up the breakfast. "What's wrong, Koibito?" Kurenai said as she draped her arms over his shoulders, pressing herself into his back. Naruto's slight frown turned into a small smile as he took a deep whiff of Kurenai's scent. He loved how his mates smelled. He sighed as he finished off with the pan and put the heat off. He proceeded to put the food onto plates as he detached himself from Kurenai's embrace. Kurenai stepped back and watched as he moved around the kitchen. "I am worried about Mei-chan. She has been out on a diplomatic mission for far longer than she should be," he said as he gathered some of the plates and headed to the dining room with Kurenai following. "So, maybe there were complications from the village she went to and she has been detained," she explained using a logical reason she could be running late. "Yes, I know, but I can't help but to think that she might have been captured by my enemies without time to warn me," Naruto explained as he looked over his completed food and was about to turn to go up the stairs when Katsumi and Yugao came down them. Naruto smiled at them as he greeted them. Naruto gave Yugao and Katsumi small kisses as they walked past him and sat down. Kurenai was turning something over in her mind as this occurred. All of the mates-to-be sat down and began to enjoy Naruto's culinary skill yet again. All that was heard for a few moments was the clink of plates and utensils in use, as all but one enjoyed each other's company, before it was broken by Kurenai finally asking what had struck her as odd. "Koibito," she said. Naruto looked up at her and saw her confused look. "What did you mean by Mei-chan could have warned you?" she asked. Naruto cocked his head to the side in a manner that had Katsumi giggling behind her hand as he reminded her so much of a kid. "I mean, how could Mei-chan have warned you before she was captured, unless she knew she was going to be, hours before she actually was?" Kurenai explained as she had picked up on Naruto's confusion. At this, Yugao looked curiously at Naruto as his eyes widened slightly and Katsumi simply stopped giggling as she heard this. Naruto immediately smacked his hand to his head in a natural facepalm as he registered her question. He looked up and noticing the questions starting to form said, "Firstly, Kuhi-sama, I was worried about Mei-chan because she is late from her diplomatic meeting in a village she needed to visit to increase her own village's prestige." Katsumi and Yugao both nodded as they were brought up to Kurenai's question. As for how she could warn me, Megami, please take your rings off and look into the band directly underneath the gem, he said. Kurenai and Yugao both did as asked. What do you see? He asked. Your name for me, Kurenai said. Same here, Yugao said. I told you how the seal for the Hiraishin was covered by another mock seal that showed another drawing correct. He asked. He watched as their eyes widened and they both came to the conclusion before he even spoke. I did the same here. Only I put your names instead of a seal array. There is a small communication seal in there that will resonate with the seal on my body that will alert me to your dilemma should you ever need me. All you need to do is channel chakra into your rings and I will be by your sides in a flash. Naruto produced 2 of his Hiraishin kunai. So long as you hold on to these, I will never be more than a second away. Kurenai and Yugao both looked at their rings and smiled. He never stopped worrying about them. Some women might take offense but they knew Naruto was doing it so they could call on him should they need it. It was not something that was to undermine their own independence. Thank you Koibito, Kurenai said as she stepped close to him and kissed him. Good thinking Anata, Yugao said as she kissed him as well. Katsumi huffed as she crossed her arms, a little jealous she couldn't kiss him too. They don't need those kunai Naru-kun, she said. Naruto, Kurenai and Yugao all looked at her and she huffed again as she said, by your mate marks, you all can reverse summon any of you. If you need him or he needs you, you can summon the other one. She explained. What if they are unconscious when they need me? Naruto asked after some thought. Katsumi sighed as she rubbed her temple. Then the warning will allow you to summon them to you Naru-kun. You would never even see their enemy. She explained. Kurenai and Yugao both smiled widely as Naruto struck a thinking pose to make sure this was foolproof. After some internal debating, which was ended when the girls pocketed his kunai, he decided to let them choose to keep it or not. However, right as he began to voice his opinion they both took their kunai and went to sit back down. Well, now he has 2 ways of getting us, Kurenai said as she sat back down, mirrored by Yugao. Katsumi sighed as she crossed her arms again, feeling a pang of loneliness. Naruto suddenly spoke up, wait, mate marks. Katsumi looked at him incredulously, don't tell me you forgot you marked them, she waved at Kurenai and Yugao. As mates, did you? She asked. Of course I marked them, but it doesn't actually show a mark does it? He asked. Katsumi frowned, of course it does. Why do you think it is called a mark? She asked but she immediately saw his feeling of guilt. It is nothing major Naru-kun. Just something that looks like a tattoo on their Hanyu bodies along with your own. When you have your defensive mechanism up they can't be seen. It will represent your bond with each other. Much like how humans use rings. Naruto was still frowning until Kurenai said, where is it? In frustration. Naruto looked up surprised to find himself looking at a nearly naked Kurenai and Yugao as they both twirled around looking at their bodies. Katsumi smirked as she saw the girls' ploy in showing how they liked what he had done. They were both showing off their newer, more impressive assets, while simultaneously getting an answer they want. After a few more minutes, Kurenai and Yugao both smirked at Naruto. Naruto smiled at them as Yugao spoke. We do not regret anything. After everything we have been telling you, you still worry about it. We love you and would have done much more if you had but asked it of us. She said. Naruto nodded. Katsumi spoke up, now Naru-kun, since Kurenai and Yugao would like to see their marks, release your defense mechanism. She said. Naruto shrugged as he stood and let his 9 flowing tails out. They flailed about behind him as his yuki flared and settled. Kurenai and Yugao gasped as they saw a tattoo marking Naruto's neck. Naruto in turn gasped as he saw the outlines of the girls' marks before they settled with his yuki to being visible on their skin. So I was right, Katsumi muttered. It seems that their Hanyu states are only released when you are in this state Naru-kun. Katsumi said, once they gain some more yuki and some more control, they should grow their own tails and then they will be able to control their mechanism as well. Now, let's take a look. Shall we? Naruto focused on Kurenai first. He looked at the square shape on her neck and focused. Finally he made out the image. He blinked as he took it in and smiled. Kurenai's looks like a book, at least the background does. The book is a curious shade of gold for bindings but the cover of it holds dual swords crossing in AX pattern. But behind the swords are a swirl of crimson with flecks of gold, almost like a small whirlpool behind the swords but above the book. He turned to Yugao. Yugao's looks like a full moon, though the moon is purple like her hair. It is crossed in front of by 3 swords, 2 in AX with the last one having its hilt pointing straight up crossing the blades in the middle. He finished his explanation. Kurenai and Yugao both had peaceful smiles on their faces, as if everything was right in the world. To them, everything was. Naruto was not hiding his enormous power, he was radiating his aura of peace even more powerfully than ever before. They were at peace with themselves and with their lifelong partner. Katsumi immediately smiled as Naruto's tails had appeared. She listened to his explanations of the marks he could see on his mates. Anyone could see them, it was just easier for him to do so. So Katsumi slowly walked towards him as he kept his attention on his current mates. She felt another pang of jealousy, but it was quickly swept away as his aura fluctuated once again. Once he had finished talking, she bent down slightly to look at his neck. She growled softly as she saw the mark. Naruto blinked and looked down at Katsumi, surprised she was growling. He immediately knew what she was looking at and just as quickly knew why she was growling. She was very possessive as her demonic traits kicked in, and he was sure she was being influenced slightly when it came to her normal self-control. He had expected her to be much more jealous than she had shown already. He sighed and was about to put himself in front of Kurenai and Yuga when she suddenly stopped growling and he heard her start to talk. Katsumi growled as her demonic instincts told her this male was worth mating with. He was already powerful enough to trigger her own heat. All she saw was images of what the girls must have done with him to incite her feelings to potency. Her instinct screamed at her, but she saw his breath hitch, and for some reason she put her instincts to the back of her mind as she focused on his mate mark. She smiled slightly as she saw the shape. She wondered what it would be when he marked her and began to describe it for the group. It seems to be a swirl. No, a whirlpool, she said as the rest cocked their eyebrows. Yes, an orange whirlpool, but that is not all. It seems to switch constantly between two figures within the swirl of the color. The first is a book. It looks thick yet very sturdy. Beautiful calligraphy and a picture of a swordsman with a red blade on its front. The second, a full moon with a sword struck through the center. The sword looks plain, but the hilt has golden wrappings. This continually repeats. Though the swirl never actually moves, it seems like it is a genjutsu. Katsumi said as she stood up. Think of those pictures where you have to focus on one certain object to actually see it within the picture as you stare at it. That's what this is with a Uzumaki swirl, as the random picture you would see at a glance. Naruto hummed slightly before a smile spread across his face. I like it, he stated. The girls giggled at him. Well, let's finish eating. We have some time before we are supposed to meet Tsunade for our mission later. He sat down and the girls all followed his example. All of them had happy smiles on their faces except for a slightly jealous pout that had found its way onto Katsumi's face. Naruto took notice of it, but he did not feel he was ready for her yet. Time skip, a few hours. Naruto sighed as he exited his compound. The girls had gone shopping before the mission to pass some time and left him all alone. He turned his thoughts to Katsumi as he allowed his body to take him into town to waste the last hour he had before meeting with Tsunade. He was quite certain he liked her. He knew he had feelings for her beyond friendship and probably beyond just a boyfriend-girlfriend love. He was close to saying he loved her as he did Kurenai and Yuga. It really was no surprise he felt this way with the actions of Katsumi when he was younger and the way she had never really ever left him. They had their rough spots, but both of their actions spoke love to one another. Naruto had been surprised when she explained why he had liked Mei and Kurenai even when he was younger. But the first 4 women he had seen as worthy were the 4 women he was engaged to. It hurt him to see the jealousy that would sometimes flash across her face, but he was not sure if he was willing to mark her. He knew that the both of them were stuck together for all eternity, but something just seemed to be holding him back, much like what had happened with Kurenai and Yuga. He knew he loved her, but he was afraid of expressing it to her. It was irrational, but he couldn't seem to figure out how to get past it. He frowned slightly but put the thoughts to the back of his head as he realized he was within the city. He began to think of what to do until his meeting when he noticed someone in the crowd. He smirked slightly as he remembered meeting the man when meeting Konohamaru, the Sandaim's grandson. He introduced himself as a elite tutor with all the shortcuts to the Hokage title, but Naruto had quickly cut him down to size with the logic of there is no shortcuts to the top. Naruto's smirk widened as he thought of something. He created a cage bunshin to tail Ebisu and stepped into an alley. He ran through a few handseals and said, Kuchio's no jutsu, Akiko, Akemi, summoning technique, Akiko, Akemi. With a small puff of smoke, the 2 fox demons were standing in front of him, both in their Hanyu forms. Naruto smiled as they both looked at him. Naruto-kun, Akiko shouted and launched herself at him. Naruto laughed lightly as he caught her and ruffled her fox ears. Naruto, Akemi said stoically, but he could see she was happy about being summoned. Suddenly, Naruto's smirk returned as he looked at the 2 of them. Both of them started to grin evilly. Who are we pranking, Naruto-kun? Akiko asked. Yes, and what is the prank? Akemi asked. Naruto's smirk broadened slightly as he began to tell them his ideas. Both of them giggled evilly as their tails wagged in happiness from his brilliance. Ebisu was walking down the street with a smile on his face. His glasses settled on his nose and a spring in his step. The training for Konohamaru was going great and he was very proud of Konohamaru's progress. Not only that, it was a beautiful day outside on his one day off. So he continued his stroll, taking in the sights of his beloved Konoha. Ebisu continued his walk until he saw a small fox kit sitting on the side of the road. Now, most of Konoha did not like foxes, but Ebisu held no great hate for them like the rest of his villagers. He did not particularly like them, but it was odd to see one within the village limits, and because he was having such a great day he decided he would help the fox kid out. So he made his way across the street intent upon picking the kid up. As Ebisu approached the kid, he noticed it was sitting on something while seemingly staring at him. He chuckled lightly to himself as the kid cocked its head to the side. Hey little fella, you know this isn't a safe place for you. Why don't we get you to the forest? Ebisu said as he leaned down to pick up the kid while looking at what it was standing on. All of a sudden, the kid jumped up and nipped Ebisu's hand before darting off. Ebisu gasped as his hand started to bleed slightly and he glared after the kid. He looked back down and noticed that there was a book. He recognized the famous Ico Ico Paradise books by Jiraiya-sama. Miraculously enough, it was a edition he didn't have. Now he was by no means a pervert as big as Jiraiya or Kakashi, but he did enjoy the female body enough to look when he had the chance, or sometimes even when it was inconvenient. Ebisu looked around and noticed that there were few people around. If he picked the book up, no one would ever notice. He also noticed that the fox kid was now sitting at the corner of the street looking at him with what he swore was a smirk. He decided that he didn't like that look and quickly grabbed the book, placing it into his pouch before he looked back at the kid. He took off down the street, going a bit faster than before, but saw the kid stand up and move as well. He was now sure that it did that on purpose. Ebisu came around the corner and saw that the kid was weaving its way through the crowd. He quickly began to follow it. After 2 blocks of following the kid, he suddenly came upon it sitting on yet another book. He warily approached until the kid yipped, then turned around and ran to the corner before disappearing around it. His eyes darted around as he looked at who was near him. Once he was satisfied he was mostly alone, he bent down and went to pick the book up. Hentai. He heard a girl scream. He quickly stood back up but left the book on the floor. He glanced around and noticed something he had missed since he was paying too much attention to the kid. There was a kunoichi hangout right next to him. He felt a shiver run down his spine as he was surrounded by some of the kunoichi. Now ladies, I can explain. His screams could be heard for miles around. Rooftop. Naruto and Akiko were watching as Ebisu got beat down, both of them laughing at his misfortune. Akemi suddenly showed up next to them and joined them in their laughter. That was devious Naruto-kun. Having me draw his attention and bring him here in front of known kunoichi hangout while simultaneously planting those perverted books and having Akemi cry out pervert. Ha 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 he 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 he. Akiko gasped out as Naruto beamed and Akemi nodded her head. Hopefully this keeps him from rubbing off too much on Gigi's grandson. He already has Gigi as a pervert, he doesn't need any more perverted role models, even if Ebisu is only a closet perv. Naruto said, now I need to go see Tsunade. Akemi and Akiko nodded while thanking him for the opportunity for the prank before they puffed back home. Naruto chuckled as he set off to the Hokage Tower. Hokage room. Naruto walked into the room and took in his old team with a smile. Kurenai was standing over to the side with her arms crossed. Shino was standing in his usual overcoat, but Naruto had gotten used to his demeanor and could tell he was happy. But the person he concentrated on was Hinata. He took a few moments longer to inspect her. He noticed that all the signs of her imprisonment had been removed as her bruises were gone. She actually looked quite good for someone who had been imprisoned not but 3 days ago. She was radiating a peace that he had never known she had. He smiled as he saw her look. She had a glazed expression like what Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi would get for him when he would be gone. He noticed they would occasionally just zone out, or when he would return, and they couldn't sense him, they would have those expressions. He smiled wider and stepped closer to Hinata. So how is Gaara? He asked with a suggestive tone. Hinata promptly blushed red but said, amazing. She whispered. Naruto looked at her shocked. You. He trailed off. Not that it is your business. Hinata said as she whispered to only Naruto. But his demon had a heat, and since Toussaint took care of the council he approved of us. One thing led to another. She finished. Naruto's eyes unfocused for a few seconds before he said, as long as you weren't forced, Hinata-chan, I am happy for you and Gaara. If you need anything, either of you, don't hesitate to ask. Hinata nodded and the team turned their attention forward as Tsunade cleared her throat. This team is being reformed for this one last mission. If Hinata is not promoted on this mission, she will be recycled into the other teams. She said as each of the shinobi eyes hardened. Kurenai and Naruto will have cooperating leadership during this mission. This is a B rank protection mission. She unrolled a scroll and proceeded to read its contents. You will protect Yuki Fujika's, the actress, during her trip from Hai no Kuni to Yuki no Kuni. You will assist the movie crew in anything they need, but your first priority is the protection of Fujika's-san. Your employer is Sanryu, her manager. Any questions? She finished. Naruto and Kurenai both glanced at each other, then at their subordinates before turning around and saying, no, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded and handed the scroll over to Kurenai. Very well, dismissed. Teammates saluted and headed out of the tower as Tsunade sighed and sat back in her chair. You are going to promote her no matter what, aren't you, Haim? Jiraiya said as he appeared behind her and began to rub her shoulders. Yes, she has shown her prowess by defeating her ANBU even while tired. No matter that level, that ANBU would kill any genin and most chunin. Even if it was a lucky shot, she deserves the rank from her actions during her team's workings anyway. Tsunade said as she relaxed under her boyfriend's massage. Jiraiya grunted and continued his ministrations as he reviewed some information he had come across. He knew Naruto was going to be angry about what had happened and that he would be pissed that he had allowed him to go on a mission, but telling him now would do nothing to help. With Naruto about 1 hour later bordering town. Naruto sighed as he rode on the back of a galloping horse. When they had gotten to the town about 5 minutes ago, Naruto and company had nearly been bowled over by this horse. Naruto had, by instinct, dodged the madly galloping horse and landed on its behind. He turned back to watch as the rest of his team took down the armed people coming after this girl as they noticed he was in control of her. Naruto looked at his fellow rider and his eyes widened as he took in the visage of the woman they were to protect. He smiled under his face mask and simply settled himself onto the horse while crouching down. He could stop the horse but there was no reason as they were on a dirt road with few people around now and the woman was simply running away from the inevitable with him right next to her. Besides, if he ever got knocked off he could easily outpace the horse. He chuckled slightly as she finally noticed he was on her horse. She started to swerve the horse so as to get him to fall off, even going so far as making the horse rear up on its hind legs. He merely smiled at her from behind his half mask and asked, "Are you done?" With laughter coloring his voice. Her eyes narrowed as she detected his mirth and she lashed out causing him to jump in reaction to avoid the attack. She immediately took advantage of his new position by getting the horse to gallop away. Naruto shook his head as he landed on the road and dusted himself off. He put his hands in his pockets as he started to follow her scent back to the town they had just left, which was the way she had galloped off as she hadn't checked her directions before trying to evade him. Bah! Yuki sighed as she downed her next shot. She giggled slightly as she remembered how she had evaded that ninja. She suddenly grimaced as she thought how easy it was. Pitiful what passes for a ninja these days. She whispered to herself as she had one flashback to her childhood. Oh really? A voice said right next to her as she heard the person take a seat. I wouldn't say that, Yuki Fujika's. You didn't evade me as easily as you seem to think. The person finished. Yuki turned to her partner and almost jumped out of her seat as she took in the same ninja she supposedly left behind. Who are you? Why are you following me? How do you know my name? She sputtered as her slightly drunk mind lowered her inhibitions. My name is Namikaze Naruto and I am part of a mission that has you as a person of importance to protect. Naruto said as he took in her state and ordered his own drink. Sake please, he asked the waiter. Yuki narrowed her eyes. I am not going to Yuki no Kuni. They can recast my role. I am never going back to that godforsaken place. She finished her own drink and grabbed Naruto's as it was placed on the table. She quickly gulped that down and merely said, you shouldn't be drinking on the job. To Naruto. Naruto smirked under his mask. Neither should you. But you just made my job easier, thank you. He inclined his head to her. Yuki looked confused and was about to ask him something when her vision suddenly went blurry. She swayed a bit before pitching forward, being caught by Naruto from crashing into the table. Naruto merely shook his head as he paid for the drinks and gathered her up to catch their boat ride. Boat. Naruto sighed as he looked out over the ocean. Once he had deposited their charge in her room he had simply moved himself to the boat's deck to enjoy the sea air. He wished Katsumi would have come with him but it would have been a bit of a giveaway if he was seen working with a ninfox just as the fox Anbu did. His thoughts turned back to May and what could have happened during her trip which had been taking longer than planned. He desperately wanted to talk with her as he hadn't even communicated with her since when he went into heat. He had been worrying for some time before someone joined him. Stop worrying Koibito. She will be fine. She isn't a cage for nothing. Kurenai said as she hung over his shoulders. Naruto's lips twitched upwards and he relaxed slightly as he felt his mate. I know, I just can't help it though. I have this really bad feeling. It does you no good to worry about her. Just focus on the mission and if she still hasn't returned by the time we have, you can always haration to her to check things out. Kurenai said. She shivered from the frigid air coming off the sea as they had made good progress towards their destination. Naruto nodded but frowned as Kurenai shivered. He turned around and wrapped her in his arms to warm her up. He smiled when she sighed contentedly. Head inside, he said in a slightly commanding, slightly pleading voice. Kurenai looked up at him surprised. I control my own body heat so I am okay posting watch. Keep Shino and Hinata-chan near Yuki-san and you patrol the lower decks. I will pulse my chakra if anything happens. Kurenai nodded, a good plan but I think I am going to stick near Sanryu-san. He is our employer after all, she said, to which Naruto nodded and the two mates shared a small kiss before separating. Time skip. Naruto looked out as the ship ground to a halt. Iceberg ahoy, the man from the crow's nest yelled. Little late for that isn't it? Naruto muttered to himself. He jumped up and landed on the mast to look out and right next to the ship was the iceberg. He did note that the ship managed to stop before hitting the iceberg however. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Something about the iceberg put him on edge. The iceberg seems to be larger than should be possible within these waters, Naruto-sama. Kamikaze thought to his wielder. Naruto nodded his head but he could not seem to figure out why that would bother him so much besides the fact that it wasn't normal. He pushed it to the back of his head as he saw the movie crew gather on the ship's deck. Yes, 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 the director cried out as Naruto dropped back to the deck. This is perfect. Time to shoot our next scene. Onwards men, he shouted, overruling the many questions of how dangerous this might be, stating, movies are created, they don't make themselves. This is a sign that we are to film here. Without further delay the movie crew and actors began to get dressed and makeup was prepared as the cameras were set up. Naruto moved to his team, all of whom were standing near Yuki's dress room. Okay, I am going to take the point of the iceberg to give me some visual as I can move back down the fastest. Kurenai, what do you think the rest should do? He asked, going with their leadership. Kurenai thought for a moment before saying, Hinata should stay near Sanryu and the director using her Byakugan to keep range on everyone. Since you will be able to see past her, she will be our first line of defense for the bystanders. Shino will keep an eye on Yuki herself. With his bug jutsu and defense, he is best suited for protecting her besides yourself. I will patrol around and will keep in touch with you, she stated. Naruto nodded and the team jumped off to accomplish their mission. With Hinata. Hinata was quite bored, but she was determined to pass this mission with no mishaps so she could be promoted and allowed to stay on her own team. She flashed her Byakugan on and off as she protected and watched the crew. About 10 minutes after her team had separated, she flashed her eyes again and caught something that she was confused about. So she reactivated her eyes, which resulted in her yelling out to her team, ambush. She immediately grabbed Sanryu while keeping her Byakugan active. Shino heard her call and immediately had a clone switch out with the still acting Yuki just in time to disperse as it was riddled with senbon. He quickly gathered the actor in his arms and dashed towards Hinata. Kurenai turned to look at where the senbon had come from while radioing into Naruto. Naruto, ambush, return immediately, she sent out. It took a few moments while she scanned the area to find her opponents. Already worried as she couldn't seem to sense them just yet. Yeah, one of them is up here. Once I deal with him I will be there, he said before the radio went silent. Kurenai tensed. It sounded like one of them managed to hurt Naruto. This would be bad if that were true. If the person that is fighting Naruto was their leader, then they had a shot, but if not, well, Kurenai didn't want to think about how strong these guys were if that were true. One last thought crossed her mind: with such strong enemies, why is this rank B? She asked herself before finally catching sight of one enemy. Kurenai looked at the chubby man running after Shino and smirked. She started hand seals to one of her favorite genjutsu. Shino looked over his shoulder to see the fat man who was chasing him slobbering almost like a pig while wearing a stupid grin on his face. Come here, you little brat. If you hand over the princess, then you need not get hurt, said the man. Princess, he thought as Yuki started to freeze up in his arms. No, she started to whimper as Shino continued to run. Shino cursed himself as he should have her on his back, but he turned back around to look for his assailant only to smirk and send his bugs to suck the man dry as he was caught in Kurenai's genjutsu, running off in another direction. He looked back to Hinata and his smirk went away as he took in the enemy she was now facing. He cursed as the crew of the movie had only moved away to film the rest of her battle. Shino made a clone which grabbed Yuki and jumped towards the ship as he headed to help his teammate. Hinata panted as everything she tried didn't work. She had managed to land a few hits on her opponent, but that damn armor seemed to stop the Juuken from taking effect. She had an ace, but she didn't want to use it just yet. She straightened herself only to be relieved when she saw Shino suddenly fly in and kick her opponent into a snow mound a little ways away. She turned to the crew. Get back to the ship, now, she ordered, and most obeyed her. Shino nodded to Hinata and the two got ready for a fight. You bastard, the female said as she rose from her position. I will teach you not to hit a lady. She immediately activated some weird chakra wings which granted her the ability to fly. She gained some altitude before turning around and hovering. Hinata and Shino prepared themselves with some of Shino's bugs starting to float around them. The woman suddenly smirked as she held a single hand sign and said, Hyoden, Hyoro no Jutsu, Ice Release, Ice Prison Technique. Shino and Hinata's eyes widened as they jumped to avoid the jutsu. Unfortunately they were too slow and the ice managed to capture them in a freezing pillar of ice. The entire crew of the ship started to shiver lightly as the woman laughed menacingly and landed next to the pillar. Shows you right for thinking you could beat me, she exclaimed as she looked at her enemies' frozen faces. Kurenai cursed as she ducked under another attempt at grabbing her. That chubby guy had managed to break her genjutsu when he stumbled and fell. She knew her genjutsu were getting more powerful, but she seriously sweet dropped when he simply fell into some snow and dispelled her jutsu. She rolled away and watched as the man pulled his hand back with the cable using a metal contraption on his arm. He had been attempting to grab her with it ever since the start of the fight, and she had been avoiding him as she didn't want to test her luck into jutsu with him. She started hand signs to her favorite genjutsu and once finished called out the technique. Magen, Jubiku Satsu, Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death. The man immediately lost focus on Kurenai as his sense showed him he was tied up by a tree. He started to struggle in place against his bindings as Kurenai snuck past him and went to plunge a kunai at his heart from behind. She was unprepared as he suddenly twisted around with a vicious smirk on his face. Gotcha, illusion bitch. Kurenai's eyes widened as he went to reach down to grab her. Naruto looked across the peak of this mountain scowling as he pulled one of his hands to his mouth. Fuiten, Daitopper, releasing the great blast of wind augmented by his huge chakra reserves. His opponent jumped away and reappeared on Naruto's side. Naruto turned to his opponent. Who are you? Why are you attacking? He asked as he started to look down while keeping one eye on him. He was worried about his team. He was brought back to his opponent as he started to laugh uproariously. You don't even know who you are really defending? He asked incredulously. Yuki Fuji, Naruto began. Wrong, he stated as his face twisted into a devilish smirk. I am not surprised they never told you, he stated, but let's answer your first question. I am Nader Roga, Snow Shinobi at your service, he said with a slight mocking bow. Now for your second question. I was hired to kill Koyuki Kazuhana. She is the last remaining line of a corrupt power-hungry line of leaders that have been sucking Yuki no Kuni dry. Naruto's eyes widened as he relaxed his guard slightly. Now if you just hand her over silently, then we can easily silence the client and your reputation will never be tarnished by the man who is trying to trick you. Nader said. Naruto was about to nod when Nader held out a hand sign. Fool, he said and called out his technique. Hyoden, Ikaku Hakuge, ice release. One-horned whale, a massive white whale suddenly rose from the sea and crashed into the iceberg. Naruto noticed it was made of the ice and water surrounding the area. One thing no one had expected, however, was the massive explosion that happened right as the whale slammed into the iceberg. Nader and Naruto both turned to the opposite side of the iceberg to see it starting to submerge as they both heard a blood-curdling scream accompanying a bright light. Both jumped away, Naruto to his team in the light, while Nader retreated. Kurenai's eyes widened as the man stumbled when the explosion and whale both appeared so fast. She quickly kawarimi'd away from the man. She appeared about 50 feet from him just to turn around and get into a fighting stance. She had to suddenly cover her eyes as she saw a blur approach her opponent before he started to scream along with a female. She squinted her eyes as the two collided and suddenly started to thrash around. She quickly shunshined away just to feel a heatwave catch her right before the jutsu took effect. Her eyes widened as she turned back after she had landed and saw the massive explosion from before was suddenly added to as her opponent blew up. She sighed in relief as she detected no other enemies and immediately ran towards the boat as the iceberg began to submerge. She hoped Hinata and Shino were okay. Kurenai and Naruto both landed on the water as the last of the iceberg slipped beneath the waves. The two Junin shared a look before sprinting towards the boat, from which they heard a cry of "and cut." A few moments later, Naruto and Kurenai both landed on the boat deck to see a shivering crew, an almost comatose Koyuki, and two very shaken-up teammates. They both relaxed as they saw that both of them looked up and had guarded stances before taking in who they were seeing. They all smiled at each other before turning serious and beginning to explain what had happened. It seems once they had fooled the female into thinking they were stuck, Hinata and Shino had hidden some empowered exploding notes made by Naruto in a genjutsu. Once she got close enough, they exploded them, leaving her to go flying at her teammate. This resulted in what Kurenai had seen. Naruto explained his fight and how his opponent had managed to flee before he was able to kill him. The whole team was uncomfortable with what Nader had said, but when Sanryu was confronted they gained the truth, which was supported by Kakashi's own mission report, having been sent to them by the Hokage via summons. They all decided to finish the mission. The caravan had disembarked from the ships and was following an old railroad. They had just exited a cave when a cry went out, "Yuki is missing." Naruto sighed as he rubbed his eyes. "I am going to go get her, protect the caravan while you wait," he asked pleadingly to his team. They all nodded as he jumped off. "Same thing as in the actual mission. I want to get this chapter out and typing this is getting tedious." Time skipped to when Naruto reappears with the train following him. Naruto smiled at Koyuki. "See, told you no train could catch me," he said. Koyuki's lips twitched upwards until she heard a voice from behind Naruto. "Ah, Koyuki-chan, it's been so long, let's take a good look at you," Dotu said in his greasy voice from on top his carriage within the train. Nader was next to him. "A picture of perfection, such a shame I must end your life." Naruto stood between Koyuki and her uncle, his eyes starting to flash dangerously. "You will not lay a hand on her, you scum," he said. Dotu was interrupted from his retort by a loud roar up on the top of the hill. A host of samurai were on the top of the hill. Sanryu made a rousing speech of how the samurai were all there to support Koyuki as the last hope for their land. Koyuki scoffed, but Naruto could see the doubt in her eyes. "Charge," Sanryu said, and the samurai surged forward with Kurenai, Shino and Hinata leading at 3 points, with the fourth being Sanryu. Dotu smoked, but Naruto saw it and released his seals just as Dotu said, "Show them how outdated they are." Nader nodded his head and raised his arm. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw panels within the train fall down, revealing kunai blasters. Naruto cursed but made a clone and started to move. "Fire!" Nader shouted. The train instantly spewed hundreds of kunai towards the charging samurai. Koyuki's eyes widened in horror as the weapons hurtled towards their targets. They widened even further as her bodyguards showed exactly why they had not turned down her mission despite its difficulty. Hinata sped forward using her newfound speed from her training to gain some distance from her division before she shouted, "Dai Hakusho Kaiden." She began spinning rapidly as a dome of chakra spread out and covered her division from the incoming objects. Shino smoked under his mask as he looked at the oncoming attack. He nodded his head slightly as he pulled away from his own division, with Kurenai mirroring him right to his left. He started hand signs with Kurenai and both called out their techniques at the same time. Doten, Doru Heiki, Kaiden, Kayu Enden. A wall of earth spread from Shino's fingers to protect both their divisions. Kurenai's fire dragon immediately hardened the earthen wall, giving it extra defense as the kunai bounced harmlessly off it. Koyuki's mouth was hanging open, but she saw that Sanryu's division had no protection. Benika's no Kizu. Naruto spoke as he appeared in front of Sanryu while swinging his sword at the train. The air rippled and blew away each of the kunai on its way to the train. Dotu's eyes widened as the attack slammed into his train. He quickly got the train moving. Naruto smoked as Kurenai appeared next to him and whispered their preparations. Naruto saw that both Shino and Hinata were almost out of chakra for the huge amount they had just used to protect their charges. He smiled, proud of them being capable of this. Kurenai raised her hand in a signal as the train reached a bridge. Katsu, she said as the train was suddenly engulfed in an explosion. Naruto and the group all gathered together at the train tracks to plan their next move. About 10 minutes later, Naruto looked up as a blimp suddenly rose from the cliff face they had been on. He saw a wire shoot out and latch onto Yuki as his team scrambled to grab her. He activated his true transformation. He turned himself into a hawk and rose with the blimp as his team stared at the blimp with lost eyes. He had his pre-made clone tell them of his plan and he followed the blimp. Once he reached it, he landed in an open window, quickly changing himself into a rat. He snuck around until he was in the control room where he could see Koyuki was being held with her uncle and Nadare. He eavesdropped on their conversation about the ultimate treasure of Yuki no Kuni and how only Koyuki could have opened it. Just as he was about to move away, he noticed Nadare stiffen and look right at him. After a short scuffle, he allowed himself to be captured to be taken to the treasure vault. Dotu looked down at him as Nadare held his arms. Well, a stowaway. Dotu's eyes suddenly shined with a glint Naruto had seen many times in his youth. I want to test something. Bring me the chakra absorber, he declared to one of his henchmen. Naruto raised an eyebrow but did nothing else. Soon a man appeared with something in his hands. Dotu rubbed his hands together and grabbed it, instantly placing it at Naruto's chest. Naruto grunted as he felt the machine attach itself to his chakra and start to keep it from him. He slumped down and was thrown into a corner after Nadare claimed he could feel no chakra from him. Naruto watched out the corner of his eye to make sure Koyuki was kept alive as the blimp made its way to the vault. His clone dispersed, letting him know that Hinata was following him while Kurenai and Shino were heading to the castle with the samurai to cleanse it of Dotu's followers. At the site with the mirrors still on the blimp. Let's go Nadare, we're here, Dotu said as he stood holding Koyuki's necklace in one hand. Naruto rolled himself into a seated position. Finally, he said as he stood and stretched his limbs. Dotu and Nadare looked back at him. After a few seconds, Nadare simply smirked at him, but Dotu's eyes were slightly wary. And what are you talking about, worthless little scum? Nadare spat. You are nothing now that your chakra is inaccessible. Naruto smiled a feral smile, bringing Koyuki out from her depressed state as she stared at him. Oh, it's a good thing I don't have just chakra then, nay, he stated, only gaining curious looks from Koyuki and Nadare, but he noticed Dotu subtly take a step back towards the door leading outside. Nadare smirked and turned his back on Naruto. Stop trying to bluff your way past this. Your speed was impressive, but without your chakra you have no chance of hoping to match me. I applaud your performance, but if I hear anything else from her. Nadare was cut off from his tirade as he looked down at the red fur piercing his chest. His eyes widened as he looked up, only to see Dotu had already fled. He started to tremble as he felt the massive power behind him. Kami-sama, you were annoying. So damn arrogant. Even naming a jutsu after yourself, no matter how accurate it is just asking to be killed. Well, a little late for anyone else now, Naruto said in his Hanyu state as his 8 tails flailed behind him. He looked down at the contraption on his chest and merely grunted. The machine sparked once before suddenly shattering from the Yuki Naruto had saturated it with. He flicked Nadare off of his tail and flicked it clean of blood before allowing it to return to its state with its brethren behind him. Naruto turned to Koyuki and smiled. So, still think fighting back is pointless? We have managed to take out his elite ninja without incurring any major damage to ourselves and have saved your own army from destruction, Naruto stated as his voice changed back to normal, though his tails stayed out. Kurenai gasped as she felt her body grow more energetic and a lust for battle creep through her limbs. She smiled ferally as they reached the castle. Naruto cocked his head as his ears flicked. Kawaii! Koyuki screamed and started to pet him on his head as she cuddled him. Naruto sweet dropped. As much as I enjoy this, we might want to take care of your uncle first, Naruto said. Koyuki nodded and stepped away blushing. Naruto merely smiled at her before he made a clone, without tails, to carry her back to the castle and meet up with Hinata before that. He nodded to his clone and went to leave. I expect you to come back, Naruto-san, Koyuki stated. Naruto turned and smiled over his shoulder. Count on it. But I am already taken, so don't go getting any ideas, he stated with a cheeky grin before he jumped off to a spluttering Koyuki. Baka, Koyuki stated before Naruto's clone grabbed her and set off to gather Hinata and meet with the rest of them. Dotu was not worth Naruto having back up. Naruto sighed as he looked down at the hexagonal crystal in his hands. It appears the ultimate treasure was a heat generator to bring spring to Yuki no Kuni. He smiled as he thought of what this might do for Koyuki before he set his sights ahead. Dotu was pathetic. He didn't even have a chakra armor like his subordinates, something which puzzled him, but he had to hurry back to the castle to stop Kurenai. He could feel Kurenai's bloodlust taking control as she had never been to battle in her Hanyu state. Her body may have increased, but she had never actually fought in a partially demonic body just yet. Luckily enough, her enemies were numerous enough she had not attacked allies, but he needed to hurry. He stepped up his pace. His tail still visible as he couldn't seem to activate his defense because Kurenai was in a bloodlustful state. Naruto dropped down in the courtyard of the castle as Kurenai stabbed her enemy through the heart. He could see that some of the samurai were scared of her and that enemies were dwindling. He sighed before he disappeared in a shunshin. Reappearing right behind her, he grabbed her waist and whispered huskily in her ear, "You know, seeing you like this is quite the turn on for me." He said, being honest. She was frustratingly in control of her emotions at almost all times. So seeing her be so free was quite pleasurable to his inner demon. She snarled slightly before saying, "Well, if you don't let me go, you won't be getting any from me. I want to get some more of them," she said with minute amounts of yuki in her body. Naruto's shock was seen for 1 second before he suddenly released her and stared at her with his yuki taking a slightly more golden color than normal. Every bystander was in awe as Naruto's tails flailed behind him and his yuki swirled, blanketing the area with an impending sense of victory for the wielder. Hinata and Shino both in awe as they saw their classmate showcasing what they thought was Kyuubi's power. "Do not forget yourself, Kurenai. I am alpha within our family. You listen to me. Now you need to stop," he stated in his most commanding voice. Kurenai looked defiant for all of 2 seconds, until Naruto flared his considerable yuki. She immediately lost her bloodlust and shook her head as she looked at Naruto's glowing eyes. "Koibito, what happened?" she said as she groaned, and suddenly Naruto's tails disappeared along with his yuki. He grabbed her again and whispered so only she could hear as the bystanders slowly recovered. Naruto had explained everything that happened when he felt it. The ground trembled beneath him and he shunshined away. "Move, get out of the courtyard now," he shouted at the samurai. Each of them scrambled to comply as Naruto's eyes turned back to the middle of the courtyard where he had just been standing. He watched as the ground seemed to rise up and mold together to form a creature that he had never seen. It stood at a towering 16 feet tall. It was humanoid in shape but with no visible face. Its legs held no distinguishable features aside from the small bits of stone from the courtyard floor. Its arms made of jagged rock looking more like clubs attached to the body of his enemy. Its featureless head staring blankly at him. Or behind him, he couldn't really tell. He felt Cereza start to hum in its sheath and heard Kamikaze speak up, "Ah, our old enemy seems to have arisen. It seems I will be used as my makers intended. This is a earth elemental Naruto-sama. It is quite mindless but very powerful. Luckily it is not too old so you can eliminate it rather easily using Cereza." Naruto saw Kurenai, Shino, and Hinata ready themselves but he merely drew Cereza and said, "Stay back, it seems this thing is only capable of being hurt by Kamikaze," he said. His entire team nodded, dropping back to stop any collateral damage. Naruto looked forward and dashed at his enemy to attack. It reacted slowly, bringing its arm around to smash down on Naruto. He easily dodged it and swung Cereza, cutting part of the arm but barely scratching the overall width of the arm. Naruto backpedaled as it swung its arm to the side in an attempt to bash him away from itself. He flipped and landed on his feet as he looked at his opponent again. He moved forward and charged a small amount of yuki into Cereza as he ran. He dodged the incoming arm and swung. "Benekas," he said as he sent the wave of crimson energy forward. It quickly cut through the arm and the severed arm piece fell to the ground with a loud crash. Naruto's eyes brightened as he took in the way he could beat this monster when the ground suddenly shifted and the rocks were suddenly hurtled back at the elemental. He watched, in slight horror, as the arm he just cut off was fixed and the monster hadn't even uttered a single sound beyond the moving of its body. Naruto growled and was about to use his other attack when Cereza began to hum like when he had fought hidden. "It seems you have need of my power, wielder. Very well, here is my ultimate attack. Use it well." The way to unleash Cereza's ultimate attack appeared in Naruto's mind as he took a Batujutsu stance. Naruto suddenly disappeared from his teammates' view and reappeared behind the elemental. "Kato Tenmitsu, flash cut," he said and put his sword back in its sheath with a click. The earth elemental turned to dust as it floated back down to the earth. Naruto turned around with a frown on his face as he thought of a new enemy that had appeared. Even with how easily he defeated this one, it was a youngling. If there were ones like this capable of coming close to his speed, he would have one hell of a fight. Even worse if something might be controlling them. He shook his head of the thought as he turned back to his teammates and smiled. Time skip. His team had successfully completed its mission and Hinata was promoted on her outstanding record. Naruto smiled as he made to turn away from Tsunade and Jiraiya before being halted. His eyes turned steely as he looked at the serious expression on his godfather's face. Chapter 19, Anger and Godfathers. Naruto stared at his godfather with steely eyes as he whispered menacingly, "What?" Jiraiya was fighting his very instincts as he stared into his godson's menacing red eyes. He gulped and took another breath before he was suddenly gasping from the ki Naruto was emitting. "Tell my mates where I went. You will have to explain to them why you did not tell us of this before. I hope, for your sake, she is okay. Otherwise I might take my anger out on you," Naruto said as he suddenly disappeared in an orange flash. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened at the technique. He finished it. Tsunade stuttered. Jiraiya merely gaped at the now empty seat. "Oh my Kami, I hope she is okay," he said. Tsunade turned fearful eyes on her lover. She understood why he had kept the information but they had no knowledge he could teleport to her location. "I don't care if she is hurt but I won't allow him to hurt you now that I finally have you," she said. Jiraiya shook his head. "No, I would be able to fight him in sage mode enough to calm him down so long as he kills whoever initially hurt her. No, I am worried about who else he might kill if she is hurt since his sensibilities will probably be lowered in his slightly more feral state," he explained to Tsunade's paling face. The council, she whispered. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. She turned back to the village and sighed. Well, we would probably be better off without the civilian council. Let's go tell Kurenai, Yugao and Katsumi. We need to make sure they have our side when he returns. One way or another they will be the only way to calm him, she said. Jiraiya nodded and they both made cage buncheons to stand in for them as they headed out to Naruto's home. Tsunade and Jiraiya approached the closed gates of the Namika's estate after having dropped their henges when they entered the forest. They had been wearing henges at the request of Naruto to avoid questions that would best be left unanswered. Once Tsunade retired, they could simply drop the henge and live as Jiraiya and Tsunade's relatives, or whatever they came up with. They always dropped their henges around Naruto's house though, since only the people he trusted were allowed within it. Jiraiya knocked on the door and sighed audibly. He felt a hand wind its way into his and grasped it firmly as he felt his spirits raise from Tsunade's gesture of faith. He smiled lightly at her, drawing a slight smile from her as well as they turned to face the music. Kurenai was not long in coming as she had been expecting Naruto. She opened the door with a smile on her face that only lost a little cheerfulness as she took in her guests. She was about to simply wave them into the compound when she noted their serious looks. Her smile was immediately replaced with a grim look as she said, "What happened? You might want to gather Yugao and Katsumi for this, Kurenai-san. I have little doubt that you will want to pound me into the ground, but I wish for you all to hear me out first." Jiraiya answered. Kurenai narrowed her eyes but nodded and waved them into the compound. She closed the door and turned around. "We will meet you in the main hall in 2 minutes," she informed them before disappearing in a shunshin to gather her fellow Naruto lovers. Jiraiya and Tsunade made their way through the mini forest, enjoying the peace that always surrounds this place. Both had small smiles on their faces as they walked hand in hand to the main house. Neither spoke as they basked in the foresty compound, each content with their partner and with themselves despite what they were about to reveal. But all too soon the couple reached the main house and their smiles vanished to be replaced by visions of determination. The two lovers entered the hall to be met with 3 very serious glares. Jiraiya shifted uncomfortably but straightened his back as Yugao said one word. "Explain." Jiraiya shivered but took a deep breath and began, "Now I want you to hear me out all the way before trying to kill me. Please," he pleaded. "About a week before Kurenai's team left for their previous mission, I had received intel from one of my most reliable and secretive spies." Each of the girls cocked an eyebrow. "This particular spy is the one I have watching." He trailed off as his eyes darted around nervously. Tsunade stepped forward and grasped his hand, causing him to calm down and finally look back at the women. "Akatsuki," he whispered, but each girl heard it and a terrible feeling settled in the pits of their stomach. Jiraiya began before they could spout questions. "My spy informed me that Akatsuki had pushed up their plans and instead of waiting for the Sanbi to reform, had somehow managed to get its power. So they have actively started to look for the Jinchuriki within villages, seeing as the only free Biju has been captured." Jiraiya paused to let the information sink in. However, he also brought me news of a plot to take down a few of the Jinchuriki that Akatsuki would prefer to not have a straight-out brawl with. They have the manpower, it is just better for them if they remain in the dark. The girls were starting to make the connection when Jiraiya dropped the bomb. Their first target is also their most powerful adversary, Naruto. Each of the girls' eyes widened as they all saw flashes of him fighting these monsters. And the only way they could see to get to him was through one of you, he said. The girls all had confused looks on their faces before Katsumi settled into a look of horror. "I see Katsumi gets it." To make a long story short, they planned on kidnapping one of you to get him to reveal himself away from the protection of Konoha. With a hostage, they predicted he would easily be swayed to their whims. So, they took the only person they could find, Mei. Jiraiya said and was cringing away from the bloodlust that Katsumi was producing as Yugao and Kurenai had horrified looks on their faces. "Where is Narukoi?" Kurenai asked. Jiraiya cringed. "He went after Mei. He gave her a kunai before she left after the Chuunin exams." Katsumi said, her voice becoming slightly hoarse from her yuki spiking. Yugao and Kurenai turned to stare at Katsumi for a few seconds before their attention was redirected to Tsunade, who had cleared her throat. Naruto flew into somewhat of a rage when he found out Jiraiya had withheld the information, but Tsunade began. "Why exactly didn't you tell us of this before we left for Yuki no Kuni?" Kurenai asked, shooting death glares at Jiraiya. Jiraiya withered, but Tsunade finished, "Because, and if you had let me finish you would know this, we had no knowledge of where she was being held and there was no way to find her. We had no idea Naruto could teleport right to her side, as we didn't know he had completed the Haraishin nor that he had given her the kunai." Katsumi and Kurenai were still pretty pissed and wanted to press the issue, but Yugao spoke up, "Calm down. They are right." Kurenai and Katsumi stared at Yugao. Naruto didn't tell them he finished the jutsu, nor did he mention he could appear next to her at any time should he need to. Both parties are at fault, but blaming each other gets us nowhere. Now, we could summon Naruto to us, but he would likely just Haraishin back to Mei, or we sit here and then give him a lashing when he gets back for leaving without telling us. Kurenai and Katsumi frowned but both nodded, then looked at the Sannin, who were now heaving sighs of relief. "As for you two," Katsumi began, making him stiffen. "Don't hide anything like this from us again and we will try to keep you as informed as possible." Everyone nodded and Tsunade and Jiraiya excused themselves to go back to the office, leaving the girls to worry about their future mate. Kurenai stood for what seemed like the 100th time since Jiraiya, and soon it had left and started to pace again. Katsumi rolled her eyes as she stared at the worry-driven mate of her fiancé. She was going to thoroughly ravish him when he came back, love or not. She was tired of waiting on him. She was bound to him for all eternity whether he liked it or not, and she was a horny demon who needed her heat cycle gone through. She had yet to tell Naruto of this but was sure he would pick up on her heat cycle beginning when he returned. She had opted not to go with him to avoid the very horny initial stages of her heat cycle, and now that she was a few days into it she was a bit more in control of herself than before. She could not deny herself any longer. She had ignored her previous heat cycles because she had found no one worthy. Now that she did, she wouldn't let this cycle go through without something happening. She could prevent the pregnancy but her needs were going to be satisfied. She was slightly worried Kurenai and Yuga would pick up on her cycle, but they seemed ignorant of it since they were not in their Hanyu forms. With how angry Naruto sounded, that was a bit odd, but Katsumi counted her blessings. Kurenai, sit down. Walking a rut into the floor won't help Naruto-kun, and certainly isn't helping my nerves. Katsumi almost growled out. Kurenai turned a glare to her fellow Naruto lover but sighed as she sat back down. I know, but I can't help but worry, she said. I worry too, but please try to calm down. It's bad enough I am going. Never mind, Katsumi said as she realized she had said too much. Kurenai turned questioning eyes on her as Yuga was out back training to take her mind off of Naruto. Going what, Katsumi-chan? Kurenai asked. Katsumi fidgeted nervously with her hands in her lap as she responded, it's nothing you need to worry about, Kurenai-chan. I'm fine. Kurenai put her hand on Katsumi's and squeezed lightly, you know. She began starting to talk softly, you may be some great big demoness out in the world, but in here you're just my fellow lover. Kurenai and Katsumi both blushed at that, but it was the truth nevertheless. You don't need to hide things from us in fear of rejection. We have already accepted you, she said softly. Katsumi's yellow eyes filled with unshed tears as she took a breath and sadly said, it doesn't seem Naruto-kun has. What makes you say that? Kurenai asked, surprised. Katsumi looked straight into Kurenai's red eyes and started to sob uncontrollably into her breasts as she nuzzled them. Won't he even touch me? She wailed. Kurenai started to stroke her hair softly. What do you mean? He just doesn't want to offend you is all, Kurenai defended. No, I mean I am in a heat cycle and he hasn't even spared me a glance since he saw me earlier. Katsumi almost shouted. Kurenai was stunned for a few seconds. When did he see you? She asked. He saw me as you were walking to the Hokage's office. He turned away from me as soon as he saw me. He doesn't love me like he does you and Yuga. Katsumi wailed. How could he? I am just a demon. Kurenai gently lifted Katsumi so she was looking into her eyes and summoned up every scrap of ki she had before sending it at the blonde-haired demoness. Now you listen here. Naruto does not care if you are a demon or not. You know that better than anyone. You also know that Yuga and I had to basically force him to take us physically. Her voice suddenly softened. He will not make a move on you because he is scared. He is constantly afraid of hurting us or our feelings. If you want him, go take him, she said forcefully. That's what we had to do and that is what you will have to do, Kurenai told the demoness. Katsumi chuckled slightly as she looked at Kurenai, who now had a playful look in her eyes. Maybe I will even join you. I haven't had him since our first time because of events, Kurenai said thoughtfully, making Katsumi growl. See, there you go. You want him enough to fight even me. I will even help set the mood when he returns. Especially if you are in heat, he will try to avoid you, but remember, that is just because he is scared of hurting you, she said gently. Katsumi immediately bit back her growl and did something that shocked Kurenai. She laid her head in Kurenai's lap and began purring as she guided Kurenai's hands through her own hair. Soon enough, Kurenai was stroking Katsumi's hair on her own and Katsumi was simply purring in content as she spoke. Naruto used to do this when he would come into his mindscape for me. This is a very intimate and submissive gesture for me, Kur-chan. Thank you for helping me, she said, meaning every word behind it. Kurenai blushed, but she kept stroking Katsumi's hair as the two kept their vigil waiting for their love. Time warp right after Naruto used Hiraishin to meet Mei. Naruto appeared in all his Hanyu glory, his 7 gold-streaked tails flailing about behind him, agitated as he looked around with murderous intent rolling off of him. His battle eyes instantly taking in the surroundings. He noticed he was in a dense forest. There were a few rocks in the small clearing he was standing in. The trees did not look like they were from Konoha nor from the few he had seen in Kiri, so he assumed he was in a neighboring country to Kiri because of this. He saw Mei's kunai was under him. The next thing to hit him was scent. His nostrils flared as he picked up Mei's burnt scent along with 2 people he had never met. Upon the confirmation that he smelled blood as well, his lips curled into an even more menacing growl than before. If they hurt Mei-chan, then they are going to wish they had never been born, he thought vehemently. Then he felt the breeze caress his skin and fur. He bristled as it brought new scents into his senses. The final sense to hit was his hearing as his ears twitched on top of his head. He heard the rustling of cloaks in the wind as he turned around, his eyes narrowing dangerously as his Yuki spiked from who he was facing. Well, Itachi-kun, we sure have bagged our prize pretty easily, though it did take longer than I thought it would for him to show up, a blue fish-faced man said. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, one of the best pairs within Akatsuki, Naruto growled out. Itachi's face was completely stoic as he stared at Naruto. Kisame, however, had a huge shark-like grin as he replied, "So the Gaki knows of us. Then this should be easy," he said. "Be careful, Kisame. He supposedly killed Hiden and Kakazu. Don't go underestimating him or you may regret it," Itachi said in his emotionless tone. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "You don't seem surprised to see me like this," he stated cautiously. He had only used his Hanyu form once and Zetsu had not been around from what he could sense. "How did they know about that?" "Ha ha ha, that's none of your concern," Kisame said while laughing at him. "Well, I know it isn't Zetsu who told you. I only used this against Hiden for a few seconds at most, but he wasn't around the area when I did. Just like I can feel that he isn't around right now," Naruto said, drawing a slight eyebrow arch from Kisame and, what seemed to him, a harder stare from Itachi. "How do you know about Zetsu?" Itachi asked in his monotone. Naruto wiggled his eyebrows. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he said mockingly. Kisame arched an eyebrow but shrugged as he held his Samehada against Mei's neck. "Let's end this. It is such a shame that I would have to hurt Mei, but my job requires I do so," Kisame said. "Naruto-kun, we will only ask once, please come with us," Itachi stated. Naruto's face simply burst into a huge smirk. "Tell ya what, you assholes. If you can manage to take Mei-chan back from boss, maybe he will go with you." The clone waved at him before saying, "Katsu." Half a mile away. Naruto smirked as he resheathed the memories from his clone. "Serves them right for trying to kidnap Mei-chan. Though I am surprised they didn't sense me grabbing her," he said to himself. Naruto had desperately wanted to tear the two limb from limb for even thinking of threatening his Mei-chan, still did, but her safety came first. So he set him up. He did sealess cage Bunshin and Kawarimi with both himself and Mei before taking off and leaving the two exploding clones to at least damage the two overconfident S-class shinobi. He chuckled to himself and finally found a good space to set Mei down and get a good look at her. He put her on the ground and ran the only medical ninjutsu he knew, a diagnostic. He could have grabbed Mei and Harasshined out of there, but there was strain on the body when the jutsu was used, plus he did not want to aggravate any wounds Mei might have had. As he ran his jutsu, he sighed in relief when the end result was simply her being unconscious due to being knocked in the head. He channeled a bit of chakra to his fingers and pressed them to her temples, massaging them slightly to stimulate blood flow. He didn't expect this to wake her up, just to speed the process slightly. So, Naruto was pleasantly surprised when Mei's eyes opened and she blearily looked around before latching onto him and saying, "Naru-kun. You came to Kiri to see me." Naruto sweet dropped but said, "We are not in Kiri right now, Mei-chan. You were kidnapped by Akatsuki to get to me. Now, we have him following us, so we need to head out of here and back to Kiri," he explained before looking at his surroundings, "though I don't even know where we are." "You never returned from your diplomatic mission," he answered her unasked question. Mei nodded her head and stood up. She took stock of herself and gratefully took Naruto's extra kunai and shuriken. Once she had her bearings, she looked around and walked up to a plant that bordered the clearing. Naruto watched silently as Mei looked at the plant intensely, then a smile spread across her face. She turned back around to Naruto and said, "We are only about a day's journey from Kiri. This plant here is indigenous to an island bordering Kiri. We could probably water walk from this island to Kiri's mainland," Mei said happily. Naruto smiled. "Well, let's get a move on. If Itachi and Kisame decide to come after us, we will deal with them then." Mei's eyes widened slightly at who had captured her. She was greatly disturbed that she had thought she was in Kiri initially and the fact that she had been subdued. However, she had never actually fought them. She was a bit hazy on exactly how they managed to capture her, but that only increased her irritation at herself for allowing it to happen. Naruto, sensing her distress, stepped up to her and wrapped her in a hug while saying, "Don't dwell too much on it, Mizu Tenchi. Itachi is notorious for his genjutsu ability. He could capture many shinobi without much thought, though I heard him say that he took almost a month to get to you." Naruto smiled at her. Mei relaxed in her love's embrace and sighed, "I know, Naru-kun, it just frustrates me I would be caught that easily." Naruto nodded his head. "Well, you couldn't have been easy if he took a month," he retorted and stroked her back consolingly. "Just forget it and let's get you somewhere safe." "Please?" he asked. Mei sighed but nodded. Mei suddenly grinned devilishly and leaned up. She grabbed Naruto's lips in a searing kiss, thrusting her tongue into his open surprised mouth to further her pleasure. She moaned when his hand suddenly gripped her backside and pulled her flush to his body as he began to wrestle her tongue with his own. She fought with him for almost 2 minutes before they broke apart, gasping for breath as Naruto wore a cheeky grin. "I win," he says. Mei just giggles and nuzzles her head into his chest. Naruto sighs in happiness. He tightens his grip on Mei and the two stand there for a good 5 minutes before Mei sighed and said, "As much as I loathe to move, we need to get going, Naru-kun." Naruto nodded and the two separated while jumping into the trees heading the direction Mei had pointed Kiri was in. Time skip about an hour. Naruto and Mei were jumping through the trees of this little forest on the way to the beach to cross back to Kiri when Naruto suddenly stopped. Mei, noticing his actions, paused and began to survey her surroundings as Naruto sniffed the air. Both of them jumped back as Samehada came crashing down where they had been standing moments ago. Naruto's eyes going instantly into his battle state with Mei flanking him. Naruto glared at his opponents as he took in their tattered cloaks. He smirked, though his eyes still held an immense amount of hate for what they had done. Seems you couldn't dodge all of it, huh? He stated cheekily, making Kisame growl. Kisame, calm down, Itachi said. Kisame glanced at Itachi and said, I don't care what we had said before, the Gaki is mine now, you take his bitch. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, Mei-chan, would you mind entertaining Itachi for me? Mei smirked evilly and nodded. Itachi sighed, but Mei and Itachi both jumped off into the trees to find a clearing for their own fight as Naruto and Kisame both stared each other down. I am going to rip you to pieces, Namikas, Kisame said before disappearing from sight. Naruto merely shifted on his feet before leaning back as he brought his leg around and kicking Kisame as he appeared behind him while swinging Samehada in a horizontal arc in an attempt to cut Naruto in half. Kisame grunted as he took the hit. He merely took one step back from the force behind the kick and brought Samehada down to hit Naruto. Naruto used the one leg he had to jump back and out of range as Samehada crashed onto the ground where he had just been standing. He could feel the chakra Samehada had already eaten from him. He scowled as he thought of it but immediately jumped as his sense warned him of impending danger. Suden, Bakusui Shoha, water release, exploding water colliding wave, Kisame said as a veritable tidal wave crashed down where Naruto had been positioned. Kisame smirked, guess he wasn't so tough. Itachi made a mistake, that doesn't happen Avoof, he said as he was suddenly pulled from the water that had surrounded the area. Naruto appeared standing where Kisame had been, his hand still outstretched from his punch which had sent Kisame flying. Naruto started to go through hand signs. Fudan, Kaze no Yaiba, he said as he slashed his hand. The air rippled as it hurtled towards Kisame. Kisame screamed as the blade cut into his shoulder. Naruto smirked. Kisame suddenly smirked before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he immediately started to move before he felt the damage. Kisame smirked as he suddenly appeared behind Naruto, Samehada shaving off bits of his cloak and back as Kisame dragged his shaving sword down Naruto's back. Gotcha, Kisame said, grinning like a shark. Naruto grunted as the pain registered, but he jumped away before more damage could be made. He grimaced as he felt the amount of chakra Samehada had managed to suck from him while he had been in contact with his skin. He could feel his skin starting to repair even with the huge amount of damage. Haha, you aren't nearly as hard as everyone made you out to be, Gaki, Kisame said. Naruto's eyes darkened. Naruto suddenly started to move. He grabbed a few kunai and shuriken out of his pouch and threw them at Kisame. Kisame chuckled as he knocked them out of the way, starting hand signs behind the cover of his sword so Naruto couldn't see them. Naruto held out his own hand as a rasengan formed into it. That attack will never reach me, Gaki, this is the end. Suden, Senjikism, water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Another tidal wave seemed to appear from the water Kisame had conjured earlier. Only this time instead of waves each 5 feet there was a shark head about the size of a man's head. Naruto's eyes widened as Kisame shouted from the other side of his jutsu. Take this. The shark surged forward away from Kisame and he smirked as he held his hand in the ending hand sign for his jutsu. This was one of his most powerful ones. He was sure that the Gaki had some impressive healing, but this would knock him out and he would capture him then go deal with Mei. He was unprepared for Naruto's ace even though he had witnessed it earlier. Naruto smirked from his side of the jutsu as he watched the shark surge forward. He uttered one dreaded word before disappearing, Haration. Naruto appeared behind Kisame. Kisame, feeling the chakra appear behind him and seeing the bright flash, turned, his eyes widening as he heard one word before pain exploded from his back, rasengan. Naruto said as he plunged his father's prize jutsu into Kisame's back. Kisame grunted as he was flung forward, losing his grip on Samehada from the unexpected pain of having his back ripped and shredded. Naruto straightened up and looked at his enemy with sadness. He held no love for Akatsuki, but what he had just done was horrible to a shinobi. Kisame laid on the ground, stunned. He uttered a mirthless chuckle as he looked at his enemy. What's with the sad look, Gaki? You got your revenge, he said. Naruto's eyes flashed with anger but his sad look replaced it. I know, I still hate you for threatening Mei, but I hate to see a powerful enemy laid low like this. Naruto said, his demonic instincts for fights kicking in. He enjoyed the fact he beat his opponent but his compassionate side warred with it. Kisame scoffed, finish it, Namikaze Naruto. You know my spinal cord has been destroyed, at least let me have a swordsman's death. Naruto nodded and pulled Tsuraiza from his sheath. He held the blade up and admired him for a small second before walking over to Kisame. This is Tsuraiza. He is my most powerful offensive blade. Denki is meant more for paralyzing my opponents if I need to capture them. I will grant you your death if you tell me of who your leader is. I know of everyone but this supposed god. Naruto spat the nickname as Kisame chuckled at him. Well, you are well informed, aren't you? All I can tell you is he has multiple bodies and has the legendary Rinnegan. Naruto froze. That was unexpected. Be careful fighting him. He is even more of a monster than me. The name god refers to more than just his jutsu. He seems able to bring back his bodies without any injuries. Naruto scowled. But there is one behind the scenes who seems to be ordering him. Watch out for the one with the orange mask. He is much more than he seems. Naruto nodded. Now finish it. Naruto sent some Yuki into Kisame's legs, temporarily fixing their connection. Stand and resheathe your death in honor Hoshigate Kisame, swordsman of the mist. Naruto had already sealed Samehada, so Kisame stood and looked at Naruto as he moved away from him. He raised his head to look directly at Naruto. Naruto nodded and his eyes returned to their battle state as he allowed his rage to consume him again. Die, he said. Kisame looked up to the clouds as Naruto closed in on him. A small smile graced his face. At least I die by the sword, he thought, then his body crumpled as his head was removed from his shoulders. Naruto looked back and flicked his blade clean of blood. He sealed Kisame's head in a scroll, then burned his body. He turned back to where Mei and Itachi were as he heard rustling in the underbrush. Naruto immediately gathered the 3 Hiraishin kunai so he could reuse them, but sighed as Mei came into the clearing with nothing looking out of place. He frowned. What happened with you and Itachi? He asked. Mei scowled. We got to the clearing and exchanged a few words about why he had done the massacre and joined Akatsuki, then he just turned towards your fight as those sharks appeared. Once they disappeared, he said to tell you he would be back and then disappeared as if he wasn't there before then. What did he say about the massacre? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Mei looked disturbed as she said, something about him needing to prove his power but that he had still needed help. Quite the disturbed fellow he is. Mei shivered. Naruto frowned. Well, we took care of one of them. Though I am surprised Itachi didn't try to recapture you. Let's head home, Mei-chan. We have quite a few people worried about you, he said. Mei smiled and walked up to him. I missed you, you know, she said as she wrapped her arms around his neck. She leaned in close to him, which had him smiling down at her. She pressed her lips to his in another searing kiss. This time Naruto enjoyed the kiss to the fullest as he wasn't worried about Akatsuki, and he could say Mei was an amazing kisser. They battled for dominance with Naruto winning again as they separated after a few minutes, his cheeky grin in full swing. Mei pouted and suddenly grinned devilishly. Naruto grew worried. Mei suddenly ground herself into his hips as they stood there. He groaned as she fondled him. She smirked as she said, this will teach you to be so cheeky, Naru-kun. Next time I won't stop just at this. As she suddenly released him and started to walk away, swaying her hips as she headed to Kiri. Naruto shook his head as he followed her. Naruto suddenly got a devilish grin of his own. He jumped forward and grabbed Mei up in a bridal-style carry, bringing a shriek from his love. He chuckled as he looked down at her. Hold on tight, he said, and the two were gone in a flash of orange light. Uncommon location. Itachi walked into the wide cavern. He watched emotionlessly as he hit the call sign for a meeting of Akatsuki. He was irritated that Naruto had so easily dispatched Kisame. It was unnerving how powerful the boy had gotten. They knew he was strong, but to be able to grab Mei without either he or Kisame noticing. It was not boding well in regards to capturing him alive. He was quickly becoming someone they would have to deal with as a group to be able to capture him. Though he was sure leader would be able to take him without much trouble. So he called a council of Akatsuki to discuss what had to be done about this latest discovery. Itachi stood still as one after another, each member of Akatsuki appeared as holograms before his black eyes. He immediately turned to his leader as leader spoke. Itachi, where is Kisame and the Nine Tails? He asked. Itachi's emotionless face did not even twitch as he responded, Kisame is dead. Silence fell around the cavern. That is impossible, a hunched figure said. Kisame was one of our strongest members. Itachi fixed his stare on the figure who had spoken. The Nine Tails killed him. He is much stronger than predicted, he said. You're telling me, he managed to escape the trap, which you had planned, and managed to kill Kisame in the process? Leader asked. Itachi nodded. He appeared in front of us with a burst of orange light. He had 9 tails of crimson flailing behind him coming from his tailbone. 7 of these were streaked with gold. His eyes were red, but his pupils were slits almost in the form of an S. As soon as he appeared, he made some cage bunshin and replaced himself and Mei with 2 exploding clones. After distracting Kisame and myself enough to create some distance, the 2 clones blew apart Kisame and myself. The both of us incurred very little actual injuries. We immediately set after the 2. After an hour of running, we managed to catch up to the 9 tails and he proceeded to goad Kisame into attacking. Kisame wanted the 9 tails, and seeing no reason to deny him, I allowed him to fight the 9 tails as I took Mei off to keep her out of the battle. I know not what happened after that, but Kisame used his highest attack jutsu and the 9 tails didn't even seem phased. I retreated before he could attempt to engage me as I am not suited to fighting him currently. Itachi informed them. The whole of Akatsuki fell silent as they all contemplated this new development. Itachi, leader said, you were saying that the 9 tails managed to avoid your trap, rescue your hostage, and harm you all without you even seeing him initially. Itachi nodded. Then he proceeded to evade you for the next hour before you finally find him, and upon discovery, you allow Kisame to fight someone who managed to bring Hiden and Kakazu down. Itachi nodded again. I am most displeased, the leader stated as he glared at Itachi. You will be on reserves until we find you a new partner or one of our members dies. Leader said. Now then, do you have any idea what this new jutsu is? He asked. I would assume it was the Hiraishin no jutsu, but even when the Yondaime used the technique, he was not able to use it without sound, and his trail was yellow. Itachi pointed out his observations. Perhaps it is something based off the Hiraishin, but not exactly the same. His father is the Yondaime. UN, an effeminate-looking man said. The Akatsuki began rambling until leader said, silence, now we will put off attempting to subdue the 9 tails until we have a partner for Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan is the best suited to reign in the 9 tails chakra. Dismissed. Leader's hologram disappeared and the Akatsuki left one by one until Itachi was left alone again. Soon Naruto-kun, I will test my power against yours and prove who is stronger. Itachi said as his Sharingan spun in place while he stared into the darkness. Kiri. Naruto and Mei appeared in the unsealed house Naruto had Mei bring from Konoha. Mei smiled as he set her down and she turned to him. Naru-kun, when did you put a Hiraishin seal in the house? She asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he answered, when I sealed it up. I wanted an easy way to get to Kiri. Mei smiled. Naruto suddenly grabbed Mei and hugged her tight as his shoulders shook. He released his defense mechanism and his tails wrapped around the two in a protective cocoon as he sobbed silently on her shoulder. I'm so sorry Mei-chan. They only target you because of me. He sobbed. I was so afraid I was going to lose you. His tears running down his face as Mei stood there a little stunned from the huge amount of emotion coming from Naruto. Shush, I'm alright, I won't be caught unawares again. Thank you for saving me Naru-kun, she said sincerely as she wrapped her arms around his shaking frame trying to get him to calm down. Naruto and Mei stayed like that a good hour before Naruto finally stopped shaking, though his tears had dried up a while ago. Mei smiled slightly as she whispered to him, I am glad to know I mean this much to you, I must admit, because I can't see you very often I had felt a bit left out from the intense amounts of love you send your current mates. She admitted softly. Naruto stiffened, but I know now that is just because we haven't had a chance to connect. I hope we can get to know each other better once the marriage is concluded. She finished. She leaned up and engaged him in one last makeout session before separating, leaving a slightly starry-eyed Naruto, to which she giggled. Come Naru-kun, we should let the council know I am back. She said and Naruto followed her, after all, he had a threat to fulfill. Our Chojuro had not kept her safe. Same clearing Naruto first found Mei in. Naruto sighed as he picked up Mei's old kunai. He had left her another one, just in case, but he didn't want this one lying around, especially where Akatsuki could analyze it. So, after dealing out punishment to Ao and Chojuro, both of whom were now in the hospital but able to function in a few days as Mei needed them, he said goodbye to Mei, which included another hot kiss, and Hiraishined out here before contemplating on whether he should hide when he went home or simply try to bear whatever horrible thing Kurenai, Yugao, and Katsumi might have for him. He decided to see Jiraiya and Tsunade first so as to see his mate Love's reactions to what they had been told. He focused on the seal his father had put in the Hokage's office and disappeared in an orange flash. Hokage's office. Jiraiya was sitting in the Hokage's office, Tsunade straddling him as they continued their stress relief session. Tsunade had quickly decided that making out and doing her new boyfriend was a great stress reliever for all of the paperwork she had to do. Even with the cage bunshin, the amount was staggering, so she and Jiraiya had taken to having an hour or so for kissing or a quickie before she returned to work. Luckily, today was just kissing. This was what Naruto flashed into. He immediately smirked as he witnessed the two lovebirds going at it. Ahem, he said, making both ninja jump up and look at him confusedly. Let me guess, there are privacy seals which prevent me from entering without your permission, right? Naruto asked, to which they both nodded. He sighed as he said, Hiraishin passes seals if the marker is in the seal. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened before they both blushed. Naruto smirked again. So, I see you are definitely enjoying your youth, when can I expect nieces and nephews? He asked heartily, drawing a bigger blush from the both of them as they cast sidelong glances at each other like little schoolkids. Naruto chuckled as Tsunade cleared her throat. We hadn't discussed it but you might want to head home before your mates come kick your ass. Tsunade said while smoking. Naruto flinched. That bad, huh? He asked. Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded. Yeah, but they won't be too hard, they are just worried. Tsunade supplied. Naruto nodded. Well, continue on then, he said cheekily while subtly motioning Jiraiya to come see him when they were done. He puffed out of the room. Jiraiya and Tsunade both sighed before Jiraiya sat back down and patted his lap. We still have another 5 minutes, he said with a twinkle of love in his eyes. Tsunade smiled brightly as she sat herself back down on his lap and engaged him in a tongue war. Time skip 10 minutes. Naruto sighed as he sat on his father's head. He smiled as he looked over at the chakra signature that had just appeared. Hey Jiraiya. Have fun with Tsunade, he asked. Jiraiya sighed blissfully as he replied, yeah. Naruto chuckled. It amused him how two people almost 60 years of age could act like love-struck teenagers when it came to the other one. How's mate? Jiraiya asked. Naruto's face didn't waver as he said, she's fine. I managed to get to her before anything bad could happen. I killed Kisame though. Jiraiya's eyes bugged out. Killed Kisame? Hoshigate Kisame, he stated incredulously. He underestimated me so bad it only took one rasengan, he said. Jiraiya simply shook his head. Leave it to you to kill an S-rank missing nin with one jutsu. Naruto shook his head. No, I used Hiraishin to get behind him. Ah, well I wish you would tell me when you managed to learn the most destructive jutsu on the planet next time. Jiraiya stated hotly. Naruto shrugged. I wish you would tell me when my fiancés are in danger right when you know about it, but we don't always get what we wish, do we? He retorted. Jiraiya's shoulders slumped as he took Naruto's reply. I know, but I didn't think you could do anything about it. He said. I know, I should have told you but it just slipped my mind since I hadn't planned on using it until I needed it. Naruto said as he sighed. I was going to kill anyone who saw me using it to keep it as a trump card. Jiraiya nodded, a smart decision, but it almost backfired in this case. From now on, no more secrets, he asked. Naruto nodded, no more. Jiraiya nodded and went to go leave. Arigato, Kyofu, Naruto said, then he was gone. A silent tear of joy found its way down Jiraiya's face. Oto-san. I think I like it, he thought to himself as he went to go rejoin Tsunade. Chapter 20. A New Maiden Sunrises. Naruto walked the streets attempting to avoid going home. He desperately wanted to see his loves, but he did not want to face their wrath for rushing off as he did. He may have done it to protect one of his loved ones, but that did not excuse his brash behavior. He knew that, had Kisame not underestimated him so heavily, he would have been captured. He was immensely surprised at the arrogance that Kisame and Itachi exuded while they had stood there watching him. He had showcased his hidden ability right at the beginning of the fight. His Hanyu State and Haraishin all in one go, and yet still they assumed he would be an easy capture. Had the team actually worked together, as the team was meant to do, he would have been a much easier prey and as easy a capture they might have been expecting. He may be immune to Itachi's genjutsu, but Itachi is a genius for a reason. Don't forget, you never used me, Kamikaze said. Naruto nodded mentally to his sword. True, but I doubt you would make much difference against Itachi's prediction abilities. Kamikaze sent a mental nod as well before falling silent once again. Naruto sighed as he stopped and ran his hand through his hair. Damn it, he cursed to himself. What's wrong, Ototo? A voice asked behind him. Naruto swung around, surprised to see his surrogate older brother standing there with a smile on his face. He noticed Anko was hanging on his arm and had a bright smile on her face, unlike anything he had seen before on her face. His sour mood brightened in the face of their happiness as he replied. Just thinking about things. Don't worry about it, he said with a genuine smile. Both narrowed their eyes, but their happy moods seemed to overshadow that as they soon smiled back and nodded their heads. So, out on a date? He asked. Anko blushed a heavy red as Karasu's smile increased even more. Naruto stared at them as that was not the reaction he was expecting. No, Karasu said with a very happy tone. Out for a walk? He questioned. Anko seemed incapable of talking as her blush was still present, and Karasu's smile just seemed to continue growing as he answered, no. Going to a love hotel? Naruto gist. Karasu chuckled, no. I give up. Where are you going? Naruto said. Karasu's smile seemed to burst with light as he said, to the hospital. Hospital, Naruto said with a questioning tone. Why would you be happy to go to the hospital? Naruto trailed off as his eyes bulged and they immediately locked onto Anko's abdomen. You're pregnant? He asked. Anko merely nodded happily. All of a sudden, Naruto appeared next to Anko's stomach with an ear to it as he rubbed her side, whispering slightly, you have two wonderful parents, little one. I hope you realize that when you were born. He kept whispering for a few more seconds before Karasu chuckled again as Anko shifted slightly from his intimate touches. I think you are a little close to my fiancé Odoto, Karasu said, drawing a heavy blush from Naruto as he moved back and smiled brightly. Sorry, he said, but Anko merely waved him off. You made this possible, Naruto. Don't be apologizing for helping me and Karasu achieve our dreams. I have wanted to thank you multiple times before this, Anko said as she went to bow, something she hadn't done since her sensei abandoned her. Naruto chuckled as he put his hand on her shoulder to keep her upright. No thanks necessary. Don't worry about it. I just want you to raise the kid with the love and affection of two parents. I know you will be great, he said. Both of them nodded happily. I don't want to keep you from your appointment. You have to come to the compound more, Anko-chan. Kure-chan and Yu-chan miss you, Naruto said. Anko nodded and the couple walked off. Naruto chuckled to himself as he watched them disappear in the direction of the hospital. A father Hakarasu ni-san. Good for you, Naruto said softly as he turned around and headed to his compound, ready to face his loves with this knowledge. Before he could get more than 5 steps away though, he came across another two couples he was not expecting. He smiled as he watched them walk towards his restaurant, the Leaf Dragon. They seemed oblivious to him, so he followed them into the restaurant and watched as they walked up to the maiden. He smiled as he thought of giving his friends some help with their dates. Naruto snuck up behind the two couples and looked at the maiden. Send them to my personal table. Put their night on my tab. Tonight is on me, he said. The maiden nodded as Shino, Haku, Gaara, and Hinata all turned around to look at him. Naruto, how would you have a table here? Shino asked, slight surprise coloring his voice as Haku had one of his arms in a vice grip. I will not allow you to pay for this dinner. I have my own money, Uzumaki, Gaara said in his emotionless tone, though the way he cradled Hinata even as she hung on his arm spoke of his feelings. Naruto smiled brightly. That, my friends, is a story for another time. Take tonight and pamper your girls. I wish to do something for you and I have done so. Please just enjoy the night, he said. Shino and Gaara both narrowed their eyes, about to refuse, when Haku and Hinata, both after taking a look at each other, grabbed their dates and kissed them passionately. Shino-kun, you're not going to turn down his generous offer, are you? Haku pouted cutely at Shino, drawing a faint buzzing sound from his bugs. Gaara-kun, please don't cause a fuss, Hinata said while she pointed her lavender orbs at his eyes. His sand dropped from his gourd as it was obvious, at least to Gaara and Naruto, that Shukaku had just melted from the sight of cuteness in front of Gaara. Gaara and Shino both just said, hi. In a daze as they were brought to their table by the mated with Hinata and Haku giggling like mad from the power over their loved ones. Naruto chuckled as he sent a friendly wave to the two girls before leaving. Namika's estate. Katsumi and Kurenai were still on the couch. They had only moved once, to eat lunch, and now they were back in the same position, Katsumi with her head in Kurenai's lap as she stroked Katsumi's hair. Yugao had come back in, only to inform them that she had a mission and would be gone the next few days. She had not said anything about their position and simply accepted it as she walked back out of the house and shunshined away. Kurenai laid her head back as she continued stalking Katsumi's hair. She closed her eyes and began speaking softly. Who do you think they sent after him? Katsumi's purring never stopped as she replied, probably Itachi and Kisame. They would be perceived as the best counter to him. However, they don't know Naru-kun is immune to Itachi's genjutsu. Is Naru-kun immune to my genjutsu? She asked. No, Katsumi replied, but he does have an enormous resistance just as any kitsune would. Kurenai smiled. Both were startled as a voice spoke up, Okuti-sama, I thought only I was allowed to pet your hair. The voice whined as the two women's eyes snapped open to see Naruto standing in the doorway smiling at them. Kurenai tensed, about to spring when Katsumi's words froze her. I thought you wouldn't hurt any of us, but it seems I was wrong on that count. She said as she reached up and forced Kurenai to continue petting her hair, drawing a hurt look from Naruto, but both women just stared back blankly at him. What? He stated in a strained tone. Katsumi seemed to scoff, her emotions on a roller coaster as her hormones were in flux. You know what I'm talking about, Naruto. Don't play dumb. Kurenai just continued stroking Katsumi's hair as she knew Katsumi needed to get this out with Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. If I knew what was going on, I would fix it, Katsumi-chan. You know that. Please tell me what is wrong. He said, though it didn't sound too sincere. Shit, all these hormones are affecting me. He thought to himself angrily. Katsumi merely rolled over so her face was looking at Kurenai's stomach, still angry at her love. Kurenai looked at Naruto with an expression of exasperation. You are so observant about others, can you not really tell what is bothering her, Koibito? She asked with curiosity in her voice. Naruto's eyes snapped to her. Of course I can't. If I could, I would do whatever I have to fix this. I don't like it when we are fighting. He snapped at her. Kurenai's eyes narrowed as well. Then why are you snapping at me? I asked a simple question, Naruto. Don't go throwing your frustration on someone else, she accused. Naruto opened his mouth to throw a retort when he was saved. Naruto-sama. Please take a deep breath and calm down. You are allowing your demonic instincts to cloud your judgment. Please think logically on this and you will easily see what they are talking about. Inform them of Anko-san's pregnancy and get him to calm down as well. Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto closed his mouth and eyes as he breathed deeply, his sense picking up everything in the house as he attempted to calm himself. His eyes snapped open as he picked up the telltale smell of honey. He sighed as he figured out what they had been talking about. He figured he better get him to calm down before approaching this with more tact now that Kamikaze had calmed him. Thank you, he sent to Kamikaze only to receive a mental nod in return. Naruto let a smile creep across his face as he moved closer to them both. Kurenai's eyes watched him warily as he approached. Katsumi stiffened slightly, much to Naruto's sorrow. He sat down next to the both of them and put his head near the back of Katsumi's head. Anko-san is pregnant, he spoke softly. He saw Katsumi relax and roll over so her head was looking up at Kurenai's. How did you find out, Naru-kun? Kurenai asked as she stared back into Katsumi's uncertain eyes. I ran across them on my way back home. They were on their way to the hospital for a checkup, he explained. I also came across Haku, Shino, Hinata, and Gaara. They were on a double date and I gave them the night as thanks for their friendship, he said, his face having never moved from Katsumi's side. How is Mei? Katsumi asked with the slightest quiver in her voice. A little shaken up but mostly angry at herself that she allowed Itachi and Kisame to capture her. I killed Kisame for his arrogance, he said. What now? Kurenai asked quietly. Now, Naruto responded just as quietly. I believe I have an apology to give to you three. Then, he paused as if taking a great step. I have a mate that needs a heap to be taken care of, he said, whispering it into Katsumi's ear. Katsumi shivered as Kurenai smiled down at her. What makes you think she would want you now? She asked playfully. Naruto chuckled. If she doesn't, he paused again, then I suppose I should transform into whoever she wants because I don't think I would let another male near her right now, he said. Katsumi's eyes were filled with tears as she smiled devilishly. What if it wasn't a male I wanted? She asked as she nuzzled her face into Kurenai's breasts. Kurenai blushed a heavy red as Naruto stared at her in slight surprise before chuckling. Only if I get to tame my own mate then, he said with his own shit-eating grin. Kurenai's blush increased to Hinata's previous cherry red as she looked down at the two. Katsumi suddenly laughed as she looked at Kurenai. I may feel more comfortable with you, Kurenai, but I couldn't take you as a mate, don't worry, she explained. Though, adding you would be pleasurable, especially after your first night, she said playfully. Naruto chuckled. I want my piece of blonde fox with no sides tonight though, maybe next time, Katsumi said with a smirk as she grabbed Naruto and kissed him. You're forgiven. Naruto smiled as he looked at Kurenai, who sighed. Fine, you're forgiven. But next time you don't leave without telling us yourself, she said as she grabbed him and kissed him passionately. I want my turn when you are done with her, she whispered in his ear. Where's Yu-chan? He asked. Kurenai responded, she's on a mission. Naruto nodded. A puff of smoke later, two Narutos appeared and each grabbed Kurenai as they grinned at her devilishly. No waiting, they chorused as they dragged her into her own room while she blushed. I want the real thing next time, she yelled back to Naruto as he turned to Katsumi. Now, or a date then, he trailed off. Katsumi put a finger to her chin and thought for a moment. All of a sudden Naruto was in his room with Katsumi pressed against him. Get to work, she said huskily. Later that night, Naruto stood on his balcony. He was looking up at the full moon. He was lucky he had immediately marked Katsumi. But as he stared at the moon he began to wonder what the future had in store for him and his loves. He knew that Akatsuki was still out there, that he had yet to marry any of his mates by human standards or even take Mei as his own yet. However, he couldn't help but be content with the way he was living right now. He would deal with what came later but he was content for now. Naruto come back to bed. Two voices chorused as he looked back at his bedroom. Kurenai and Katsumi were both laying under the sheets, naked. Kurenai had joined them once Katsumi awoke. Naruto smiled as he looked at his mates. He stepped inside and closed the door to outside as he climbed in bed with his two loves. We aren't done yet, Koibito. Kurenai whispered huskily. Yep, he was content.